Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 1124 to Chapter 1210. After being slapped by Ning Shu, Qi didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He even forgot to struggle. Not only was Qi dumbfounded, even Mei Wu looked as though he had seen a ghost. You. Qi said furiously. Ning Shu interrupted him, do you like me? So hesitant. It seems like you don't like me. Ning Shu slapped the other side of Qi's face. I like you so much, but you don't like me. Ning Shu slapped both sides. Qi's face was flushed red and swollen. I'll give you one last chance. Do you like me? I like you. Qi immediately shouted. So perfunctory. You said it without thinking. You are just perfunctory. Ning Shu slapped. Ning Shu kicked Qi's stomach and drew out the sword on Mei Wu's waist. While Qi wasn't paying attention, he ruthlessly slashed Qi's neck. A thin red line appeared on Qi's neck. Qi was shocked and confused. Blood spurted out from the place where the sword slashed. Qi vomited mouthfuls of blood. Qi knelt down and seemed to want to say something. He vomited mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open as he died with grievances. Ning Shu approached Qi with the sword and kicked him. Qi didn't move. Ning Shu stood guard at the side and touched Qi's chest to see if it was still beating. He had to make a prompt decision to kill Qi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have another chance in the future. Qi had lived in the Saint Devil cult for so many years and understood the situation in the Saint Devil Peak very well. Previously, he was able to lead the righteous sects to slaughter the Saint Devil cult because he understood the situation in the Saint Devil cult. Qi was so obedient just now because he wanted to coax her to help him find something. If he didn't kill her, who would he kill? One of the missions could be considered completed, which was to kill Qi. After all, Hong Yi had sacrificed all of her soul force. She was quick to cut the Gordian knot. After guarding the corpse for a while, Ning Shu checked for any signs of life. There was no sign of life. Ning Shu stabbed Qi's heart again with great force, penetrating his body. After all, Qi was the main character and would become the leader of the righteous faction in the future. It was hard to guarantee that he would not die even after being killed several times. After being stabbed by Ning Shu, Qi did not react at all. Moreover, his body gradually lost its temperature. Ning Shu stood up. It was good that he was dead. Ning Shu wanted to instruct Mei Wu to dispose of the corpse, but he saw a pair of crooked hands reaching for his neck. Ning Shu tilted his head back and avoided Mei Wu's hand. He took 2 steps back and looked at Mei Wu. Are you crazy? Mei Wu pursed his lips tightly and did not say a word. Ning Shu attacked. Ning Shu blocked with his sword and shouted at Mei Wu, what's wrong with you? Ning Shu had just arrived in this world and had not had the time to cultivate. He was relying on the body's reaction. Mei Wu, I asked you to stop, Ning Shu shouted at Mei Wu in a low voice. You're turning the world upside down. Mei Wu stared at Ning Shu's face and stopped attacking. Ning Shu asked while panting, what's going on? You're not Mississippi. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be Miss? Mei Wu looked at Ning Shu with an unusually serious expression and asked stubbornly, what's your motive for pretending to be Miss? Ning Shu did not speak for a long time. He knew that killing Qi might expose him, but it was the best time to kill Qi just now. He called Mei Wu to prevent Qi from escaping. After all, Qi was the person Hong Yi liked. It was indeed strange for her to kill him. I'm your miss, Ning Shu lied with a red mouth. Mei Wu was furious. My miss would not torture someone like this. Ning Shu, I've become fond of torturing people. Can't I? Ning Shu calmed his breathing and the inner qi in his dantian spread throughout his body. Mei Wu did not know what to say. He pointed at Qi on the ground. This is Mrs.'s favorite person. Why did you kill him? As you can see, he doesn't like me. Why can't I kill him? Ning Shu said righteously. Mei Wu did not know what to say. Anyway, you're not Mississippi. I'm going to tell Cult Master. Ning Shu grabbed Mei Wu. Mei Wu said firmly, hold me. I'm going to tell Cult Master too. Can't you tell that this person is a spy? He wants to trick me into finding the secret manual for him. The pugilistic world is spreading the news that the Guiyuan sacred art is in our holy devil cult. Ningxu wiped his tears. I can sacrifice the person I like for the holy devil cult. Meiwu stared at Ningxu expressionlessly. Did you disguise yourself as Miss for the sake of the Guiyuan sacred art? I'm going to tell cult master. Damn it. He was Yihua's loyal dog. How was he Hongya's loyal dog? Damn it. Look at my face. Where can you find such a beautiful face in the world? Ningxu pointed at his face. You can disguise yourself. Meiwu said, hurry up and hand over my Mississippi, otherwise, prepare to die in the holy devil cult. Ningxu, my heart is so tired, I'm really your miss, Ningxu said weakly. What proof do you have? Meiwu stared at Ningxu, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Under his watch, his miss had actually been switched. Ningxu retorted, what proof do you have that I'm not your miss? You're not my Mississippi. I trust my intuition. Meiwu was about to use his qinggong to fly away when Ningxu grabbed onto Meiwu tightly. His stubborn temper really made people anxious. I can prove that I'm your Mississippi, look. Ningxu rolled up his sleeves. Chastity sand. Meiwu, you're not my Mississippi. You're not my Mississippi. No matter what you say, you're not my miss, Meiwu said stubbornly. Ningxu, how am I not your miss? I've never left your sight. How can I be switched? Ningxu said. Miss has never discussed such matters with me. She has never tried to convince me, Meiwu said lightly. Ningxu, you don't believe me, right? I'm explaining it to you. Fine. I'm not your Mississippi. Ningxu didn't want to argue with Meiwu anymore. Meiwu's face darkened and he reached out to attack Ningxu. Ningxu didn't dodge and Meiwu grabbed his neck. Ningxu was fearless. Come on. Break my neck. If I die, your miss won't be able to come back. With Meiwu's intelligence, it was very difficult for him to understand this. But Meiwu still grabbed Ningxu's neck tightly. Tell me. What did you do to my miss? Ningxu said with a red face, you want to strangle your miss to death. Hurry up and let go. Otherwise, I won't tell you. Meiwu released him a little suspiciously. Ningxu took a deep breath. Some people judged people with their eyes, while others judged people with their hearts. The eyes could deceive people, but the heart couldn't. There were many people smarter than Meiwu, but Meiwu saw through Ningxu. Tell me. Who are you? Where did Miss go? Meiwu asked Ningxu viciously. This body belongs to your Mississippi. After I leave, she'll naturally come back, Ningxu said indifferently. Then why can't you leave now? I have something to do. What is it? Do what your miss wants to do? Miss wants to kill Qi? Yes. Nonsense. Ningxu said impatiently, it's up to you whether you believe me or not. What I'm doing is what your mistress wants to do. You have to protect this body well. If I die, your mistress won't be able to come back. I don't believe it. I'm going to tell Cult Master. He'll save Mississippi. Meiwu released his grip on Ningxu's neck and turned to leave. Do you have the ability to take one step? Ningxu stared at Meiwu expressionlessly. It was really troublesome to meet such a person. You can't save Hongya at all. After I leave, Hongya will naturally come back. Ningxu threw the sword in his hand and turned to leave. If you tell me, I'll kill myself. Your miss won't be able to come back anymore. Meiwu was speechless. You really aren't Mississippi. Miss isn't as shameless as you. Meiwu said, I can keep it from Cult Master, but if Miss doesn't come back, I'll kill you. When will Miss come back? Meiwu asked, resigned to his fate. 3 to 5 years. That's so long. Then I'll kill you. How dare you? I'm your Mississippi. Ningxu pointed at the corpse on the ground and said to Meiwu, burn him and scatter his ashes. If he was burned to ashes, he wouldn't be afraid that the corpse would come back to life. Meiwu didn't move. Ningxu said, I'm your Mississippi. You have to listen to me. Act like how you did in the past, lest others see through you. Meiwu picked up the corpse on the ground. Ning Shu reminded him again, cremate it. Do we really have to do this? Miss will be sad when she comes back, Mei Wu said hesitantly. Even if you're sad, there's nothing you can do about it. He's already dead. Cremate him and leave some ashes for your miss to remember, Ning Shu said without much care. By the way, peel off Qiyi's skin while you're at it, Ning Shu instructed. Mei Wu asked, so, why did you kill the person my miss likes? You'll know in the future. Mei Wu carried the corpse away. Ning Shu went back to his room after many twists and turns. Then, he sat cross-legged on the stone bed and began to cultivate. Damn it, Mei Wu actually grabbed her neck. Next time, she would definitely grab Mei Wu's arm and throw him to the ground. Ning Shu formed a hand seal and set up a spirit-gathering array. Then, he began to cultivate. The Reiki in this world was quite abundant. Ning Shu cultivated for a while. After half a day, Ning Shu's dantian was filled with qi. He felt that his body was full of power. Ning Shu stopped and felt very hungry. He opened the door and saw Mei Wu holding a jar. He handed it to Ning Shu. This is Qiyi's ashes. Ning Shu didn't want to take it at all. He said casually, find a place to bury it and dig it out when your miss comes back. Ning Shu summoned a maid and said, ask the kitchen to prepare some food for me. Yes. Ning Shu saw that Mei Wu was still holding the jar. He asked, what's wrong? Mei Wu said, you'd better put the jar in the room. Put the ashes in the room, Ning Shu refused in his heart. Find a place to bury it. Don't let others know. Maybe I'll dig it out and have a chat with him when I miss him. Mei Wu took out a bloody face. This is Qiyi's face. Give it to Elder Shen. Ask him to keep it. I'll need it in the future, Ning Shu said to Mei Wu. Elder Shen was a poison doctor. He had a strange temperament and was very cruel. He liked to make medicine people. If someone in the sect made a serious mistake, he would directly send them to Elder Shen to be a medicine man. Sometimes, people from reputable and decent sects would come to provoke him. They would all be made into medicine men. Killing people was easy, but being a medicine man was very painful. You might die or live if you were forced to drink all kinds of strange medicine. But if you lived, you would start to test medicine day after day. Needless to say, it was very painful. Basically, no one was willing to go to Elder Shen's stone room. Miss, I'll bury the ashes under the peach tree and send the skin to Elder Shen, Mei Wu repeated. Ning Shu nodded. That's it. Go ahead. The maidservant served the dishes. Ning Shu was sitting on the stone bench in the pavilion and eating. An old man came over and scowled at Ning Shu. You killed Qiyi. This old man was emaciated and had no flesh on his face. He looked gloomy. The way he looked at Ning Shu was very dissatisfied and contained a faint murderous aura. This old man was Qiyi's master. When Hongya's father sent Qiyi back, this old man saw that Qiyi had a good constitution and forcibly took him in as a disciple. His disciple was dead. If Ning Shu wasn't the daughter of the old sect master and the younger sister of the current sect master, he would have killed Ning Shu directly. Ning Shu put down his chopsticks. Uncle Old Ghost, Qiyi was a spy planted in our sect by the righteous Tao. Killing him was for the sake of the entire sect. Old Ghost didn't listen to Ning Shu's explanation. It's not up to you to say whether Qiyi was a spy or not. You don't have the right to kill Qiyi. You're not putting me, Old Ghost, in your eyes. Ning Shu stood up, and the bell on his waist made a crisp sound. Uncle Old Ghost, I will naturally give you evidence whether Qiyi was a spy or not. You have to come with me to see the sect master now. Even if you're the sect master's younger sister, you can't kill my disciple like this. Old Ghost reached out his hand to grab Ning Shu's collar. Ning Shu dodged Old Ghost's hand. Then I'll go with you to see Elder Brother. Ning Shu said. Hong Yi knows that Uncle Old Ghost has worked hard for the Saint Devil cult, but I'm doing this for Uncle Old Ghost. If Qiyi was really exposed as a spy, it would inevitably affect Uncle Old Ghost's position in the Saint Devil cult. Old Ghost stared at Ning Shu. Little girl, you're playing tricks on me. Come with me to see the sect master. Ning Shu and Old Ghost arrived at the main hall. Yi Hua was eating. Yi Hua was wearing a black robe, which made him look oppressive and cold. When he saw Ning Shu and Old Ghost, he only glanced at them indifferently. Greetings to the sect master. Old Ghost and Ning Shu knelt on the ground. Yi Hua didn't even raise his head as he asked, "What's the matter?" "Hong Yi killed Qi. Old Ghost said bluntly. Qi is considered an important member of the Saint Devil cult. Hong Yi killed him just like that. This is a bit unreasonable. He knew that there would be a lot of trouble after killing Qi. After all, Qi had been in the Holy Devil cult for so many years. It would be hard to explain if he killed him. However, Ning Shu still chose to kill Qi without hesitation. Protagonists had incomparably tenacious vitality. No one knew what would happen if they missed the opportunity. If they didn't kill Qi at that time, Qi would definitely escape. Once the tiger returned to the mountain, he would definitely lead a large number of righteous sects to encircle the Holy Devil cult. "Brother," Ning Shu said. Yi Hua said indifferently, "Call me sect master." Ning Shu was speechless. "Sect master, that Qi is a spy. He even tricked me into finding the origin returning sacred art for him," Ning Shu said. Yi Hua raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. What a joke. Qi was brought back by old sect master. How could he be a spy? Old Ghost said with a trembling face. His sunken eyes stared at Ning Shu. "I can prove it." "Brother. Sect master, give me a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone," Ning Shu said. Yi Hua waved her hand, and a maid came over to prepare everything. Ning Shu took the brush and wrote on the paper, "I got it. Now I'll find a chance to leave." Ning Shu's handwriting was very messy. After all, his handwriting was different from Qi's. Ning Shu asked the maid to catch a pigeon. This pigeon was raised by Qi. Ning Shu put the slip of paper in a small bamboo tube and tied it to the pigeon's leg. Then, he released the pigeon. The pigeon flapped its wings and flew away. After doing this, Ning Shu said to Yi Hua, "There should be a reply after a while." Yi Hua waved her hand and asked the maids to remove the dishes on the table. She looked at Ning Shu and said, "This noble one remembers that you used to admire Qi. How could you bear to kill him? Actually, you don't have to kill him. It's best to catch a big fish," Yi Hua said. Ning Shu, sigh, protagonists were creatures. If they weren't completely destroyed, they would always be the ones who went overboard. If you like, you can imprison Qi. Why did you kill him? Yi Hua stood up. The sleeves of his black robe were embroidered with golden embroidery of clouds. As he walked, they flickered with luster. Ning Shu didn't pay attention to Yi Hua's clothes. Instead, he heard Yi Hua mention imprisonment. His heart was filled with a string of curses. This imprisonment shouldn't be the kind of imprisonment she was thinking of. Don't forget, he was from a righteous sect that could be killed but not humiliated. In the future, he would be the leader of a martial arts world. If she imprisoned him, what would she do if he escaped? Killing him was the safest option. Moreover, the original owner's mission was to kill Qi. What righteous path or evil path? The human heart is divided into righteous and evil. Some people use the righteous path's banner to kill people for the sake of the common people. The righteous faction would also do what the demonic faction would do, swindle and cheat. Wasn't Qi doing the same to Xianxia? How noble could he be? Don't you admire Qi, that jade-faced young gentleman? Yi Hua approached Ning Shu and asked indifferently. Ning Shu curled his lips and said, "But he didn't like me. Sister killed him out of anger." Yi Hua was speechless. Yi Hua turned to Old Ghost and said, "I will give Elder Ghost an explanation for this matter. If Qi is really a spy, Elder Ghost should find a new disciple." "Yes, Cult Master." Ning Shu left the main hall and headed towards Poison Dr. Elder Shen's courtyard. When he arrived at Elder Shen's residence, he could hear the wails and howls of ghosts and wolves from the outside. It was like a living hell. Moreover, the air was mixed with the smell of various herbs. Ning Shu stood outside the door. He put his hand to his mouth and shouted towards the room, "Elder Shen, tell me where there is no poison. I want to come in." There were poisons everywhere around Elder Shen. Moreover, there were different kinds of poisons. Although Ning Shu also knew how to poison, he didn't want to be poisoned. Elder Shen was a madman in research. He created all kinds of strange poisons that made people wish they were dead. Even Ning Shu had to admit defeat. Elder Shen devoted his entire life to making poisons. There are poisons everywhere. Come in, I will give you the antidote. Elder Shen's voice came from the room. His voice was very hoarse. When there was no medicine man, Elder Shen used himself to test the poison. His throat was poisoned. Ning Shu, she clearly knew that the surroundings were poisoned, but she still walked over. This feeling was indescribable. Ning Shu covered his mouth and nose as he entered the courtyard. There were several medicine men tied to wooden planks. Some of them had green skin and all of their hair had fallen out. Some of them had festering skin. They wanted to die but couldn't. This was simply torture. In the entire Holy Devil cult, Elder Shen was the most abnormal. There were basically no outsiders who came to this courtyard. Elder Shen messed around with these things every day. Ning Shu stretched out his hand, "Give me the antidote." "There is no poison." "I lied to you," Elder Shen said hoarsely. His voice was so hoarse that it sounded like sandpaper scraping on the ground. It made people who heard it feel uncomfortable. Ning Shu checked his own pulse. There were indeed no signs of poisoning. However, Ning Shu still didn't believe Elder Shen. The researchers were not in their right minds. Especially a fanatical person like Elder Shen. He didn't know if it was because he ate too much poison that destroyed his body's mechanism. He was clearly not 40 years old, but his hair was snow white. Moreover, it was almost all gone. His sparse hair was tied into a bun on his head. He couldn't figure out why this guy was so fanatical. Elder Shen ignored Ning Shu. He was holding a bowl of black and thick liquid and was pouring it into the medicine man's mouth. The medicine man looked like he had nothing left to live for. Tears flowed out of his blind eyes. Elder Shen chuckled. "Ning Shu?" Ning Shu asked, "Didn't Mei Wu send over a piece of skin?" "Elder Shen, how did you deal with it? Can you use this skin to disguise yourself?" Elder Shen gave Ning Shu a box. Ning Shu glanced at Elder Shen and opened the box. He saw a piece of skin inside. This skin had the texture of skin and even eyelashes. The skin floated in the medicine. Ning Shu carefully twisted out the skin. It was a thin layer. It was really as thin as a cicada's wing. "Elder Shen, can I use this skin to disguise myself?" Ning Shu asked Elder Shen. "Yes. However, this isn't your skin after all. You have to wear it for a period of time to let the skin breathe. Moreover, this skin has to be soaked in the medicine. Otherwise, it will rot," Elder Shen said. "Then I'll try." Ning Shu put the skin on his face. However, no matter how hard he tried, Ning Shu couldn't remove it. Only after a long time did the skin adhere to his face. Ning Shu took out a small bronze mirror and looked at it. After all, it was human skin. It wasn't easy to see through the flaws. The ancient technology wasn't bad either. Ning Shu looked at Qi Yi's face in the mirror. He didn't ask for a lot of resemblance. After all, Qi Yi came to the Holy Devil cult when he was 11 or 12 years old. Now that he had grown up, it was normal for his appearance to change a little. Ning Shu touched his throat. There was no Adam's apple. There were also breasts. The kind of treatment that no one could see when you stuck out your big breasts was the female lead's treatment. Her breasts could be tied up, but what about her Adam's apple? "Here." Elder Shen took out a bottle of medicine. Ning Shu said, "You can take this medicine. You have to take it every day. Maybe you can grow an Adam's apple, a beard, leg hair, and chest hair." Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu didn't dare to take the medicine from Elder Shen's hands. She couldn't imagine herself growing a beard and an Adam's apple. Were her breasts going to shrink? This medicine sounded like male hormones. Was she going to grow a penis? Is there any other way? She could be a tomboy, but she couldn't become a transvestite. "No. You can just take the medicine when the time comes," Elder Shen said casually. Ning Shu was speechless. Not everyone cared about their body. Taking medicine like this was also a form of destruction to the body. What about endocrine disorders? Up to you. You can take the medicine now. Get lost. Elder Shen was about to put away the medicine bottle when Ning Shu snatched the medicine from Elder Shen's hands. I'll take it. Ning Shu went back to her room with Qi's face. On the way, she met many maidservants. These maidservants even threw handkerchiefs and pouches to Ning Shu before running away shyly. As expected, jade-faced young gentleman was so popular. Ning Shu sniffed the sachet. It was very fragrant. Mei Wu was guarding the door. When he saw Ning Shu, he was stunned for a moment before asking, "What exactly are you doing?" "Nothing." Ning Shu went into the room. She took off the skin of the dough and soaked it in the medicinal water. Ning Shu took out the medicine bottle and poured out a pill. Looking at the black pill, Ning Shu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If she ate this, she would become a tomboy with a beard. Ning Shu threw the pill into her mouth and swallowed it with a gulp. After taking the pill, Ning Shu couldn't help but take off his clothes to look at his chest. Did it shrink? Did he grow chest hair? Sigh, Ning Shu sighed and began to cultivate. What was there to be afraid of when one was strong enough? For the past few days, Ning Shu had been cultivating. When he was hungry, he would eat and take medicine. After taking the medicine, Ning Shu clearly felt that his voice was much lower and his throat was quite uncomfortable. He was about to become a real man. This thing really messed up the endocrine imbalance, and the most direct manifestation was the abnormal menstruation. Ning Shu stayed at home and cultivated. After nearly a month, the pigeons that flew out returned. A maid came to call Ning Shu to the main hall. When Ning Shu arrived at the main hall, he half knelt and saluted Yi Hua. "Greetings, sect master." Yi Hua raised the piece of paper in his hand. "There's a reply. Is Qi really a traitor?" Old Ghost could not help but ask. "Facts have proven that he is," Yi Hua said and passed the piece of paper to Ning Shu. Ning Shu took a look and the general content was for Qi to quickly leave the Holy Devil cult. There would be someone to receive Qi in the town closest to the Holy Devil cult. This Qi really hit it well. He even hid it from the old sect master. Old Ghost couldn't keep his face and even pulled the old sect master out. Who would have thought that Qi was a spy? I heard that his whole family was killed by the righteous sects, so the old sect master brought him back. It seems that his parents' death was also fake. Old Ghost said indignantly. Those people are really dead. Maybe those people who were killed by the righteous sects have nothing to do with Qi. Old Ghost curled his lips. Saying that our Holy Devil cult is evil, these people aren't any better. What do you think? Yi Hua asked Ning Shu. He swept a glance at Ning Shu's face and asked with some astonishment, "I haven't seen you for a while. How did your face become like this? Your skin is rough, your face is oily, and the hair on your face has turned black." Yi Hua was busy with the Holy Devil cult every day, so it was normal for the siblings not to see each other for a month. Because they had not seen each other for a long time, Yi Hua immediately saw the changes. Yi Hua's gaze moved down and saw something like an Adam's apple. "What are you playing at?" Ning Shu could not help but touch his face and said calmly, "Recently, I found out that there is a man living in my body. I want to become a man and give it a try." "Nonsense," Yi Hua reprimanded. When Ning Shu said this, the face of Mei Wu, who was standing at the side like a wooden stake, twitched. Old Ghost saw that the siblings were talking, so he asked his subordinate to take his leave and went out. Ning Shu cupped his hands to Yi Hua and said to him, "Brother, they can arrange spies. We can also arrange spies." Yi Hua stroked his sleeves and said indifferently, "What do you want to do?" Ning Shu took out the mask and pasted it on his face. He said to Yi Hua, "I can infiltrate the righteous sections." Yi Hua was expressionless. "When did you start to care about the matters of the cult?" "I want to share brother's burden." "Didn't that Qi deceive me because I looked like I didn't know anything?" Ning Shu said sincerely. Yi Hua reached out and touched Ning Shu's head. His hand slid down to Ning Shu's neck. A pair of cold hands touched Ning Shu's neck. All the hairs on Ning Shu's body stood up. Yi Hua withdrew his hand. "This matter is very dangerous. It's not something you can handle. Even if you want to be a spy, it's not you." "I can do it," Ning Shu said in a low voice. I wanted to do this, so I asked Elder Shen for the medicine. I can't suffer for nothing. I have my own plans. You don't have to say anything. Go back. Yihua waved his hand. Brother, Yihua glanced at Ningxu expressionlessly. Do you want to reply? Ningxu asked. Wait until we find a suitable candidate. Ningxu shut his mouth and left the hall. Meiwu followed behind Ningxu. Meiwu drew his sword and placed it on Ningxu's neck. Ningxu glanced at the sword, clamped it between his fingers, and moved it away from his neck. What are you doing? I said that if I die, your miss can forget about coming back, Ningxu said indifferently. If he didn't listen this time, he wouldn't be able to escape a beating. Ningxu moved his neck and a cracking sound came from it. Meiwu's face flushed. He placed his sword on Ningxu's neck. Again. Are you a man? Huh? Ningxu snorted. Meiwu's face twitched. Did you violate Mrs. Body? Ningxu's mind immediately conjured up the image of herself groping Du Bing's body wretchedly. I'm a woman, Ningxu said righteously. I don't believe you. Meiwu stared at Ningxu. You said yourself that there's a man living in your body. I'm a woman. You don't have the tenderness of a woman. I'll believe you if you're a man. Ningxu flicked the sword away with her finger and turned to leave. Don't point your sword at me. Your actions will easily arouse suspicion. If I die, your mistress really won't be able to come back. You have to think carefully. Meiwu took back his sword angrily. If you don't get out of Mrs. Body when the time is up, I'll tell Cult Master. Ningxu rolled his eyes. You can be louder and let others know. Then I'll be burned to death as a monster and your miss will turn into ashes. Meiwu felt that his intelligence was being insulted again and again. You should be careful. Why are you threatening me? I advise you to behave yourself and don't jump up and down in front of Cult Master. Miss isn't close to Cult Master and she's a little afraid of him. Ningxu raised his hand to touch his head, following the place Yihua touched and stopping at his neck. On her neck, Ningxu felt a small protruding thing. It should be a mole. It seemed that Yihua was a little suspicious of her. However, she had to get Yihua's consent and support in order to achieve better results. If Yihua didn't agree, she could only act alone. She was afraid that if she became Qi, Yihua would send people over. At that time, they would have to fight each other. Ningxu returned to his room and wanted to continue cultivating. Meiwu asked Ningxu, are you really going to do such a dangerous thing? You can't risk Mrs. Body. Didn't you say that Miss won't come back if you die? I'll tell Cult Master not to let you go, Meiwu said. Cult Master, can't you have your own ideas? Ningxu said angrily, if Cult Master kills me, your miss won't come back. You have to think carefully. Do you really want to do this? You keep using miss to threaten me. Let me tell you, this threat. I'm not afraid, Meiwu stammered. Ningxu said, when I finish what I have to do, I'll naturally leave. If I don't do anything, I'll leave longer and longer. When your miss comes back, she'll be an old woman with wrinkles all over her face. I want to follow you and protect Mrs. Body, Meiwu said. Up to you. The problem was whether Yihua would agree to her going. Ningxu ate a pill and began to cultivate. No matter what, he had to cultivate first. The Qi gene in his dantian was almost able to form Qi form. Now that she had formed her Qi form, her strength had grown even stronger. Ningxu waited for a few days before Yihua finally called her. Yihua must have thought it through. Yihua went straight to the point and said, I agree that you should go. Thank you, big brother. Call me Sect Master. Yes, Sect Master. So heartless, so cold, and so unreasonable. Another letter came, urging us to quickly take the things away. Yihua sneered. Did they really think that the Holy Devil cult could come and go as they pleased? Yihua looked at Ningxu. This matter is very dangerous. Don't look at how those people are from righteous sections. They seem to have the common people in their hearts. Confucians use literature to overthrow the law, while chivalrous people use martial arts to violate the law. Once you are discovered, you will definitely die miserably. Ningxu's expression was somewhat conflicted. He immediately said, I still want to go. I also want to help Big Brother. Sect Master, I am also the child of the previous Sect Master. Yi Hua's face was expressionless as he touched his sleeves. Does Hong Yi want to be the Sect Master? Ning Shu, Hong Yi doesn't have such thoughts. The Holy Devil cult has always been managed by the Sect Master. Moreover, if Hong Yi does this, the other cult members will not know. Hong Yi relies on the Holy Devil cult's protection. For the sake of the Holy Devil cult's stability, Hong Yi has to repay the Holy Devil cult. Yi Hua's expression was indifferent as he pressed a button on the chair. A small box appeared from the wall behind the chair. Yi Hua took out a book from the box and threw it to Ning Shu. Ning Shu quickly caught it and looked. It was Origin Returning Sacred Art. The secret book was very old, as if it had gone through the passage of time. Ning Shu said, Sect Master, actually you can just make a fake one. This is a fake. Yi Hua said. Ning Shu, this ability to fake. Take this Origin Returning Sacred Art and meet with those people. Yi Hua said. Ning Shu nodded. I understand. I will go and prepare. Is this secret book all fake? If it was fake, there would be real things inside. If it was completely fake, no one would believe it. Moreover, there were martial arts masters who could tell it was fake with a single glance. 90% of it is real. Yi Hua said. Don't think about cultivating. You can't cultivate this thing. Ning Shu nodded. I understand. Ning Shu's eyes turned. Brother, can you cultivate it? Yi Hua glanced at Ning Shu. This secret book can't be cultivated just by obtaining it. It has to be chosen. Ning Shu understood the meaning behind his words. Yi Hua didn't cultivate it and didn't give it to others to cultivate. If someone could really cultivate it, then wouldn't they overthrow Comrade Yi Hua's rule over the Holy Devil cult? Let me know when you are leaving. I will send people to kill you. Yi Hua said. Be careful. Ning Shu took the things back to his room and casually flipped through the Origin Returning Sacred Art. This was actually a very crude and simple cultivation technique. Since it was a cultivation secret book, it needed something like a spirit root. Without a spirit root, ordinary people could only cultivate until they were full of farts. It was completely useless. Ning Shu tied his hair into a man's bun and changed into men's clothes. Then he took out a mask and put it on his face. The mask stuck tightly to his skin. He looked at himself in the bronze mirror. He was a little shorter and his frame was a little smaller. He looked a little like a jade-faced gentleman. Ning Shu carried the package out of the room. Mei Wu was waiting for Ning Shu outside. Ning Shu stared at Mei Wu. Are you really going to go with me? I want to protect Mrs. Body. Mei Wu said. Ning Shu didn't care. He left the Holy Devil Peak without any obstructions. Ning Shu and Mei Wu headed for the town closest to the Holy Devil Peak. However, they were ambushed on the way. These people were all arranged by Yi Hua. Ning Shu deliberately slipped up and got injured. Mei Wu was also injured. A group of people chased after Ning Shu and Mei Wu. Ning Shu got more and more wounds on his body. However, the wounds weren't serious. They arrived at the town covered in dust. When they arrived at the town, they were still being chased. They killed people on the streets in broad daylight and overturned many stalls. Ning Shu and Mei Wu were in a sorry state. Their bodies were covered in blood. They felt like they had used up all their strength and couldn't hold on any longer. When they passed by a restaurant, a few young talents dressed in white with swords hanging at their waists flew down from the window and blocked Ning Shu and Mei Wu's path. They were very imposing. How dare you, evildoers of the Holy Devil sect? How dare you kill people in broad daylight? Who are you? It's none of your business that our Holy Devil sect is chasing after traitors. Why are you meddling in other people's business? The leader said aggressively. Bah, it's the rats of the Holy Devil sect again. They wear black clothes every day and even cover their faces. Are they really that shameful? One of the young men said. A few young men from reputable sects stood in front of Ning Shu, looking awe-inspiring as they mocked the people from the Saint Devil cult. The leader of the Saint Devil cult stared at Ning Shu. Qi, hand over the item and I will let you off. Otherwise, you will be made into a medicine man by Elder Shin. Qi? Wasn't this the person they were waiting for? The young men looked at each other. Young master, are you Qi? A man with delicate features asked Ningxu. Ningxu nodded. I am Qi. We are here to receive senior brother under the orders of the fort lord. Please don't worry. The man stretched out his hand, bent his fingers, and blew a sharp sound. After a while, a few more people came over. When the leader of the Saint Devil cult saw that he was surrounded, he pointed at Ningxu and threatened, just you wait. The cult master won't let you off. Let's retreat. The people who were chasing after Ningxu and Meiwu dispersed in a hubbub. These demons from the Saint Devil cult have no morals at all. They bully the weak and fear the strong. The reputation of the Saint Devil cult has been tarnished by these rat-like people. Ningxu was speechless. Why couldn't they run when there were so many of them? Was it the morals of the Saint Devil cult to die heroically? Senior brother Qi, you don't have to be afraid. The people from the Saint Devil cult have all left, Ningxu said. Ningxu hugged the bundle tightly and nodded. Senior brother Qi, why are you so short? Why is your frame so small? A man asked suspiciously. Ningxu waved his hand and looked as though he couldn't bear to recall the past. He said in a deep voice, you guys know that the people from the Saint Devil cult only know how to dig a hole to live in. Most of the time, they don't get any sunlight. I joined the Saint Devil cult when I was in my teens, but I basically didn't grow any taller. Senior brother Qi, let's bring you to the fort lord. Ningxu was surprised. Even the fort lord is here? The fort lord is here to receive you personally. Ningxu nodded and followed the group into a big house. They walked into the hall of the big house. A middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table stood up when he saw Ningxu enter. He held him up and laughed. Qi, you're finally back. As he spoke, he patted Ningxu's shoulder. Your body is so weak. It's been hard on you. Ningxu waved his hand. It's not hard. For the sake of Uncle's matter and for the sake of all living beings in the world, Qi is not hard at all. This dignified man was the current chief of Wulin, Qi's uncle, and the lord of Zhao Castle. You've suffered all these years. Go wash up and we'll leave first, Zhao Bo said. Zhao Bo's eyes fell on Mei Wu. This is? It's a demonic sect that I instigated. It's just that there's something wrong with their brains, Ningxu said. Mei Wu glanced at Ningxu without saying anything. Zhao Bo laughed heartily. It's a good thing to abandon the dark and join the light. Ningxu said, let's leave first. This place is very close to the demonic sect. They might catch up with us soon. Zhao Bo smiled faintly and said, it's okay. There's still time for you to wash up. It seems that Uncle already has a foolproof plan. I'll go take a rest then. Ningxu looked exhausted. Zhao Bo probably wanted to see if the demonic sect would catch up with them. The demonic sect would not let her go if she had something on her. Go ahead. Ningxu looked around the room before washing up carefully. She hugged the package and lay on the bed to sleep. Ningxu was not sleeping soundly. When she heard the door creak open, Ningxu pretended to be asleep. She felt a gaze sweeping over her. Ningxu was wondering who this person was when Zhao Bo's voice sounded. Let's go. The demonic sect is catching up. At the same time, he pushed Ningxu. Ningxu opened her eyes and looked at the sky. It was already dark. Are they catching up? Ningxu hurriedly got up. Yes, let's go. Zhao Bo said, we can't let the demonic sect know that we've been here. Otherwise, the good and evil will start fighting again. Ningxu led Mei Wu out of the big house. The people of the Zhao Castle each rode a horse and galloped towards the Zhao Castle. This place was under the jurisdiction of the demonic sect. The surroundings of every sect were all considered their own territory. It would be strange if the demonic sect was willing to let them rob their things in the demonic sect's territory. The group hurried out of the small town. The people behind them were like maggots in a tarsal bone. Zhao Bo led the people of the Qi Castle to the Zhao Castle. They did not stop to rest on the way. Every time they reached a place, they would change horses. It seemed that this was arranged in advance. In this way, they gradually got rid of the demonic sex pursuit. Ningxu saluted Zhao Bo and said, "Uncle, you're so thoughtful. You managed to get rid of the demonic sex pursuit so quickly." Zhao Bo shook his head. "The Jianghu is dangerous. You have to be prepared for everything. The Zhao castle will be handed over to you sooner or later. In 2 years, the martial arts world will have a general election. At that time, I hope that the martial arts world's chief will still be from the Zhao castle." Ningxu's eyes lit up. "Qi will remember this. Qi will not let uncle down. You're not called Qi anymore. You're called Zhao Yi." "Yes." While they were talking, everyone ate something and hurried on with their journey. The disciples of the Qi castle, who were very confident before, were now in a sorry state. They had been on the road for almost 10 days. Most of their thighs were bleeding from the abrasion. Ningxu was not much better. Just like that, they returned to the Qi castle. Seeing the Qi castle's gate, Ningxu was in a daze. Qibo patted Qibo's shoulder. "It's good that you're back. Take good care of your body." Ningxu was wearing a pair of custom-made shoes to make her look taller. Ningxu nodded. "Finally, I don't have to worry about the demonic sect anymore. Those people are not human. They attack and kill as they please." Qibo glanced at Ningxu's bag. "Rest well first. I have something to discuss with you later." Okay, the housekeeper arranged a room for Ningxu. However, the room was not good. It was remote and narrow. The furniture and decorations were very old. Ningxu was expressionless. The housekeeper said to Ningxu, "This is your room." "Just this room?" Ningxu stared at the housekeeper. "This is where the servants live. Do you know my identity? How could you arrange such a room for me? I'm just following master's orders." "Nonsense." Ningxu frowned and kicked the housekeeper out of the room. The housekeeper fell on his back with a thud. The housekeeper knew martial arts. He did not expect Ningxu to suddenly hit him. He supported his waist and stood up. Pointing at Ningxu, he said, You, what do you mean by you? You'd better change my room quickly. I don't have a good temper." Ningxu sat on the bench boldly and decisively. "I've worked hard and made great contributions. Just give me this room." The housekeeper clutched his chest and snorted. He left dejectedly. Meiwu looked at Ningxu. "Can't you keep a low profile? If anything happens to Miss, I won't let you off. Don't mention Miss all the time. Are you afraid that others won't know my true identity? I'm here to cause trouble. It doesn't matter if I keep a low profile or not. I have something that Zhao Bo wants." Ningxu picked up the ceramic teapot on the table, but there was no water in it. Ningxu put down the teacup impatiently. "I don't even have a sip of water." Ningxu was dissatisfied when he heard hurried footsteps approaching. What's wrong with you?" Zhao Bo walked into the room and looked around. "Old Zhao, what are you doing? Why did you arrange such a room for Yi? Change it to a better one." Yes. The steward immediately said, "It's my fault. Old Zhao has worked for Zhao Castle for so many years. Why did he do such a thing as soon as he came back?" Zhao Bo said disapprovingly. Ningxu sneered in his heart. It wasn't Zhao Bo's idea. Ningxu didn't believe it, so he gave him a show of strength. If he wanted better treatment, he had to give something in exchange. It wasn't good to use such a method. Taking by force wasn't the style of a decent Wuling chief. Even if someone gave him something, he had to refuse it. Zhao Castle will be handed over to you in the future. How can you make your subordinates support you if you do such a thing? Zhao Bo warned Ningxu. Don't be so reckless next time. Ningxu said with some shame, Uncle, I've been in the devil sect for a long time. It's inevitable that my temperament is a little weird. You know that those people in the devil sect are abnormal. If I didn't have a little eccentricity and always tolerated everything, I would have been devoured by those bastards. After a long time, I'll get used to the way the devil sect does things. I'll get used to it slowly. Ningxu said with some annoyance. It's okay. Take your time. Your aunt will prepare a welcome banquet for you and meet Ling Zhao Bo said with concern for Ning Shu. Then he said to the steward beside him, prepare a better room for Yes, Castle Lord, the steward replied at once. Thank you, Uncle. Will definitely live up to Uncle's expectations. Ning Shu sincerely said to Zhao Bo. Zhao Bo nodded. When you're done, come and have your meal. He then left with his hands clasped behind his back. After the commotion caused by Ning Shu, they were now in a spacious and bright room. The furniture in the room was all new. Obviously, this room was newly decorated. A maid came over and told Ning Shu to eat. When they arrived at the dining area, Zhao Bo's family of 3 was already inside. Zhao Bo had a daughter called Zhao Ling Other than that, he had no other descendants. Come here quickly. Zhao Bo beckoned to Ning Shu. Uncle. Ning Shu walked over and saw a woman who still retained her charm. This is your aunt. Aunt, I have an impression of her. This is Ling Cousin. Zhao Ling looked delicate and charming. She sized up Ning Shu and said with some disdain, you're so short. Are you a man? Ling don't be unruly. How can you talk to your elder brother like that? Madame Zhao reprimanded Zhao Ling Zhao Ling was obviously a favored child. Her father was the Wulin chief and she was the only child in the family. In this Zhao castle, there were too many people who flattered her. Zhao Ling was the only heir of the Zhao castle. There was also a saying that marrying Zhao Ling was equivalent to owning the Zhao castle. Moreover, there was a Wulin chief as his father-in-law. It was too comfortable. How many years of hard work would it save? Therefore, wherever Zhao Ling went, men would flatter her. Now, there was someone who even her parents cared about so much. Therefore, Zhao Ling was full of hostility towards Ning Shu, this person who suddenly appeared. We're both from the devil sect. You're so short, but he's so tall. Zhao Ling pointed at Mei Wu, who was standing at the side like a wooden stake. His brain was used to grow taller. Ning Shu said indifferently, if you were made into a medicine man by poison scorpion a few times, you wouldn't be as tall as me. Ning Shu's face was emotionless as she said, it's not just because I've been living in the cave all year round. When I first came to the devil sect, poison scorpion made me into a medicine man. My body was poisoned. What? Did my short height bother you? Is there something you don't like about me? Ning Shu stared straight at Zhao Ling How dare you talk to me like that? Zhao Ling pointed at Ning Shu. Even in the devil sect, no one dares to speak to me like this. If anyone dares to speak to me like this, I will tear them in half. Ning Shu grinned and punched the wall, creating a small hole in it. Zhao Ling words were stuck in her throat. She stared at Ning Shu with her almond-shaped eyes. Ning Shu blew the dust off his hand. This is no longer the Saint Devil sect. You have to control your emotions. Ling is still young and has been spoiled by her mother. Don't bicker with her. Ning Shu immediately said, yes, uncle. It's my fault. I will definitely control my emotions. Little sister Ling I'm sorry. Zhao Ling straightened her neck and ignored Ning Shu's apology. Sit down, quickly sit down and eat. Madame Zhao beckoned Ning Shu to sit down. Then she kept putting food into Ning Shu's bowl. Madame Zhao gave Zhao Ling a meaningful glance. Zhao Ling unwillingly put a fish head without meat into Ning Shu's bowl. Madame Zhao glared at Zhao Ling Zhao Ling proudly said to Ning Shu, cousin, eat the fish head. It's the most nutritious. Ning Shu glanced at Zhao Ling He picked up the fish head and threw it on the table. I hate eating fish heads the most in my life. Ling Zhao Bo looked at Zhao Ling with unusual dignity. What's wrong with you? Ning Shu immediately said, Uncle, it's my fault. I will learn to control my temper in the future. Sometimes, I get used to it and my brain doesn't adjust. Eat. After eating, come to my study. I have something to tell you, said Zhao Bo. Ning Shu grunted and picked up the food. Almost half of the dishes on the table were eaten by Ning Shu. Zhao Ling muttered softly, rice bucket. Ning Shu ignored her and followed Zhao Bo to the study. Mei Wu followed them and followed Ning Shu closely. Let your friend wait outside. Zhao Bo glanced at Mei Wu and said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu turned to Mei Wu and said, go eat. This isn't the demon sect. I'm fine. Mei Wu looked at Ning Shu and didn't say anything. Ning Shu glared at him and said, go. Mei Wu turned and left. Ning Shu helplessly spread out his hands, he's just a little crazy. When we first arrived at the Holy Devil sect, he was bullied. I helped him and he's been following me ever since. It's good to have someone like him by your side. It's much more convenient to have someone running errands for you, said Zhao Bo carelessly. Zhao Bo closed the door of the study. Ning Shu said, you've been in the demon sect for so many years. You should be familiar with the terrain and traps there. Yes, I usually pay attention to the terrain. Ning Shu nodded. Zhao Bo pondered for a moment and said, the devil cult's things have been taken away by you, so they must be unwilling to accept it. We have to take advantage of the fact that the devil cult hasn't reacted yet and wipe them out in one fell swoop. We have to do our part for the world. Ning Shu nodded. I'll listen to you. Moreover, there will be a new Wulin general election in a year's time. I hope that you can become the next Wulin Alliance chief. If you lead the team and gather the righteous sects to attack, you will have the chance to become the next Wulin Alliance chief with the Zhao family fort's reputation. I have no objections. I'll listen to you. Ning Shu agreed. This was why Ning Shu wanted to kill Qi directly. Even if Qi did not get the martial arts secret manual and escaped, he could gather people and attack St. Devil Peak. It was the same to destroy the demon sect and then slowly look for the secret manual. Anyway, there was no loss. As the main character, Qi would succeed in everything he did. There would be endless trouble in the future if he let the tiger return to the mountain. Zhao Bo wanted to attack the demon sect so soon because he was afraid that the demon sect would spread the news of the secret manual and make the Zhao family fort a target. Secondly, he wanted to establish absolute prestige and meritorious service among the various sections. For the martial arts world election, even if he could not be the chief of the martial arts world, he wanted the Zhao family fort to have another one. The title of chief of the martial arts world was too important for the development of the Zhao family fort. The chief of the martial arts world could command the Jianghu and integrate resources. What's more, he wanted Ning Shu to hand over the item. Ning Shu nodded. When will you gather the righteous sects? I'll start sending letters to the leaders of the various sects as soon as I return. Soon, these people will gather to attack the demon sect. Zhao Bo said. When the time comes, you will lead these people to attack the demon sect and show your face in front of the various sections. Ning Shu nodded. I'll follow Uncle's arrangements. It was no wonder that Qi had wanted to attack the demonic sect even after he had obtained the secret manual. It was because he needed meritorious service, as well as the prestige and capital to become the chief of the martial arts world. Also, he had to erase the fact that he had once stayed in the demonic sect. Zhao Bo looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately said, I will not disappoint Uncle. I will destroy the demonic sect. Zhao Bo nodded his head, and then instructed, now that you have already left the Holy Devil cult, you can't act like the Holy Devil cult, remember to be humble and courteous. Although I am the Martial Arts Alliance Master, there are still many highly respected seniors in the martial arts world. You must not offend these people, understand? Ning Shu nodded. Your nephew will remember. I will definitely adjust my emotions. Weren't you poisoned before? This time, there will be people from the Immortal Medicine Valley coming over. Let them take a look at you. Zhao Bo said with concern. Ning Shu's face revealed a happy expression. When will the people from the Immortal Medicine Valley arrive? I don't know if I can still grow taller after the poison is cured. The Valley Master of the Immortal Medicine Valley has the highest medical skills, but he doesn't leave the valley easily. Zhao Bo sighed. I will try my best to invite them for you. Thank you, Uncle. Oh right, I should give you the thing. Ning Shu seemed to have just remembered the secret manual. Zhao Su's face revealed a trace of eagerness, but this emotion only flashed for a moment. He was very calm. Uncle, your nephew will take his leave first. Ning Shu cupped his hands and left the study. After returning to his room, Ningxu took out the secret manual and went to the study to give it to Xiaobo. Xiaobo took the secret manual and looked at it eagerly. He flipped through the pages one by one. "Uncle, take a look. This is what your nephew got from the devil sex sect master Yihua's sister, Hong Yi. Your nephew used a little trick and let Hong Yi steal the secret manual." Ningxu said proudly. "Very good. Don't tell anyone about this." Xiaobo kept the secret manual. "Have a good rest. In the next few days, all the sects and clans will gather together. At that time, you will have to lead these people." Ningxu nodded. "Understood." Ningxu walked out of the study and glanced at the study door. He sneered in his heart. Without spiritual roots, it would be a waste of effort to cultivate. Moreover, although the secret manual was 90% real and there might be spiritual roots, cultivating it might lead to chi deviation. Ningxu went back to his room. Suddenly, a figure jumped out from the rockery. It seemed to want to scare Ningxu and even let out a strange cry. Ningxu kicked the person who suddenly appeared and fell to the ground with a plop. Zhao Ling'er was kicked away by Ningxu. She couldn't get up from the ground and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Cough, cough, cough. "It's you." Zhao Ling'er was in so much pain that her face was wrinkled. "Ah, Ling'er. Why is it you? I thought it was an assassin." Ningxu walked over to Zhao Ling'er and stretched out his hand to pull her. "Get lost." Zhao Ling'er pointed at Ningxu. "Junior sister." A disciple of Zhao Castle came over and saw Zhao Ling'er lying on the ground. They quickly rushed over to help her up. "Junior sister, how are you?" The surrounding disciples asked Zhao Ling'er with concern. Previously, no one comforted Zhao Ling'er, so she didn't cry. Now that someone comforted her, Zhao Ling'er felt wronged and cried out. In Zhao Castle, who dared to treat her like this? Zhao Ling'er felt wronged. "Qi, how can you bully junior sister? A man bullying a woman is despicable," a disciple said. This disciple was in the small town to help Ningxu. "Senior brother, can you help me beat him up? He's too much." Zhao Ling'er pointed at Ningxu and said angrily. "Then senior brother Qi, I'm sorry. Let's exchange a few moves. Junior sister is protected by all the Zhao Castle brothers." A disciple pulled out his sword. "Senior brother Qi, please exchange a few moves with me." Ningxu glanced at Zhao Ling'er, who was wiping her tears, and looked at Ningxu proudly through the gaps between her fingers. She was eccentric and smart. Ningxu turned around and left. He couldn't be bothered to quarrel with these people. "Are you admitting defeat?" Zhao Ling'er put her hands on her waist. However, she was indeed in pain from Ningxu's kick. She felt pain in her chest and abdomen after saying a few words. "What are you guys doing here?" Zhao Bo came out from the study and saw a group of people gathered together. He said sternly, "Do you think you're number one in the world and don't need to practice martial arts?" "Master." The disciples cupped their fists and bowed. Ningxu shouted, "Uncle." Hearing Ningxu's greeting, the disciples were stunned and looked at Ningxu. Zhao Bo smiled and said, "Let me introduce you guys. This is Zhao Yi, a member of Zhao Castle. From now on, you guys are of the same generation. Father, he hit me. He attacked me for no reason and made me bleed." Zhao Ling'er stomped her feet and complained to her father. Zhao Ling'er was smart and eccentric. She had a lot of ideas and was also pretty. In Zhao Castle, she was someone no one dared to offend. Normal people couldn't handle her. Zhao Ling'er purposely showed the blood at the corner of her mouth. Zhao Bo's scolding had a hint of heartache. "How did this happen?" "It was him who kicked me. Without asking why, he kicked me so heavily." Zhao Ling'er clutched her chest and frowned, looking extremely uncomfortable. This disciple can testify. At that time, junior sister couldn't even get up from the ground. It was this disciple who helped her up. A disciple said. Zhao Bo looked at Ningxu. Ningxu had an apologetic expression. At that time, Ling'er suddenly jumped out. "I thought it was an assassin. My body was faster than my head, so I attacked first. If I knew it was my cousin, I wouldn't have attacked. This is a misunderstanding. In the future, talk nicely with your cousin." He just came back and doesn't know your personality. Okay, go get some medicine from your mother, Xiao Bo said to Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling looked at her father in disbelief and unwillingly shouted, "Father, I'm injured. Father, you don't love me anymore." Zhao Ling was really sad now. She ran away in tears. The group of senior brothers called their junior sisters and chased after Zhao Ling. Ningxu said, "Do you want nephew to apologize to sister Ling? After all, I was too rude and couldn't control myself." "It's not your fault. After all, you've been living in the dangerous demon sect. This daughter of mine has been spoiled by me. When the time comes, I don't know if her husband will be tolerant." Xiao Bo couldn't help but shake his head. Ningxu said, "Ling is so cute. She'll definitely find a handsome young man to entrust her life to." Zhao Ling was lively and cute in a nice way. But in a bad way, she was unruly and willful. Ningxu wouldn't spoil her. The next time he bumped into her muzzle, he wouldn't have any scruples. Who told her to live in the demon sect for so many years? It was normal for her to be moody. She probably suffered a loss at Ningxu's hands. She was angry and wanted to get back at him. Zhao Ling teamed up with the other disciples to mess with Ningxu every day, wanting to see Ningxu break down and cry. Ningxu directly settled it with violence, and every time, he would make Zhao Ling suffer a bit without leaving a trace. Zhao Ling hated Ningxu so much that she wished she could kill Ningxu. They had formed a huge grudge. Ningxu was more concerned about the gathering of the martial arts world. In the past few days, various sects and clans had arrived at the Zhao Castle one after another. Ningxu was simply speechless towards Zhao Ling. Even at this time, she still brought a group of disciples to cause trouble. Ningxu was very tired of Zhao Ling's childish pranks, so he reminded Xiao Bo, who then let Zhao Ling embroider in the room. How could Zhao Ling know how to embroider? She hated Ningxu even more. With the arrival of various sects and clans, the Zhao Castle became lively. Many sects and clans gathered together, and the clothes of each sect were colorful. Ningxu even saw some bald heads. These monks who were vegetarian and reciting Buddhist scriptures had all come to join in the fun. Every night, the sound of roof tiles could be heard, and wave after wave of people stepped on them. It seemed like they had heard the rumor. Ningxu released the news of the origin returning sacred art, but he didn't release much useful information. He just said that the demon sect had lost something good and was now looking for it all over the world. Moreover, someone had betrayed them and stolen it. There were also some rumors that someone had seen the thief heading towards the Zhao Castle. The demon sect's people had also been lingering around the Zhao Castle. When Xiao Bo heard this, he smashed a thick wooden table to pieces. No wonder those old bald donkeys ran over. They usually eat vegetarian and recite Buddhist scriptures with a benevolent appearance. They don't do things like killing people and want to save the world, Xiao Bo said with a frown. It wasn't just the monks who didn't do anything but wanted benefits. Some small sects and clans also ran over, saying that they wanted to get rid of the demon sect. However, these small sects and clans could only sleep around the Zhao Castle because there weren't that many rooms. These small sects and clans even muttered that the Wuling Alliance master was stingy and wouldn't let them in. They didn't even give them a bite to eat. Although Xiao Bo was angry, he felt that he had self-restraint and didn't argue with these people. How did this news get out? Xiao Bo frowned. Ningxu said in a low voice, "It must be those thieves from the demon sect. Maybe it was spread by the people of the Zhao Castle. I used the alias of Qi in the demon sect. Someone in the Zhao Castle knows that my name is Qi. These people probably suspected that the item was in the Zhao Castle and ran over." "Uncle, what should we do now?" Ningxu asked Xiao Bo. "What if these people join forces and ask us for the secret manual?" Xiao Bo's expression was indifferent. "They don't want the item. Just give them some information. Benefits alone won't do. When the time comes, I'll bring you in front of them. Tell them this," Xiao Bo said to Ningxu. Ningxu agreed. "Uncle's idea is still the best. Old fox." At night, Ningxu stuffed a book into Mei Wu's hands. Mei Wu took the book and read it. "Why are you giving it to me?" "I have a plan." "Do you want to hear it?" Ningxu asked. Mei Wu shook his head. No. These people have gathered together to attack our sect. We should leave the Zhao Castle now. Don't tell me you want to bring these people to attack the Saint Devil Peak. Ningxu said indifferently, how is that possible? I have a plan. Why are you giving me a lousy book? Mei Wu asked. I think we should leave this place now and inform the sect. What's the point? We can just stay here and have fun, Ningxu said unhappily. Let me tell you. If you do this tomorrow, Mei Wu stared at Ningxu. I don't agree. There are so many people here. You want me to die? You don't have good intentions. You're just afraid that I'll keep an eye on you. I don't agree with your plan. I want to stay alive to protect Mrs. Body. Mei Wu stared at Ningxu viciously. I didn't ask you to die. I just want you to cooperate with me. Everything I do is for the Saint Devil cult, Ningxu said. Mei Wu shook his head. Ningxu wasn't angry at Mei Wu's rejection. She and Mei Wu were strangers. After all, she wasn't the original owner. It was normal that Mei Wu didn't listen to her. Since Mei Wu didn't want to cooperate with her, Ningxu could only find another way. She had to make these people fight. The original owner's tragedy was planned by Zhao Bo and Qi Yi. This time, the Zhao Castle would be the battlefield. Ningxu put the book in her arms and left the room. Mei Wu stopped Ningxu and asked, where are you going? I can't sleep. I'm going to find a place to take a walk, Ningxu said indifferently. You can't do anything dangerous. This is Mrs. Body. Mei Wu blocked the door. Ningxu stared at Mei Wu without saying a word. Mei Wu felt uncomfortable under Ningxu's stare. No matter what, you can't risk Mrs. Body. To be honest, it was annoying to listen to Mei Wu's nagging every day. She couldn't do anything smoothly. She wasn't the original owner of this body. Mei Wu was the original owner of this body. She really wanted to get rid of this person. I'm not going anywhere. I just ate too much at night. I'm going for a walk. You don't have to follow me. Just wait for me in the house. Ningxu pointed at Mei Wu. Don't follow me. Ningxu wandered around Zhao Castle. Because there were many people, there were always people walking around in the courtyard. Ningxu hid behind the rockery and threw the Plum Blossom Villa's Plum Blossom dart at the Bright Flower Sect's disciple's butt. He threw the Bright Flower Sect's disciple's sword into the Wuji sect's house. Along the way, he stepped into the house where the monks were staying. He took out the secret manual from his bosom and threw it into the courtyard. They were all martial artists and were very alert to any movement. When the monks went out, they saw a figure trying to pick up something on the ground. But when someone came out, the figure disappeared in a flash. The monk picked up the secret manual on the ground. When he saw that it was a secret manual, he hurriedly put it away. Because Ningxu was fishing in troubled waters, the entire Zhao Castle was in an uproar. There were sounds of swords and sabers clashing, and people were cursing as they fought. Why did you throw the plum blossom dart? You even stuck it in his butt. The Bright Flower Sect's disciple was flustered and exasperated. My junior brother is still bleeding. You deliberately provoked him. The Plum Blossom Villa's disciple immediately retorted. Who shot the dart? You even smelled my dart. People of the pugilistic world fought whenever there was a disagreement. It was impossible for there to be no grudges between these sections. I said that you did it, and the evidence is conclusive. You actually dare to refute me? Anyway, they fought noisily. When people fought, there would naturally be people trying to calm them down. It was very normal for people to be accidentally injured in the chaos. F***ck, who hit me? Stop fighting, these sects were actually fighting for themselves. With so many sects mixed together, there was no harmony between the righteous sections. There was no filthy discord. In the end, it became a mess. The trees, stone tables, and flower pots in the courtyard were all attacked. It was a complete mess. When their adrenaline was running high, they didn't care about anything else. If they couldn't win, they would look for helpers. Everyone happily joined the slashing team. Ningxu hid to the side, avoiding the flower pots and darts that were thrown at him, and went to find Xiao Bo. Xiao Bo was hurrying over. When Ningxu saw Xiao Bo, he immediately said, "Uncle, these people are going to cause trouble. Xiao Bo's face was ashen. Seeing the chaos and the weapons flying around, he roared, "All of you, stop." Although Xiao Bo was the Wuling Alliance's alliance master, everyone was scared out of their wits. When Xiao Bo shouted, these people simply ignored him. Xiao Bo was stunned. He stretched out his hand and separated these people who were fighting inseparably. One by one, they were sent flying. "Stop it!" Xiao Bo bellowed loudly in his dantian. His voice was so deep and powerful that it was almost unbearable to the ear. Everyone covered their ears and finally quieted down. "Who can tell me what's going on?" Xiao Bo said coldly. This destruction was all his home. "Alliance Master, it's all because of the Plum Blossom Villa's bullying," a disciple said. "Nonsense, don't try to frame people. Our Plum Blossom Villa's people shoot at the vital points. Only those who eat too much will shoot at people's butts. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. You are deliberately humiliating people." The scene was noisy. One after another, it was even more lively than a market. They all complained to Xiao Bo. Xiao Bo's face was calm as he stared at these people expressionlessly. These were all fights between the younger generation. After a while, the people in charge of the various sects came and saw their own disciples' pig heads. When they saw the mess around them, they all apologized to Xiao Bo, saying that they were not strict enough in their discipline. Xiao Bo's expression became more and more calm. He only said indifferently, "The various sects have to take good care of their disciples. If we really go to exterminate the demon sect, who will be responsible if something happens? Don't even talk about exterminating the demon sect. This is simply throwing away the face of the righteous sections. We haven't even attacked the demon sect and we are already fighting with our own people. If you can't stay in my Zhao family fortress, then leave." Xiao Bo's voice was low and his aura was so strong that it shocked everyone present. "Alliance Master, please forgive us. We will definitely discipline our disciples well." The people in charge of the various sects all said to Xiao Bo. Anyone who saw their own home being destroyed by others would be furious. Ningxu saw that Xiao Bo's hands behind his back were clenched into fists. If it wasn't for the big picture, Xiao Bo was probably going to beat these people up to vent his anger. "I gave you food to eat, I gave you a place to stay, but you still want to destroy the house?" Xiao Bo coldly snorted. His displeasure was obvious in his words as he turned around and left. Ningxu followed. The various sects took their disciples and left. They were disappointed that Xiao Bo didn't go far. They beat and scolded the disciples who caused trouble. They did it on purpose for Xiao Bo to see. After walking for a while, it was almost midnight and the dew was heavy. It was also a little cold. Xiao Bo stopped and sighed. He raised his head and looked at the sky. You saw it too. These people are like a plate of loose sand. They only have small benefits in their minds. If the entire Jianghu is united and unified, we won't be held hostage like this." Xiao Bo shook his head and said. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. This old Zhao had such a huge ambition to unify the Jianghu. It was a little unrealistic to merge all the sects together. It would take a lot of effort to gather people with different habits and different inheritances. The organization would be huge and complicated. When the time came, who knew what it would be like? What was he trying to do by unifying the Jianghu? Was he trying to rebel? Would the imperial court agree? The Jianghu being in chaos was what the imperial court wanted to see. The people of the Jianghu were all fish in a pond. No one could jump out of this pond. They longed to jump out, but jumping out meant death. Ningxu pondered for a moment and said, "Uncle, do you have such an expectation?" Xiao Bo clenched his fist. "Let's start with the Holy Devil cult. Use these people to deal with the Holy Devil cult first. We will slowly plan in the future. After the Holy Devil cult is dealt with, it will be the martial arts world election. My chances of being re-elected are not high, so I hope you can be elected as the martial arts world's chief." Xiao Bo said Ningxu. Ningxu nodded. "Nephew will remember. To unify the Jianghu, only an idiot would do such a laborious and thankless task. Moreover, he would be resisted by the various sections. In the end, he couldn't escape the curse of being separated for a long time and separated for a long time. It was as if he had nothing better to do. This way, the situation where the various sects restrained each other was the best. Ningshu said, "It's useless to unify those people. It doesn't matter if it's useless. The most important thing is to be obedient and have people respond when you call for help." If he raised his arms and called for help, tens of thousands of people would respond and the imperial court would come to exterminate the rebels. Qi might be able to fulfill Xiao Bo's ambition. As the main character, he would definitely have a secret manual to cultivate his constitution. If Qi had really cultivated the secret manual, even if it was a relatively crude cultivation technique, Qi would have entered a whole new level. He would be different from ordinary people in the pugilistic world. Perhaps Qi could really unify the pugilistic world, go against the imperial court, and become the emperor. Then, he would become a god and immortal before ascending and killing people in another world. This is actually an inspirational drama for the male lead. The original host is just a stepping stone. Ningshu was once again glad that he had killed Qi. A person like Qi would have had a fortuitous encounter even if he did not obtain the Holy Guiyuan technique. For example, he might have eaten some heavenly treasure that could increase his internal energy by 60 years. You have to bring these people to attack the demonic sect quickly. If we drag this out, the demonic sect will sense it. Speed is the most important thing in war, Xiao Bo said. Ningshu hummed in acknowledgement. I understand. It seemed that Xiao Bo was also tired of these freeloaders who caused trouble. Ningshu put his hands behind his back and slowly returned to his room. Mei Wu hugged his sword and waited for Ningshu. He glanced at Ningshu but did not say a word. Ningshu could not be bothered with him. He sat cross-legged on the bed and started cultivating. Mei Wu stood guard outside the door. He hugged his sword and did not move at all. The next day, Xiao Bo gathered everyone in the square. The sects were clearly divided. Ningshu stood among the Zhao family fort's team below the stage and looked at Xiao Bo who was on the stage. Chief, everyone cupped their fists and bowed. Xiao Bo did the same. The demonic sect's evildoers kill without reason and harm the innocent. They even rob the commoners of their wealth. As a member of the righteous path, we cannot watch the demonic sect's evildoers kill and steal. Eradicate the demonic sect and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Eradicate the demonic sect and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. The crowd began to yell. Ningshu also raised his arm and shouted. He snorted in his heart. He wouldn't do something that didn't benefit him. He said that he wanted to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, but to put it bluntly, he valued the wealth of the demonic sect. The world is bustling with activity for profit, and the world is clamoring for profit. After a fight, they would definitely have to split the spoils. Actually, people's hearts were all the same. After the morale was boosted, a monk stood up and said, Ba, Benefactor Zhao, our Wuyu temple does not wish to participate in this operation. Hui Kong's master is also from a righteous sect. Wuyu Temple is the leader among the righteous sections. I hope that Wuyu Temple can contribute some strength to eliminating demons and defending the righteous path. Xiao Bo's expression was a little ugly. This time, he had just finished mobilizing, and someone had already appeared to slap him in the face. It made Xiao Bo want to pinch these monks to death. The veins on Xiao Bo's forehead bulged. Since Master Hui Kong does not wish to contribute to the common people of the world, then why did you come? Master, haven't you heard that eliminating evil is also for the sake of kindness, to prevent more people from falling into the hands of the demonic sect? Ba, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Benefactor Zhao, please don't blame us. Wuyu Temple is a place of Buddhism that transcends all living beings. This kind of killing is indeed difficult for Wuyu Temple. I will take my leave now. Hui Kong brought the monks of Wuyu Temple and was about to leave. Ningshu's lips curled up. He was afraid that the monks of Wuyu Temple had obtained the secret manual and didn't want to participate in this matter anymore. They wanted to leave in a hurry. If people found out that Wuyu Temple had the secret manual, Wuyu Temple would become the target of public criticism. Hey, wait a minute. Ningshu flashed and blocked the group of monks. He crossed his arms and said rudely, Master Hui Kong, it's not very appropriate for you to leave just like that, right? Ba, Benefactor, monks pay attention to the clarity of their thoughts. We won't do this kind of thing that goes against our state of mind. Hui Kong was blocked by Ning Shu and said calmly. Just what is it that made everyone of Wuyu Temple leave in such a hurry? My uncle wants to get rid of the malignant tumor of the martial arts world this time. As a member of the martial arts world, masters should all do their part. Otherwise, everyone's respect for Master Hui Kong and Wuyu Temple would be in vain. Master Hui Kong frowned and finally shook his head helplessly. Benefactor, you are making things difficult for people. Ning Shu sneered. Master Hui Kong, don't tell me you don't know what happened last night? The people of the demonic sect snuck into Zhao Castle and even caused internal strife among the various sections. Master Hui Kong, if you really want to stand by and do nothing, you must understand the principle of being cold without lips. Monk Hui Kong didn't speak. However, it really wasn't good for him to leave in this kind of situation. Hui Kong could only stay. If he really left, then such a righteous sect wouldn't have a good impression of Wuyu Temple. Living in the same pond, they either fought or helped each other. Ning Shu said with a smile. That's right. Since the people of the demonic sect are bullying us, we must fight back. Was it the demonic sect that did it last night? Are the people of the demonic sect really around? Then do the people of the demonic sect know that we are going to attack the demonic sect? Zhao Bo pressed his hand down. Quiet, quiet. Those are just the small tricks of the demonic sect. They want to disturb our hearts. This is my nephew, Xianxia said. Zhao Bo stretched out his hand towards Ning Shu. He hid in the demonic sect for several years when he was 12 years old. He knows everything about the demonic sect. This time, we will definitely be able to wipe out the demonic sect. Everyone didn't care about Ning Shu. Clearly, they had other things on their minds. Alliance Master Zhao, I heard that the Gui Yuan sacred technique is in the Zhao family fort. If we have the Gui Yuan sacred technique, won't our chances of winning be higher? A person said without hesitation. When the others saw that someone finally said it, they all agreed. Yes, Alliance Master Zhao. This Gui Yuan sacred technique can't be taken by the Zhao family fort alone. This time, the people who came to attend the martial arts assembly all had the heart to get the secret technique. Even if they couldn't get it, they still wanted to take a look. The previous soul-stirring atmosphere of the mobilization meeting dissipated in an instant. Now, the only thing on their minds was to ask Zhao Bo for the secret manual. They even said that they wanted to improve their strength to better deal with the demonic sect. What a joke. Was the secret technique so easy to cultivate? They were just looking for a reason. If it was something else, these people wouldn't be so unsightly. But this was something that could have great power. It could become an immortal, move mountains, and fill seas. Everyone wanted such a powerful force. So many people were pressuring Zhao Bo. The law couldn't punish the majority. They were forcing Zhao Bo to hand over the secret technique. The title of Alliance Master seemed to be high and mighty. But when it concerned his own interests, he didn't recognize any Alliance Master. Zhao Bo's face was hideous and embarrassed for a moment. Ning Shu said coldly, what evidence do you have that the Gui Yuan sacred technique is in our Zhao family fort? If the Gui Yuan sacred art isn't in Zhao Castle, why are the demonic sect members around? Last night, the demonic sect members must have wanted to cause chaos and steal the secret manual. Master Hui Kong of the Wuyo Temple heard this and his eyes flickered. Everyone chimed in and listed all kinds of evidence to prove that the Gui Yuan sacred art was in Zhao Castle. Zhao Bo whispered to Ning Shu, this is why I want to unify the Jianghu. These people, Leader Zhao, I hope you can hand over the Gui Yuan sacred art and benefit the righteous path. This will be a blessing for the righteous path. Zhao Bo said without changing his expression, the secret manual isn't in Zhao Castle. This is the demonic sect's trick. They want us to kill each other. We haven't even attacked the demonic sect and they're already in chaos. Leader Zhao, the entire Jianghu has spread the news that the demonic sect members are looking for the secret manual, and the secret manual was stolen by a traitor. This person is your nephew, right? Zhao Bo stared at the person who spoke. He was the leader of the Wuji sect. Elderly, you have to have proof. I sent Er to the demonic sect to hide. Not long ago, the demonic sect members saw through him and he escaped. The demonic sect framed Er for stealing, Zhao Bo said indifferently. Elderly, do you have any objections? I don't have any objections, but there's no smoke without fire. The secret manual must be in Zhao Castle, elderly of the Wuji sect said. Yes, there's no smoke without fire. Everyone started to make a fuss. Previously, they said they were going to attack the demonic sect. Ningxu moved his neck, making cracking sounds. What's the fuss about? Ningxu flew down the high platform and attacked elderly of the Wuji sect. Elderly dodged Ningxu's fist. My uncle is talking. Who are you to interrupt? Ningxu's fist smashed into Elderly's chest. Elderly immediately retreated 2 steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. The disciples of the Wuji sect immediately surrounded Ningxu. When Meiwu saw Ningxu being surrounded, he used his qinggong and jumped into the encirclement, standing back to back with Ningxu. What do you mean? Elderly of the Wuji sect stared at Ningxu. Despite his young age, Ningxu was bleeding from a single punch. Ningxu raised his chin. My uncle is the Wulin Alliance leader. Since when is it your turn to interrupt? Even if the item is in my uncle's hands, it belongs to him. What right do you have to ask my uncle to hand it over? This is for the common people of the world, Elderly said matter-of-factly. I don't care about the common people of the world, you shameless thing. Ningxu clenched his fists. Together with Mei Wu, they defeated the Wuji sect's people. Ningxu kicked Elderly in the stomach, sending him flying. Zhao Yi, stop. Zhao Bo shouted to Ningxu. Uncle, these people are just asking to be taught a lesson. They really think they're so great. Just teach them a lesson. Ningxu cracked her knuckles, and the sound of cracking could be heard. Ba. Benefactor's hostility is too strong. Fighting and killing won't solve the problem. It will only hurt the harmony, Master Huikong said, shaking his head. Ningxu stared at Monk Huikong and sneered. What's the point of being a peacemaker? Why didn't you persuade the Wuji sect's people just now? Benefactor's thoughts are extreme. It's easy for him to go berserk, Master Huikong said to Ningxu. Ningxu stretched his neck. It's precisely because he's extreme that he needs to vent his emotions. Ningxu clenched his fists and attacked Monk Huikong. Master Huikong is a person of virtue and prestige. Don't be rude, Zhao Bo said symbolically. After all, Zhao Bo was also dissatisfied with this monk. Ningxu attacked Monk Huikong without holding back. He bent his fingers and grabbed Monk Huikong's chest, grabbing Monk Huikong's kasaya. Monk Huikong blocked Ningxu. Ningxu's other hand grabbed Monk Huikong's chest. He didn't feel anything like a book. Last night, it was clearly her who threw the secret book at Wuyu Temple's residence. Ningxu didn't attack Monk Huikong anymore. Instead, he attacked Wuyu Temple's monks. In the end, he grabbed a book from a small monk's cloth bag. Please return it to me. This small monk had red lips and white teeth. His features were clear and bright. It was hard to imagine that a monk could be this good-looking. Ningxu picked up the cloth bag. I'm not returning it to you. Huiji, are you okay? Master Huikong hurriedly asked the small monk with concern. Monk Huikong always had the appearance of a monk who was calm and unaffected by external matters. However, he cared a lot about this small monk. Little monk Huiji shook his head. Xixiang, I'm fine. Huiji looked at Ningxu with a pair of clear eyes. He gave off a very noble feeling. Ningxu couldn't help but feel ashamed of his inferiority. Benefactor, can you return this to me? Little monk Huiji clasped his hands together and bowed. Ningxu asked. Ningxu said nastily, looking at your appearance, you care a lot about this thing. Let me see what's inside. Ningxu bared his teeth. Monk Huikong helplessly shook his head. Little monk Huiji said, Benefactor, please return this to me. I promised Alliance head Zhao to go on a punitive expedition against the devil sect. Ningxu shrugged his shoulders. It doesn't matter. It's just that my uncle is kind. With me leading the way, Zhao Castle can eliminate the devil sect. There's no need for so many people. Ningxu opened the cloth bag and took out a book. The name was Maha Prajna Pineapple Heart Sutra. This was the Buddhist scripture Prajna Heart Sutra. Ningxu was speechless. Was this the book she threw last night? This was a bit awkward. Ningxu looked at little monk Huiji. This little monk had delicate features, but he didn't have a bit of femininity. He also didn't have a bit of worldly aura. Benefactor, please return this thing to me. Huiji bowed and said calmly. Enough fooling around. Return this thing to little Master Huiji. Ningxu said. If they didn't find anything on the monks of Wuyu Temple, then why did they leave in such a hurry? Ningxu handed the yellow cloth bag to little monk Huiji. Even Xiaobo had to call Huiji little master. This little monk must have something special about him. Huiji, could it be that this guy is very smart? Could it be that he saw something? Or could it be that he saw that the secret manual was fake? Ningxu's mind flashed with all kinds of thoughts as he stared at little monk Huiji. Huiji took the cloth bag with both hands and strapped it over his body. Little monk Huiji raised his head and met Ningxu's gaze. He bowed and said, Benefactor, if revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? Why don't you let it go? Benefactor has a lot of inner demons. These inner demons will devour Benefactor sooner or later. Little monk Huiji looked at Ningxu and said, if one's heart is filled with resentment, the world will be hell in the eyes of Benefactor. Ningxu smiled. The world in her eyes was really hell. People who struggled in hell gave up their souls to break free from their destinies. If one was happy, who would give up their soul? Only when one was living a miserable life would one want to exchange for the most valuable thing. What if I can't let it go? If the heavens are unfair, then I can only kill to stop killing and use violence to stop violence. Ningxu said. Huiji said Ba, the heavens are clear. Everyone has their own life path. We will follow this path to the end of our lives. Oh, so the heavens gave you the fate of becoming a monk? Ningxu stared at the little monk. Ningxu and Huiji chatted here. Xiaobo told everyone to scram, since you aren't willing to fight the demon sect, then leave. Xiaobo chased these people away. But they weren't willing to leave even if he chased them away. After all, they didn't get the origin returning saint technique that they wanted. Thus, the righteous sects camped near Zhao family castle. It was obvious that they were certain that the thing was in Zhao family castle. Xiaobo was so furious that he was about to have a brain hemorrhage. He wanted to rely on these people to fight the demon sect, but now they were fighting over a technique. Xiaobo placed his hands behind his back and clenched his fists. He had to quickly cultivate the origin returning saint technique. Only then would he be able to shock these people. Ningxu was still discussing fate with Huiji. At this point, Ningxu was certain that this little novice monk had seen through the deception. Which was why he wanted to leave Zhao family castle. Little monk, Huiji will be injured. Your master is right to give you this name. Ningxu said. Ba. Huiji bowed, thank you, benefactor, for your praise. Then this little monk will take his leave, senior brothers. Huiji said. Little monk, didn't you promise my uncle that you would help us attack the devil sect? Monks don't lie. Ningxu stared sharply at Huiji. Benefactor Zhao has already asked everyone to leave the Zhao family fort, so this humble monk is not lying. Huiji said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. The corners of Ningxu's mouth twitched. Huiji then said to Ningxu, Benefactor's inner demons will harm you sooner or later. Ningxu didn't care and said, Little monk, you keep saying that I have a heart devil. What heart devil do I have? Heavy hostility, heavy heart, heavy soul, heavy killing, Huiji said. You're right. You seek eternal life in the world of light. I seek light in the world of darkness. You have paradise, but I live in hell. What I see is different from what you see. Ningxu looked at his hands. His hands were really stained with blood, but so what? Ba, Xitigarbha Bodhisattva is still in hell. This has nothing to do with where you are. Huiji retorted. Little Master Huiji, my master invites you. A disciple of the Zhao family fort came over and said to Huiji. Okay. Little Master Huiji followed the disciple. Ningxu narrowed his eyes. Why was Xiaobo looking for Huiji? What's the identity of this little monk? Ningxu asked a disciple of the Zhao family fort. Little Master Huiji's dharma is profound and his attainments are extremely high. He is the most intelligent person in the Wuyu Temple in the past 100 years. The Dharma was profound, but he had read 2 more Buddhist scriptures and said some specious words. Moreover, little Master Huiji can deduce all the martial arts in the world. Ning Shu, F***ck, her fake secret manual must have been discovered. This little bastard is cheating. This is the real male lead. Then Xiaobo was looking for Huiji to deduce the Gui Yuan sacred technique. She wanted to see how Huiji would deduce it. The Gui Yuan sacred technique was 90% correct. Only the key and minute parts were wrong. Ning Shu went to the study room. There were several disciples guarding the door. They held scabbards in their hands and stopped Ning Shu. Master has something to do and is not seeing anyone. Ning Shu pushed the person in front of him away. You can't go in. Ning Shu pushed open the door and walked in. Xiaobo frowned and said unhappily, "What are you doing?" "I heard that the little monk can deduce martial arts, so I came to take a look." Ning Shu sat down. "No rules. Look at what you have done today." A good morale-raising ceremony turned into this. Xiaobo felt that he had lost all his face as the alliance leader. "Uncle, these people are just a mob. We can't rely on them." Ning Shu looked at Huiji. Huiji was holding a book in his hands. It was the Gui Yuan sacred technique. Even though he was holding something that everyone in the pugilistic world dreamed of, his eyes were calm. There was no greed in his clear eyes. His wisdom surpassed many people. He didn't have any greed when he saw a treasure. This was quite scary. Just like Ning Shu. When he saw a treasure, he would definitely be excited and want it. It was human nature to chase after beautiful things and precious things. But Huiji was like this. TSK, did you see anything?" Ning Shu asked Huiji. Huiji shook his head, "I haven't seen anything yet. This secret manual is very complicated. According to my deduction, I haven't found anything wrong with it." "Little monk, how much energy do you need to think every day? The temple is vegetarian. What nutrition can it give you? You are overdrafting your body." Ning Shu said indifferently. "He's a child, and he's still growing." Ning Shu continued to blabber. Huiji's forehead was covered in sweat and his face was a little pale, probably because he was having a hard time thinking. Shut up. Don't disturb the little master." Xiaobo glared at Ning Shu. Ning Shu shrugged and didn't say anything. Huiji put down the secret manual. He looked a little tired. "Benefactor Zhao, can you give me a few days?" "Sorry to trouble you, little Master Huiji. Please stay in Zhao Castle," Xiaobo said. Huiji bowed and left the study. Ning Shu stood up and said to Xiaobo, "Uncle, why did you give him the secret manual? With his wisdom, I am afraid that he has already memorized these things." Huiji was a person with an extremely high IQ. Xiaobo said, "It doesn't matter. There are not many people in this world who can deduce the secret manual. If this secret manual is fake, then I will have practiced it in vain. Maybe I will be possessed by the devil. In this way, the devil cult can easily injure me. Can you trust this little monk Huiji? I don't trust the other monks in Wuyu Temple, but I trust this Huiji. His Buddhist heart is firmer than any other monk." Xiaobo said. "If you do something as reckless as today again, get out of Zhao Castle." "How many times have I said it? Don't bring the demon sect's way of doing things here. This is not the demon sect." I know. Ning Shu walked out of the study impatiently. When he saw the little monk Huiji, his heart was full of malice. His Buddhist heart was firm, but he didn't know how firm it was. Ning Shu walked beside Huiji with her hands behind her back. She looked at Huiji from the corner of her eyes. From the side, this little monk looked really handsome. Without a hairstyle, he relied on his looks to stand out. "Little monk." Huiji bowed, "Female benefactor." Ning Shu was speechless. She already had an Adam's apple and her period hadn't come for many years. How did this little bastard know? "Benefactor, don't be surprised. Men and women are different. Appearances can't hide these differences." "How many years have you been a monk?" Huiji grew up in Wuyo Temple. How many books does Wuyo Temple have? 178 Buddhist scriptures, 37 Buddhist theories, 8 Buddhist laws, and countless martial arts in the world. Huiji replied seriously. Ningxu frowned and asked, how do you feel after reading so many scriptures? What is the foundation of Buddhism? Is it because all living beings are suffering? Do you believe in Buddhism and transcend the sea of suffering and reach the Western paradise? Ningxu stared at Huiji and asked. She wanted to cause trouble and challenge Huiji's Buddhist heart. Ningxu couldn't bear to hear the little monk say that there was no shore in the sea of suffering and that it was better to turn back. She had to continue walking. Everyone was forced to turn back when it was easy to talk. Ba. Huiji performed a Buddhist salute, do not do evil, do good, purify one's mind, this is Buddhism. Learn from Buddha and know yourself. You are restraining yourself. Huiji said. Ningxu waved her hands, don't say such words. I don't understand. Have you eaten meat? No. All living beings have spirits. It is a sin to be greedy for food. Huiji replied seriously. Don't talk about evil. Just tell me if you want to eat it or not. Ningxu looked at the little monk Huiji with a smile. I'll treat you to roast duck, roast chicken, braised salted duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, pine flour, tripe, dried meat, sausages, assorted plate, smoked chicken, white tripe, steamed pig with 8 treasures, duck steamed with glutinous rice, rabbit breast, vegetable python, silver fish, braised duck kidney, braised duck strips, mixed shredded duck. As Ningxu spoke, he started to feel hungry. The little monk Huiji's expression was indifferent. Thank you, benefactor. This little monk doesn't eat these things. Ningxu was not discouraged. He had never tasted these things before, so he naturally did not know how delicious they were. What do you eat every day? Ningxu asked. Flagella, winter mushrooms, winter bamboo shoots, vegetarian chicken, fresh mushrooms, golden needles, wood ear, ripe chestnuts, ginkgo, cauliflower, carrots, tofu, fresh vegetables, dried fruits. The little monk said, it doesn't mean that vegetables are not nutritious. Ningxu shrugged his shoulders, you said it yourself. All living beings in the world have spirits. When you eat these plants, you can feel the teeth of people chewing them. They are all evil. It is the same whether it is big or small. The little monk Huiji frowned and did not say anything. Do you know what pain is? Do you know what happiness is? Do you think that by chanting scriptures in the temple and knocking on the wooden fish, you can convert the world? This little monk was not old. His indifferent and mature appearance made him seem like an old man. Relying on the incense money from the pilgrims and chanting some strange words to the pilgrims, you call that converting the world? Ba. The karma of the past is the result of one's actions. If there is a cause, then there is an effect. If you don't do evil, then there will be no retribution. Then why do you still believe in Buddhism? Ningxu tilted his head and looked at the little monk Huiji. Have you gone to the outside world to take a look? Is your goal to convert the world, or do you want to become Buddha? This little monk wants to convert the world. Ningxu said with a smile, if you want to convert the world, then you have to walk into the mortal world. Those who are struggling in the mortal world are the ones you should convert. Or are you afraid that if you enter the mortal world and get involved with the mortal world, you will be consigned to eternal damnation? Ningxu said calmly. Benefactor, are you angry about what happened last night or what happened during the morale-raising ceremony? Is that why you want to destroy this little monk's faith? Huiji said calmly. TSK, you can tell. You are unhappy, very unhappy. Ningxu looked at the little monk, what is the meaning of living like this? Then what is the meaning of living like benefactor? Ningxu spread his hands, for me, living is the most important thing, just like how you want to convert the world. If you don't go to hell, how can you convert the world? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva even went to hell. If hell is not empty, he will not become a Buddha. Ningxu said to Huiji in a serious tone, if I were you, I would go to the mortal world and walk around. What is the meaning of chanting Buddhist scriptures every day? The outside world is much more interesting than Buddhist scriptures. Ba, people are greedy for pleasure. When they go to the mortal world, what changes is their mind. Huiji ignored Ningxu's temptation, this little monk knows that there are too many things in the outside world. If your mind is corroded by the mortal world, how can you be considered an enlightened monk? What is the use of reading so many Buddhist scriptures? Ningxu said disdainfully. Don't forget your original intention. As the most intelligent monk in 100 years, you don't even understand this? Ba, benefactor, you don't have to provoke this little monk. Even if this little monk can't convert the world, I will convert myself first. Huiji made a Buddhist bow and said lightly. To convert oneself, to know oneself. Doctors don't treat themselves. The most difficult thing in the world is to know oneself. Ningxu couldn't convince Huiji, and Huiji's theory didn't appeal to Ningxu. A monk who didn't worry about food and clothing said that he wanted to convert the world? Little monk, I can guarantee that you will never become a Buddha. You will, your Buddha heart seems to be crystal clear and indestructible, but it's not even comparable to a stone. A stone that has been rolling in the world of mortals has its sharp edges smoothed out by bumps. No matter where it is, it will be able to remain calm. Ningxu thought, damn, it was really not easy to destroy a person's faith. But this kind of monk was a real monk. Persevering in one's own heart, not many people could do this. Thank you, benefactor, for your advice. Huiji will keep it in mind. Huiji made a Buddhist bow to Ningxu. Ningxu hammered his chest, feeling inexplicably stifled. Little monk, with your talent, you can do other things after renouncing asceticism. Your contribution to the world will be greater. It will be more useful than chanting sutras and knocking on wooden fish. Ba, Huiji is only outstanding because he read 2 more Buddhist sutras. Huiji has no other talent. Ningxu waved his hand, too lazy to talk to him. He turned and left. Benefactor, Ningxu waved his hand without looking back. Don't try to persuade me to repent. You can't say that what I do is wrong. Little monk, I have more merit than you. Damn, the feeling of showing off is really too good. Why did he try to persuade me to repent? If I can't convert him, I'll just cremate him. Teaching people to do good is merit. Don't forget that eliminating evil is also merit. Huiji returned to his temporary residence. Monk Huikong saw Huiji's tired face and hurriedly asked, Shitty, what's wrong? Nothing. Why did Alliance Head Zhao call you? Monk Huikong asked. Huiji shook his head, nothing. Xixiang, you guys can leave first. I still have something to do. I want to beg for alms all the way to Mount Song to participate in the martial arts convention. Huiji said. Do you want to train? Monk Huikong said, you're still young, you definitely can't resist those temptations. You're very intelligent, but Xixiang doesn't want your Buddhist heart to be polluted. Once it's covered in dust, it won't be pure anymore. Monk Huikong didn't agree, if you don't go back with me, the abbot will definitely punish me. Xixiang, I'll definitely be fine. In at most half a year, I'll return to Wuyo Temple. You guys leave first. I'm afraid something big is going to happen. When the time comes, I'll ask Master for forgiveness. Huiji took out a piece of paper and wrote a full page of Buddhist scriptures on it. Xixiang, please give this to Master. Huiji, you're the hope of our Wuyo Temple's 100 years of prosperity. Don't waste your own future. Huiji said, don't worry, Xixiang will take good care of myself. Sigh. Monk Huikong sighed and said Ba. His expression was a bit worried. Clearly, he was worried about Huiji entering the world. However, under the urging of Huiji, Monk Huikong brought the monks and left Zhao Castle. Ningxu nibbled on a fruit and strolled around Zhao Castle. He saw Huiji send the monks of Wuyo Temple away. Ningxu casually walked over, why didn't you go with them? Without adults by your side, it's easy for a delicate child like you to be kidnapped. Ba. The little monk Huiji bowed solemnly. Benefactor, I feel that you are filled with malice towards me. Ningxu shrugged. Do I have one? I don't think so. No matter how ugly the world is, there are still many beautiful things. Huiji looked at Ningxu. Ningxu nodded repeatedly. I agree. Little monk, since your senior brothers have all left, I'll treat you to a meal. Let's make something together. Ningxu threw the fruit pit far away. Who is it? Who threw it? Who is so wicked? An exasperated voice sounded. Bah. Thank you, benefactor. This little monk is a bit tired and needs to rest. Huiji politely rejected Ning Shu's ill-intentioned invitation. Ning Shu stretched out his finger. She was a little perverted. Why did she want to destroy beautiful and cute things? Forget it, he shouldn't tease this little monk. Perhaps this little monk could become a senior monk in the future and help people get rid of the confusion and helplessness in their hearts. Mei Wu asked Ning Shu, Miss, do you like that monk? Ning Shu was speechless. Mei Wu had such a strong taste. No, I don't like him. Ning Shu shook his head. They each had their own beliefs and couldn't talk about the same thing. Besides, she had come and gone from so many worlds. She was at least 100 years old. How could she like a little kid? Once the mission was completed, he would leave this world. Ning Shu didn't intend to build any relationship. Mei Wu didn't say anything and just followed Ning Shu. At night, Ning Shu put on his night clothes and sneaked into Zhao Bo's study. He turned the vase on the shelf and triggered the mechanism. A hidden weapon flew towards Ning Shu. Ning Shu rolled on the ground to avoid the mechanism and grabbed the book in the hidden compartment. There's a thief and an assassin. Ning Shu had just escaped from the study when the whole Zhao castle was in an uproar. Many people came to Ning Shu's side. Ning Shu jumped over the wall and escaped from the Zhao castle. He ran towards the sect stationed outside the Zhao castle. Many people had noticed the situation at the Zhao family fort and were looking at it one after another. They wondered what had happened at the Zhao castle. Many people couldn't help but think about the secret manual, Guiyuan Divine Skill. Ning Shu repeated the same trick and threw the secret manual at the sections. Then he took off his night clothes and pretended to be chasing after the assassin. Ning Shu greeted Zhao Bo, uncle, someone is causing trouble again. I saw a black shadow just now but lost it. These people from the devil sect are really persistent. Zhao Bo glanced at Ning Shu. His expression changed unpredictably under the light of the torch. People from the devil sect? Ning Shu asked in surprise. It should be the people from the devil sect. Could it be that they still haven't given up on the secret manual? Ning Shu thought for a while. Uncle, go and see if it's lost. It doesn't matter if it's lost. It's fake anyway. Ning Shu was speechless. People started to like to fake things in this era. There was no trust between people. It's good that it's fake. These people from the devil sect went for wool and came home shorn. However, uncle, I don't think it's the people from the devil sect who did it. There's another person who knows about the secret manual. It's the little monk Huiji. Maybe it was the little monk Huiji who stole it. Ning Shu said sneakily. Benefactor. The little monk Huiji's voice faintly sounded. Ning Shu turned his head to look. You're here. It's a bit dark so I didn't see you. Other than the little master Huiji, only you and I know about this matter. Are you the one who did it? Zhao Bo finally said what was in his heart. If wants to cultivate, it's not that I don't agree. It's just that we don't know if it's real or fake. We need to know if this secret manual is real first. Ning Shu was speechless. Am I stupid or did I eat too much? Fortunately, I stole it back from the devil sect. Now I have to steal it again. I know that my cultivation uncle will definitely let me cultivate. Why would I do such a useless thing? I'm willing to believe you. The Zhao family manor will be handed over to you in the future. Thank you, uncle. Ning Shu said obediently. After a while, the Zhao family fortress quieted down. However, outside the Zhao family fortress, there was an uproar. The reason was that when a person was peeing, he found that he had stepped on something. Then, he put it in his arms and went back to his tent to take a look. Damn, it was a secret manual of a divine technique. His heart was beating wildly. He was afraid that others would find it, so he quickly hid it. After getting something precious, people would be very nervous and in disbelief. However, he was still found by others. In order to fight for the secret manual, they killed him. They didn't care whether the secret manual was real or not. They just killed the person and took the secret manual. In any case, this secret manual was like a bait, making the people stationed outside the Zhao family fortress kill each other. In the face of such a temptation, not everyone could hold on. A few days later, Ning Shu heard that several people had died. Now, the secret manual was missing. It was said that it was stolen by a disciple of the everlasting sect. Now, all the sects were looking for the disciple who stole the secret manual. Zhao Bo heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, these people were no longer focusing on Zhao family fort. However, Zhao Bo still had a suspicion in his heart. Why did the people from the demon sect do things like this? They even lost the secret manual. Only an idiot would do something like this. However, it was beneficial to him. He wanted to succeed in cultivating the first volume of Gui Yuan Divine Technique before the martial arts world election. If he succeeded, he could be re-elected as the martial arts world's chief. At that time, Zhao Bo was becoming more and more distrustful of this nephew who came back from the demon sect. Ba. Huiji walked to Ning Shu's side. Benefactor, don't you feel guilty for doing this? Little monk, don't talk nonsense. Ning Shu stared at Huiji. I didn't do anything. Huiji stared at Ning Shu with his clear eyes. His eyelashes were very long and reflected in his eyes. Even if you stare at me, I didn't do it. Ning Shu spread his hands. Aren't you tired of staring at me every day? Ning Shu stretched. It seemed that it was time to leave Zhao family fort. Before he left, he had to set a fire. He had to hurry back and take the medicine. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to change back. He would really become a transvestite with breasts and an Adam's apple. Little monk, do you know martial arts? Ning Shu asked. Huiji nodded. A little. Ning Shu rolled his eyes. This little monk was very humble. He was probably an expert. However, why did he snatch his bag? Ning Shu wanted to spar with Huiji, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Why would he bully a child? Ning Shu turned and left. Ba. Ning Shu rolled his eyes. You won't be able to reform me, a witch from the demon sect. Ning Shu asked Mei Wu to pack his things and prepare to leave. Mei Wu was very happy and quickly packed his things. Ning Shu went to the woodshed and grabbed some firewood. He poured oil on it and lit it, then threw it into Zhao Bo's study. Then she set the whole woodshed on fire and fled with Mei Wu. Before he left, he even carved some words on the wall at the gate of the Zhao family fortress. Holding the dagger, he concentrated his qi into his dantian and engraved the words, Zhao Bo is a scoundrel. I will take back the devil cult's possession sooner or later. These words were engraved very deeply and very big. Then Ning Shu and Mei Wu mounted the horses and galloped away. Everyone in the Zhao family fort was busy putting out the fire and did not care about Ning Shu who had run away. Ning Shu turned his head and saw the blazing flames in the direction of the Zhao family fortress. The flames illuminated the sky red. Hiya! Ning Shu squeezed the horse's belly and raised the horsewhip. The sound of the horse's hooves was hurried. When they passed by a small town to rest, Ning Shu heard many people discussing the Zhao family fort's fire. Many people guessed that the martial arts alliance master had taken something from the devil cult, so the devil cult used this method to take revenge on the Zhao family fortress. Some people whispered that the alliance master had something that could make people become immortals. Once they got it, they could ascend and become immortals or gods. Ning Shu was speechless. This rumor was really outrageous. Ascension in broad daylight, the holy devil cult probably spread the news. The more bizarre it was, the faster it spread. After all, Zhao Bo was the martial arts alliance master. The more people focused their attention on Zhao Bo, the more advantageous it would be for the devil cult. Moreover, the righteous faction did not have time to attack the devil cult. They were all muddle-headed and did not know whether to continue tracking the Wuji sect disciple who had escaped with the secret manual, or to find Zhao Bo to get the secret manual. However, these people were prepared. They sent people to track down the secret manual sect disciple while keeping an eye on the Zhao family fortress. At the same time, a kill order was issued by Zhao Bo himself. The target was Zhao Yi, who used to be a member of the devil cult called Qi Yi. If anyone could kill Zhao Yi, they would get 500 taels of gold and become a disciple of the Zhao family fortress. Ning Shu saw the kill order. 500 taels of gold was a huge sum. Once Ningxu returned to the Holy Devil cult, he did not do anything but go to Elder Shen to ask for medicine. Hurry up and give me the medicine. After not seeing him for a while, Ningxu felt that Elder Shen's hair had decreased again. Moreover, the number of medicine men had also decreased. Did he torture someone to death? What medicine? Elder Shen's face was filled with confusion. Ningxu was expressionless. He touched the thing protruding from his neck. The medicine to eat this. Elder Shen shook his head. There is no such medicine. Ningxu was speechless. You said to eat medicine. I was just saying. I am going to tell Brother Sect Master that you want to turn me into a medicine man and even said that you want to transform me into a man. Elder Shen was speechless. Take it. Twice a day. Ningxu heaved a sigh of relief and took the medicine. He could not really be neither a man nor a woman like this. After returning to the Holy Devil cult, Ningxu began to cultivate. After a while, it would be the martial arts world's general election. Ningxu was still preparing to participate in the martial arts world's general election. Of course, it was more to cause destruction. After taking the medicine for a period of time, Ningxu's body became normal. He settled down to cultivate. There was already enough qi energy in his dantian to form a qi form. A dragon-shaped qi energy. Now, her strength had increased by a large margin. Ningxu and Yihua asked for a group of people to prepare to participate in the martial arts world's general election. After all, the Holy Devil cult was also a member of the Jianghu. How could they not attend such a grand event of the Jianghu? Yihua looked at Ningxu indifferently. Haven't you played enough? Sect Master, I am not playing. Ningxu hurriedly said. Everything I do is for the Holy Devil cult. This time I will definitely win glory for our Holy Devil cult. Ningxu said. This time we are going to see the strength of these sections. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will not be defeated in 100 battles. Yihua did not say anything. Ningxu waved his hand. Ningxu could only leave the main hall. After that, Yihua sent a group of people to Ningxu. Everyone in the Holy Devil cult was wearing black clothes. Wherever they went, they would be very conspicuous. Ningxu sat in a luxurious carriage and slowly headed towards Mount Song where the martial arts world's general election would be held. However, on the way to Mount Song, he met the travel-worn little monk Huiji. The little monk was alone. He was the only child. The clothes he was wearing were very old and seemed to be covered with a layer of dust. Ningxu was sitting by the window of the inn. When he looked down, he saw a manservant from a rich family bowing and nodding his head while talking to the little monk Huiji. After saying a few words, the little monk followed the manservant and left. Ningxu jumped down from the window and followed the two. When they arrived at a big house, the manservant brought Huiji into the house. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and circulated the energy in his dantian. He stepped on the wall and flipped over the top of the wall. This house was not small. Ningxu saw the manservant bring the little monk Huiji into the house. Ningxu jumped on the roof and opened the roof tiles to see the situation inside the house. Little master, you finally came. I think I have been possessed. A fat man grabbed the little monk Huiji's hand and pressed it against his chest. He had an expression of enjoyment on his face. Ningxu was speechless. Ba. Benefactor, please let go. After all, the little monk knew martial arts. He immediately retracted his hand. Even your voice is so pleasant to hear. The pig-headed man looked at the little monk Huiji with an infatuated expression. Huiji bowed, since the benefactor is fine, I will take my leave. Huiji turned around to open the door, but he realized that it was locked from the outside. He couldn't open it at all. Little master, with your body, it is a pity to be a monk. If you follow me, I can guarantee that you will live a good life. It is much better than being a monk. The perverted pig rubbed his hands and got close to Huiji. Huiji said fiercely, young master, please have some dignity. I am a Buddhist. Do you want to blaspheme the Buddha? The perverted guy's body trembled, your voice is so nice, so nice. Say it again, Ningxu was speechless. Huiji met a pervert. Moreover, he was a pervert. The perverted guy got close to Huiji. Huiji kicked the perverted guy's stomach. The perverted guy's stomach shook, causing Huiji to take 2 steps back. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. This perverted guy actually knew martial arts. Interesting, I like to play like this. The perverted guy grabbed Huiji's arm and the two of them started to fight. Ningxu couldn't help but cover his eyes. The little monk's martial arts were really bad. He thought that he was just being humble, but he didn't expect that his martial arts were really bad. Very quickly, Huiji was controlled. Huiji's expression was a little panicked and he looked really weak. After all, he was just an 8-year-old kid. Facing such a situation, he was stunned. Ningxu shrugged his shoulders. At this time, would the Buddha save you? If you couldn't even save yourself, how could you save the world? Ningxu jumped down from the roof. He kicked open the window and jumped into the house. Who is it? The perverted guy looked at Ningxu in annoyance. But when he saw Ningxu, he started to drool. Ningxu was dressed in red with a bell tied to her waist. She looked very beautiful. Another one. Good, good. At this moment, the wretched man was unbuttoning his pants, revealing an indescribable part. Ningxu was speechless. What an assortment of tastes. Is he an omnivore? Female benefactor, hurry up and leave. The little monk Huiji and Ningxu shouted. Oh, are you going to sacrifice yourself to save me? Ningxu was speechless. People should take good care of themselves. Ningxu pulled out the dagger tied to his calf and appeared in front of the wretched man in a flash. With a flash of the blade, blood spurted out. Ningxu had directly cut off the vulgar man's manhood. The wretched man let out an inhuman howl of pain. Ningxu grabbed the little monk Huiji's collar and jumped out of the window. He stepped on the wall and flipped over the wall, heading back to the inn. After returning to the inn, Ningxu let go of the little monk Huiji's collar. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. Huiji and Ningxu clasped their hands together and bowed. Didn't you want to save the world? Why do you still need someone to save you? TSK. Ningxu shook his head and said. Huiji looked at Ningxu. You are Zhaoyi? No. Huiji didn't care about Ningxu's identity. No matter what, thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. The head of all evil, why don't you save him? Ningxu looked at Ningxu with a smile. Huiji was speechless. Why are you alone? Ningxu tore off a drumstick and handed it to Huiji. There's only meat here, nothing else. Thank you, benefactor, but this little monk doesn't eat meat. Ningxu stared at Huiji. If you are in a desperate situation and this drumstick is the only thing you can eat, if you don't eat it, only death awaits you. Then would you eat it or die? This little monk chooses death. Ningxu was speechless. For a moment, Ningxu felt that he had no integrity. But living was Ningxu's most important thing. As long as it wasn't something that would hurt others, Ningxu would choose the choice that was beneficial to himself. And Huiji would sacrifice himself for a righteous cause and choose to believe. So Ningxu didn't understand why he had to cut off his flesh and feed it to the eagle. However, everyone had different principles and beliefs. Prepare some vegetarian food for this. Little monk, Ningxu said to the waiter. Thank you, benefactor. Huiji sat down and didn't say anything when he saw Mei Wu, who was guarding Ningxu. The waiter served a bowl of vegetarian noodles. Huiji bowed. Thank you, benefactor. The little monk ate very elegantly. In a short while, he finished the bowl of noodles. He was obviously hungry. Why are you alone? Ningxu asked while drinking tea. I've been training all the time. Oh, how does it feel? Ningxu asked. The little monk had lost weight. Obviously, he had suffered a lot. All living beings suffer. The world is like purgatory, Huiji said. It's impossible to enlighten the people of the world. But this little monk still wants to enlighten the people of the world. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva also knew that hell couldn't be empty, but he still fell into hell resolutely, Huiji said. It's good that you are happy. Continue to work hard. Ningxu had experienced so many worlds, but he had never encountered a beautiful world. If there was happiness, there would be misfortune. Maybe all of them were happy. Some people's happiness was built on other people's pain. But this guy's Buddhist heart was very firm. Are you going to Mount Song? The small monk asked Ningxu. Ningxu nodded. Can this little monk travel with you? Have you thought it through? Ningxu said indifferently. I am a member of the Holy Devil cult. Aren't you afraid that others will say that you are colluding with the Holy Devil cult if you travel with us? This little monk has a clear conscience. If you want to follow, then follow. After resting in the inn for a night, they continued their journey the next day. Huiji followed behind the group on foot. Ningxu, who was sitting in the carriage, turned around to look at him. Huiji was carrying a cloth bag and wearing dirty cloth shoes. What an ascetic monk. He was so harsh on himself. The group arrived at a small town near Mount Song. When Ningxu's group arrived at the small town, they immediately attracted strange and vigilant gazes. This was a gathering of the pugilistic world's righteous path. Why did people from the Holy Devil cult come? Were they here to cause trouble? Junior brother Huiji. When monk Huikong saw Huiji, he had tears in his eyes. After such a long time, there was no news of this little junior brother at all. This made the people of Wuyu Temple very anxious. Why are you with the people from the Holy Devil cult? Monk Huikong asked Huiji. He even stretched out his hand to protect Huiji behind him. Ningxu stuck his head out of the carriage. It is like what you saw. The little monk is colluding with our Holy Devil cult. Don't talk nonsense. Monk Huikong immediately retorted. Senior brother, I met them on the way. After saving me, I followed behind them. Little monk Huiji explained. Monk Huikong was still very vigilant. He said to Huiji. Junior brother, the abbot is also here. Quickly go and see him. The old man has been worried about you. Okay. Little monk Huiji gave Ningxu a Buddhist bow. Thank you, female benefactor, for saving my life. Ningxu propped up his chin and said lazily. You still say that you want to convert the world. Our Holy Devil cult is not human. You avoid us like snakes and scorpions when you see us? Little monk, come and convert us. We have so many bad people, Ningxu said. Didn't they say that all living things are equal? Huiji, benefactor, I'll take my leave. Huiji turned and left. Little monk, is the meat soup delicious? Ningxu shouted at Huiji's back. Next time, I'll treat you to roast chicken, not chicken noodle soup. Junior brother, did you break your precepts? Huikong hurriedly asked Huiji. Huiji shook his head calmly. No. Which, don't talk nonsense. Ningxu scolded. Then he turned to Huiji and said, don't let that witch's words affect your Buddhist heart. I won't. Ningxu's group stayed at the inn. However, wherever they went, they were eyed covetously by the righteous sections. Ningxu ate as usual, drank as usual, and slept as usual. However, Meiwu increased his vigilance. People from the demonic sect swaggered into the righteous sect's territory and were surrounded by righteous sections. They were really courting death. The martial arts competition was in a few days. Ningxu, dressed in red, walked at the front of the group and headed for the arena. The arena was very big. There were 2 huge gongs and drums on both sides. Flags fluttered in the wind. It was a solemn scene. The arena was surrounded by onlookers. Xiaobo sat at the top. The sects and clans sat in their designated positions. However, there was no place for the demonic sect. Ningxu flew onto the arena expressionlessly. Is this how you treat your guests? I came to the martial arts competition on behalf of the sect master, but there's no place for me. If you don't arrange a place for me, don't even think about the selection today. You're from the demonic sect. Why are you participating in the martial arts competition? There's no place for the demonic sect, an elder of the Wuji sect said coldly. The demonic sect is also a part of the Jianghu. Why can't they participate? Did the martial arts conference clearly state that the demonic sect members can't participate? Ningxu said expressionlessly. It meant that all sects could participate, but the demonic sect was excluded. Furthermore, the demonic sect had never participated in the martial arts world general election. Is the demon sect going to cause trouble at this time? Zhao Bo, who was sitting at the head of the table, said with a dignified expression. Are you that afraid of our holy devil cult? I am just here to watch the battle. What are you afraid of? You have so many people, why are you afraid of us? Coward. Zhao Bo stared sharply at Ning Shu and said, arrange a seat. Ning Shu clapped his hands. That's right. Ning Shu walked to his seat with his hands clasped behind his back. He sat on the chair and waved at Mei Wu. Mei Wu took out a plate of melon seeds and peanuts. Ning Shu grabbed a handful of melon seeds and said while eating, hurry up. Zhao Bo stared at Mei Wu, who was holding a plate of melon seeds, with some doubt between his brows. Demonic sect witch, you actually dared to injure my sect's disciple. The sect leader of Mount Song sect suddenly stood up. Ning Shu threw away the melon seeds and rolled his eyes at the sect leader of Mount Song sect. Which disciple did I injure? Stand up and let me see. My nephew can't even get out of bed right now. He's on the verge of death. The witch is vicious and merciless. She crippled my nephew's manhood. The sect leader of Mount Song sect was abnormally furious. Ning Shu patted the dust off the melon seeds on his hand and stared at the sect leader of Mount Song sect with a strange expression. The sect leader of Mount Song sect was baffled. He shouted, you can't refute it, right? TSK, I'm just wondering if it's because of my family background. Your nephew is not only lustful, but he also has a fetish. Do you also have this problem? Ning Shu's face was full of disdain. That filthy man even wanted to offend me. If I don't cut him off, are you going to keep him for the new year? Nonsense, my nephew isn't that kind of person. The sect leader of Mount Song sect felt the strange gazes of the surrounding people, so he anxiously quibbled with a pale face. You witch. Not only did you injure him, you even used this kind of absurd thing to slander my nephew. Ning Shu raised his chin and rolled his eyes. Why don't you say that your nephew is elegant and a gentleman? You. Today, this sect leader will take revenge for my nephew and cripple you witch. The sect leader of Mount Song sect was about to rush over to Ning Shu when he was stopped by the others. Ning Shu stretched his neck. Come. Young miss, there are so many of them. I reckon we won't be able to defeat them. Mei Wu held the plate of fruits and said. I'll sweep them away. Mei Wu, ba. The little monk Huiji stood up. Benefactor, that girl is speaking the truth. Huiji. Monk Huiji said to Huiji, don't worry about her. She's a member of the demonic sect. Senior martial brother, this junior martial brother was there at the time. The little monk Huiji clearly described the situation at that time, causing the people present to look at the sect leader of Mount Song sect with strange gazes. When the monks of Wuyo Temple heard that someone wanted to do something to a Buddhist disciple and force a Buddhist disciple to do something indescribable, their expressions became very interesting. Sect leader of Mount Song sect, our Wuyo Temple wants an explanation for this matter. The abbot of Wuyo Temple said with a cold face. Even a monk wanted to do something, this was simply out of control. That's impossible. Ba, monks don't lie. The little monk bowed and said. Ning Shu nodded. If it wasn't for me, this little monk would have broken his sexual abstinence. Huiji, the monks of Wuyo Temple, that's enough. If there's anything, settle it in private. This is the martial arts assembly, Zhao Bo said. The sect leader of Mount Song could only sit down indignantly and stare at Ning Shu with eyes as sharp as knives. Ning Shu, why should I be afraid of you? But I have a question. Isn't the person beside you always with Zhaoyi? You're talking about that idiot Zhaoyi? I arranged for this person to be by his side, but he foolishly believed it. Zhaoyi was killed by Mei Wu. Everything in Zhao family fort was done by Mei Wu. It was all done by him. Mei Wu glanced at Ning Shu and didn't say anything. He silently took the blame that Ning Shu threw at him. Zhaoyi was killed? Zhao Bo's expression was strange. Of course. He grew up eating the demonic sect's rice and even stole the demonic sect's things. If I didn't kill him, would I have kept him alive for the new year? Ning Shu said matter-of-factly. By the way, remember to give me the 500 taels of gold. Don't think that I don't know that the things are in your hands. The demonic sex things are the demonic sex things. They will be taken back sooner or later. Ningxu looked at Xiaobo sharply. Xiaobo's expression didn't change. The demonic sect always says that the things are in my hands, but I don't have anything in my hands. I swear to God. Ningxu shook his head. Don't swear so easily. It won't be good if you get slapped in the face. Let's start the martial arts assembly. Xiaobo didn't continue to argue with Ningxu. Ningxu sat down, grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, and began to watch the martial arts competition in the arena. The rules of the martial arts competition were that each sect would fight against each other. The winner would fight against the previous martial arts assembly chief, and the next martial arts assembly chief would be chosen. Of course, it also depended on the person's character. If too many people objected to him being the martial arts assembly chief, there was nothing he could do. Ningxu munched on sunflower seeds as he watched the competition on the stage. He felt bored. Basically, it was a fight between you and I, one with a sword and one with a saber. Occasionally, they would spit out blood and suffer some internal injuries. Although Ningxu felt bored, the others were enthusiastic and cheered for their sect's contestants. The Holy Devil sect led by Ningxu was indifferent. I'm not eating sunflower seeds anymore. I'm thirsty. Ningxu placed the sunflower seeds in his hand back into the fruit bowl. Meiwu took out 2 oranges from the cloth bag and gave them to Ningxu. Ningxu took the oranges and ate while asking Meiwu, "What do you think of their strength?" "It's too troublesome." "Why don't they just kill them?" Meiwu said directly. That was why the demonic Tao's evil methods were ruthless. There were unwritten rules in the martial world. However, the demonic Tao's people didn't care about rules. Although the competition was boring, it was almost over soon. The last few people would compete, and the winner would compete with the previous alliance leader. Ha ha ha. An extremely arrogant laugh sounded. A white figure flew onto the stage. Everyone looked at the person on the stage. It was a handsome man in white clothes. It's Zhu Yang. Hasn't the everlasting sex Zhu Yang been missing for a long time? I heard that he has the origin returning sacred art. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhu Yang on the stage. Zhu Yang's face was slowly filled with satisfaction. Could it be that this guy succeeded in cultivating it? The origin returning sacred art was divided into 5 volumes. The first 2 volumes were fine, but there were some changes in the last 3 volumes. In Yihua's words, the first 2 volumes were correct. If one succeeded in cultivating it, they would be eager to cultivate the later volumes. It was very likely that they would go berserk and burst their blood vessels. This Zhu Yang had been hiding and appearing when everyone was looking at him. Zhu Yang, where have you been recently? The everlasting sect master asked Zhu Yang. Zhu Yang said arrogantly, "Thank you for your concern, sect master, and for the boundless sect's pursuit." Zhu Yang's gaze swept across everyone present. The everlasting sect master frowned. Zhu Yang wants to experience everyone's prowess. Zhu Yang stared at the winners on the stage. Of course, all of you can come at me together, Zhu Yang said calmly, not even mentioning how pretentious he was. Unable to tolerate Zhu Yang's arrogance, someone stood out. "Let me see how powerful you are." Zhu Yang sneered. He stretched out his hand and appeared in front of that person in a flash. He grabbed that person's neck and snapped it. Zhu Yang threw the corpse off the stage. His attack was so ruthless that it took a person's life in an instant. This caused the expressions of the people on the stage to change. Zhu Yang said to them, "All of you can come at me together." Zhu Yang's eyes were filled with killing intent. The few of them looked at each other and raised their weapons to attack Zhu Yang. It was probably because he had been hunted down during this period of time, so he felt depressed hiding. Now that he had mastered the origin returning sacred skill, he wanted to take revenge and vent the resentment in his heart. Zhu Yang killed one of them, snatched the sword from his hand, and slit the throats of several others. Several people fell to the ground with blood spurting from their necks. "How dare you, impudent!" When the crowd saw how ruthless Zhu Yang was, killing several people in one move, they were incomparably furious. At the same time, they were shocked by Zhu Yang's strength. After disappearing for a period of time, he actually had such high martial arts attainments. Ningxu ate the orange expressionlessly. Anyway, it had nothing to do with her. There were plenty of people who would take care of this fellow. Zhu Yang cupped his hands towards Xiao Bo, who was sitting high up. Now, do I have the ability to challenge the alliance leader? Xiao Bo stood up expressionlessly. Logically speaking, that is the case. Then, please advise me, alliance leader. Zhu Yang cupped his hands and said without any sincerity. Xiao Bo went up the stage and looked at the bloodstains on the ground. This is a martial arts competition. Why did you kill people? How is this any different from the demon sect? Hey, what does this have to do with the demon sect? We won't take the blame for this. Ningxu threw away the orange peel and said. We were just watching. We didn't do anything. If someone like you were to become the alliance leader of the martial arts world, it would simply be a calamity for the righteous path. Xiao Bo said righteously. Zhu Yang was just a young and impetuous person who couldn't control himself when he gained power. How could he compare to Xiao Bo, who was shrewd and ruthless? Moreover, Xiao Bo had also been the alliance leader of the martial arts world for a period of time. He was more popular than Zhu Yang. Zhu Yang's aura was suppressed by Xiao Bo. He was annoyed and attacked Xiao Bo first. Xiao Bo stretched out his hand and hit Zhu Yang's chest with one palm. The other palm hit Zhu Yang's dantian. Zhu Yang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Xiao Bo didn't let Zhu Yang go. He ruthlessly hit Zhu Yang's lower abdomen. Zhu Yang spat out another mouthful of blood. His expression was incomparably painful. You crippled my dantian and meridians. Zhu Yang looked at Xiao Bo with hatred. His eyes were filled with helplessness and shock. He didn't expect Xiao Bo to be so powerful. I only crippled your dantian and spared your life. People like you who possess great power will only bring disaster to the world. You'd better take care of yourself. Xiao Bo said indifferently. Ningxu curled his lips. Why else would people say that old foxes were crafty? Old ginger was spicier. Xiao Bo's move had directly destroyed Zhu Yang's martial arts foundation. Was there anything more painful than being unable to cultivate in the martial arts world? Without the ability to protect himself, anyone could kill him. Moreover, he had arrogantly killed several people just now. These people were the elites of the various sections. It would be strange if they let Zhu Yang go. Xiao Bo even received a commendation for being benevolent and not killing anyone. Alliance leader, the surrounding people shouted in unison. Xiao Bo waved his hand. Thank you for everyone's love. From today onwards, wait. Ningxu flew onto the stage. After watching for so long, I'll also spar with you. I can't have made this trip for nothing, right? Demon sect witch, what does us righteous sects choosing the alliance leader of the martial arts world have to do with you? The demon sect is here to cause trouble. In an instant, these sects pulled out their swords and looked at the people from the demon sect with vigilance. Ningxu's expression did not change. I've long heard that alliance leader Zhao's martial arts are powerful. In addition, you've cultivated the Guiyuan unholy technique, making you #1 in the world. I'd like to experience it for myself. What I cultivate is my Zhao family fort's internal cultivation technique. It's not the Guiyuan unholy technique. You've repeatedly said that I have the Guiyuan unholy technique, but you just want to cause chaos in the righteous sections. Xiao Bo stood in front of Ningxu and straightened his chest. He looked like a benevolent and righteous hero. How shameless! Ningxu said with disdain. Come and spar with me. Could it be that alliance leader Zhao is dozens of years old, yet you're afraid of a little girl like me? Are you afraid that you can't beat me? I don't bully the weak. Moreover, you're a girl. Xiao Bo did not put Ningxu in his eyes. Ningxu and Mei Wu waved their hands. Mei Wu pulled out the sword at his waist and threw it to Ningxu. Ningxu grabbed the sword hilt and didn't bother to say anything to Xiao Bo. He raised his sword and attacked. Xiao Bo dodged Ningxu's attack and said with an ashen face, the witch from the demonic sect is courting death. Come and kill me. Ningxu stabbed at Xiao Bo. Xiao Bo also became serious and fought with Ningxu. His face became more and more serious. The others saw that the witch from the demonic sect was evenly matched with the chief. Were the people from the demonic sect so powerful? Zhu Yang killed a few people with a flip of his hand and Xiao Bo crippled Zhu Yang's martial arts. Now, the witch from the demonic sect was actually evenly matched with the chief. Did this mean that the witch from the demonic sect was actually stronger than the chief? Ningxu mobilized the energy in his dantian and slashed at Xiaobo's sword. Xiaobo's body sank and he felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on him. The witch from the demonic sect was so strong, Xiaobo also became serious and his body emitted a powerful energy. It was unknown if it was because it was difficult to control this energy, but the veins on his forehead bulged. Ningxu moved his neck. Are you serious now? Xiaobo took the initiative to attack Ningxu. This time, Xiaobo's body was much lighter and his attacks were more lethal. Sparks flew when the sword and saber collided. Although Xiaobo's explosive power was very strong, it was likely that he had not grasped this power. Although he had the power, he did not know how to use it. Ningxu's advantage was that he could control his own strength and use it as if it was his own arm. Ningxu kicked Xiaobo's chest. Xiaobo was kicked out of the arena and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ningxu flew down the arena and stabbed his sword towards Xiaobo's heart. Xiaobo rolled on the ground, and Ningxu's sword stabbed into the ground. Ningxu pulled out his sword and stabbed at Xiaobo. Ningxu flicked Xiaobo's sword away, kicked Xiaobo to the ground, and stabbed his sword into Xiaobo's heart. Xiaobo tightly grasped the blade to prevent his heart from being pierced. The blade of the sword cut his hand, and blood mixed with his palm flowed out. Hand over the origin returning sacred technique. If I'm not mistaken, you've cultivated the origin returning sacred technique. Ningxu's expression was fierce. The breeze blew her hair, and the bell on her waist made a crisp sound. She made people feel that she was indeed a demoness. Ba. Huiji stood out and bowed. Benefactor, revenge breeds revenge, shut up, go and play. Don't interfere in the matters of adults. Ningxu didn't want to listen to Ba. Ningxu narrowed his eyes. He might as well kill Xiaobo. Previously, he didn't have Qi. Now that he killed Wang Bo, the mission was more or less completed. The masterminds of this matter were these two people. Feeling Ningxu's fierce killing intent, Xiaobo's face turned pale. He used his greatest strength to push Ningxu back 2 steps. Xiaobo didn't want to fight with Ningxu anymore. He wanted to escape. Ningxu raised his sword and stabbed towards Xiaobo's back. This time, no matter what, he had to kill Xiaobo. Xiaobo casually pulled a sect's disciple, Ningxu, and pushed him over to buy time to escape. The disciple who was pushed over by Xiaobo had a face of fear. Ningxu forcibly withdrew his sword, and Xiaobo took the opportunity to escape. Ningxu dodged the disciple who was rushing towards him. He didn't know which sect's disciple was from, but it wasn't the Holy Devil cult. Chase after him. Ningxu shouted at the Holy Devil cult's people. Meiwu threw away the fruit platter in his hand and led the Holy Devil cult's people to chase after Xiaobo. However, Xiaobo was a cunning old fox. He ran away in a short while. Miss, he's gone. Meiwu reported to Ningxu, who was on horseback. Ningxu frowned. He turned on the positioning system, but he couldn't find Xiaobo's location. Ningxu, it was like this every time. These tools more or less had some limitations. For example, this system could only locate important people, such as the protagonist. Ordinary passersby couldn't be located at all. Also, it had to be F***king expensive. What a scam. Who knew who made these things? He wanted to complain. This was a blatant scam to the mission takers. This positioning system was probably based on a person's luck or merit. However, Xiaobo was a martial arts alliance leader. Why couldn't they find him? What Ningxu didn't know was that Xiaobo died not long after Qi returned to Zhao Castle. He was really just a side character. His purpose was to decorate Qi's family background. As for the love and hatred involved, Ningxu didn't know either. Go to Zhao Castle. Ningxu urged the horse's stomach and led a group of black-cloaked Holy Devil cult's disciples towards Zhao Castle. When they arrived at Zhao Castle, they charged straight into it. Where's Xiaobo? Ningxu stared at the Zhao Castle's disciples. Who are you? How dare you swagger into Zhao Castle? Do you know where Zhao Castle is? Zhao Linger pointed at Ningxu. Where's Xiaobo? Ningxu said indifferently. My husband hasn't returned from the martial arts convention. Please come again next time. Madame Zhao said calmly. Didn't he return? Oh, aren't you Zhao Yi's subordinate? You. Zhao Ling'er looked at Meiwu with confusion. Ningxu waved his hand. Meiwu didn't know what Ningxu wanted to do this time. Kill them all? Once Meiwu said this, the Zhao Castle's people became nervous. Zhao Ling'er's face turned pale. Do you know who my father is? How dare you? Your father is capable, not you. Who are you trying to scare with your father's name? Ningxu grimaced. My elder brother is the Holy Devil cult's leader. Holy Devil cult? You are the Holy Devil cult. Zhao Ling'er looked fearful as she grabbed Madame Zhao's arm tightly. Ningxu bared his shining teeth. We are the Holy Devil cult that kills people like scything flax. Ningxu waved his hand. Meiwu asked, kill them all? Burn it. Burn the entire Zhao castle, Ningxu said calmly. Yes. The Holy Devil cult's people disappeared in a flash to start the fire. Ningxu turned and left Zhao castle. Not long later, Zhao castle was covered in thick smoke. Everyone in Zhao castle hurried to put out the fire. The place that was burned previously had just been repaired. Now, it was burned again. Let's go back. Ningxu said when everyone arrived. The group returned to St. Devil Peak in a grandiose manner. Back at St. Devil Peak, Ningxu sent people to inquire about Zhao Bo. Zhao Bo had disappeared and didn't return to Zhao Castle. Who knew where he was hiding? Miss, Holy Devil cult's leader wants you to go over for lunch. The maid outside Ningxu said. Got it. Ningxu got off the bed and walked towards the main hall. Holy Devil cult's leader. Ningxu bowed to Yihua. Yihua sat on a chair and nodded. Sit down. Ningxu didn't know why Yihua was looking for him, so he sat beside Yihua and asked, Leader, what do you want me to do? There's no one else here. You can call me elder brother. Yihua poured a cup of tea and drank it. Do you want to drink tea? Pour it yourself. Yihua said. Ningxu nodded. She poured herself a cup of tea and sipped it slowly. A maidservant served the dishes. We haven't eaten together for a long time. Let's eat together today. Yihua said. Ningxu, he usually ignored her. Why did he want to eat together? Thank you, elder brother. Eat. Ningxu picked up his chopsticks and ate. Yihua didn't speak, and neither did Ningxu. There was only the sound of bowls and chopsticks colliding. But the leader's food was really delicious. Hongya, I heard you defeated Zhao Bo? Yihua asked carelessly. Yes. Many people saw it, so Ningxu didn't intend to hide it. Yihua put down his chopsticks and sipped his tea. I remember you started practicing martial arts when you were 7. You've only been practicing martial arts for 8 years. How could you defeat Zhao Bo? Because I practice a very powerful secret manual. Ningxu said directly. What secret manual? Where did you get it? Yihua picked up his chopsticks and picked up some food. Elder brother, do you know the forest behind St. Devil Peak? I found a secret manual and a skeleton in a cave. Ningxu talked nonsense. Oh, really? Yihua's expression was indifferent. No one could tell what he was thinking. Yes. Ningxu nodded. Where's the secret manual? It's in my room. Elder brother, do you want it? I'll give it to you. Don't worry. Where's the skeleton? I asked Meiwu to bury it. Meiwu's expression didn't change when he heard this. He accepted his fate as if he was the one who did everything. After eating, Yihua wiped his mouth and rinsed his mouth. Ningxu said, come for dinner tonight. Thank you, big brother. Ningxu walked out of the hall. Meiwu followed behind Ningxu and asked in a low voice, what secret manual do you have? When have I ever buried a skeleton? If I say there is, then there is. Sure, but the secret manual. The hierarch asked you to have dinner with him tonight so that you can bring the secret manual over. Meiwu said, what if cult master suspects you and kills you? Will Miss not be able to come back? I'm prepared. Ningxu was not in a hurry, because her peerless martial skill was a bit more powerful than these mental cultivation methods, as it directly absorbed the spirit chi of heaven and earth. If he were to display his combat prowess, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Any news about Xiaobo? Ningxu asked Mei Wu. It had been a while and there was no news about Zhao Buizhen at all. Now, even the righteous sects were like headless flies, sweeping the snow in front of their own door. No news. The people we sent to spy on Zhao family fort said that he did not return. The Zhao family fort's people are also looking for him, Mei Wu said. Ningxu nodded and began to cultivate again. Undercurrents were surging in the Jianghu now. Who knew when something terrifying would erupt? 2333 still had not informed her to leave the world, which meant that the mission was not completed yet. It was a pity that she could not kill Xiaobo. She felt that Xiaobo was like a fishbone stuck in her throat. Moreover, she had successfully cultivated the origin-returning sacred skill. Although the last 3 volumes had been tampered with, the first 2 volumes were real. Xiaobo and Zhu Yang both had spirit roots, which was why they could cultivate the secret manual. Ningxu originally thought that Xiaobo would not be able to cultivate it successfully, but she did not expect that Xiaobo had spirit roots. She wondered if Xiaobo would go berserk. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Ningxu's mind. Finally, she calmed down and started cultivating. It was useless to think too much. Once one became strong, one would not be afraid of anything. In the evening, a maid came to call Ningxu over for dinner. Ningxu stopped cultivating and took out a yellowed and tattered book from the box on the dressing table. This was an old book that Ningxu had specially asked someone to find. Then, he wrote the peerless martial arts on it. Ningxu took the secret manual and walked towards the main hall. Mei Wu asked, "Will the cult master believe this?" "He will. Brother, this is the secret manual I found. Take a look." Ningxu handed the tattered book to Yihua. Yihua reached out her jade-white hand and took it. She casually flipped through it and put it aside. "You're just casually cultivating this kind of secret manual without asking anyone. You can't be careless when it comes to cultivating martial arts." "I'm too busy. When I was young, I thought it was fun, so I cultivated by myself," Ningxu said. "Have you given this secret manual to others to cultivate?" Yihua asked. Ningxu shook his head. "No." The maid brought the dishes over. Yihua lifted her chin and said to Ningxu, "Eat." Ningxu picked up his chopsticks and ate. After eating, he obediently left. Ningxu guessed that Yihua would definitely cultivate it. After all, her fighting strength was there for all to see. Moreover, with Yihua's scheming, she definitely wouldn't give this secret manual to others to cultivate. If this secret manual was really so powerful, then only the cult master of each generation could cultivate it. Moreover, this secret manual wasn't like a true cultivation secret manual. Only those with spiritual roots could cultivate it. As for what Yihua would do with this secret manual, Ningxu couldn't control it. Yihua had supreme authority in the Holy Devil cult. After evading Yihua, Ningxu began to cultivate again. However, a major event happened in the Jianghu. The Everlasting Sect submitted to the Zhao clan. The reason was that Zhao Bo, who had disappeared for a long time, suddenly appeared. He went to the Everlasting Sect alone and beat everyone there. Then, he asked if they submitted or not. If they didn't submit to the Zhao clan, then the Everlasting Sect would disappear. The Everlasting Sect was placed under the banner of the Zhao clan. Next was the Plum Blossom Villa. Zhao Bo also dealt with a group of people by himself. The people of the Plum Blossom Villa resisted vigorously. Zhao Bo killed the villa master and the powerful people of the Plum Blossom Villa. Then, the Plum Blossom Villa was placed under the banner of the Zhao clan. In a short period of time, 3 sects were crippled by Zhao Bo and were absorbed into the Zhao clan. The other sects were trembling with fear. They didn't know if it would be their turn next. Zhao Bo was simply crazy. When Ningxu heard this news, he thought of what Zhao Bo said before. He wanted to unify the Jianghu. After unifying those righteous sects, what should he do next? That would be to bring people to attack the demon cult. Did this Zhao Bo have a male lead halo? He suddenly turned into a super scion. He didn't even do anything on the surface. He directly used violence to make people submit. This was the rhythm of going to heaven. Ningxu hurriedly went to find Yihua and told him to make preparations. Yihua was ordering his subordinates to do something. He was frowning. Obviously, he knew about this matter. Brother, I feel that the 2 volumes of the correct origin returning sacred technique are also a big killing weapon. The current Zhao Bo has become very powerful. Ningxu said to Yihua. Yihua looked at Ningxu expressionlessly. Are you blaming the sovereign? No. Ningxu shook his head. Yihua's expression, how could he say yes? If the secret scripture is full of loopholes, will others cultivate it? Yihua said indifferently, now that Zhao Bo has done such a thing, it means that he's already showing signs of qi deviation and can't control his mind. Ningxu, ha ha, Ningxu laughed inwardly. Was Yihua trying to regain his face by saying that? Then we have to make plans early. If we wait until he gathers his people, we'll be in trouble. Ningxu said to Yihua. St. Devil Peak is easy to defend and hard to attack. It won't be easy to attack. I'll make arrangements. What if there's a spy like Qi in our sect? St. Devil Peak's terrain was complicated. However, after living in St. Devil Peak for a long time, he was very familiar with it. I know what to do. Yihua waved his hand at Ningxu. Ningxu saw that Yihua didn't want to talk to him, so he left. He walked out of the hall and asked Mei Wu, what's the situation now? Another 2 sects have already joined Zhao Castle. There are also some nameless sects that want to take advantage of the situation and voluntarily join Zhao Castle. Mei Wu said. Ningxu smacked his lips. Another 2 sects were destroyed. And Zhao Bo was able to beat him down by himself. How strong is Zhao Bo? Ningxu was a little surprised. Was he really that powerful? Even cultivators couldn't be that fast. Many cultivators who cultivated for more than 100 years were still small cultivators. Zhao Bo couldn't have really gone mad, right? According to the scouts, it was him alone. He's very powerful. Ningxu, waves were rising in the Jianghu. Zhao Bo's actions were swift and fierce. He was determined to unify the Jianghu. In the end, Zhao Bo was too lazy to look for them. He directly announced that he was coming to surrender. If they didn't agree, then he would destroy their sections. Every sect and sect had their own inheritances. In the future, they still had to pass down their inheritances. If they wanted to join Zhao Castle, then they would. Zhao Bo chose the sect that resisted the most fiercely and killed them all as an example to others. Soon, some of the sects took the initiative to surrender. When Ningxu heard that Zhao Bo had directly killed a sect's people, he thought to himself, oh my god, this Zhao Bo must be crazy. Even the members of the demonic sect would not necessarily do such a thing. Of course, there was also the possibility that the members of the demonic sect did not have the ability to do so. With this kind of speed, Zhao Bo would soon be able to unify the Jianghu for thousands of years. Other than paying attention to Zhao Bo, Ningxu also sped up his rate of cultivation. He wondered what kind of natural treasure Zhao Bo had consumed to allow him to become so powerful. Yihua also began to cultivate the secret manual that Ningxu had given him. Sometimes, he would call Ningxu over like a boss and ask him about cultivation matters. Ningxu, if you're asking for help, you should act like you're asking for help. Then, Ningxu told him everything. Yihua replied with an "oh." Ningxu waved his hand and told her to scram. Ningxu was cursing in his heart, but his expression was calm. Miss, the Wuyou temple has also been absorbed into the Zhao family fort. Mei Wu walked in front of Ningxu. Ningxu said, from now on, all the righteous sects have been absorbed into the Zhao family fort. Ningxu curled his lips. Even the Wuyou temple couldn't escape. Living in this world, no one could stay out of it. Even he couldn't control his own fate. If he couldn't even protect himself, how could he enlighten the world? Little monk Huiji, I hope you can enlighten your righteous Wulin alliance head. The situation is tense now. I think the Zhao family fort will attack us soon. Mei Wu said worriedly. What are you afraid of? I will sweep them away. Mei Wu, the St. Devil Peak also became busy, making all kinds of defensive arrangements. There was a suffocating feeling like before a storm. Zhao Bo was faster than they had expected. Soon, he gathered the sects and attacked the St. Devil sect. Soon, they surrounded the Saint Devil sect. Ningxu looked down at the people below. There were people from all kinds of sections. Even the monks of the Wuyou temple were wearing the clothes of the Zhao family fort. Coupled with their bald heads, they looked out of place. Huiji was among them. Sensing Ningxu's gaze, he raised his head and looked into Ningxu's eyes. Even though they were far apart, Ningxu could still see his clear eyes. They were peaceful and compassionate. This child. Ningxu shifted his gaze. As expected, he was the monk with the most resolute Buddhist heart. In the face of such an unexpected situation, he was even calmer than some of the older monks. These righteous sects still came to attack the Saint Devil sect. Although the process was different and the main characters were different, it was still the same as in the plot. Damn, who did the Saint Devil sect offend? Why did they have to attack the Saint Devil sect? What righteous path, what evil path? They were all the same. People's hearts were all the same. Ningxu stared at the leader. Xiao Bo was floating in the air. His hair was all white. Xiao Bo was only 40 years old. During the martial arts convention, his hair wasn't like this. His hair turned white overnight. People who cultivated would get younger the more they cultivated. Especially cultivators, they could improve their bodies. Yi Hua, who was beside Ningxu, asked, "Does white hair mean that he went berserk?" Yi Hua didn't say anything. Ningxu didn't care about Yi Hua's appearance. He was always pretending to be profound. "Yi Hua, long time no see. You are still so weak." Xiao Bo said, "You are far from your father." "Yes, long time no see. You have grown old and should enter the coffin," Yi Hua said calmly. The two's conversation was filled with gunpowder. "Has he fought with father?" Ningxu asked Yi Hua. Yi Hua's expression was one of disdain. He took advantage of father's injuries and ambushed him. Otherwise, how could he become the Martial Arts Alliance head? Ningxu was speechless. Why did they treat the Devil Sect's people as meritorious deeds, as if he could become the Martial Arts Alliance head if he dealt a heavy blow to the Devil Sect? "Your Saint Devil Sect killed the innocent. Today, we will make the Saint Devil Sect disappear from the Jianghu," Xiao Bo said loudly. "Exterminate the Devil Sect, exterminate the Devil Sect," these people shouted weakly. It was obvious that they were not united. Yi Hua only sneered to express his disdain. "Yi Hua, let me see if your skin has grown. How can you be like your father?" Xiao Bo said as he launched a fierce attack at Yi Hua. Yi Hua didn't show any weakness. The two started fighting. The two people started fighting. Both sides watched the two fight. If it wasn't for the wrong atmosphere, Ningxu would have applauded. This was much more exciting than the martial arts convention. Xiao Bo was very strong, but Yi Hua wasn't weak either. As the two fought, the shockwaves spread to the surroundings and even cracked the mountain rocks. One black and one green figure flashed. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to see the two's fighting postures. Yi Hua's martial arts were actually so good. However, in the storyline, he was raped to the point of eating forbidden drugs. In the end, all the veins in his body were broken. Who knew if the current Xiao Bo or the storyline's Qi was stronger? The two sides faced each other as they stared at Xiao Bo and Yi Hua, who were locked in battle. In the end, Yi Hua's strength was slightly weaker and he lost. Yi Hua retreated with an indifferent expression. There was a bit of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was clearly injured. "Brother, are you all right?" Ningxu took out a medicine bottle and poured out a pill. "This is the holy healing medicine made by Elder Gu. Quickly take it." Yi Hua took the medicine and swallowed it. "Yi Hua, you're much weaker than your father. A son can't compare to his father." After beating back Yi Hua, Xiao Bo appeared to be very proud. Ningxu flew out. Usually, people who bully the young and take advantage of their seniority. Don't you feel ashamed? During the martial arts convention, I could beat you until you rolled on the ground. Now, I can beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground. Impudent. Do you have the right to speak here? Xiao Bo's white hair fluttered and his expression was ugly. Ningxu sneered. "Old thing, what are you playing at?" Ningxu mobilized the qi in his dantian. After a period of cultivation, Ningxu's strength had increased a bit. Ningxu clenched his fist and a white, almost transparent dragon head appeared on his fist. It roared silently. As Ningxu punched, the dragon head became more and more ferocious. Zhao Bo's expression was somewhat dignified as he fiercely counterattacked Ningxu. Every time Ningxu punched, there would be a ferocious dragon head. Yihua looked at Ningxu's fist and raised his handsome eyebrows. Every time Zhao Bo's fist collided with Ningxu's, he would feel a powerful force that shook his entire body. Even his lungs hurt from the vibrations. Zhao Bo circulated his qi and the aura on his body became more and more powerful. It made it difficult for everyone present to breathe. Especially Ningxu, who was facing him, he felt the pressure especially great. Ningxu sneered. Looking at Zhao Bo's appearance, he was afraid that he had cultivated to the later stages. Zhao Bo's eyes were a little scarlet, and the veins on his face were bulging like earthworms. Ningxu floated in the air and released the qi gene in his body. An invisible qi gene in the shape of a dragon roared and rushed towards Zhao Bo. It directly passed through Zhao Bo's body several times. Ningxu flew over and struck Zhao Bo's chest with his palm. Zhao Bo spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into the stone wall. Zhao Bo also spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Bo's eyes turned even redder as he stared at Ningxu. The veins on his face and neck bulged, then disappeared. It was as if there were earthworms squirming in his skin. It was a horrifying sight. "Kill the devil sect's evildoer for me," Zhao Bo roared. "Fort Lord, the demonic sect is too powerful. I'm afraid we will suffer heavy losses," someone said. I said, "Beat him up. Whoever doesn't move, kill without mercy." Zhao Bo slapped the person who refuted him to death. That person's internal organs were ruptured by Zhao Bo's palm strike, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was filled with broken internal organs. There was no hope for this person. When the others saw Zhao Bo's ruthlessness, they began to charge towards the devil sect. Kill, the two sides converged together like two waves of water and began to fight. After a while, the thick smell of blood drifted out. Many people were injured and lost their lives because of this. There were people from the righteous sects and also people from the Saint Devil sect. Ningxu looked at these killings. These people died because of some people's ambitions. Ningxu saw the little monk Huiji from the corner of his eyes. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground and silently reciting Buddhist scriptures. His whole body was quiet and peaceful. In the midst of the killing, he seemed incomparably noble. Many people walked in front of him. Some people fell in front of him, and blood splattered on his body. His expression was always peaceful and compassionate. Ningxu, she really wanted to stab this guy with her sword. Zhao Bo roared angrily as Ningxu and Yihua rushed over. His expression was somewhat strange and crazy. "You monsters from the devil sect should all die." Zhao Bo's hands released a powerful force. Ningxu and Yihua rushed over. Ningxu dodged the attack and attacked Zhao Bo together with Yihua. Zhao Bo was already injured before, and now he was being attacked by two people. It was very strenuous for him. "I'll let you see my power," Zhao Bo roared angrily. The clothes on his body were scattered. Zhao Bo's eyes were scarlet. He quickly stretched out his palm and slapped Yihua's chest. Yihua spat out blood and retreated. Ningxu released a dragon-shaped energy. The huge dragon pierced through Zhao Bo's body. Zhao Bo spat out a mouthful of blood, but the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. His eyes were somewhat unfocused. "He's going berserk," Yihua said while clutching his chest. Ningxu, going berserk made him even stronger. He felt like a crazy person. He was strong and ran fast. The dragon-shaped energy continuously pierced through Zhao Bo's body. Zhao Bo spat out blood, but the more he fought, the more courageous he became. He rushed towards Yihua. Zhao Bo really wanted to kill Yihua, the leader of the devil sect. Ningxu pulled Yihua away. He stretched out his palm and met Zhao Bo's palm. The two of them flew out at the same time. Ningxu's mouth was overflowing with blood. Zhao Bo directly spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he didn't feel tired. He didn't show any signs of being injured. Instead, he went to kill the other members of the devil sect. Xiaobo was very strong. Not only did he kill the people of the devil sect, his eyes were red. No matter who the person in front of him was, he would kill. Not only did he kill the people of the devil sect, he also killed his own people. Everyone retreat. Yihua beat the drum. The people of the devil sect immediately retreated to the devil sect. But the righteous sects were a bit bitter. The current Xiaobo was like a mad dog. He would bite whoever he caught. No matter who the person in front of him was, he would kill them. His restless qi and blood had clouded his mind. The people of the devil sect expressionlessly watched Xiaobo kill. Ba. The little monk Huiji bowed to Ningxu from afar. I ask the benefactor to help me control Alliance head Zhao, so as to prevent more people from meeting with misfortune. Ningxu smiled as he looked at Huiji. Little monk, I don't know how to control people. I only know how to kill. Right now, Alliance head Zhao is in a very dangerous situation. If he escapes, he will cause a lot of harm. The little monk Huiji said to Ningxu. The little monk Huiji's voice attracted Xiaobo's attention. Xiaobo stretched out his hand and attacked the little monk Huiji. Ningxu casually took a rope and threw it towards Xiaobo. The little monk dodged Xiaobo. Ningxu pulled the rope with both hands and tied it around Xiaobo's body. He hurriedly added a few more ropes. Xiaobo moved his body, as if he wanted to break free from the rope. Ningxu shouted to Yihua. Big brother, throw me another rope. Before Ningxu could finish his words, he heard a pu sound. It was the sound of a sword piercing through skin. Ningxu turned his head and saw a young man holding a sword piercing through Xiaobo's chest. Xiaobo let out a hee-hee sound as he gasped for breath. The man who killed Xiaobo was young and inexperienced. He stabbed his sword into Xiaobo's heart. His expression was filled with panic and hatred. He is a devil. He killed my father. The man fell to the ground and held his head with both hands. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. The surrounding people suddenly took out their weapons and stabbed Xiaobo's body. Many bloody holes appeared on Xiaobo's body as fresh blood spurted out. Xiaobo fell to the ground with a plop as his scarlet eyes stared. Ba. The little monk Huiji sat on the ground and began to chant the Rebirth Sutra to release the souls of those who died here. Ningxu returned to the Saint Devil Mountain. Yihua squinted his eyes. Now that they have no leader, let's take this opportunity to kill them. Ningxu shook his head. Our Saint Devil sect also suffered heavy losses, so did the other party. Why don't we stop fighting now? PFFF. Yihua sneered. Don't tell me that we'll wait for them to recover before attacking us? We don't know when they'll recover, but all the slightly stronger people from the various sects have been killed by Xiaobo. They've all been reduced to third-rate sections. Ningxu looked at Yihua. If we really want to unify the underworld, the army should be here. This kind of mutual restraint and restraint was the way to survive. Yihua didn't say anything. Ningxu smiled and said, Brother, this world is much bigger than we imagined. There are many unknown things. Perhaps there are other worlds outside of this world. Why do we have to work so hard for such a small thing, only to turn into dust in the end? Perhaps they were fighting here, fighting over something that looked very precious. Perhaps there was a giant looking at them, who were like ants, fighting over trash. Just like when we're bored, we watch ants move things and snatch things. We might even be living in a dream. When we wake up, we will disappear. Yihua turned his head and squinted his eyes as he stared at Ningxu. His gaze swept across Ningxu's face inch by inch. Yihua waved his hand and the people of the Saint Devil sect surrounded everyone. Everyone's face was filled with fear and apprehension. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Brother? They came to invade the Saint Devil sect, yet we let them go. They think that the people of the Saint Devil sect are easy to bully. If we don't teach them a lesson, it won't be the style of the Saint Devil sect. Yihua's expression was cold. Yihua walked over with Ningxu following beside him. A slightly more capable person stepped forward and cupped his hands towards Yihua. Cult leader Yi, this time we were all forced by Xiaobo. We have no way to resist, so we ask for cult leader Yi's forgiveness. Oh. Yihua said nonchalantly, in any case, Xiaobo is dead now, so you can say whatever you want. Monk Hui Kong of the Wuyo Temple stood up and said, "Benefactor Yi, we were wrong in this matter. Please forgive us, Yi benefactor." Ba. The little monk Huiji stood up. As long as the benefactor allows everyone to leave, and as long as this little monk doesn't invade the holy devil cult in his lifetime, a monk doesn't lie. If I violate this, I will be punished by the heavens and earth. The Plum Blossom Manor will not offend the holy devil cult. Everlasting sect, Mount Song sect. After the little monk Huiji made the vow, the others hurriedly followed suit. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Little monk, if you pledge allegiance to the Zhao fort, then wouldn't the Wuyo temple be destroyed? As long as this little monk is alive, the Wuyo temple will always exist. Before the abbot died, the abbot of the Wuyo temple was already passed down to this little monk. This little monk is now the abbot of the Wuyo temple. The little monk Huiji said. "Oh, you are the abbot? What are you showing off for?" This little monk is not showing off. The holy devil cult was attacked by you and suffered heavy losses. There were also many injured. Yi Hua said indifferently. "We will compensate you." The people of the Plum Blossom Manor immediately said. "Compensation, we will definitely compensate. You better hurry up. If it's too late, we will go to each sect to take it." Yi Hua waved his hand and the people of the holy devil cult opened up a path. These people dragged the corpses of their sect's disciples and ran away as if they were burned. "Hong Yi, look at these righteous sections," Yi Hua said with disdain. Ningxu said, "Righteous sects are also people. Not everyone can be a hero." "Thank you, female benefactor." The little monk Huiji Ningxu bowed. "Benefactor has saved this little monk time and again. This little monk is unable to repay you. Repay with your body," Ningxu said casually. Since he was unable to repay her, then he could only repay her with his body. The moment Ningxu said this, the faces of the monks behind Huiji twisted. They wanted to scold Ningxu, but their lives were still in his hands. The little monk Huiji's expression did not change. "Benefactor is joking. This little monk will take his leave." The little monk Huiji walked at the front and left with the group of monks. Who knew if it was Ningxu's misconception, but he felt that the little monk's footsteps were filled with Sanskrit. This matter could be considered to have passed just like that. However, it would be difficult for these sects to prosper again. The experts of these sects were all slaughtered by Zhao Bo. And Zhao Fort was destroyed by these sects in one night. The disciples of Zhao Fort were also scattered. After all, Zhao Fort didn't even have a person to preside over the situation. These people directly set fire to Zhao Fort. Ningxu smacked his lips. Burning houses was the patent of this witch from the devil sect, but these people still dared to steal it. He also didn't know what happened to the heaven's pride and earth's favorite Zhao Ling. Ningxu sent people out to inquire, but they only heard that she was taken away by the original Zhao Fort disciples. Without her father's protection, Zhao Ling's life would not be easy. Her father killed many people from sects when he was alive, and now people came to seek revenge. People were drifting in the Jianghu, stabbing each other. However, the Jianghu wasn't too chaotic now. Everyone had their tails between their legs. It was unprecedentedly peaceful. The restless atmosphere from before had also dissipated. Even people's moods had relaxed. Yi Hua started to seriously cultivate her peerless martial arts. When she had nothing to do, she would call Ningxu over to ask. Then, intentionally or unintentionally, she would lead the topic to the heavens. Ningxu only said that there was definitely a world that they didn't know about. Maybe there really was a paradise or something. Yi Hua waved her hand to tell Ningxu to scram. Ningxu curled his lips and left. When Ningxu was free, he would bring a group of subordinates to walk around. At the same time, he would also collect compensation for his mental trauma. He would play for a few days at every sect. Seeing that these people were so sullen that they couldn't speak, but they had to treat him well, Ningxu felt very comfortable. Ningxu wandered around and saw many different kinds of strange and indescribable scenery. Ningxu arrived at Wuyu Temple. After the previous incident, the incense at Wuyu Temple wasn't as prosperous as before. There were only a few worshippers. At the entrance, Huiji brought a group of monks to welcome Ningxu. Ningxu walked over. The bell at his waist gave out a crisp sound as he walked. "Ami, where's the money?" Ningxu asked. "The money has been prepared. Benefactor, please rest," Huiji said. Ningxu nodded and followed Huiji into Wuyu Temple. The moment he walked in, he smelled the scent of pine. "I want to stay here for a few days and take a good look at Wuyu Temple." Ningxu looked at Huiji. "I also want to talk to you about my life goals." It would be impolite to decline, the small monk said in a serious manner. Ningxu ate the vegetarian food that the small monk mentioned and it did taste quite good. "You monks really know how to enjoy such well-cooked food. You are an important guest, so we usually don't cook such exquisite food," Huiji said. Ningxu looked at the peach blossom forest outside the window. The peach blossoms had just bloomed and the wind blew the branches. The buds swayed slightly. Ningxu, Huiji, said, "These peach blossoms listen to the Sanskrit chants every day and maybe they will develop Buddhist nature. Your temple might even give birth to a peach blossom demon." "That is good. Everything has a spirit. If the peach blossoms really develop intelligence after listening to the Sanskrit chants, then they are fated with Buddha," Huiji said in a clear voice. Ningxu supported his chin and looked at the small monk before looking at the peach blossoms outside. He had already imagined the beautiful love story between the beautiful monk and the peach blossom demon. But whether or not a peach blossom demon would appear was still uncertain. "Small monk, if you are free, water these peach blossoms and fertilize them. Don't chant scriptures all day. If you want to chant scriptures, you have to chant them to the peach blossoms. Who knows, maybe a peach blossom demon might appear." Ningxu smiled and said. Huiji didn't say anything. "Small monk, what do you think love is?" Ningxu asked. "Obsession," Huiji said, "an obsession that you have to get. Humans can't escape from greed, anger, and stupidity," Huiji said. Ningxu felt that Huiji's words made sense. It was greed that wanted to possess and was unwilling to give up. Ningxu stretched. "I am leaving tomorrow. Prepare the money." The next day, Ningxu took the small monk's money and left. Before he left, the small monk called out to Ningxu. "What is it?" Ningxu asked. Ba, may Buddha bless you," Huiji said seriously, handing the prayer beads in his hand to Ningxu. Ningxu took the prayer beads. Each bead was plump and shiny, with a hint of sandalwood fragrance. "Thank you, I'm leaving." Ningxu led a group of people away in a cloud of dust. After returning to the Saint Devil Peak, Ningxu no longer ran around. Instead, he learned how to concoct poison from poison scorpion elder goo. Her poison concocting skills were still at the beginner level, so it would be a good idea to learn more. Ningxu also joined the ranks of destroying these medicine men. Ningxu mainly wanted to learn how to deal with human skin from elder goo, as well as the medicine that could change the characteristics of the human body. These things might be useful in the future. However, Ningxu felt that this elder goo was really abnormal. He had all kinds of strange poisons. All kinds of torture. It was simply an eye-opener for Ningxu. He really lived up to his reputation as Poison Scorpion. Ningxu also learned many things from him. He memorized all kinds of poison concocting recipes, and all kinds of herbs and poisons. Mei Wu asked Ningxu, "When will Miss come back?" "Soon, very soon." Ningxu stared at the book, not even raising his head as he answered. "When is soon?" Mei Wu asked tirelessly. "Soon." Ningxu said, "Your miss will definitely come. Don't worry." "I'm worried." Ningxu spread his hands. "There's nothing you can do even if you're worried." At this moment, a maid came over. Mei Wu shut his mouth. The maid Ningxu said, "Miss, the cult master invites you over for a meal." "Okay." Ningxu nodded. He guessed that Yihua had something to ask him. Actually, Ningxu didn't really like eating with Yihua. When they were eating, he looked indifferent and spoke in a half-dead manner. He wasn't happy at all. He had a bit of indigestion. After the meal, Yihua and Ningxu talked for a while. "Are there other worlds besides this one?" Yihua asked faintly. "There's always someone better than you. There must be other worlds. It's just that we don't know about them." Ningxu nodded. Yi Hua was silent. Ningshu waved his hand, and Ningshu hurriedly left. Ningshu lived a leisurely life in the demon sect. Mei Wu stared at Ningshu every day. He stared at Ningshu until a D mark appeared on Ningshu's face. Mission complete. Do you want to leave this world immediately? 2333's voice sounded in Ningshu's mind. Ningshu glanced at Mei Wu and said in his mind, leave. Ningshu felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes, he saw the empty system space and the black mark on the wall. The black mark is a bit smaller. When will the fusion be complete? Ningshu asked. 2333 said, it'll take some time. Okay. Ningshu sat on the ground and began to absorb the pure soul energy in the system space. After the absorption, Ningshu looked down at his soul. His soul had become stronger. In the future, his soul would become stronger and stronger. He would become immortal and indestructible. Wahahaha, Ningshu opened his status panel and looked at his rewards. Number, 2333 Name, Ningshu, Advanced Mission Taker, Age, 27 points, 42. 15 million Soul, 330 HP, 111 Wisdom, 344 Charm, 30 Luck, 199 Intelligence, 230 Faith, 16515 Martial Strength, 352 Aptitude, 129 Merit, 13460 Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Intermediate Close Combat Technique, Intermediate Poison Technique, Beginner Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Code Programming, Beginner Lawyer Skill, Beginner Ghost Catching Skill. Honorary titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Items, Calming Aura, Calming Pill, Faith Aura, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet 2 Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Best Friend, Miao Miao Miao's Blessing, Savior, Zhu Sunyang's Blessing, Founding Female General, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Lady Justice, Chen Ning's Blessing, Complete Hongya's Wish, Not Be Deceived by Qi. Kill Qi and take revenge on those righteous sections. Mission Reward, 5 million points, 2,000 Faith, 40 Attribute Points, Buddhist Light Bracelet. The points and attribute points for this mission could only be considered average, but Hongye gave all her soul energy. However, this Buddhist light bracelet was given to her by Huiji. What's the use of this Buddhist light bracelet? Ningshu asked 2333. That little monk can be considered a senior monk. This bracelet is contaminated with Buddhist aura. Evil spirits will not come close. It has the effect of warding off evil spirits. 2333 said. Ningshu's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. Other than the Buddhist light bracelet, several of his skills had leveled up. His ultimate martial technique had gone from beginner to intermediate success. Perhaps after a while, he would be able to master it easily. Her poison technique had gone from beginner to intermediate. Her poison technique had become more powerful. Miss. Mei Wu stared at Hongye, who had woken up on the bed. Hongye opened her eyes. Her gaze was a little dazed. Seeing Hongye's gaze, Mei Wu's stern face finally broke into a smile. My head hurts. Hongye rubbed her forehead. Mei Wu said softly, Miss, you slept for a long time. Hongye nodded. Yes, I feel like I slept for a long time. Hongye walked around while rubbing her head. The maids and disciples she met all bowed to her respectfully. Hongye was surprised. Miss is very powerful, Mei Wu explained. Where's Ji? Hongye asked. I haven't seen him in a long time. Mei Wu looked at a peach tree silently. Ji was below it. Ji is a spy sent by the Orthodox sections. I see. Hongye stroked her chest. She didn't seem to be sad. Instead, she sighed in relief. Hongye found out that many things had happened during this time. It felt like a dream. How could so many things happen in such a short time? Miss, do you want to collect money and go out for a walk? Mei Wu looked at Hongye's confused expression and wanted her to go out for a walk. Okay, I'll collect money. Hongye led a group of people everywhere. They went to various sects and clans. Everywhere they went, there was chaos. The demonic sects which was here, once, Hongye met a woman on the street who was being beaten up by a man. Hong Yi tried to save her, but the woman looked at Hong Yi with hatred. You killed my father. You burned down Zhao Castle. Zhao Ling'er roared at Hong Yi. You demonic sect witch. Hong Yi was speechless. Did I burn down Zhao Castle? Hong Yi asked Mei Wu. Stop pretending. If it wasn't for the demonic sect, Zhao Castle wouldn't be like this. Give me back my father's life. Zhao Ling'er attacked Hong Yi. Hong Yi dodged Zhao Ling'er. Yes, twice, Mei Wu said. Hong Yi was speechless. She was sleepwalking. Hong Yi ignored Zhao Ling'er. A man grabbed Zhao Ling'er's hair and dragged her. This man used to be a disciple of Zhao Castle. Zhao Ling'er was pulled by the hair. She was in great pain, but she kept scolding Hong Ye, saying that Hong Ye killed her father. Hong Ye was speechless. What a lunatic, since she couldn't find anyone to hate, she could only hate her. That so-called Wulin Alliance chief was stabbed to death by those righteous sections. In the end, the Zhao family fort was also completely destroyed by those righteous sections. Ning Shu distributed the 40 attribute points. Every time he distributed the attribute points, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction in his heart. Serial number 2333. Name, Ning Shu, Senior Mission Taker, Age, 27 points, 4-215/4000000. Soul Value, 330 HP, 111 Wisdom, 34410 Charm, 30 Luck, 19910 Mental Power, 23010 Faith, 165152000. Combat Power, 35210 Aptitude, 129 Merit, 13460 Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Intermediate Close Combat Technique, Intermediate Level Poison Technique, Beginner Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Code Programming, Beginner Lawyer Skills, Beginner Ghost Catching Skills. Honorary Titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Tools, Calming Aura, Calming Pill, Faith Aura, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet 2 Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Best Friend for Life, Miao Miao Miao's Blessing, Lifesaver, Zhu Xunyang's Blessing, Founding Female General, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Lawful Beauty, Chen Ning's Blessing. After adding the attribute points, Ning Shu looked at the empty system space and didn't know what to do. There was nothing. Ning Shu asked 2333, are there any functions that can be fixed? No. Ning Shu, first, fix the channel to the virtual space. If he could go to the virtual space, he could go to the shop to exchange for things, and he could also go shopping. Now that he was back in the system space, he was faced with an empty system space. He didn't even have a way to relax. Okay. 2333 agreed. Ning Shu didn't believe 2333 would agree so easily. Ning Shu was a little tired from standing, so he sat on the floor and said to 2333, I'm a little tired. Next time, send me a simpler world. Okay, I'll pick one carefully. 2333 said. Ning Shu leaned against the wall and took a nap. Before, he had a bed, but now he could only sleep on the floor. Ning Shu leaned against the wall and slept for a while. When he woke up, he said to 2333, let's go do some quests. Since there was no way to relax in the system space, he might as well go do some quests. Okay. Ning Shu felt dizzy for a moment. He felt his soul fusing into a body. After a while, Ning Shu opened his eyes. What he saw was a white ceiling. He moved his eyes and saw that the original owner had fallen asleep on the sofa. Ning Shu moved his neck. It hurt a little. Ning Shu looked around. He was in a small apartment, about 100 square meters in size. The decoration was quite cozy. The room was quiet, and Ning Shu was alone. Her head felt heavy, and her eyes hurt and were a little swollen. It seemed like she had been crying. She was probably a little tired after sleeping on the sofa. Ning Shu frowned. His body was very heavy, and his heart felt like it was blocked by a piece of lead. He felt like he couldn't breathe. Ning Shu hammered his chest, coughed twice, and took a deep breath. He sat on the sofa and moved his neck to accept the plot. The original owner's name was Xue Jing. She was 32 years old. She had been married for about 2 years. Her husband was an employee of a company. Xuejing met her husband and Xiuqin through her best friend, Yansuni. Yansuni grew up with Xuejing, and they were neighbors. The two of them were even closer than real sisters. Xuejing was 30 years old and still unmarried. Yansuni introduced her colleague, and Xiuqin, to Xuejing. And Xiuqin was 38 years old, almost 40 years old. He said that his parents were worried about him, and he needed to settle down. This and Xiuqin had good looks, and he had the aura of a mature man. He was especially charming. Xuejing wasn't a beauty. She was pleasing to the eye. She couldn't help but wonder why her best friend would introduce such a good man to her. Yansuni said, "It's because you're my best friend that I'm introducing him to you. If it weren't for the fact that I'm unmarried, I wouldn't have introduced such a man to you." Yansuni was tall and well-proportioned. She was also good-looking. She was also a part-time model. She was a beauty. Compared to Yansuni, Xuejing was a little ordinary. Yansuni liked to play and was determined not to get married in this life. She didn't want to be a woman around the pot. For her husband, for her children, for her family, she became a haggard woman, but men despised her. Yansuni lived as she said, fashionable and beautiful. Xuejing didn't doubt her. After all, they were best friends who grew up together. She even knew when the other party's first period came. After all, and Xiuqin was considered outstanding. He was a director of a company, and it was considered a moderate position. He was Yansuni's boss, and he was much better looking than most men. After that meeting, Xuejing and Xiuqin's relationship went smoothly. Then, Xiuqin proposed to Xuejing. The two of them bought a wedding house. The down payment was paid by Xuejing, but it was written in their names. And Xiuqin said that his salary was enough for the two of them to retire. Xuejing usually bought groceries at home and paid for all the expenses. Xuejing didn't mind. The two of them lived their lives respectfully. But gradually, Xuejing realized that something was wrong. The two of them only got a marriage certificate and didn't hold a wedding banquet. By chance, Xiuqin forgot to take his document bag, so Xuejing went to Xiuqin and Yansuni's company. Yansuni held Xuejing's arm and introduced her to others, saying that she was her best friend. She didn't say that Xuejing was Xiuqin's wife. She took the document bag that Xuejing sent over and said that Xiuqin was in a meeting and asked Xuejing to go back first. Xuejing was confused, but she didn't take it to heart. However, Xuejing realized that Xiuqin was always calling behind her back. He would call in the middle of the night and whisper. Xuejing started to suspect that Xiuqin had other women, so she secretly checked his phone. One of the numbers was called a lot, but the caller ID was CEO Wang, so it should be his boss. But which boss would call in the middle of the night? It was just like how some men set their lover's phone number as their mobile number, such as 10086. Xuejing called Xiuqin while he was taking a shower. Yansuni picked up the phone. Xuejing hung up the phone hurriedly and went to confront Yansuni. Yansuni admitted that she and Xiuqin had that kind of relationship, but she wouldn't destroy their family. She was someone who didn't want to get married. Yansuni said that Xiuqin was her boyfriend, but Xiuqin's parents forced him to get married. Xiuqin was almost 40 years old, and if he didn't get married, his parents wouldn't let him off. Yansuni, on the other hand, was adamant about not getting married. She didn't want to be tied down by marriage, but Xiuqin's parents were pressuring her. An idea flashed through Yansuni's mind. Just like that, she pushed out her best friend who grew up with her. "Anyway, I'm not getting married. You can marry someone else. Don't let the goodies flow into your own fields. Just marry my best friend. We grew up together and we like to share everything. Now, I'm even sharing my boyfriend with you." What happened after that was logical. After hearing Yansuni's words, Xuejing was dumbfounded. Xuejing questioned Yansuni. "How could you do this? How could you do this to me?" However, Yansuni said that she was the one who got to know Xiuqin first. They were originally a couple, and now Xiuqin had given her a marriage. Yansuni even promised Xuejing that she wouldn't ruin your marriage. Xuejing was so angry that she was about to have a cerebral hemorrhage. Were they going to maintain such an abnormal relationship? Yansuni was clearly using her. Jing went to ask Xianxia and asked him to break up with Xianxia. They were already married. And Xianxia was cold and said that if she wanted a divorce, then so be it. Later on, Xianxia didn't care about Jing anymore and moved in with Xianxia. Jing made a fuss, cried, and was hysterical, but Xianxia ignored her. Xianxia asked Jing to talk to Xianxia nicely because she wanted Jing to turn a blind eye. However, Jing was so angry that she wanted to take revenge on Xianxia. However, her way of taking revenge made Ningxu facepalm. She used cheating to take revenge on Xianxia. The man who cheated on Jing was a colleague in the company. At that time, Jing was filled with anger and hatred. After that, Jing regretted it. However, this man had something on her and threatened her. They had sex several times. That man used this matter to treat Jing as a prostitute who would come and go as he pleased. If Jing didn't agree, he would tell the whole company about this. Jing lived in pain every day. This method of hurting the enemy was the stupidest. To someone who didn't care about you, even if you died in front of him, he wouldn't care. In the end, Xianxia found out about Jing's affair. He divorced Jing and didn't want the house anymore. He gave it to her. They had been married for less than 2 years and the house was still in debt. Now that he gave the house to Jing, she had to pay the mortgage alone. In the end, Jing found out that they only had a marriage certificate and nothing else. Xianxia, who had always vowed not to get married, finally married Xianxia. They were a perfect couple. Moreover, Xianxia's career was steadily rising and he was successful. Jing made a scene at the wedding but was chased out. Xianxia even told Jing that she had missed Xianxia. If she hadn't cheated and told Xianxia properly, things wouldn't have turned out like this. In the end, she even said that she hoped that she could give them her blessings and wished that she could find happiness. Jing was shocked. Then, the two of them lived happily together. Jing's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were rubbed together. These people's evil deeds were actually rewarded and they were so happy together. They were friends who grew up with her and were like family. How could they betray her like this? They used her and even acted as if they were doing her charity and that it was all her fault. How could there be such shameless people? Jing's wish was not to let that adulterous couple have a good life. Ningxu was speechless. She remembered that she had told 2333 that she wanted to find a simpler world. Why was she splashed with a basin of dog blood the moment she arrived? 2333 was really a witty retard. There were so many worlds and there were always many things that could shatter one's worldview. Ningxu couldn't even remember how many times she had been someone's wife. Marriage was something that made people helpless and crazy. You treated it wholeheartedly, but what you received in return might not be wholeheartedly. It might even be mentally and physically destroyed. It was more exciting than trading stocks. Marriage was filled with all kinds of dangers. If you weren't careful, you would hit the rocks. Every family had its own difficulties. Which family's husband was violent? Which family's husband had an affair and which family's husband had a mistress? No matter how hard you tried, you couldn't stop some women from taking off their pants. Ningxu didn't agree with Jing's betrayal of Xianxia. Shouldn't she have taken the man with her? Why did she have to fight over him? Men were the original sin. Why didn't she just eliminate the source? Why did she have to push herself to another man? She couldn't control her anger and did something stupid. Very few women could maintain a clear mind when their marriage failed. They were all hysterical, crying and begging, or wanting to chop the adulterous couple to death. Anger was useless. It couldn't solve anything. All the anxiety came from the confusion and fear of the future. But everything would pass. Solving the problem was the key. When one was unlucky, one had to control one's temper because there was more than one unlucky thing. If one didn't fight, one wouldn't panic. If one wasn't stubborn, one would be flexible. If one didn't beg, one would be neither servile nor overbearing. Ningxu didn't have any feelings for these people. She didn't ask for anything from them. So, nothing they did affected her. She was strong without desires. But it was disgusting to watch. Ningxu originally wanted to come here to relax, but it turned out to be a chicken feather. Especially now that everything was on the table. And Xianxia was living with Yan Suni without any scruples. The most speechless thing was that Jing had cheated. Ningxu scratched her head. She slept on the sofa the whole night. Jing was alone in the house. Now, she had to pay the mortgage every month. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu hammered his chest, trying to get rid of the depression in his heart. Wasn't there a saying that went, "Living well is the greatest revenge"? Why did she have to torture herself like this? But the two people who colluded were really despicable. They didn't have any regrets. Yan Suni even acted as if she was giving alms to you, but you didn't grasp it. And Xianxia didn't care about Jing at all. What did I owe you? Ningxu felt that her worldview had been shattered into dumplings. Her worldview was constantly being reshaped. Compared to these people, Ningxu felt that she was as pure as a little white rabbit in the forest. Ningxu rubbed her stomach. She felt a little hungry. She got up and opened the fridge to see if there was anything to eat. The fridge was empty and dirty. It looked like it hadn't been cleaned for a long time. Ningxu took out 2 packets of instant noodles. No matter what, she had to fill her stomach first. Ningxu finished cooking the noodles and finished the large bowl of instant noodles in no time. While eating the noodles, Ningxu was sweating all over. He felt very carefree. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Ningxu burped and sat cross-legged on the sofa, thinking about the current situation. The current situation was the worst-case scenario. And Xianxia would soon find out about her affair. There was also a man who had something on her, threatening her at every turn. There was also Yan Suni, the culprit who caused the tragedy of the original owner. Ningxu's first impression was that Yan Suni's worldview was quite unique, and she never felt that she was wrong. The fault lies with others. Having different worldviews was really a terrible thing. Not to mention being friends, they couldn't even be enemies. She didn't know how the original owner got along with Yan Suni for over 20 years. Ningxu supported her forehead with her hand. There were several terrible things to deal with. Which one should he deal with first? Forget it, I should cultivate first. Ningxu cast a spell and set up a spirit-gathering array in the room, gathering the surrounding spiritual energy. Ningxu calmed down and cultivated. He couldn't be a burden if he wasn't feeling well. Ningxu was cultivating when his phone rang. Ningxu opened his eyes angrily. Because there was little spiritual energy in the modern world, Ningxu cultivated for a while without any effect. Now that he was interrupted by the phone, he was furious. Ningxu suppressed his irritation and picked up the phone on the coffee table. It was Wang Ku. Ningxu stared at the name. Isn't this the man that Jing had an affair with? Ningxu picked up the phone and said hello. There was a chuckle on the other side. Ningxu felt that it was so wretched. What's the matter? Ningxu asked. Hee, it's the weekend. I'll treat you to a meal. Come over. Wang Ku said to Ningxu. Ningxu rejected without hesitation. I'm not free. I'm not going. How can you not recognize me after pulling up your pants? Weren't you horny before? Wang Ku said unhappily. His voice was very loud and transmitted to Ningxu's ears through the phone. It made Ningxu's ears buzz. It was very unpleasant to hear. Wang Ku, watch your attitude. Ningxu said coldly. What attitude? You're my woman. You don't want to see everyone in the company know about our relationship tomorrow. Wang Ku threatened coldly. Someone in the office who didn't have a relationship with Wang Ku before couldn't tell that Wang Ku was such a person. Now, he was showing his ugly side. Therefore, it was always the woman who was at a disadvantage. This society was too harsh on women. This Wang Ku took advantage of Jing and even threatened her. He wanted to take advantage of her more. Otherwise, he would spread the news. Jing was afraid and let Wang Ku have his way a few times. Unlike in Xianxia, who boasted that he was single, Jing's colleagues in the company all knew that she was married. However, having an extramarital affair and with her colleagues in the same company, what would her colleagues think of her? Ningxu's face was cold. Tolerating this kind of trash would only make him unscrupulous. Ningxu rolled his eyes and tried to think of a way to deal with this Wang Ku. Hurry up and come over. Wang Ku urged Ningxu on the phone again. Ningshu said indifferently, I'm not feeling well today. Let's go tomorrow. I don't have work tomorrow anyway. You're looking for excuses. Wangke said angrily. Do you believe that I'll send an email to the company right now? Ningshu rolled his eyes. I'm still on my period. Wangke was silent for a moment. Then I'll wait for you tomorrow. You have to find something remote. Do you understand? Ningshu said to Wangke. Wangke saw that Ningshu was so tactful and told him the time and place. He repeatedly threatened Ningshu that he had to go before hanging up the phone. Ningshu stared at the phone and was speechless. 2333, what kind of world did you choose for me? Ningshu placed her phone on the coffee table. She tapped her fingers on her knees and got up from the sofa. After washing up, she put on a jacket and went out with her bag. Ningshu went to the pharmacy to buy some wormwood and heaven blue and other herbs. He also bought a lot of things. He had to continue to live his life. He had to eat and drink enough to have the energy to do things. There was not much spiritual energy in the modern world, so he had to rely on the energy of food. Back home, Ningshu began to process these herbs. He put them together to boil the medicine. Then he collected the steam from these herbs and slowly boiled the steam. Finally, he collected a small bottle of medicine. Ningshu put the medicine in his bag and began to cultivate. No matter what, he had to have the power to protect himself. Otherwise, he could only be trampled on. Without the power to resist, everything was in vain. Ningshu formed a hand seal and set up a spirit gathering array. A thin layer of spirit qi gathered in the surroundings and Ningshu quickly absorbed it. Traces of qi strength appeared in her dantian. She did not know how long she had been cultivating. When Ningshu woke up, the sky was already bright. It was the next morning. Ningshu got down from the sofa and felt much more comfortable. The qi from the peerless martial arts would slowly repair his body. Xuejing had been under a lot of pressure and her body was under a lot of stress. Many things weighed heavily on her heart. Her mind was in a mess and she didn't know what to do. She was like a walking corpse. Ningshu opened the curtains and the sun shone on Ningshu's face. Ningshu covered his eyes with his hand. In that instant, Ningshu's heart cleared up. Thinking about the universe and the thousands of planes, he was just an insignificant person. Nothing was a problem. There was nothing that couldn't be solved. Ningshu took a deep breath and inhaled the car exhaust in his lungs. Ningshu hummed a tune as he prepared breakfast for himself and ate it slowly. He worked hard to pay off his mortgage and worked hard to get to the peak of his life. After eating a few breakfasts, he started cultivating again. Until now, Xianxia and Xianxia hadn't called to explain this matter. Who knew how to live a carefree life now? Ningshu really couldn't figure out why Xianxia would let her best friend marry her boyfriend even after racking her brains. In the end, she was selfish. She didn't want to get married but she didn't want to give up Xianxia. In the end, she even felt that she was giving Xuejing out of charity. In her heart, was Xuejing really that bad? Xuejing had graduated from a prestigious university and was one of the more capable employees in the company. However, she wasn't as pretty as her. Actually, Xianxia was still mocking Xuejing for being an old lady who couldn't get married. She didn't want to get married but there were many people who wanted to marry her. Her boyfriend's family urged him to get married and Xuejing was an old lady who hated marriage. Xianxia came up with this idea. To Xianxia, her boyfriend was still her boyfriend even if he got married. This was the first time Ningshu had seen something like this. Who knew what would happen to her in the future? Ningshu was in the middle of her cultivation when she was interrupted by her phone's ringtone. Ningshu stopped cultivating and picked up his phone. A roar came from the other end. Xuejing, I've been waiting for you. It's been almost 2 hours since the agreed time. Where have you been? Are you going back on your word? Wangke's voice was incomparably angry. I'll give you another half an hour. If you don't arrive by then, I'll send an email about what happened between us to the company tomorrow morning. If you don't want me to tell your husband, you better hurry up. Don't make me angry. I'm very unhappy. Ningshu placed the phone on the table and listened to the person on the other side of the phone roar. He calmly tied up his hair. Ningshu put on a thick layer of makeup, which made her look different from before. She changed into pants and clothes. Was she wearing a skirt to make it convenient for that bastard? After cleaning up, Wang Ku was still cursing on the other end of the phone. Ningxu stuffed his phone into his bag and looked at the medicine he made yesterday. He changed his shoes at the entrance and went out in high spirits. Even if this world wasn't a place to relax, he still wanted to do it. Ningxu called a taxi and went to the place Wang Ku said. The place Wang Ku said was a small hotel. Wang Ku was wandering in front of the hotel. Wang Ku was a skinny man. He was still single and didn't even have a girlfriend. That's why he grabbed Shui Jing. The taxi stopped in front of the hotel and Ningxu paid the fare. What are you doing? Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? Wang Ku came over to Ningxu and said unhappily. Ningxu turned to look at Wang Ku. Wang Ku was ordinary and not outstanding. He was just a small employee in the company. That's why no woman liked him. Although Shui Jing wasn't as pretty as Yan Suni, she was still a pretty woman who was pleasing to the eye. Wang Ku probably knew his condition, so he forced Shui Jing to have sex with him every time. Ningxu said lightly, I said I have something to do. Accompany your husband? Don't forget that I also got your husband. I'm also your man. You have to accompany me too, okay? Wang Ku sneered and said. Go in. Wang Ku reached out to grab Ningxu's arm. Ningxu easily dodged. I can walk by myself. Wang Ku glanced at Ningxu. He didn't care about Ningxu's resistance and went to the counter to get a room. Do you have money? Wang Ku asked Ningxu. Ningxu was speechless. As if he felt Ningxu's look of disdain, Wang Ku hurriedly explained, I usually pay by card. I don't carry cash with me. Ningxu's mouth twitched. He wanted to sleep with her and he still wanted her to pay for the room. Ningxu was really disgusted. What happened to relaxing? Sir, you can pay by card. The waiter said. Wang Ku's face trembled and he took out his card. It was only 100 yuan and he still had to pay by card. Give us a room on the second floor. Ningxu said, bring us some water. We want to drink. Wang Ku took the room card and went upstairs. When he went upstairs, Wang Ku didn't behave himself and wanted to touch Ningxu's waist. Ningxu dodged in a flash. After entering the room, Ningxu looked around the room. There was a bed and a bathroom. Wang Ku hurriedly took off his clothes and wanted to hug Ningxu. Ningxu dodged, which made Wang Ku very unhappy. He said impatiently, You're already here. Why are you still being so pretentious? Ningxu smiled brightly. It's boring like this. We want to have fun. Wang Ku showed an excited look and said, How do you want to play? I'll let you. At this moment, the doorbell rang. It was the water delivery guy. Wang Ku hurriedly took off his clothes. When someone came, he immediately huddled under the quilt. Ningxu took over the kettle and poured some water into a cup. She then put in the medicine she made yesterday and shook it a little. Drink this. Ningxu said to Wang Ku. Okay. Wang Ku was now excited and nervous. His throat was dry and itchy. He took the water from Ningxu. Wang Ku gulped down the water. Ningxu asked, What are we playing now? Ningxu smiled and said, Don't worry. Let's play something exciting. Wang Ku shook his head. He looked a little tired. He raised his eyes and saw Ningxu walking over. Ningxu reached out and strangled Wang Bo's neck. Then he let go. Wang Bo's face was abnormally frightened. He tried his best to pull his neck. He looked like he couldn't breathe. In Wang Bo's eyes, this woman looked ferocious and wanted to kill him. She was strangling his neck with all her strength. He couldn't breathe. Wang Bo grabbed the glass and hit the woman's head with all his strength. In fact, he hit himself. Then, in Wang Bo's eyes, this woman was killed by him. But he still couldn't breathe. Ningxu took the lipstick and drew a bloody mouth on his face. He shouted at Wang Bo, Give me back my life. Kill me. Ningxu opened his mouth wide, his body swaying as he reached out to strangle Wang Ku's neck. Wang Ku was so scared that his face was convulsing. He closed his eyes and waved his hand. Don't come over, don't come over. Ningxu said coldly, You killed me, I want you to pay with your life. No, I didn't do it on purpose. Wangke's pupils constricted as he watched Ningxu approach. In Wangke's eyes, Ningxu's face was covered in blood and his hair was disheveled. He looked like a ghost. I won't let you go. You forced me and killed me. I'm going to pester you. Ningxu squeezed out a voice from his throat. It was very creepy and filled with strong resentment, which made Wangke's body tremble even more. It wasn't me, I didn't do it on purpose. Please forgive me. Wangke begged. You still want to tell others about this? Wangke, give me your life. Ningxu reached out to strangle Wangke's neck. Wangke sobbed and looked very scared. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and ran out of the hotel naked. When he went downstairs, he directly rolled down the stairs and ran away. He ran out naked, causing all kinds of screams. The passers-by on the road all covered their eyes. Wangke, on the other hand, seemed to have encountered something extremely terrifying as he stumbled as he ran. In the end, he was caught by the patrolling traffic police and was taken to the detention center. Wangke was even more scared when he saw the police. Subconsciously, he killed someone. Wangke's whole body was trembling like a sieve. He didn't say a word and looked at Xuejing, whose face was covered in blood. I killed someone, I killed someone. Wangke murmured. Let me go, I won't do it again. When the police heard this, they went to the scene. There was no dead body at all. After Wangke ran away, Ningxu went to the bathroom to wash the lipstick off his face. He took out a wide-brimmed hat from his bag and went out of the hotel. On Monday, Wangke didn't go to work. Ningxu looked at Wangke's seat and smiled faintly. Lecherous thoughts, but not the guts. Don't you see how many people and ghosts are still in love? Just like ghosts, they're scared to this extent. The head of the office contacted Wangke, but the police said that Wangke had run away and would be detained for 2 days. The leader was speechless. Now, everyone in the company knew about Wangke's secret. After getting out of the detention center, Wangke went to work, but he was not in good spirits. When the people in the company saw Wangke, they couldn't help covering their mouths and laughing. The drug that Ningxu gave Wangke was a strong hallucinogen that could cause people to hallucinate and cause drastic changes in their emotions. At that time, Wangke's thinking was distorted. Everything he saw and heard was distorted by Wangke. Wangke gulped down the water, looking extremely tired. At the same time, there was an indescribable panic and fear on his face. Hey, Wangke, why are you in the police station? A male colleague stretched out his hand and patted Wangke's shoulder. Wangke was so scared that he fell from his chair and sat on the ground. The male colleague's hand stopped in midair. He looked at Wangke in surprise. Are you okay? I just patted you lightly. Wangke panicked and got up from the ground. He pulled a chair and sat down. I'm doing performance art. Performance art, you're really interesting. The male colleague couldn't help but say. The other female colleagues looked at Wangke's strange behavior. Ningxu stood up and handed the folder to Wangke. He faintly said, take this document and print it. Wangke raised his head and stretched out his hand to take the document. When he saw Ningxu, his whole body froze. Ningxu was wearing bright red lipstick today. Because of the powder on her face, her complexion was very pale, which made her mouth even redder, bright red and glistening. At this moment, Ningxu was smiling at Wangke, revealing his porcelain white teeth. His teeth were stained with lipstick, which looked particularly strange. In an instant, all the hair on Wangke's body stood up. His head buzzed, making Wangke's brain go blank. Ningxu frowned and unhappily said, what are you doing? Hurry up and copy it. You didn't come to work a few days ago, so there's a backlog of work here. Hurry up and hand in your copy. Wangke just stared blankly at Ningxu's bright red lips wriggling, as if he had drunk blood. His teeth were covered with blood. There's a ghost. Wangke issued a sharp scream from his throat. His colleagues in the office were startled. They stared blankly at Wangke, who suddenly went crazy. Wangke fell to the ground. He kept retreating with a look of fear. Ningxu was also dumbfounded. He turned to his colleague and asked, what's wrong with him? I think there's something wrong with his brain. The colleague couldn't help but roll his eyes. Ningxu took the document and walked toward Wang Ku. Wang Ku rolled and crawled away from Ningxu. Don't come over, don't come over. Wang Ku, what's wrong with you? Ningxu snappily said. As soon as Ningxu approached Wang Ku was terrified. There's a ghost, a ghost. Hey, Wang Ku, she's not a ghost. She's Shui Jing. A colleague said. He then looked at Ningxu, but, Shui Jing, your makeup skills are not up to standard. White face and red lips, you do look like a ghost. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Nonsense, white face and black lips would look like a ghost. This is charming and sexy makeup. Sexy makeup? Look at how scared Wang Ku is. The female colleague snappily said. She's a ghost, not a human, a ghost. Wang Ku shouted, can't you see that she's a ghost? Ningxu helplessly waved his hand at the crowd and returned to his seat. Wang Ku stared at Ningxu and carefully returned to his seat. He couldn't help but hit his head and rubbed his eyes before looking at Ningxu. Ningxu pulled his scarlet lips and said with dissatisfaction, Wang Ku, do you have something against me? Wang Ku's face turned green. He didn't dare to look at Ningxu. His expression was extremely confused, as if he couldn't find his bearings. For the whole day, Wang Ku was in a daze. He did everything in a daze. Every time someone called him, he would only react after a few times. The supervisor had been observing Wang Ku, but Wang Ku couldn't feel it. Every time Ningxu spoke to Wang Ku's face would tremble as he stared at Ningxu in a daze. As soon as Ningxu came closer, Wang Ku trembled in fear. I was wrong. Don't follow me anymore. I was really wrong. Everyone in the office stared at Ningxu. Ningxu waved his hand. Am I really that scary? Is he crazy? Someone asked. Kind of. The others nodded. Wang Ku looked like a crazy person. Others said that Wang Ku looked like a crazy person, but Wang Ku felt that these people were blind. The woman was already dead, but these people were still talking to her and working with her. She's a ghost, she's already dead, wake up. Wang Ku screamed. Wang Ku felt like he was the only one awake in this world. This feeling was too painful. She's dead, she's really dead. In Wang Ku's mind, this woman was smashed in the head by him with a glass, and her face was covered in blood. Everyone, Ningxu asked, how did I die? Tell me. Even though there was still the effect of the hallucinogen in his body, Wang Ku didn't dare to say that he killed Ningxu. What are you doing? It's time to work, what's the fuss? The supervisor came out of the office and stared at everyone with an unfriendly face. Everyone in the office returned to their seats. The supervisor was especially unfriendly and stared at Wang Ku in a daze. Come to my office. The supervisor said. Wang Ku stood still and stared at Ningxu, who was looking at the computer. Seeing that Wang Ku didn't follow, the supervisor opened the office door, stuck his head out and roared, hurry up. Wang Ku trembled and hurried into the supervisor's office. The supervisor's voice could be vaguely heard from outside the office. When Wang Ku came out, he looked very disappointed. Wang Ku, are you okay? A colleague asked Wang Ku. The supervisor told me to go back and rest. Wang Ku said. Wang Ku was not fit to work at all. Wang Ku didn't say that the supervisor told him to go and have his brain checked. He didn't have a problem, but these people did. Wang Ku, come back to work when you're done resting. The company can't do without you. Ningxu said to Wang Ku faintly. The hair on Wang Ku's face stood up. He shuddered and ran away without looking back. Ningxu shrugged helplessly at everyone. Seeing the folder on Wang Ku's desk, he picked it up and chased after Wang Ku. Wang Ku, wait, your folder. Wang Ku looked back and saw Ningxu with his mouth wide open. He ran even faster. Don't chase me, please let me go, please. Ningxu stopped and looked indifferently at Wang Ku's panicked back. She was too weak. How did she look like a ghost? She should at least be slapped to see if she was a human or a ghost. Ningxu took Wang Ku's briefcase back to his office and threw it on Wang Ku's desk. Where's Wang Ku? You didn't give the bag to him? The female colleague sitting next to Ningxu asked. He ran away. When he saw me, it was as if he had seen a ghost. Ningxu said snappily. Then he began to work. After resting for a few days, Wang Ke came to the company to resign. The supervisor was not satisfied with Wang Ke in his heart. Wang Ke was the kind of employee in the office who had no taste for food and no taste for abandoning. On top of that, Wang Ke had been a little crazy recently, so he took the initiative to resign and didn't even have to pay him 3 months' salary. Therefore, the supervisor agreed without hesitation. Wang Ke packed his things and left. Ningxu asked Wang Ke, "Do you have a problem with me? Why did you resign?" Wang Ke's face turned green. He looked at Ningxu with smoky makeup and dark circles under his eyes. What do you want?" "I don't want anything." Ningxu dragged his words. Wang Ke hurriedly packed his things and ran away with the briefcase. Ningxu heaved a long sigh of relief. So far, one of them had been dealt with. That bastard was scared to death. If Wang Ke still wanted to find trouble with her, she had a backup plan. The hallucinogen was very strong and had a certain effect on the central nervous system. If Wang Ke still wanted to pester her, then she would have to experience the same feeling again. After dealing with Wang Ke, there would be no danger of exposing her affair. The things that people did when they were angry were usually not the smartest. Don't make the wrong decision when you are angry. This decision was 100% wrong. Why did you have to use such a stupid way to take revenge? A man's pride couldn't stand a woman cheating on him. The premise was that the man cared about the woman. Didn't Xiuchen look like someone who cared about Shui Jing? After settling this matter, the next thing was in Xiuchen and Yan Suni's matter. How should he settle it? Ningxu thought about it repeatedly in his mind. Speaking of which, it was quite tough. This family was basically controlled by Shui Jing. Moreover, before the two of them got married, they didn't have a prenuptial agreement. Shui Jing didn't even know how much money Xiuchen had. Shui Jing was the one who paid the down payment for the wedding house. Shui Jing was the one who paid all the expenses. So, was there a difference between marriage and not marriage? Furthermore, she had to serve Xiuchen, wash his underwear, rub his socks, iron his shirt, and wake up early in the morning to prepare breakfast. After the showdown, Xiuchen took out Shui Jing's neatly folded clothes from the closet and placed them in the briefcase. Then, he dragged the briefcase and left. Ningxu cultivated until the next morning. After breakfast, he went to look for Xiuchen. Ningxu arrived at Yan Suni's house and pressed the doorbell. Yan Suni opened the door. Her hair was loose and she was wearing a long t-shirt, revealing a pair of fair and slender legs. She was barefoot and her small pink toes were painted with red nail polish. Her feet looked especially good on the carpet. So beautiful, the model's figure was really not to be underestimated. She looked so good in a t-shirt. She looked good even when wrapped in curtains. Jing Jing. Yan Suni looked at Ningxu with a complicated expression and turned to the side. "Come in." Ningxu changed his shoes at the entrance and walked into the living room. He sized up Yan Suni's house. Yan Suni's house was decorated fashionably and beautifully. To be honest, as a woman, she had to be an exquisite woman like Yan Suni. But why did she have to push others into the fire pit? She didn't ask for you to do anything for others, but she also didn't want to push others into the fire pit. Perhaps Yan Suni didn't think it was a fire pit. "Drink, this is your favorite juice." Yan Suni placed a glass of orange juice in front of Ningxu and sat down opposite him. When she sat down, her legs looked especially long. They were fair, tender, and beautiful. Beauty was a gift from God. Although Yan Suni's work ability wasn't as good as Shui Jing's, her savings were much better than Shui Jing's. Ningxu didn't drink the juice and asked Yan Suni, "Where's Xiuchen? I want to talk to him." "He went to work overtime. He had an impromptu meeting." Yan Suni brushed her hair and said. Ningxu was speechless. The atmosphere was so awkward. A wife asking her husband's girlfriend where her husband went, this relationship was really complicated and abnormal, but Xiuchen and Yan Suni didn't think it was wrong. Because from the beginning, Shui Jing's existence was to avoid the existence of Xiuchen's parents. They didn't think that Shui Jing would affect their relationship. And Xiuchen and Yan Suni didn't have any burdens. They treated Shui Jing as if she didn't exist. Jing was the only one who cared. It made Jing look like the crazy one. The two looked at each other speechlessly. Suni sighed. Ningxu said, Jing, didn't I tell you that you and Xianxia should live happily? I won't destroy your marriage. You know that I won't get married, but you're still throwing a tantrum. Although he knew that Suni often said this when he received the storyline, Ningxu couldn't help but tremble when he heard it from Suni's mouth. Are the three of us going to maintain this relationship? Ningxu asked in surprise. The problem is that I'm already married to Xianxia. And Xianxia is already married. Marriage is a responsibility and a responsibility. He should bear the corresponding legal and moral obligations to his family and society. Ningxu stared at Suni. But Xianxia has already given you a marriage. Suni looked helpless. She brushed her hair behind her ear. Jing, I don't know what you're upset about. Xianxia and I were originally a couple. I've already said countless times that I won't destroy your marriage. I won't, I definitely won't. Ningxu, stop talking. I want to be alone. Don't you think that your relationship with Xianxia is immoral? Ningxu couldn't help but ask. Ningxu felt very tired. He felt like he couldn't communicate with her. Suni felt that Ningxu was being unreasonable, but Ningxu felt that Suni was King righteous. She was clearly using her good friend, but she still acted like she was doing charity. That was how she was acting now. Ningxu was also shocked by Xiao Tianjuan's words. Immoral. From a certain point of view, marriage is immoral. It restricts one's freedom to pursue love. Who can guarantee that they will only love one person in their life? Everyone has the right to pursue happiness, Suni said while looking at Ningxu. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Since you want to be a rapist, why did you enter besieged city in the first place? Since you're married, you should at least follow the contract and abide by the rules of the game. If you break the rules like this, then don't play anymore. If Xianxia was single, I wouldn't care if he played like this, Ningxu said impatiently. Suni pouted. Isn't it because Xianxia's parents are very sensitive? Ningxu, damn, I'm completely speechless. What should I do? You don't want to get married, so you want me to marry him? Ningxu really wanted to crack open Suni's beautiful head to see what was inside. Aren't you in a hurry to get married? He's also in a hurry to get married. Perfect my ass. Ningxu had never felt so powerless before. He didn't want to talk to her at all. He didn't want to talk, even if the original owner was an old leftover woman, it didn't mean that she would marry any man. Ningxu picked up the fruit juice on the coffee table and drank it. After talking for a while, his mouth was dry. In the end, he was playing the lute to a cow. You say you're right, I say I'm right. They couldn't be together at all. Suni reached out and held Ningxu's hand. Ningxu flung her hand away without thinking. Suni looked a little stunned and a little sad. Jing, we grew up together and shared everything. You just have to live a good life with Xianxia. I can give Xianxia love, but I can't give him marriage. You two are going to be together forever. I'm only seizing the day and night. I don't ask for eternity. Suni looked at Ningxu. I hope that we won't think that this matter is estranged. Ningxu's face was cold. Be a bitch. Ningxu wasn't angry at all. He only felt powerless. It was an indescribable sense of powerlessness. Suni didn't think that she was wrong. She couldn't even realize that she was wrong. How could you expect her to feel guilty? Instead, she felt that you were heartless, unrighteous, and unreasonable. Why are you here this time? Suni changed the topic. Ningxu passed the glass of fruit juice to Suni. I'm very thirsty. Pour me another glass. Suni was stunned and poured another glass. Ningxu gulped it down and said, I'll wait for Xianxia to come back. Okay. Suni agreed without hesitation. The two of them silently waited for Xianxia to come back. Suni started to do yoga and exercise. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the sofa and practiced his ultimate martial arts. Xianxia only came back in the afternoon. He was wearing a well-ironed suit and was tall. He was also handsome. Ningxu always felt that this plot should be about a city couple looking for love. The main characters were Yan Suni and Xianxia. After going around in circles, they finally got married. True love finally made the unmarried Yan Suni get married. When Xianxia saw Ningxu, he didn't say anything and frowned. Yan Suni said to Xianxia first, talk nicely. Don't quarrel. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu really couldn't get used to this strange relationship. Ningxu's heart thumped. Husband, wife, mistress, this, and Xianxia put down his bag and tugged at his tie. Ningxu asked, have you thought it through? Do you want to get a divorce? Xianxia, you can't get a divorce. If you get a divorce, how are you going to explain it to your parents? Jing just can't figure it out, Yan Suni said quickly. If the two of them got a divorce, she would be forced to get married as Xianxia's girlfriend. She would rather die than get married. Her soul was free. Marriage would only imprison her soul. A woman's beautiful life wasn't just about marriage. Yan Suni was a little afraid of marriage, but more than that, she didn't want to be tied down. This kind of marriage will hurt everyone. Why don't we just get a divorce? I'm not good enough. That's why you don't want to marry me, and Xianxia said helplessly. Ningxu stomped his feet. I'm *king beside you. I'm beside you, beside you, beside you, the three of us are in this kind of relationship. If you can accept it, we won't get a divorce. If you can't accept it, then we'll get a divorce, and Xianxia said to Ningxu. Ningxu's hand was itching. He really wanted to give this guy a big slap. Ningxu revealed a sinister smile. I agree. The three of us will live happily together. Jing, it's good that you've thought it through. Yan Suni grabbed Ningxu's hand. That's great. Ningxu was speechless. Everyone is great. Everyone is great. Ningxu said, panting. Yan Suni happily went to pack Xianxia's things. After a while, Yan Suni finished packing. It seemed that Yan Suni was very happy that Xianxia left with Ningxu quickly. Ningxu was confused. Yan Suni was definitely the weirdest and most unbelievable person that Ningxu had ever met. You guys can go, Yan Suni said. Don't fight anymore. Ningxu was speechless. What should she say? What should she say? She felt helpless in front of such a person. And Xianxia looked at Yan Suni helplessly and said, do you want to chase me away so badly? Hurry up and leave. You know I don't like to live together as a couple, Yan Suni said. And Xianxia said with concern, be careful when you're alone at home. Yes, I know. Jing is a good woman and a good wife. You have to treat her well, Yan Suni said to Xianxia. Ningxu's face was cold. You can come over when you miss me. Ningxu's face was still cold. Yan Suni said to Ningxu, Jing, don't worry. I've never shared a bed with Xianxia. We sleep separately. Ningxu's face was still cold. Love is beautiful and shouldn't be blasphemed by marriage. Think about it. The person you thought was beautiful in the past is now sleeping beside you, grinding his teeth, picking his nose, scratching his feet, and not even closing the door when he goes to the toilet. What a horrible thing it is. Waking up every morning to a greasy face and a stinky mouth is a disaster. All the beautiful things will be destroyed. Yan Suni reached out and hugged Ningxu. Jing, I won't destroy your marriage. Ningxu, I want to be alone. Hurry up and leave, Yan Suni let go of Ningxu and said to Xianxia and Ningxu. Yan Suni hugged Xianxia again. Hurry up and leave. And Xianxia kissed Yan Suni's face and left with his luggage. Seeing Ningxu in a daze, he said coldly, let's go. Coming, Ningxu said with a sharp voice. Ningxu even suspected that he was living in ancient times with multiple wives and concubines. He couldn't pick up his D*ck anymore. Ningxu and Xianxia left Yan Suni's house. Ningxu looked at Xianxia who was holding his luggage in front of him. He had a good figure and the suit on his body gave off a sense of abstinence. So what if he looked good? He was just a jerk. How could he exhaust Shui Jing without any psychological burden? Ningxu sat in the front passenger seat. And Xianxia, who was driving, felt very handsome. A mature man had the charm of a mature man. And Xianxia gave all his tolerance and consideration to Xianxia. Xianxia didn't want to get married, so Xianxia married Xianxia's best friend. Really, both of them were weirdos, fighters among weirdos. Back at home, Xianxia passed the luggage to Ningxu. Obviously, he wanted Ningxu to hang up the clothes. Ningxu pretended not to see it and said indifferently, "I'll go prepare dinner." And Xianxia could only hang the clothes himself. When they came down, Ningxu had already made 2 bowls of instant noodles. However, Ningxu's bowl was bigger. And Xianxia frowned. He pulled out a chair and sat across from Ningxu. Staring at the instant noodles, he asked, "Just this?" "I'll make do with it. I've been eating like this recently. I haven't adjusted my mood yet." Ningxu took a bite of the noodles. The slurping sound was a little loud, which made Xianxia frown again. Ningxu said to Xianxia, Let me tell you something. My company is laying off people. I paid the down payment, renovated the house, and bought furniture. I have no money left. Give me money." And Xianxia frowned. "Why are you so vulgar? You talk about money the moment you open your mouth." Ningxu was speechless. Damn, not only was Xianxia living like a goddess, but so was Xianxia. No, Xianxia just didn't want to give her money. Damn, the instant noodles you're eating were bought by me. I'm so vulgar. I won't be able to pay the mortgage next month. Our names are on the property deed. I can't be the only one paying the mortgage. Ningxu slurped the soup and burped. Although there's a lot of preservatives, the taste is pretty good. And Xianxia looked away and asked, "You called me back to ask me for money, right?" Ningxu was speechless. He was speechless. Look at Xianxia's aggrieved face. "Do you think I can't live without you? If we can't pay, we'll have to sleep on the streets." Ningxu reached out his hand. "Since we're going to live together for the rest of our lives, we have to go through thick and thin together." Ningxu smiled sinisterly. "The 3 of us will live happily together, forever, forever," and Xianxia said calmly, "Actually, I don't want to marry you." "I know, but we're married now." Ningxu reached out his hand. "Give me money." "But Xianxia said you're a good woman." "I know. Give me money. I won't leave Xianxia. If you can't accept it, we can get a divorce. I know you can't leave her. The 3 of us can live happily together. Give me money." "How much?" And Xianxia gritted his teeth. "Xianxia never asks me for money." Haha, what Xianxia wanted was a perfect love. The stink of money would only taint her love. 200,000, Ningxu said calmly. And Xianxia almost jumped up. "How much?" 200,000. When we got married, I bought everything in this house. 200,000 isn't much. Ningxu said unhappily, "This house has both our names written on it. You want to get the real estate certificate as soon as possible, don't you?" He was still paying off the mortgage and hadn't gotten the real estate certificate yet. And Xianxia frowned and said, "I really don't like you being so calculative. I know you don't like it. But I still have to say it. Give me money. Give me money. Give me money. Give me money. Money, money, money. Why do you only care about money?" And Xianxia's face was cold. "If my name is on the real estate certificate, I can withdraw and let this house belong to you alone." Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu looked at Xianxia from the corner of his eyes. "What do you mean?" "Go to the bank tomorrow." "I don't want to be the owner of this house," and Xianxia said. Ningxu, F***ck, 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 you mean you want to transfer the house to me? Ningxu stared at Xianxia in disbelief. In order to not give him money, he wanted her name to be on the real estate certificate. "That's it. We'll go to the bank tomorrow." And Xianxia made the final decision. Ningxu shook his head. "I've seen the world, but I still lose to you." Ningxu was really convinced. Ningxu's lips twitched as she smiled and said, "As long as you're happy." And Xianxia pushed the bowl away. "I don't like instant noodles." With that, he stood up and walked into the room. "Heh, you don't like instant noodles?" Ning directly threw the instant noodles away. Eat it or not, I'd rather throw it away than give it to you. Ning tidied up the kitchen and heard the doorbell ring. Ning opened the door and saw a delivery man with fast food in his hands. He didn't want instant noodles and ordered takeout. Wait here, Ning said to the delivery man. Ning didn't give him money. When Xianxia gave him money, he was very unhappy. And Xianxia wasn't happy that Ning didn't even pay for the fast food. He only had schemes in his mind. She always pulled a long face when eating. And Xianxia realized that this woman was even more annoying than before. And Xianxia sighed in his heart. Marrying such a woman was really torture. The next day, Xianxia called Ning to the bank early in the morning to settle the mortgage. Then, the name on the property certificate quickly changed to Ning name. In the plot, when the two of them divorced, Xianxia gave the house to Xuejing. He let Xuejing pay the mortgage alone. Now, because she reached out to ask Xianxia for money, Xianxia directly removed her name from the property certificate. Now, not only did he not give her money, but he also had to live in her house, eat her food, use her things, give her a hard time, and still think about Xianxia. Ning was confused. Did she really look like an idiot? What was Xuejing after? Was she after Xianxia? She was a good girl. But this house was completely hers. She could do whatever she wanted with it. Then, there would be a good show. I didn't marry you for anything, Xianxia said to Ning after they left the bank. Ning smiled and said, as long as you're happy. Ning wasn't angry at all. It wasn't worth it to be angry with such a shameless person. It was a waste of saliva to say more. I hope that we don't have much to do with each other. I don't like trouble, Xianxia said. Ning was speechless. I'm ignoring you and you're still so smug. Why don't you say that you're a good person? Enough is enough. Do you know that our marriage, look at the sky. Ning pointed to the sky. Xianxia looked up. A heart-wrenching sound was heard. Xianxia fell into the sewer. The manhole cover was opened. Don't look when you're walking. A sound came from the sewer. Obviously, someone was cleaning up the garbage. Ning looked under the manhole cover. Xianxia, are you okay? Xianxia climbed up the ladder. He was filthy and smelly. Ning covered his nose and retreated in disgust. Xianxia wiped the dirty water from his face and sniffed his hands. He stared at Ning. You did that on purpose. What did you tell me to look at? There's a plane. The plane is flying low, Ning said innocently. Xianxia glared at Ning and went home to take a bath with dirty water dripping from his body. Xianxia went into the bathroom to take a shower. Ning took a disposable handkerchief from the kitchen and put it on. He opened Xianxia's folder and skimmed through the documents. Thanks to the wisdom attribute, her memory and comprehension had improved tremendously. These printouts were just some documents. Ning memorized the important parts and typed in Xianxia's notebook. Xianxia's notebook had a password. Ning stared at the screen and entered Xianxia's birthday. With Xianxia's deep love for Xianxia, it was very likely Xianxia's birthday. Ning pressed the enter button. Wrong password, Ning was surprised. It wasn't Xianxia. Ning entered Xianxia's birthday and the password was wrong. Ning lips twitched. He entered their birthdays and the password was correct. Ning couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude. Ning took a look at the bathroom. The water was running in the bathroom. Xianxia probably had to take a longer shower. Ning flipped through Xianxia's laptop and copied the important things. Ning stared in the direction of the bathroom and looked at the progress of the copying. Hearing the sound of the water in the bathroom stop, Ning quickly pulled out the USB and turned off the laptop. Then, he slipped into the kitchen and chopped the pork ribs. Xianxia came out of the bathroom and wiped his hair with a towel. He stood at the kitchen door and looked at Ning. Ning looked at Xianxia expressionlessly. What? Did you do it on purpose today? Xianxia stared at Ning. He had bruises on his body when he was showering and his body was in pain. He had fallen from such a high place. What's in it for me if you fall? You took such a long shower. Don't you need to pay for the water and electricity? Ningxu asked. And Xiuchen frowned. Is there nothing else in your heart other than money? You grew up with Yan Suni. Why is your temperament so different? Yan Suni never cared about these things. And Xiuchen couldn't help but say. Ningxu used the knife to chop the pork ribs on the chopping board into 2 halves. He smiled and said, I'm just so tacky. Yan Suni can live by breathing in the air of immortals. I need money to live. You've always been jealous of Yan Suni? And Xiuchen looked at Ningxu's fake smile. You can't compare to Yan Suni. Damn it. Ningxu really wanted to chop Xiuchen up with a knife. No, chopping him up was too easy. He needed to cut his butt with a blunt knife. I won't be having lunch at home. And Xiuchen went back to his room to change his clothes. Then, he took his bag and laptop and left. Ningxu happily put the ribs into the pot and stewed them. Then, she turned on her computer. He was ready to sell the design that he got. Ningxu had copied the packaging design of Xiuchen's latest product in the USB drive. Ningxu contacted Xiuchen's rival company and told them that he was from XX company. He also vaguely revealed his position. He wanted to sell the design and asked for a price. He wanted more money. After talking for a while, the other party gave him 30,000 yuan. Ningxu sent the document over without hesitation. The detailed design drawings were sent over. When the pork rib soup was ready, Ningxu received a message. He picked up some money for free. Great. Ningxu finished the entire pot of pork rib soup. Then, he sat on the sofa and began to cultivate. The food he ate slowly turned into energy that flowed through his body. After finishing her cultivation, Ningxu turned on the GPS system. Unsurprisingly, she saw 2 red dots together. The location showed that they were in a Western restaurant. Io, how romantic. Love and marriage were 2 different things. What Yan Suni was afraid of was common in marriage. The 2 of them were together day and night. There was no longer any sense of mystery or novelty. Moreover, the other party's exposed flaws were getting more and more glaring. She wondered if Yan Suni and Xiuchen would not share the same bed after they got married. Now, even if Yan Suni was intimate with Xiuchen, she would kick him away and let him find a place to sleep. She would definitely not sleep together for a night. Before kissing, she had to brush her teeth and spray her mouth freshener. Yan Suni would not show any indecent behavior. Because Yan Suni could not stand the feeling of disillusionment. Yan Suni was someone Ningxu had never seen before. This was a happy world. Ningxu expressed that 2333 was her confidant. Ningxu really wanted to drag Xiuchen to a corner and beat him to the point of hospitalization. Just like that, the 3 of them maintained a strange balance. Sure enough, a triangle was the most stable shape. And Xiuchen basically didn't have any emotional interactions with Ningxu. He was all lovey-dovey with Yan Suni. If Yan Suni didn't let Xiuchen spend the night, Xiuchen would come back. Ningxu really didn't know what to say. But why didn't Xiuchen react at all when she had already sold his things? Ningxu was still confused. One day, Xiuchen came back with a dark face. Ningxu saw that there was hope and quickly asked, what happened? Ningxu suppressed his excitement and looked at Xiuchen. Xiuchen slammed his bag on the sofa and sat on it, rubbing his forehead. What happened? Ningxu asked again. Hurry up and tell me. Xiuchen sighed and said, I was fired from the company. Ningxu, applause, applause. Why? Ningxu asked in surprise. Even if you want to fire someone, there should be a reason. What's the reason? They said I sold the company's secrets and the hard work of an entire department, Xiuchen said angrily. Xiuchen said angrily, this is my blood, sweat, and tears. I would be crazy to do such a thing. Ningxu didn't say anything. He looked at Xiuchen venting his anger. Xiuchen was almost 40 years old and it wasn't easy for him to climb to his current position. Maybe in another 2 years, he would be promoted. But now that he sold the company's secrets, the company fired him in a fit of anger. It wasn't that Xiuchen didn't explain, but the company didn't listen. Moreover, the other company's product came out first. The product and packaging were exactly the same. The other company had the advantage. The impact on the company wasn't small. They had to change the design. The product design and packaging design had to be changed too. They lost a lot of money unknowingly. Firing Xianxia was already merciful. And Xianxia felt aggrieved. There were so many people in the company. How could they say that he was the one who leaked it? His superior didn't care about it and just pinned the blame on him. And Xianxia was about to explode from anger. He had worked hard for the company for so many years. Even if he didn't make any contributions, he had at least worked hard. How could he be fired so heartlessly? Xianxia ignored the angry Xianxia and continued to chop the ribs in the kitchen. And Xianxia felt uncomfortable, so he locked himself in the room and didn't come out even when it was time for dinner. Xianxia finished the whole pot of pork rib soup alone. After a few days of torment, Xianxia was finally reborn. He decided to start his own business and not be bullied by others. Xianxia agreed with both hands. If you want connections, you have them. You also have the ability. How good would it be to be your own boss? After receiving Xianxia's approval, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Then, Xianxia asked again, if you have the capital, what kind of business are you planning to do? I have saved some money over the years, Xianxia said. Xianxia, he knew this guy was rich, but he didn't know how much money he had. Does Xianxia know you want to start a business? Xianxia asked. I didn't tell her. I didn't want her to worry, Xianxia said. I waited until the matter was almost settled before telling her. Don't tell her either. Xianxia picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Aren't you guys in the same company? She should know that you were fired, right? Xianxia's mouth twitched. Xianxia wanted to appear in front of Xianxia with a successful image. He was afraid that Xianxia would see him in such a sorry state. Everyone had low points. Since they were so in love, they would definitely help each other. He was afraid that Xianxia wouldn't be able to stand the feeling of disillusionment. Then what kind of business do you want to start? It was difficult to succeed alone. Internet products, Xianxia said. Xianxia was confused. For example? Internet video products. Xianxia was still confused. For example? You won't understand even if I explain it to you. Xianxia didn't want to explain it to Xianxia. Xianxia didn't care and asked, how much did you invest in the initial stage? What's the return on investment? I know that, Xianxia said. Obviously, he didn't want to discuss this with Xianxia. In Xianxia's heart, Xianxia was an outsider. Xianxia shrugged. He really thought she wanted to ask. She just wanted to know how much money Xianxia had and how long it could support him. Xianxia left after eating. Obviously, he was busy with his business. Xianxia called Xianxia and asked if she knew that Xianxia had been fired. Xianxia said she knew. She said that Xianxia had leaked the company's design. Do you believe that Xianxia did it? Xianxia asked. Xianxia just said, it doesn't matter if I believe it or not. It's already like this. Xianxia suddenly had a feeling that Xianxia was actually a public nuisance for being single. If you seriously discussed survival with her, she would be filled with all kinds of romantic thoughts. It would make you seem especially vulgar. It was good to be single, but Xianxia had to have an overboard relationship with someone. Xianxia was a happy single person, but she brought a lot of trouble to the people around her. The relationship between the three of them couldn't be severed. Xianxia really wanted to chop off Xianxia's d*ck. Then, this twisted relationship would be solved. Xianxia wants to start a business now. Money, do you have money? Lend me some. Xianxia didn't want her to tell Xianxia, so she wanted to tell Xianxia. Xianxia asked, what business does he want to start? Jing, you know that I don't have much savings. I might not be able to help you, but if you need help, you can tell me, Xianxia said. Xianxia was speechless. Xianxia is at the lowest point in his life. You should comfort him, Xianxia said to Xianxia. When he's with you, don't chase him away. Xianxia felt that he was so virtuous. I know, Xianxia said. You really don't have money? Can you lend some to Xianxia? Ning Shu asked Yan Suni again. Yan Suni said seriously, Jing Jing, I really don't have much money. You know that I spend a lot. I like to buy clothes and all kinds of cosmetics. Oh, I see, Ning Shu said. Therefore, women should buy more clothes and nice things. Shui Jing spent all her money in this family, but she didn't get any praise. Yan Suni suddenly said to Ning Shu, Jing Jing, live well with Xianxia. Don't be like before. Ning Shu heard this and felt that Yan Suni wanted to dump Xianxia on him. Did Yan Suni not like Xianxia? He felt that Yan Suni's relationship was based on feelings, not love. If the person didn't have feelings, she wouldn't like him. Moreover, he had to be very pure. If the person wasn't perfect, or if he posted something that affected his image, Yan Suni wouldn't have feelings for him. Yan Suni, are you quitting? Ning Shu asked, amused. Quitting what? Yan Suni shook her head. I still like Xianxia, but I hope that you guys can be happy. Ning Shu hung up. Every time he spoke to Yan Suni, Ning Shu felt that his worldview was starting to shake. He was afraid that it wouldn't be able to hold on and collapse. Not long after he spoke to Yan Suni, Xianxia called and scolded Ning Shu for telling Yan Suni about his business and even borrowing money from her. Xianxia felt very awkward and embarrassed. He felt that Ning Shu had ruined his perfect image in Yan Suni's heart. Ning Shu hung up the phone without hesitation. Both of them were crazy. This kind of thing had already reached the point of nitpicking. According to Ning Shu's twisted view of love, being true to oneself was more important than anything else. It was to stay true to oneself, not to change oneself or pretend to be oneself. I'm just like this. Whether you like me or not, it's none of my business. Xianxia and Yan Suni's relationship was to show their perfect side to the other party. Yan Suni probably didn't know that Xianxia was very stingy and selfish. Perhaps he was very generous in front of Yan Suni. During this period of time, Xianxia had been running around. Finally, his thing was completed. It was a video website with all kinds of videos, anime, TV series, movie news, live-action shows. Netizens could upload their own videos and complain. A website like this could gather a lot of traffic. This era was the internet era. Xianxia could succeed in making a video website like this. However, the website was a little rough now, but the prototype was already out. Xianxia was full of energy every day. He had invested a lot of manpower, resources, and money. However, Xianxia's funds were a little tight. He even asked Ning Shu for a loan. Do you have any savings? Lend me some. Ning Shu faintly said, if I have money, I won't be unable to pay the mortgage. Go and borrow from Yan Suni. Xianxia didn't say anything. It seemed that for the sake of self-esteem, he would not speak to Yan Suni. Why could he ask her for money so brazenly? Just because he didn't have to maintain his image in front of her, Xianxia added, why don't we borrow some from your parents? Ning Shu was speechless. My parents don't have any money. When we got married, you didn't give my parents a single cent. I gave them some money. Even if my parents were to be torn apart, they wouldn't have any money, Ning Shu said with a cold face. Xianxia frowned. Why are you so calculative? We're husband and wife. We're going to spend the rest of our lives together. What good will it do you if I fail? But can you make money without money? Ning Shu's face was full of helplessness. You can borrow some money from your parents. My parents don't have money either. Ning Shu was speechless. Then we have no choice but to get a loan from the bank. Xianxia sighed and said, but what about the mortgage? Xianxia glanced at Ning Shu. Ning Shu's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't say anything. Xianxia said, use this house as a mortgage. Ning Shu was speechless. This black-hearted bastard. She had to pay the mortgage alone, and now she had to use this house as a mortgage. If Xianxia's business failed and he couldn't pay the mortgage, this house would be used as a mortgage. She didn't have a house, so she had to continue paying the mortgage. Ning Shu faintly said, this house can't be used as a mortgage. I was still paying the mortgage, and it has to be a house that's 20 years old. This house was bought less than 2 years ago, so it can't be used as a mortgage. how do you know it can't be used as a mortgage? And Xianxia stared at Ning-Shu. Are you unwilling? As long as the website stabilizes and there are profits, I'll definitely pay off the mortgage. I'll even help you pay off the rest of the mortgage. Ning-Shu was speechless. I'd be a pig if I believed you. And Xianxia was painting such a big empty pie, so it meant that he was guilty. Ning-Shu faintly said, even if you want to use it as a mortgage, it can't be used as a mortgage. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I can't. I want you to borrow money from Xianxia, but you can't say it. If you can't, I'll do it. Ning-Shu took out his phone. And Xianxia hurriedly stopped Ning-Shu. No need, I'll think of a way myself. In the end, and Xianxia got the loan, and the mortgage was a house. Ning-Shu was quite surprised. Where did this house come from? And the location of this house was quite good. And Xianxia was really good at hiding things. He clearly had something to use as a mortgage, but the first thing he thought of was to use this house as a mortgage. Where did you get the house? Ning-Shu asked in Xianxia. And Xianxia said, that house actually belongs to my parents. My parents bought it a long time ago and were planning to retire in the future. Now, it can only be used as a mortgage. Ning-Shu was speechless. Ning-Shu didn't believe his parents at all. This house was definitely in Xianxia's. And Xianxia was almost 40 years old, so it wasn't surprising that he worked hard to buy a house. But Xianxia had never told Xuejing about this. Xuejing was the one who paid for the wedding house. Xuejing was also the one who paid for the mortgage. She had never thought of using that house as a wedding house. Now that Ning-Shu asked Xianxia for money, and Xianxia said that she was calculative and only cared about money. What was Xianxia's behavior called, cheating her into marriage was one thing, but he was also king a master. Why didn't you tell me that you had this house? Ning-Shu stared at Xianxia. And Xianxia said calmly, this house isn't mine at all. It belongs to my parents. I won't take my parents' things for myself. If it wasn't for the lack of cash flow, I wouldn't have used my parents' things as a mortgage. Ning-Shu didn't want to listen to this person. And Xianxia was the same as Xianxia. They were both hypocritical and selfish people. Everyone was selfish, and it was instinctive to seek benefits and avoid harm. But he had never seen people like them. Who knew how thick-skinned the two of them were to want to maintain their chastity even after being a whore? They even praised him. Ning-Shu was speechless. Ning-Shu just said calmly, it's fine as long as I can get the loan. And Xianxia was full of confidence in his future career, but a newly opened website usually didn't have much popularity. And Xianxia also spent a sum of money on advertising. After the website was successfully established, and Xianxia asked Xianxia to be the spokesperson for his website. Xianxia was good-looking and had a good figure. Naturally, she was the most suitable candidate. Xianxia was also the first streamer on Xianxia's website. Xianxia's fair skin and long legs attracted a lot of traffic to the website. The website was also gradually developing in a good direction. Ning-Shu also opened the video dissing website and opened a random video. There were many comments in it. The comments also represented the popularity of a video. Other than Xianxia, there were also many streamers who joined the platform. And Xianxia was no longer depressed after being fired. He even walked with the wind. It was probably because he was successful and could straighten his back in front of Xianxia. And Xianxia didn't come home often. Ning-Shu turned on the GPS and saw two small red dots. Sure enough, they were stuck together. And Xianxia really didn't care that he had a wife. Ning-Shu registered an account and uploaded the indescribable video on it. Moreover, it was a mass upload. He registered a few accounts and took turns to upload the videos. Then he turned around and reported Xianxia's website for uploading the videos. He even took screenshots as evidence. Moreover, Xianxia's website didn't have the copyright for many of the videos. Without the owner's permission, if the owner pursued it, Ning-Shu changed his IP address to upload the indescribable videos. Ning-Shu originally wanted to hack Xianxia's website, but that was too boring. And Xianxia probably had some money on hand and had to spend it all. Ning-Shu was studying the background and data of Xianxia's website when his phone rang. Ning-Shu picked up the phone. Hello? Jing Jing, it's me. Yan Suni's voice was gentle. Through her voice, one could imagine Yan Suni holding the phone with one hand and playing with her hair with the other. What's the matter? Ning Shu asked. And Xiuchen's website has been successful and is on the right track. And Xiuchen said he wanted to celebrate. I told him to invite you and he agreed, Yan Suni said. Ning Shu was speechless for a long time. Should she thank Yan Suni? You must come. Jing Jing, where's something nicer? It's at a Western restaurant. Yan Suni told him the location of the restaurant. Ning Shu hung up the phone and tapped the table. Should he go or not, of course, he would go. She wasn't the one paying. Moreover, it was a Western restaurant. Ning Shu went to report another wave of people. Then, he turned off the computer and looked for clothes to wear in the closet. She dressed herself up for the banquet. At the appointed time, Ning Shu took a taxi to the entrance of the Western restaurant. And Xiuchen and Yan Suni were at the entrance of the Western restaurant. Yan Suni was holding in Xiuchen's arm. And Xiuchen was wearing a well-ironed suit, while Yan Suni was wearing a silver dress that outlined her beautiful curves. Yan Suni waved at Ning Shu, who was getting out of the car, with a smile on her face. Ning Shu was speechless. It was hard to describe what he was feeling right now. It was really deformed. Was the family of three really going to live happily like this? Ning Shu calmly walked over. Yan Suni looked at Ning Shu from head to toe. Ning Shu was wearing a red dress that reached her knees and a pair of high heels. Yan Suni smiled. Jing Jing, you're very beautiful today. Thank you. You look the same. Let's go in. And Xiuchen turned and entered the restaurant. Ning Shu looked at the two of them holding hands. He felt that he was unnecessary. He was like a third wheel. After entering the restaurant, and Xiuchen pulled out a chair for Yan Suni. Yan Suni hurriedly said to Xiuchen, pull out a chair for Jing Jing too. No need. I'll do it myself. Ning Shu pulled out a chair with one hand and sat down. And Xiuchen glanced at Ning Shu and sat beside Yan Suni. Ning Shu pursed her lips. She wanted to look at the two of them face to face. And Xiuchen took the menu and ordered. Yan Suni only wanted a vegetable salad. Ning Shu directly said to the waiter, 2 steaks. And Xiuchen frowned. Why did you order 2 steaks? I won't be full with just one, Ning Shu said matter-of-factly. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Who would order 2 steaks here? And Xiuchen looked at Ning Shu with an unfriendly gaze, as if Ning Shu had embarrassed him. I'm here to eat. It's my business how much I order, Ning Shu said calmly. Stop arguing. Yan Suni tried to be the peacemaker. And Xiuchen's expression was full of impatience. His tolerance for Ning Shu was getting lower and lower. Ning Shu felt that Xiuchen wanted a divorce. Now that Xiuchen was a boss, he felt that he wasn't good enough for her. The steaks were served quickly. Ning Shu picked up the knife and fork and started eating. Only good food could not be let down. Yan Suni ate the salad in small bites, just like a cat eating its food. When Ning Shu finished the steak, Yan Suni's salad was still on her plate. Ning Shu pushed the empty plate to the side and started eating the second steak. As he ate, he glanced at Xiuchen. What did Xiuchen care about, money, status, power, or beauty? Ning Shu glanced at the beautiful Yan Suni again. If all these things left Xiuchen, how painful would it be for Xiuchen? Ning Shu suddenly put down his knife and fork and said to Xiuchen, can you and Yan Suni separate? Respect our marriage. I will fulfill my duty as a wife, and I hope you can fulfill your duty as a husband. Yan Suni and Xiuchen were stunned. Yan Suni said unhappily, Jing Jing, why are you doing this again? Didn't you say you wouldn't make a fuss? No one will destroy your marriage. Ning Shu looked at Xiuchen. The fact that the original owner cheated on Xiuchen meant that he liked Xiuchen. Xiuchen, are you willing? Ning Shu asked Xiuchen. Xiuchen put down his knife and fork and said calmly, I married you because I had no choice. I only gave you marriage. Don't think about other things. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu shrugged. He knew it would be like this. Married you because I had no choice. Who the hell put a knife to your neck? Are you married to someone else? The strange look in their eyes made Ningxu feel like he was crazy. Oh, my morals. Have you never liked me, Xuejing? Ningxu asked in Xuchen. Xuejing treated him like that in the past. Even if he was a stone, he should have given her some warmth. I said before that I can't give you anything other than marriage, and Xuchen said. Also, you don't have any true feelings for me. When I was in trouble, you didn't think of helping me. You didn't do anything this time. Just because she said no and didn't agree to use the house as collateral, she was evil? Should she be obedient and do whatever Xuchen said? And Xuchen didn't scheme against her. Then, all the debts would be on her head. She would lose both her life and money. And Xuchen was now accusing her of not doing anything for his career. If she didn't give her all for Xuchen, she wasn't worthy. What right did Xuchen have to ask others to give for him? Ningxu didn't ask Xuchen if he wanted to return to his family. Ningxu picked up his fork and ate his steak. And Xuchen's phone rang. And Xuchen's face turned pale when he answered the call. What happened? Yansuni asked Xuchen. And Xuchen stood up. Something happened on the website. I have to go and settle it. You guys continue eating. It's not a big deal. And Xuchen took his suit jacket and left. Ningxu stared at Xuchen's back. It must be a big deal. There were only Ningxu and Yansuni at the dining table. Yansuni looked dispirited as she stared at Ningxu. Jing jing. Ningxu heard the disappointment in her voice and felt speechless. Ningxu put down his knife and fork. He didn't want to talk to Yansuni. I'm done eating. I'll leave first. Ningxu ignored Yansuni's surprised expression and stood up to leave. When he reached home, Ningxu turned on his computer. The indecent videos she had posted had been deleted. There was an announcement on the website that everyone's videos would be reviewed. Videos that were too outrageous would not be uploaded. They were quite fast. And Xuchen was also interviewed by the internet police. Because of this, Xuchen had committed the crime of distributing material. Because of these indecent videos, Xuchen's video website's traffic skyrocketed and the number of registered members increased. As the person in charge of the company, Xuchen naturally had to bear the responsibility for using material for illegal profits. He was fined 120,000 yuan and the company had a criminal record. When Xuchen set up this website, he didn't have much money. He even mortgaged his house for a loan. Being fined 120,000 yuan was the same as cutting off Xuchen's PR. The website had just opened. How did this happen? But everything had its pros and cons. Because of this, the website's traffic skyrocketed. Xuchen could only comfort himself in this way. It could also be considered a publicity stunt. Although it wasn't positive. Xuchen returned home, exhausted. He sat on the sofa and sank into it. Pour me a glass of water, Xuchen said to Ningxu as he rubbed his forehead. Ningxu felt that Xuchen was using her place as a place to vent his frustrations. She usually didn't see him, but when something happened, he would come here. Who was she supposed to vent all her negative emotions? Ningxu took out a glass of ice water from the fridge and poured it for Xuchen. Xuchen drank the iced water. The water was cold and his body shivered. Ningxu and Xuchen said, "Let's get a divorce. I know you like Yansuni. I'll help you. Yansuni won't marry you now, but she will marry you one day," Ningxu said gently. Xuchen raised his head and glared at Ningxu. His face was filled with impatience and annoyance. He realized that this woman would really throw herself at him whenever he was uncomfortable or troubled. "Do you really want a divorce? Are you sure?" Xuchen asked impatiently, Ningxu said. Xuchen didn't think that the other party would divorce. He could even tolerate such things before, so how could he divorce? Ningxu sneered and said, "If you don't want a divorce, then you have to break up with Yansuni. If not, I'll divorce you." Xuchen glanced at Ningxu. "You know my relationship with Yansuni. How can I break up with her?" If Yansuni hadn't said that they could break up if they got married, he wouldn't have married this woman. Now, she was asking him to break up with Yansuni. How could he? Was she crazy? "I don't care. I could tolerate it before, but I can't anymore. Ningxu roared and grabbed Xiuchen's collar. Say it. Do you want me or her? Ningxu's face was ferocious. And Xiuchen pulled Ningxu's hand. Let go first. You're like a shrew. So what if I'm a shrew? You and Yan Suni lied to me together. Ningxu sneered. You have to break up with Yan Suni today and live a good life with me. Otherwise, I'll cut off your penis. You're dreaming. And Xiuchen said in disgust. Divorce. Ningxu's expression changed. He quickly let go of Xiuchen's collar and tidied up Xiuchen's crumpled collar. I was just joking. I don't want to divorce you. I don't ask for much. I just want you to break up with Yan Suni. Then, we can live a good life and have a child like a normal family, Ningxu said. No. Since you want a divorce, then let's get a divorce. And Xiuchen seemed to have caught Ningxu's weakness. Plus, with the incident on the website, Xiuchen had nowhere to vent his anger. When he returned home, he was threatened by this woman. Do you really think you're golden diamond? Ningxu's face was bitter. Don't be angry. I won't divorce you. Then I'll talk to Yan Suni and ask her not to ruin our marriage. Do you understand? It's always been you. You're the one who ruined my relationship with Yan Suni. Do you really think that you can ask me to do anything for you just because I'm married to you? And Xiuchen roared in a low voice. And Xiuchen vented his anger on Ningxu. When he saw Ningxu's dumbfounded expression, Xiuchen felt especially relieved. Ningxu, how could he shout at Yan Suni if he had a temper, but in front of Yan Suni, he was the same. He was schizophrenic. Since you want a divorce, then let's get a divorce. And Xiuchen walked out of the door. And Xiuchen didn't want to live like this either. Let's go. And Xiuchen turned around and saw that Ningxu wasn't moving. He dragged Ningxu out of the door and pushed Ningxu into the car without any explanation. Without giving Ningxu a chance to speak, he drove to the Civil Affairs Bureau. And Xiuchen, shut up. It's the last minute. Can't you leave me alone? Ningxu, I am Jingjing. Soon, they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Both parties signed the papers and took photos. In about half an hour, the divorce certificate was out. Ningxu heaved a long sigh of relief. They were finally divorced. Did he really think that she was willing to serve Xiuchen? Ningxu hailed a taxi and went home. And Xiuchen came back soon after. Ningxu looked at Xiuchen, who was standing in the living room. Get lost, and Xiuchen was stunned. What did you say? I told you to get lost. This is my house. What right do you have to come in? Give me back the keys and get lost. Otherwise, I'll call the police and say that you broke into my house with ill intentions. Ningxu crossed his arms and raised his chin. When Xiuchen faced Ningxu or Xuejing, there was an eerie sense of confidence and arrogance. He felt like this woman should be begging him for help. He was spoiled. They were already divorced, so Ningxu was not going to tolerate Xiuchen's *T. Go and play with your true love. They were already divorced, so how could he follow her home? Get lost, and Xiuchen was probably still not used to Ningxu's ruthlessness, so he stammered, what did you say? I told you to get lost. This is my house, and we are already divorced. Pack your things and get lost, Ningxu said calmly. If you don't want me to throw you and your things out, then get lost, and Xiuchen's face darkened. Fine, I'll leave. Don't regret it. Ningxu rolled her eyes and sat on the sofa, picking up an apple and nibbling on it. And Xiuchen packed his things and came out with his suitcase. He did not even look at Ningxu and left with his things. After taking 2 steps, he stopped and took out his keys. Ningxu threw them at him. Your keys. Ningxu stretched out her hand and caught the key steadily. She looked at Xiuchen indifferently. And Xiuchen snorted coldly and turned to leave arrogantly. However, he walked very slowly. He was probably waiting for Ningxu to call him back, but before Ningxu could say anything, he could only leave quickly with his suitcase. When he left, he even slammed the door, making a loud noise. Who are you venting your anger at? After Xiuchen left, Ningxu turned on his computer and posted information about buying a house on the internet. Ningxu planned to sell the house so that Xianxia would not come over every few days. Xianxia always felt that Jing loved him so much that she could not leave him. She was very stubborn. Less than a day after the divorce, Xianxia called Ningxu angrily and asked, "You really divorced Xianxia?" "Yes." Ningxu said calmly, "Xianxia always said that I ruined your relationship, so I'll fulfill your wish now." "What do you mean ruined? What if Xianxia's parents force me to marry him? What should I do?" Xianxia was very annoyed. "Why did you suddenly divorce him? Did uncle and auntie agree to your divorce?" "Ah, Jing, you can't be like this. You just left after the divorce." Xianxia wailed over the phone. Ningxu's mouth twitched. Who the hell knew how Xianxia could say such things? She even said that she could just leave like that. Was she supposed to be a puppet wife, blocking knives and swords? Ningxu hung up the phone without saying a word, so as not to affect his mood. In the past few days, Ningxu had cleaned up the entire house, down to every nook and cranny. She even wiped the windows clean. He posted information about buying a house on the internet, and people came to look at the house. Actually, the location of the house that Jing bought was not bad. Moreover, it was renovated and the furniture was new. Moreover, the decoration style was also quite good. At first glance, one could tell that it was a relatively high-class house. The only downside was that it was still a house with a mortgage. However, the real estate certificate was not in hand, so it was quite convenient to sell it. In the end, Ningxu's house was sold by a young couple. Ningxu counted with his fingers and made a little profit in the middle. Then, he sold the house without hesitation. After selling the house, Ningxu rented a house with 1 bedroom and 1 living room. Ningxu turned on the GPS and found that Xianxia had been staying in a hotel all this time. He did not stay with Xianxia. The two of them probably had a conflict. Xianxia would not sleep in the same bed as Xianxia. Moreover, Xianxia suddenly got a divorce, which made Xianxia angry. He did not know what was wrong with Xianxia. She said that she was a germaphobe, but she did not seem to be one. She was also not biologically germaphobe. She also did not wear a mask or spray disinfectant. She was also not a germaphobe. She let her boyfriend marry her best friend just because she did not want to get married. She was really sick. After getting a divorce and buying a house, Ningxu spent a lot of time on work. Moreover, the company had a quota to study abroad. Ningxu wanted to fight for it. Jing had been working in this company since she graduated from university. Ningxu had a chance to fight for this quota. The supervisor wanted to let an unmarried person go. He was young and did not care about his family. Ningxu directly told the supervisor that he was divorced. He did not have a family to worry about. The supervisor thought about it for half a day and gave the quota to Ningxu. Jing was not weak at work and had been in the company for so many years. The study would start in 2 months. Therefore, Ningxu had to think of a way to settle the matter between Xianxia and Xianxia within 2 months. Xianxia wanted to do business. Then, he would make sure that his business could not be done. The mortgaged house would also become the bank's. How could Xianxia, who had nothing, be with Xianxia? Xianxia, who was in dire straits, did not know if Xianxia could still feel anything. Love was a kind of feeling, and this feeling could not withstand any kind of destruction. After work, Ningxu made himself a sumptuous dinner. After eating, he tidied up. Then, he moved his arms and did some warm-up exercises. Then, he started to use the computer. Ningxu started to attack Xianxia's video website. Xianxia's website was still in its infancy. There were not many employees. There was only 1 technician and 2 programmers. Moreover, there were so many users watching videos online. It was easy to attack. Ningxu directly attacked the website's server. After working for nearly 2 hours, the website was finally paralyzed. Many people were watching videos when they suddenly froze. When they refreshed the page again, the website would not open. It was the same for live streams. They were watching a beautiful and handsome man's live stream when they suddenly disappeared. They could not open the website at all. Although there were technicians to save them, the server could not be restored in a short time. Ningshu moved his stiff neck and did not continue to attack. It was enough to keep them busy for a while. And Xichen saw that his website was in a mess. He wanted to destroy the world. Why was it so hard to do business? After half a day, the website finally returned to normal. However, many netizens complained. And Xichen had no choice. He could only hire a maintenance technician to prevent the website from breaking down again. This time, he had already lost a portion of his users. He did not earn much money. However, and Xichen had a bad feeling about the investment. But now, he could not back down. He had invested so much in the early stage. If he withdrew, he would not earn any money. He still owed the bank a few $100,000. He also had contracted streamers. These were all money-burning things. Therefore, and Xichen could only persevere. He was counting on this website to earn some money. Otherwise, he would lose his house. He would lose everything. And Xichen's heart was heavy. He did not want to stay in a hotel. It cost a lot to stay in a hotel. This was a crucial time. He had to save as much as he could. And Xichen had never thought that he would be in such a sorry state. And Xichen walked out of the hotel and dragged his suitcase to Ningshu's house. After ringing the doorbell, an unfamiliar man opened the door. And Xichen's heart skipped a beat when he saw the man, and anger rose in his heart. This woman had just divorced him, and she had found another man so quickly. And Xichen even suspected that this woman had wanted to divorce him a long time ago. And Xichen felt betrayed. This woman had said that she wanted to live a normal life with him, but she had changed her mind so quickly. And Xichen could tolerate not loving Xuejing, but he couldn't tolerate Xuejing's betrayal. Especially when his life was really difficult, this woman was actually having fun with another man. I'm looking for Xuejing. And Xichen stared at the man unkindly. He pushed the man away with his bag and walked into the house. Who are you looking for? Why did you barge into my house? The man blocked in Xichen. Honey, what's wrong? A woman came out of the kitchen. Who is this? I don't know. He barged in for no reason. Please leave, or I'll call the police. The man stared at Xichen warily. And Xichen looked at the unfamiliar couple awkwardly. Where's Xuejing? You mean the previous owner? She sold the house to us, and now this house is ours. And Xichen carried his bag out and called Ningshu angrily. Ningshu picked up the phone and heard Xichen's roar. Why didn't you tell me before selling the house? Ningshu heard Xichen's heavy breathing. Even if he didn't see Xichen's face, he could imagine Xichen's face and his chest heaving up and down. And Xichen, are you stupid? This house is mine, and we're divorced. It's none of your business whether I sell the house or not, Ningshu said coldly. And Xichen then remembered that he was the owner of this house, but he had removed his name from the property certificate. He had no right to manage this house anymore. And Xichen shook his head in frustration. If he had known, he wouldn't have transferred this house to her. This way, he would also have control over the house. He had just checked out of the hotel room. Where was he going now? And Xichen carried his luggage to Yan Suni's house. Yan Suni opened the door and saw the gloomy Xichen. She sized him up. And Xichen's shirt was a little wrinkled, and the creases on his leather shoes were very obvious. And Xichen was busy with the company's affairs and didn't care much about his image for the time being. After all, he had to solve the problem of survival first. If Xichen's business was successful now, he would naturally have the time and money to repackage himself. However, Xichen had too many things on his mind right now. Suni, and Xichen called out to Yan Suni. Yan Suni looked angry. You didn't even tell me before getting a divorce. I don't want to see you now. With that, Yan Suni slammed the door shut, leaving Xichen standing outside the door in a daze. And Xichen could only return to the house that he had mortgaged to the bank. In fact, the house had not been renovated at all. And Xichen had bought it for real estate speculation. It was used for investment. There wasn't even a bed. It was really a house with only 4 walls. And Xichen got more and more annoyed. He decided to stay at the company. The company's office was also rented. And Xichen didn't dare to think about what would happen if he failed. And Xiuchen slept on the company's sofa every day, covered with a blanket. When the sun rose, he would put the blanket away. However, it was very inconvenient for him to wash up. He also couldn't cook and ordered takeout every day. Between the two women, none of them came to see him. Looking at the night sky, and Xiuchen felt a little desolate, and a surge of sadness welled up in his heart. And Xiuchen was wallowing in self-pity, while Ningxu was happily cultivating. His phone rang. Ningxu saw that it was a call from his mother. Ningxu coughed and picked up the phone. Xuejing's mother's voice came from the other end. Jing, I heard from Suni that you are divorced. What happened? Your father and I were the last to know about your marriage. You didn't even tell us that you are divorced. If Suni hadn't called us, I wouldn't have known that you are divorced. Ningxu sighed. He didn't tell Xuejing's parents about this beforehand. If he told them, it would only make things more complicated. With the older generation's thinking, they would only persuade them to reconcile and not divorce. They would just let them live with it. How could they live with it? Why did they have to? They couldn't. Ningxu said lightly, Mom, don't listen to Yan Suni. Yan Suni and Xiuchen are together. She doesn't want to get married, so she used me as a shield. These two have always been together. Xuejing's mother was speechless. This can't be. This is the truth. Yan Suni didn't tell you, right? She didn't tell you why I got divorced, right? Ningxu said with a cold smile. This girl, how could she do this? You are neighbors after all. You grew up together. Xuejing's mother was very angry. Mom, you don't have to worry about this. I will take care of it. Don't worry, I am fine. Ningxu said calmly, after getting rid of him, your daughter, will have a better future. After some time I will be going abroad to further my studies. You must take good care of yourselves. I will send you some money later. Keep it for yourself. Your father and I are doing well. We have money to spend. Bring more money with you and come back before you go abroad. Okay. Ningxu hung up and stared at the phone. Yan Suni was really shameless. She actually called Xuejing's parents to complain. Did she want her to remarry Xiuchen? What kind of weirdo was this? Ningxu was angry and unhappy. He picked up the computer on the coffee table and wanted to torture Xiuchen. Ningxu started to attack the website's server. Soon, the server's CPU was very high and it couldn't run. The video couldn't be played. The loaded chrysanthemum kept spinning, but nothing could be seen. Could you imagine the feeling of despair when the internet speed was slow and the video couldn't be played? There were also livestream shows where the streamer couldn't be seen. It was all black. The feeling in his heart was, F***ck, F***ck, F***ck. And Xiuchen's face was pale. He ordered someone to deal with it quickly while he watched the technician typing on the keyboard. And Xiuchen rubbed his head and couldn't help but slam his fist on the table. The documents on the table jumped. Why are you looking at me? Hurry up and fix it. And Xiuchen saw the staff staring at him and couldn't help but shout. The staff immediately got busy. And Xiuchen looked at the website. It was still not fixed. Hurry up, it's been more than an hour. And Xiuchen couldn't help but urge. Although Xiuchen was urging him, this wasn't an easy task. After a while, the website returned to normal. However, the loss was quite big. Many users' data was lost. This meant that users who had already registered might not exist anymore after logging into their accounts. Moreover, Xiuchen's website used a VIP system, which meant that the customer's money was gone. Xiuchen slapped his forehead when he heard the technician's words. The website couldn't be logged in, which made the netizens curse. They said that this was a lousy website that would have problems every few days. They wanted a better server. They all complained that their accounts were gone and that they had charged so much money. Seeing that a riot was about to break out, some people even complained that Xiuchen was cheating them of their money. Xiuchen had no choice but to get people to provide their accounts and passwords. Then, he would return the accounts to them. However, there were some people who wanted to fish in troubled waters. They provided fake accounts and became VIPs. However, Xianxia didn't get a single cent. Instead, he lost money. Xianxia lost his temper because of this. He had already hired these technicians to maintain the website, but it still had problems. Xianxia was under a lot of pressure. He lost a lot of weight and looked dispirited. His face was yellow. No matter what, he had to persevere. After 2 major attacks, Xianxia wasn't so brazen anymore. What if Xianxia called the police? Her hacking skills couldn't be compared to those heaven-defying people. She had to study hard. Xianxia only infiltrated silently. She wouldn't paralyze the website. She would only slow down the website and slow down the response. She wouldn't even be able to watch videos smoothly. This way, Xianxia's website would slowly lose users. Other than attacking Xianxia's website, Xianxia also started to prepare to go abroad. She definitely had to study and improve herself so that she could be promoted to a higher position in the future. Although she was frustrated in love, she had to be successful in her career. Xianxia was busy with work and didn't answer Xianxia and Xianxu's calls. She couldn't be bothered to listen to them. There was no point in getting entangled with these people. But Xianxia didn't expect that Xianxu would come to her company. When Xianxia got off work, she went out and saw Xianxu waiting for her at the entrance of the company. Xianxia pretended not to see her and walked away. Jing jing. Xianxu caught up with Xianxia. Xianxia turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" "It's getting dark now. Let me treat you to dinner," Xianxu said. The two of them entered the Chinese restaurant. Xianxia ordered some dishes, and the dishes were served one after another. Xianxia said while eating, "Why are you looking for me? If it's about Xianxia, you don't have to say anything. What else do you think we can talk about other than Xianxia?" Xianxu asked. Xianxia nodded. "That's right. Women are only men. There's nothing else to say. Jing jing, if I break up with Xianxia, you won't be so cold to me, right?" Xianxu asked. Xianxia picked up a piece of boiled fish with her chopsticks, blew on it, and put it into her mouth. "Why would I? I'll always be cold to you." Xianxu sighed. "I didn't expect you to mind so much. Then I'll break up with Xianxia. You guys live happily together." Xianxia's expression didn't change. "Why? Now that Xianxia is down and his company isn't doing well, you want to leave him? Aren't you guys in true love?" Xianxia said as she ate. Being single has endless possibilities. Xianxia noticed another characteristic of Xianxu. She was a playboy. It wasn't necessarily that she was a playboy, but she was an extremely emotional person. Obviously, the current Xianxia didn't match Xianxu's feelings. She was sick of him. If she didn't feel anything, she would break up. "Jing jing, can you not be so mean? The most important thing for us now is to solve the problem." "Solve the problem between the three of us," Xianxu said helplessly. Xianxia blinked. "I'm being mean? The problem has been solved perfectly. I'm divorced to fulfill your true love. How else do you want to solve it?" "Xianxu, don't push your luck," Xianxia said coldly. Xianxu was about to speak when her phone rang. Xianxu picked up her phone and glanced at Xianxia. She walked out of the private room to answer the call. As Xianxia ate, she pricked up her ears to listen to what Xianxu was saying. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Xianxu came in. Her face was slightly flushed, and with her thick and curly hair, she was very beautiful. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and stared at Xianxu. Xianxu felt a little uncomfortable under Xianxia's gaze, so she picked up her chopsticks and ate. However, Xianxia finished most of the food on the table. Xianxu raised her chopsticks and spun around before putting them down. Xianxia suspected that Xianxu already had a new boyfriend. Otherwise, why would she call him behind his back? Xianxia asked casually, "Was it Xianxu who called just now?" Xianxu froze for a moment and shook her head. "It's about work." Indeed, it wasn't Xianxu who called. If it was about work, then it obviously wasn't about work. Xianxu might have been cheated on. Xianxu cheated on him, and so did Shui Jing. If he wanted to live, he had to be cheated on. Why? Did Xianxu have to drag 2 women down? Jing Jing, I rarely contact Xianxia now. I will slowly break up with him. Maybe I won't appear in your life anymore. Will you not hate me then? Yan Suni stared at Ningxu. Ningxu wiped her mouth unhurriedly and stood up with her bag. He picked up a plate and walked in front of Yan Suni. He pulled open Yan Suni's collar and poured the plate of oil and leftovers into Yan Suni's clothes. Yan Suni screamed and stood up, quickly reaching into her clothes to wipe. What are you doing? Yan Suni screamed at Ningxu. She was wearing a dress today, and the oil had flowed down to her calves. Her clothes were soaked with oil, so one could imagine how pathetic her situation was under the clothes. Yan Suni, don't throw all the trash you don't want at me. You don't want that old man in Xianxia anymore, so you pushed him to me. Am I a garbage collection center? Ningxu said coldly. Damn, it was really annoying because of a man. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of committing a crime, Ningxu really wanted to chop Xianxia up. Shuijing, do you think you're a good person? You still like Xianxia. Xianxia is my boyfriend. What you're doing is immoral. You stole my boyfriend. The two of you are just married. So what if you're married? Yan Suni picked up the plate on the table and threw it at Ningxu. Yan Suni's body was covered in greasy soup. She was furious. She picked up the plate on the table and threw it at Ningxu. Ningxu dodged the plate in a flash. The plate fell to the ground with a loud clang, smashing into pieces and splashing everywhere. Yan Suni, you finally tore off your mask of hypocrisy. Ningxu opened the door of the private room and left. Yan Suni had always been like this. She thought she was a good person and imposed her own selfish desires on others. After leaving the restaurant, Ningxu thought for a while and went to look for a private detective agency. It was definitely the right choice to look for a private detective agency for this kind of adultery. Ningxu found the photo on his phone. It was a photo of Shuijing and Yan Suni. Ningxu asked the private detective to pay attention to Yan Suni's movements. It would be best if he could take some photos. Ningxu felt that Yan Suni had another man. After coming out of the private detective agency, Ningxu walked back. The night wind blew on Ningxu's face. The air was a little cold in his lungs. Ningxu put his index finger on the corner of his mouth. He raised it and made a smiling face. 2333, next time I really have to choose an easier task. I suddenly can't take it anymore. Ningxu said with a smile. All the functions in the system space were turned off. He couldn't contact other people. Ningxu felt like he was the only one in the whole world. Emotions were like menstruation. They were cyclical. One period of time, it was like being injected with chicken blood. Another period of time, they would fall into self-doubt. Recently, Ningxu had been entering missions non-stop. There was no way to relax. He was a little tired. Okay. 2333 said, you have a little endocrine disorder. Find a man. Why don't we talk about dating next to adjust our mood? 2333 said, Emperor, Prince, President, General, Boy Toy, Demon King. You choose one. Ningxu thought for a while. I don't know how many of these people I've crippled. Instead of conquering a scumbag, I might as well kill these people and conquer the world. If you want to pick one of these, I'd rather kill you, Ningxu said indifferently. In the mission world, once the mission was completed, they would have to leave the world. How could they fall in love, and how could she fall in love with someone in such a short time? Ningxu was someone who aimed to climb to the top of the mountain. He would not be greedy for the scenery on the mountainside. If he climbed to the top of the mountain, he would be able to see everything. 2333 was silent for a while. If someone likes you, will you stop? Why should I stop? Ningxu said in surprise, no one can stop me. No one has the right to ask me to stop. Because if he stopped, Ningxu wouldn't be able to control his own destiny. If he couldn't even control his own life, how could he talk about happiness? Alright. 2333 didn't say anything else. Ningxu walked back home. He poured himself a glass of water and turned on his computer. Then, he browsed Xianxia's website. Then, Ningxu carefully attacked the website, causing the website to lag more and more. Watching a video would lag for 5 to 10 minutes, and it was very frequent. It was simply too frustrating. And Xianxia stared at the computer. During this period, and Xianxia was so anxious that his hair was about to fall out. What was wrong with the website, not to mention that there were too many people and the website was cramped. Instead, the website was lagging and couldn't be opened from time to time. To be able to enter the website, it depended on one's luck. There were basically no users. A technician asked Xianxia to buy a new server. Perhaps there was a problem with the server. And Xianxia's liver was in pain. Servers were easily tens of thousands. The more expensive ones could reach hundreds of thousands. There were even more expensive ones. And Xianxia couldn't bear to buy one, so he asked someone to check if there was any problem with the server. The technician came over to take a look. There was no problem. There was a problem with the website. It might be a hacker attacking the website. And Xianxia couldn't figure out why a hacker would attack his website. And Xianxia found a professional hacker to take a look. Xianxia felt that the other party had made a move. He immediately cut off the connection to prevent the other party from tracking him. It seemed that Xianxia had already noticed. Even so, Xianxia still had a backup plan. And Xianxia's website didn't obtain the copyright for the movies and TV series. And Xianxia was infringing on the copyright. Xianxia compiled a list and sent an email to the relevant producers. If the other party took it seriously, they would definitely ask Xianxia to take it down or make a contract. Both parties were mutually beneficial. Or they would have to buy the broadcasting rights. Either way, Xianxia would have a hard time. And Xianxia asked a hacker to clean up some abnormal codes. The website's speed took off quickly. However, the crazy lag a while ago had scared many users. Hence, there weren't many users on the website. There were many video software and there were many choices. And Xianxia's platform had basically lost all its users. Moreover, its reputation was very bad. And Xianxia couldn't help but grab his hair. In the end, he pulled out a lot of hair. And Xianxia couldn't help but touch his forehead. Even his hairline had moved up quite a bit. If this continued, he would really go bald from worry. And Xianxia felt tormented. He wanted to give up. However, when he thought about how much money he had invested, he couldn't take it lying down. Moreover, his house was still mortgaged. And Xianxia gritted his teeth. He could only endure. And Xianxia thought that it would be fine as long as he endured it. However, he didn't expect that there was still something waiting for him. Some film companies wanted his website to take down their works. Otherwise, they would have to go to court and either buy the copyright or sign a contract. And Xianxia had spent almost all his money on it. Now, he didn't have the money. He could only take down some movies and TV series. This website didn't have many users to begin with. In addition, there were many things that couldn't be watched. In the end, the website was even more deserted. The website wasn't profitable. And Xianxia still had to pay salaries. The salaries of the technical staff and programmers weren't low. This made Xianxia feel really conflicted. In the end, Xianxia decided to change his alias. He opened a new domain name and started over. After all, there were servers and people. He could apply for a new domain name and start the website again. And Xianxia was busy for a few months. Finally, he created the new website. Then, he called Xianxia and asked her to do a live broadcast to increase his popularity. Speaking of which, Xianxia felt that he hadn't seen Xianxia in a long time. And Xianxia was prepared to tidy himself up and meet Xianxia. And Xianxia asked Xianxia over the phone. Xianxia reluctantly agreed. The two of them met at a Western restaurant. When Xianxia saw Xianxia, she blurted out, "How did you become like this?" And Xianxia looked very haggard. There were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. And Xianxia was almost 40 years old. In the past, he had lived like a prince and was a middle-level manager in the company. However, recently, Xianxia had suffered a lot. He was under a lot of psychological pressure. His body was tired. And Xianxia wasn't in a good state, but he had tidied up before coming to see Xianxia. However, Xianxia's first sentence was this. Her astonished expression made Xianxia's back break out in cold sweat. It was very awkward. It was as if he had been stripped naked in public, and it was said by someone who liked him. It was very embarrassing. And Xianxia couldn't help but pull his clothes together and change the topic. How have you been? And Xianxia looked at Xianxia. She was still beautiful. In front of her, and Xianxia felt a little ashamed. I'm good. How about you? Xianxia said, how's your company? Not bad, but I want to invite you to do a live broadcast, and Xianxia said with difficulty. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Then, the two of them were speechless. After a meal, the two of them parted ways. And Xianxia wanted to settle the new website as soon as possible so that he could appear in front of Xianxia in a glamorous manner. Ningxu received a photo from the private investigator. It was a photo of Xianxia having dinner with a man, but it wasn't in Xianxia. And Xianxia was busy with work. The private investigator gave Ningxu the man's information. He was the general manager of Fengxing Group, Chen Zheng. However, this Chen Zheng was a little special. He was a son-in-law who married into the wife's family. The entire Fengxing Group was actually managed by his wife. It was said that Chen Zheng's wife was a famous career woman. Everyone called her a tigress. Chen Zheng was famous for loving his wife. He didn't care if others said that he was henpecked. They said that he was henpecked because he respected his wife. However, a man who loved and respected his wife was now having dinner with another woman. He wanted to be comforted by another woman. Ningxu felt that not many men liked a woman who was truly independent. Most of them wanted a woman who relied on them and treated them like the sky. Ningxu flipped through the photos. They were all photos of the two of them being intimate. Ningxu paid and took the photos. He mailed one to Chen Zheng's wife and one to Xianxia. It wasn't that not asking a man to divorce didn't count as destroying the marriage, but it still destroyed the relationship between the couple. As for how Xianxia felt when he received these photos, Ningxu couldn't care less. There was also Chen Zheng's wife. He did not know what methods she would use to deal with Xianxia. Ningxu began to pack his luggage and prepared to go abroad for further studies. However, Ningxu found a video on the internet. In the video, the woman was stripped naked in public. She didn't even have any clothes to cover her body. Someone said, since you like to take off your clothes and pants, don't wear any clothes. The video was in high definition. Ningxu recognized Xianxia at a glance. Xianxia squatted on the ground naked and hugged her front. She lowered her head to prevent the other party from filming her. Ningxu was speechless. This Mrs. Chen was really fierce. She actually dared to deal with people like this. Since you're so shameless, I'll make you completely shameless. Xianxia kept arguing that she didn't ruin other people's marriages. Xianxia cried and shouted, why are you doing this to me? Xianxia cried sadly. In the end, a bucket of ice water splashed at her. Xianxia jumped up in shock, revealing her voluptuous front, thin waist, and long slender legs. She was really beautiful. Xianxia quickly squatted down. She was naked and didn't dare to run around. She curled up in the corner and didn't dare to move. Xianxia looked at the people surrounding her. Everyone was pointing at her and whispering to each other. There was also Chen Zheng. He stood with his wife, avoiding her gaze and kept explaining to his wife. Xianxia felt really wronged. Very wronged. She had never wanted to ruin anyone's family. Why did they treat her like this? Xianxia never felt that she was in the wrong. She now hoped that someone would appear and put a coat on her to get her out of this predicament. A prince would appear and save her from this disaster. A person holding a coat appeared in front of Xianxia. Xianxia looked up and saw Xianxia's pale face. Xianxia's lips moved. And Xianxia put the coat on Xianxia and left with Xianxia in his arms. This woman is your woman, right? Take good care of your woman. Don't let her seduce other people all day. Mrs. Chen said coldly, if I see her hanging around my husband again, I won't let her off easily. Mrs. Chen turned and left. Chen Zheng followed beside her and kept explaining that it was that woman who seduced him. Mrs. Chen directly removed Chen Zheng from his position as general manager. She said that Chen Zheng had so much money that he had the time to seduce other women. And Xianxia waited for Xianxia to put on her clothes with a cold face. Xianxia came out of the fitting room. Why did you do this? The veins on Xianxia's forehead popped out. And Xianxia felt that he was working so hard to give Xianxia the best. Because Xianxia deserved the best. But he didn't expect Xianxia to hook up with another man. Can't you stand loneliness? Xianxia's face was gloomy. Our relationship is already like this. If we break up like this, we can still leave each other with beautiful memories. And Shuijing, we have already hurt Shuijing. You and Shuijing should live a good life. The veins on Xianxia's forehead popped out. After saying so much, you just want to break up with me. Now that you don't like me, you don't want to be with me anymore. You want to climb up the social ladder again. Xianxia was stunned. You've been with me for so long. Do you think I'm such a person? When have I ever cared about money? What you want is piled up with money. And Xianxia's face was pale. You want to break up with me? Dream on. And Xianxia hated Xianxia for betraying him. He was betrayed by two women. We're hurting each other. And Xianxia, let me go. Letting me go is letting yourself go. Xianxia saw in Xianxia's ferocious face and her heart trembled. The exquisite man in the past was leaving in Xianxia. And Xianxia was now like a violent beast in a cage. He could explode and hurt people at any time. His career had failed, and his relationship had been thwarted. And Xianxia had nowhere to vent his anger. In addition, he was already old. And Xianxia was already in his 40s when he stood up in his 30s. But he had no family, no children, and no career. This feeling of failure made Xianxia feel like he was at the end of the road and unable to struggle. The panic of going with the flow and not being able to take root had been lingering in Xianxia's heart. This time, Xianxia's betrayal completely ignited Xianxia's anger and panic. Only then did he truly feel how much of a failure he was. Looking at Xianxia's red eyes and his tightly clenched fists, Xianxia tried his best to suppress his emotions. But Xianxia had a bad feeling and her heart skipped a beat. Xianxia immediately explained, I don't have anything to do with that man, it's just work. His wife is a jealous woman and she wants to accuse me of being a mistress. Is that so? Xianxia said faintly. Xianxia nodded. It's true. If you want me to believe you, you have to marry me, Xianxia said. He had spent a lot of energy on Xianxia, but he couldn't get anything out of her. Xianxia couldn't accept it, he couldn't accept it. Xianxia wanted to grab onto something to ease the self-doubt in his heart. Marry? Xianxia's voice was sharp and filled with disbelief. You know I won't get married. I won't get married in this lifetime. Xianxia didn't want to get married, let alone to someone like Xianxia. Xianxia now had a strong sense of lethargy. Men were brilliant because of their careers, and their careers brought them a lot of glory. However, Xianxia wasn't as spirited as he used to be. He looked gloomy, and he really looked much older. Xianxia didn't want to entrust her life to someone like him. Even if she wanted to get married, she had to wait until she was willing. You're a woman, why don't you get married? Don't think you can fool around just because you're pretty. When you're old, we'll see who wants you, Xianxia said hatefully. Xianxia was shaking with anger. Why didn't she see that Xianxia was such a scoundrel and said such words? I won't marry you. Let's break up. Xianxia looked at Xianxia's face and felt disgusted. Why didn't she see it before? Xianxia's eyes were red. I knew you wanted to abandon me. Dream on. You have to marry me. I won't let you off. Xianxia shook Xianxia's hand off her arm and ran out of the clothing store. Xianxia wanted to chase after her, but he was stopped by the staff, who asked him to pay for the clothes. Xianxia hurriedly paid the money. When he ran out, Xianxia had already left in a taxi. Xianxia clenched his fists. Xianxia's new website wasn't popular, and he didn't have the money to advertise. It could be said that Xianxia's business this time was a failure. He had invested a lot of money, but there were no returns. In the end, Xianxia closed his website. It was too torturous to keep wasting money without seeing it. He fired a few employees. These employees were all technicians and could get high positions wherever they went. And Xianxia sold the server like it was a piece of trash and was at a loss for what to do next. And Xianxia didn't know what to do. When it was time to repay the loan, he didn't have the money to pay it back, so the house was temporarily taken over by the bank. And Xianxia didn't even have a place to stay in the city. He carried his things and went to Xianxia's house. Now, and Xianxia felt like he had nothing to lose. He might as well treat Xianxia's house as his own. Xianxia had to eat, drink, and defecate in her home, which made Xianxia almost collapse. Ningxu didn't care about these two people anymore. Now, Ningxu was studying abroad. Before going abroad, Ningxu went home to visit Xuejing's parents. He gave them some money and told them not to save it. But when Ningxu went out, Xuejing's mother stuffed the money into Ningxu's pocket. She said that Ningxu was in a foreign country and it was convenient to have some money with him. Ningxu smiled, hugged his teary mother, and left with his luggage. He boarded the plane and looked at the layers of clouds. His heart was calm and at ease. Ningxu studied abroad for half a year before returning to the company. After returning to the company, Ningxu's position was promoted a little. Ningxu immersed himself in work. One day after work, Ningxu bumped into someone. Ningxu apologized, but the other party held on to him tightly. Jing Jing, you have to help me. Ningxu took a closer look and saw that it was Xianxia. Xianxia looked haggard. Jing, remarry Xianxia. He's crazy. Xianxia didn't say the last two words. Although Xianxia's business failed, he was still a little smart. Xianxia's looks and figure were good. This was a gift from the heavens. And Xianxia made Xianxia a female broadcaster. She stayed in the house for 7 to 8 hours every day and used all kinds of methods to earn money. She acted cute and took off her clothes. Anyway, she could earn money. In the past half a year, Xianxia was in pain. And Xianxia treated her as a money-making tool and even controlled her. This made Xianxia feel very miserable. When she heard that Ningxu had returned to the country, she came looking for him. Ningxu heard Xianxia's request and frowned. What did you say? You remarry Xianxia. Ningxu's face was expressionless. Why did he have to push Xianxia to her? Seriously, Ningxu smiled faintly and said, since you're divorced, you're strangers. I wish you and Xianxia happiness. Ningxu walked around Xianxia and got into the car. Xianxia looked at the watch on her wrist. She had been out for a long time. When she returned, she was punished by Xianxia again. Xianxia was in so much pain. She felt like her soul was being imprisoned. Xianxia suspected that Xianxia had been possessed. Otherwise, how could he have become like this, vicious, greedy, vulgar? The refined, gentlemanly, gentle man from before had suddenly disappeared. She didn't know if the Xianxia from before was real or if this was the real Xianxia now. If she did something that Xianxia didn't like, Xianxia would attack her with all kinds of filthy words. Xianxia couldn't imagine how such a man could appear in her refined life. This man ruined her life. Many times, Xianxia was lying in bed and listening to the snoring sound next to her. She broke down as much as she could. Her life shouldn't be like this. Sometimes, Xianxia even wanted to kill this man. Ningxu learned a little about the two of them. The two of them were living together. As for whether they were married or not, Ningxu wasn't too sure. However, it seemed that Xianxia wouldn't let go of Xianxia. Some fates were destined. After going around in circles, Xianxia and Xianxia were still together. Xianxia came to ask her to remarry Xianxia. This meant that Xianxia wanted to get rid of Xianxia and use her as a shield. She was really speechless. It seemed that Xianxia wasn't living well. They hated and resented each other. A person's life was very long. If Xianxia couldn't get rid of Xianxia, then her life wouldn't be easy. After that, Xianxia came to the company many times to ask Ningxu to remarry Xianxia. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu couldn't understand why Xianxia felt that she should sacrifice for her happiness. Was it because they grew up together and she felt that she should sacrifice for her? She didn't feel guilty at all for hurting others. Why did she feel that she should take the blame for her? She didn't like Xianxia and still wanted to give him to her. Why the hell? Did Yansuni think that she could get rid of Xianxia if she remarried with him? Was Xianxia the kind of person who cared about the responsibility of marriage? Of course he was with Shuijing. No, he was with Yansuni without any burden. Ningxu felt that water must have entered her brain to be with Xianxia again. Ningxu didn't want to see Yansuni at all. You can wait as long as you want. Just let the two of them torment each other. Ding, mission completed, leaving the mission world. 2333's voice sounded in Ningxu's mind. Ningxu nodded, leave. As for her future life, it would depend on how Shuijing lived it. Ningxu's head shook and returned to the system space. Looking at the empty system space, Ningxu sighed. Ningxu sat on the ground and began to cultivate. After cultivating, Ningxu opened his status panel. Number, 2333 Name, Ningxu, Advanced Mission Taker, Age, 27 points, 46. 15 million Soul, 330 Health, 111 Wisdom, 354 Charm, 30 Luck, 209 Spiritual Power, 240 Faith, 18515 Martial Strength, 362 Aptitude, 129 Merit, 13460 Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Intermediate Fighting Technique, Intermediate Level Poison Technique, Beginner Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Code Programming, Beginner Lawyer Skill, Beginner Ghost Catching Skill. Honorary titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Items, Calm Halo, Tranquilizer, Faith Halo, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet 2. Halo, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Halo, Grass's Blessing, Best Friend for Life, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing, Lifesaver, Zhu Sunyang's Blessing, Founding Female General, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Lawful Beauty, Chen Ning's Blessing, Fulfill Shuijing's Wish, I will never let that adulterous couple have a good time. Mission completion rate, 100. Reward obtained, 5 million general points, 80 attribute points, 3,000 faith power, and 50 merit points. Ningxu rubbed his eyes. Not only did he not obtain the power of faith and merit, but he had also deducted them. Ningxu's entire body was in a mess. She asked, what happened? The problem lies within Xianxia's previous company. That company suffered losses because of you, and you even benefited from it. This karma is on you. This is karma. If there is a cause, then there will be an effect. We can't drag other innocent people into this. 2333 said. Since you want to walk on the Supreme Tao, you have to pay attention to this. However, the original owner was quite satisfied with you. This time, you received more attribute points. Ningxu pursed his lips, it's my fault. I didn't think about it carefully. Ningxu couldn't help but hit his head. He sat cross-legged on the ground and chanted the clear heart mantra in his heart. There was also the effect of the heart-calming pill. A cool feeling entered his soul. Ningxu felt that the impetuosity during this period of time had dissipated. It was as if he was washed away by waves of clear water. Ningxu opened his eyes and thought about the Buddha's light bracelet that the little monk gave him. As soon as he took out the Buddha's light bracelet, there was a faint smell of sandalwood floating in the system space. He could faintly hear the sound of countless monks chanting. Ningxu was like a monk. He held the Buddha's light bracelet with one hand and chanted the clear heart mantra. Kill those who deserve to be killed. Be merciful to all. In Ningxu's mind, the little monk Huiji's peaceful and compassionate eyes appeared. She was different from the little monk. The little monk treated everyone the same. But she was a mission enforcer. How could she reform others? If everyone could be reformed, this world wouldn't have so many misfortunes. There wouldn't be mission enforcers. Because everyone would be happy. There wouldn't be any regrets or grievances. Ningxu closed his eyes. He seemed to be asleep. He didn't know how much time had passed. When Ningxu woke up, he felt unprecedentedly relaxed. During this period of time, she didn't adjust her mood. Her mind was covered in dust. The deduction of faith and merit points this time could be considered a lesson for her. She was there to appease the resentment, not to cause another wave of resentment. Ningxu calmly accepted this failure. He then distributed the 80 attribute points. Number, 2333 Name, Ningxu, Advanced Mission Enforcer, Age, 27 points, 46. 15 million Soul, 33010 health, 11110 wisdom, 35410 charm, 3010 luck, 20910 mental strength, 24010 faith, 18515-3000 martial strength, 36210 aptitude, 12910 merit, 13460-50 skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate fighting technique, intermediate poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skill, beginner ghost catching skill. Honorary titles: Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor items, Calm Aura, Calming Pill, Faith Aura, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet 2. Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Best Friend for Life, Miao Miao Miao's Blessing, Savior, Zhu Sunyang's Blessing, Founding Female General, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Lawful Beauty, Chen Ning's Blessing. With 80 attribute points, Ning Shu added all the attribute points that could be added to it. After adding them, Ning Shu played with the prayer beads and chanted the mind-cleansing mantra. The two together had a great effect. It could calm one's heart. After Ning Shu left, Xuejing went back. The company opened a branch and Xuejing became the manager of the branch. She didn't interact with Yan Suni anymore. However, Xuejing heard from her mother that Yan Suni and Xiuchen got married and held a grand ceremony. Xuejing's mother was so angry that she exploded on the spot. When Xiuchen married her daughter, they didn't even hold a wedding. Now, they held such a grand ceremony. Who were they trying to offend? Because of the younger generation, the two families didn't interact with each other anymore. And Xiuchen became the son-in-law of the two families. The decades of friendship between the two families were gone just like that. They didn't even say a word when they met. Xuejing didn't mind that the two of them got married. She only felt that she was stupid. She went crazy for such a man. Whether the two of them were happy or not had nothing to do with her. In this grand wedding, only the people involved understood how they felt. The admiration and envy of others had nothing to do with them. Yan Suni felt that this was the beginning of a tragic fate. She did not love the man beside her at all. This man had been exploiting her and was not gentle to her at all. She could not let her future be ruined by marriage. Yan Suni told her parents that she did not want to get married, but Xiuchen was a gentleman in front of Yan Suni's parents. He was very nice to Yan Suni. On the contrary, it made Yan Suni seem unreasonable. Yan Suni's teeth were chattering. This man was really despicable. But Yan Suni was not easy to deal with. Every time they were about to be intimate, Yan Suni would hurt Xiuchen a little. Otherwise, he would be as stiff as a dead fish, unable to resist Xiuchen like a dead person. And Xiuchen's heart was filled with anger. Men were proud of conquering, but he did not feel anything at all. He felt like a dead body. This feeling, the two of them were disgusted with each other. If Yan Suni could not make money, he would not have married her. The last failed business made Xiuchen's heart tighten. He wanted to escape. He relied on Yan Suni to make money. But there was no love between the two of them. They hated each other. Yan Suni could not break free. And Xiuchen was like a maggot attached to a bone, entangling her. It was suffocating and painful. Ning Shu woke up from his meditation. He felt that his body was as light as a swallow. He felt like he was floating when he walked. Ning Shu looked at the black hole on the wall of the system space. The black hole was getting smaller and smaller. He did not know when it would completely merge. These two beads were so powerful. Why didn't they go to heaven? Ning Shuchao said to 2333, enter the quest. Okay. 2333 said gently, this time I chose a relatively easy mission for you. When Ning Shu heard 2333's tone, she suddenly had a bad premonition. Gentle and considerate was not 2333's character. Before Ning Shu could finish his words, he felt dizzy. Then his body was squeezed into another body with difficulty. And even if his soul and body merged, Ning Shu still felt tight. It was as if he was squeezed into a glass bottle. And when he moved, he felt a piercing pain. It was as if an iron clamp was piercing his flesh and pulling at it. Damn it, it really hurts. Ning Shu opened his eyes in pain. What he saw was a pit with some snow in it. Moreover, this pit was relatively high, about 2 meters in height. Just like that, she lay on the ground. Ningxu lowered his head and looked at his 2 forelimbs. They were snow white. Ningxu's face was expressionless as his eyes stared straight ahead. He turned around and looked at the place where he was in pain. He saw that her furry hind legs were caught in a trap. Fresh blood had soaked her fur, and even the snow was stained with blood. So, she was a non-human creature this time. Ningxu had completely given up on 2333. She should not have had any hope for 2333. Ningxu moved his leg and immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain. He could hear the cold wind blowing outside. Ningxu wanted to pry open the trap, but her claws were too fast. Ningxu slowly got up. The leg that was caught in the trap was half-raised as it looked at the entrance of the cave. With her current jumping ability, she could not jump up. Ningxu's leg was almost broken by the trap. He could only sleep on the ground and use his mouth to hold the trap. As soon as he touched it, his wound hurt. Ningxu was very thirsty. Coupled with the excessive blood loss, his body was very weak. Ningxu stuck out his tongue and licked the snow on the ground. He gritted his teeth in pain and began to accept the plot. The original owner was called by Xianxia. She was a white fox who was injured by a trap and accidentally fell into a pit dug by a hunter. At this time, Bai Sanyang was just an ordinary fox. At most, she could be considered human. Bai Sanyang was later rescued by a young man. Bai Sanyang followed this young man. This was a world of cultivation. People yearned to become immortals. This young man was an orphan. In this cruel world, he was like duckweed. He and Bai Sanyang depended on each other. Because of Bai Sanyang's pure white fur, even though she later covered it with a layer of dust, she still attracted the attention of some greedy people. Some people came specifically to capture Bai Sanyang. In order to let Bai Sanyang escape, the young man held back the spirit beast traffickers. Before Bai Sanyang escaped, she saw these people beating the young man. She knew that she would only cause trouble here. When Bai Sanyang returned the next day, the young man was nowhere to be seen. She did not know if the young man was dead or alive. Bai Sanyang sobbed as she returned to the mountains. She worked hard to cultivate. By the time she had strength, the world had already changed. Even if Bai Sanyang wanted to find those people for revenge, he could not find them. Bai Sanyang never saw the young man again. When Bai Sanyang was going through the tribulation, her inner demon acted up and she was directly struck to death by the lightning tribulation. However, because of the obsession in her heart, she should have been struck to death by the lightning tribulation. Her success was due to her inner demon. Her failure was also due to her inner demon. Bai Sanyang's wish was to repay the young man. Ningxu was now Bai Sanyang's leg caught in the trap. Ningxu let out a long breath. He did not struggle and waited for the young man to save him. Then he would think of a way to repay the young man. When Ningxu heard the young man, Ningxu's heart immediately thought of the word nanny. This was the first time Ningxu had transmigrated into a non-human. He did not know if the peerless martial arts could be cultivated. He did not know if animals had a dantian. Ningxu lay on the ground. He silently chanted the mantra of the peerless martial arts. However, the veins of animals were different from those of humans. Ningxu could only explore slowly. Because of the fur on his body, spiritual energy could not enter his body through the pores. Ningxu could only open his mouth to breathe in spiritual energy. Through his mouth, there was a small amount of spiritual energy entering his body. However, the spiritual energy in this world was quite abundant. Ningxu's heart was filled with anticipation. The spiritual energy in the cultivation world was abundant. It was easy to nurture some treasures. He did not know if he could find something good this time. The sky outside was already dark. Ningxu did not see the young man. The weather at night was even colder. The cold wind whistled mournfully. Ningxu curled up into a ball. She pressed her head against her injured leg. Because of the injury, the blood that flowed out of her leg was frozen into ice. It was cold and painful. This feeling was really good. Ningxu opened her mouth to breathe in the spiritual energy in the air. At the same time, she pricked up her ears and waited for the young man to come and save her. Ningxu was a little afraid that the hunter would come before the young man. If that happened, her fate would be a little bad. Some things were not set in stone. Ningxu cultivated for the whole night. In the morning, she licked the snow. Her stomach was rumbling with hunger. At this time, if only there was a fasting pill. Then she would not have to waste spiritual energy to keep her body normal. Ningxu felt the meridians of this body and began to cultivate. This was not a human body, so Ningxu had to figure out the direction of the meridians. Who knew where an animal's dantian was? Ningxu opened his mouth like a dog and breathed in and out. One of his legs was caught in the trap, and he almost couldn't feel the existence of his leg. Little boy, come quickly, Yaya. While Ningxu was cultivating, she was also paying attention to the movement outside. The cold wind whistled, and Ningxu, who was in the pit, felt very cold. Ningxu lay on the ground, his black eyeballs rolling around. From time to time, he would raise his head to look at the cave entrance. Ningxu was deeply suspicious. Was he not coming? Bai Sanyang could wait for the little boy, but she couldn't. Ningxu felt that the world was full of malice towards her. She should have transmigrated to the time when she was with the little boy. There were too many variables now. He couldn't rule out the possibility that 2333 did it on purpose. Ningxu licked 2 mouthfuls of snow, and his tongue was numb from the cold. He calmed down and began to cultivate. If he didn't cultivate, he wouldn't be able to wait for the little boy. Even if he did come, he would be dead. It would be funny if he became the little boy's meal. But would that be considered repaying his kindness? He saved his life, and he would repay it with his body. Ah! A slightly surprised voice sounded above Ningxu's head, and some snow at the hole fell into the pit. Ningxu looked up and saw a child lying at the hole of the trap. His face was young and tender, and his face was full of surprise. Ningxu stood up excitedly and opened his mouth to speak to the child, but all that came out was a whimper. Unable to speak, Ningxu could only hope that the other party could see through his furry face and the emotions in his eyes. Yiliang lay at the hole and saw a snow-white body, only the eyes and nose were black. Yiliang's heart was jumping with joy. He didn't expect to find a fox. He met Ningxu's dark and wet eyes. Wait, I'll save you. Yiliang carried the bamboo basket and ran. Ningxu grimaced. His leg really hurt. Ningxu looked at the entrance of the cave, waiting for the little guy to come back. Yiliang ran back, and in his hands was a rattan that no one knew where he got from. He panted heavily. Because the weather was cold, he exhaled large mouthfuls of white air. His cheeks and nose were red. Yiliang tied the rattan binds to the bamboo basket. He was afraid that it would not be sturdy enough, so he tied it several times. Yiliang grabbed the rattan and slowly put down the bamboo basket. Little fox, jump into the bamboo basket. I'll pull you up, do you understand? Yiliang shouted at Ningxu. Yiliang was worried that the little fox wouldn't understand. Ningxu endured the pain in his leg and jumped into the bamboo basket. Yiliang slowly pulled Ningxu up. It took him a lot of effort to drag Ningxu out of the hole. Once they were out of the cave, Ningxu jumped out of the bamboo basket, stretched out his legs and whimpered towards Yiliang. When Yiliang saw the animal trap on Ningxu's leg, he nervously rubbed his hands on his body. He wanted to remove the animal trap on Ningxu's leg, but he was afraid that the mountain spirit would hurt him. Ningxu whimpered. Only then did Yiliang squat down and stretch out his hand to remove the animal trap. I'm removing this animal trap for you. Don't bite me. I don't have money for treatment. Yiliang said as he stretched out his hand to remove the animal trap. The animal trap was very strong. It was not easy for a child like Yiliang to pry it open. Then, the sawtooth of the animal trap kept rubbing against Ningxu's wound. Ningxu was speechless. He felt like he had nothing left to live for. Ningxu looked at Yiliang expressionlessly. Yiliang was a little nervous. His nose was sweating. Bear with it. I'll be able to open the animal trap soon. Yiliang comforted Ningxu. Yiliang used a lot of strength and finally opened a gap in the animal trap. Ningxu quickly stretched her leg out. If this torture continued, her leg would really be crippled. Yiliang's hand loosened, and the beast trap closed with a loud bang that sent chills down people's spines. Ningxu whimpered. Yi Liang wiped the sweat on his forehead. Ningxu said, "You can go." Ningxu looked at Yi Liang. According to the plot, this child was 12 years old. However, he was malnourished and did not look like a 12-year-old child. His clothes were patched up and his toes were sticking out of his shoes. On such a cold day, he did not wear many clothes. His clothes were close to his body and were tied around his waist with a thin rope. He was very poor. Under such circumstances, Yi Liang saved by Sanyang. He didn't kill her to fill his stomach, nor did he sell her off. He was very kind. What about the wound on your leg? Yi Liang looked at Ningxu's leg. He scratched his head and looked around. There was snow everywhere and no herbs could be found. Ningxu did not care. As long as there was no animal trap, her wound would slowly heal. Ningxu jumped into Yi Liang's bamboo basket. Yi Liang was a little surprised and said, "You can go. I can't afford to raise you." Yi Liang reached out and carried Ningxu out of the bamboo basket. He carried the bamboo basket and left. Yi Liang struggled in his heart. In the end, he let Ningxu go. Yi Liang felt that this fox understood human nature. It would be a pity if he died like this. The problem of food and clothing was not solved. The first thing people thought about was survival. However, the kindness in this child's heart prevailed. Ningxu looked at Wen Liang's back and limped after him. Wen Liang saw Ningxu from the corner of his eyes. He stopped and sighed. Wen Liang put down the bamboo basket and reached out to carry Ningxu into the bamboo basket. He took off his clothes and covered Ningxu's body to prevent people from seeing Ningxu. Wen Liang carried the bamboo basket on his back and started running. Ningxu bounced up and down on the basket. "Oh my God, my leg hurts." Ningxu looked outside through the gap of the bamboo basket. This forest was the back mountain of Wen Liang's house. Ningxu thought that Wen Liang's house would not be covered by tiles. He did not expect it to be a small yard. However, the house was rather shabby. There were some herbs and vegetables planted in the courtyard that was supposed to be a garden. However, in this kind of weather, the vegetables had already withered and were covered by a layer of snow, revealing the yellow and rotten leaves. However, it was much better than Ningxu imagined. Wen Liang pushed open the door. The door creaked. Wen Liang walked into the house and put down the bamboo basket. Ningxu jumped out of the basket and looked around the room. It was empty. There was only a shabby table and 2 old benches. However, the room was quite big. According to the size of the space, there were probably many furnishings in the house. Could it be that Wen Liang's house was relatively rich in the past? Wait here. I'll get you some medicine. Wen Liang picked up the clothes in the bamboo basket and put them on. He went to the yard to find herbs. Soon, Wen Liang pulled out a herb and found a medicine mortar. He used an iron pestle to mash the herb. He applied the herb on Ningxu's leg and used a cloth to wrap the wound on Ningxu's leg. Ningxu smelled the herbs, which were used to reduce swelling and stop bleeding. He didn't expect Wen Liang to know about herbs. Since he knew about these things, why was he having such a hard time? Wen Liang's hands were red and swollen. Apparently, the weather was cold. He used both hands to wrap a cloth around Ningxu's leg. Ningxu stared at Wen Liang. Wen Liang wasn't tall, and his face was sallow. However, his facial features were regular, and his eyes were dark. He didn't look like he was carved from jade, but he looked quite pleasing to the eye. Wen Liang was the only one in this family. With Wen Liang's appearance and the situation of this courtyard, this family's situation shouldn't be that bad in the past. You can recuperate here during this time, Wen Liang said as he tied a knot. Ningxu opened his mouth and whimpered, which made Ningxu quite speechless. Wen Liang ran to the kitchen and dug out 2 black things from the hole in the stove. They looked like potatoes and sweet potatoes. Wen Liang put them in a bowl and gave one to Ningxu while he gnawed on the other. "Eat, this is the only thing in my house. When you are better, go back to the mountains. It's better to be in the mountains than here." Ningxu had been hungry for a long time. After staying in the trap for 2 days, he was injured and bleeding. He was cold and hungry. There was a baked sweet potato. Ningxu quickly finished the baked sweet potato. When Liang saw the little fox gnawing on the sweet potato and couldn't help but say, "Aren't you afraid of the heat?" Ningxu wiped his mouth with his front paws. He suddenly felt like he was about to collapse. He didn't know if he was similar to an animal. When Liang poured some water into Ningxu's bowl, Ningxu stuck out his tongue to lick the water. The water was cold. Ningxu sighed in his heart. This child. How should she repay Wen Liang? All the people in the world wanted was money, power, and strength. Or did Wen Liang have a wish that she could help him fulfill? The house was very quiet. Wen Liang was drinking water when suddenly there was a bang 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 sound of the door being knocked. As soon as Ningxu heard the voice, he knew it was not a friendly one. He then looked at Wen Liang's face. When Wen Liang heard the sound of the door being smashed, his expression became very angry and hateful, mixed with a sense of powerlessness and sadness. The banging on the door grew louder and more urgent. There was even an exasperated voice. "Wen Liang, open the door for me. Don't think you can escape by hiding at home. Open the door." The people outside kept shouting. Wen Liang picked up Ningxu and stuffed Ningxu under the blanket. "You stay here and don't come out. You must not come out. Otherwise, you will be taken away by those people." Wen Liang covered Ningxu tightly with a blanket. Wen Liang closed the bedroom door and took action to deal with those people. Ningxu crawled out of the bed and listened to the noise at the door. "Wen Liang, quickly move out of this house. This house belongs to the family. I don't know where that damned father of yours died, but your mother ran away with him." Wen Liang's voice was low and angry. "Don't talk about my parents. And your sister, I don't know which human trafficker cheated her." The other party kept provoking Wen Liang. When Ningxu heard these words, he could not help but be speechless. Could this Wen Liang have the fate of being a jinx? People with such a fate were either protagonists or villains. If it was a protagonist, it was to train the protagonist's mind. If it was a villain, these things were enough to distort the villain's mind. His father, mother, and younger sister were all gone. How miserable! These people poked at people's sore spots. Wen Liang was just a young boy. It was not easy for him to endure until now. "You have today to move out quickly. You are occupying such a good place. The family wants to use it for business. This is my house. What right do you have to make me move out?" Wen Liang raised his head and said stubbornly. His body was stiff, his fists were clenched and his body was trembling. "If you say this is your house, then it is your house. The family temporarily let your parents live in this house. I didn't expect you to be so shameless and take the house for yourself. This is my house. Get out of here." Wen Liang shouted and pushed these people out of the door. "Wen Liang, you've really grown up. Don't forget, my great-grandfather is a foundation establishment cultivator. If you dare to harm a single hair on my head, my great-grandfather can destroy your soul with a single finger. This town is under my great-grandfather's control. Before you make a move, you have to think about the consequences." The man in the lead said proudly. This man was less than 20 years old and had a domineering look. Although foundation establishment cultivators were only at the beginning of cultivation, they were already different from mortals. They were called immortals by ordinary people and had a longer lifespan than ordinary people. Moreover, there were very few people who could cultivate. Only 1 in 100,000 people had a spiritual root. When Wen Liang thought of this great-grandfather, he clenched his fists tightly and endured it. He was not willing to retreat. They were in a deadlock. Not only were there many sects in this world, there was also the royal family. It was said that the royal family had a spirit formation cultivator. These powerful cultivators were like the country's nuclear weapons to the royal family. They could deter other countries. Every place was managed by cultivators with a cultivation base. They let cultivators manage it because they were afraid that other cultivators would cause trouble in the country. This town was managed by this man's great-grandfather. When Ningxu heard these words in the house, he could not help but frown. This world was very cruel. If you had power, you had the right to speak. This was obviously Wen Liang's house, but these people took Wen Liang's house by force. There were also cultivators who killed each other and stole all kinds of cultivation resources. This was just a remote town. If he went to a more prosperous place, he was afraid that there would be more powerful cultivators. Ningxu jumped out of the bed and jumped out of the window. In a flash, he entered the kitchen. "Big brother, I just saw something flash by." The person next to the man in the lead quickly said to him. "What is it?" The man rubbed his eyes. He thought that he was seeing things. "Wen Liang, don't blame me for not giving you face. We are still from the same family. When are you moving out?" Wen Shui stretched out his finger and poked Wen Liang's chest, causing Wen Liang to take 2 steps back. Wen Liang looked at Wen Shui with a stiff neck. "I'm not selling. This is my house. I want to wait for my parents to come back." "Sell? Who wants to buy it? I'm asking you to move out now. This is the family's property. Who else do you want to sell it to? Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you." Wen Shui sneered. "Wen Shui, are you really going to kill me?" Wen Liang clenched his fists tightly. "You really don't know what's good for you. This house was given to you by the family to live in, and now you're actually taking it for yourself. Don't you have any shame? Don't you have any shame?" Wen Shui slapped Wen Liang's face loudly. Wen Shui purposely humiliated him. Wen Liang's face was ashen. He stared straight at Wen Shui. Wen Liang had been insulted by his clan brothers several times. Although they were both surnamed Wen, they weren't close. Most of the people in this town had the surname Wen. Wen Liang couldn't figure it out. He hadn't done anything wrong to these people. Instead, they bullied him because he was weak. They even wanted to rob his house. Wen Liang gasped and stared at Wen Shui with red eyes. "What are you looking at? If you're not convinced, I'll dig your eyes out. You're a jinx who killed your whole family. How dare you look at me like that?" Wen Shui was a little frightened by Wen Liang's eyes. He reached out and pushed Wen Liang hard. Wen Liang was pushed to the ground. Wen Shui rolled up his sleeves and wanted to beat Wen Liang up. It wasn't a big deal to kill someone in this world. Suddenly, a black shadow pounced on Wen Shui and stretched out its sharp claws. Several deep claw marks appeared on Wen Shui's arm and blood splashed out. Ningxu lowered his body and bared his teeth in a ferocious manner. Wen Shui froze for a moment and then wailed in pain. The others supported Wen Shui. Blood kept flowing out of Wen Shui's arm. Wen Shui lifted his injured arm with one hand and looked at the beast that grabbed him. Its whole body was black, covered in plant ash and some mud. Looking at its shape, it was hard to tell what it was. Wen Liang looked at Ningxu in surprise. "Hiss." Wen Shui gasped in pain. "Catch this beast for me." Wen Liang stood in front of Ningxu. "The wound on your arm will definitely rot if you don't treat it." Wen Shui knew that Wen Liang was coaxing him, but the wound really hurt. It was burning and this beast was so dirty. What if something really happened? One of them stared at Ningxu for a long time. "What the hell is this?" Ningxu squeezed out 2 words from his throat that were not standard dog language. "Woof, woof, woof," Wen Liang quickly said, "If you don't go, my dog will bite off your necks." The people on the other side shrank their necks. Wen Shui stared at Wen Liang and Ningxu fiercely. "I won't let you go." They hurriedly left. Wen Liang let out a long sigh and closed the gate. He turned around and saw Ningxu. He squatted down and said, "Thank you for today. Otherwise, I would have been beaten again." Again, it seemed like this wasn't the first time the other party had come knocking. "Let me wash you." Wen Liang saw that Ningxu's body was covered in ashes and mud from the stove holes. Ningxu took a step back, not allowing Wen Liang to wash him. If they were to wash and reveal their white hair, they would be skinned and made into scarves. Wen Liang thought about it and didn't insist on giving Ningxu a bath. Wen Liang's expression was filled with worry. Clearly, he was worried. Wen Liang got some vegetables from the ground and boiled some vegetable soup without oil. He gave Ningxu a bowl of soup and drank a bowl of it himself. Ningxu stuck out his tongue and licked the soup in the bowl. This damned instinct, the sky was already dark, and a day had passed just like that. It was cold in winter and even colder at night. Moreover, there was no light in the house. There wasn't even an oil lamp. Wen Liang was usually alone. He would save as much as he could. He couldn't even fill his stomach, so it didn't matter if he couldn't see. Wen Liang couldn't hold it in any longer. He lay down on the bed with his clothes on. Ningxu curled up at the foot of the bed and began to cultivate. In this cruel world, one had to have the strength to protect themselves and Wen Liang. The room was quiet. Only the whistling of the cold wind outside the window could be heard. Little fox. Wen Liang's voice suddenly sounded. Ningxu whimpered. Wen Liang's voice suddenly choked. He lay on the bed and looked at Ningxu. What should I do? When will my parents come back? If they come back and know that my sister is missing, they will be very sad. Wen Liang's voice sounded very sad in the darkness. I shouldn't have gone into the mountains that day and left my sister alone at home. Ningxu wanted to ask Wen Liang how long had it been since his parents left, what did his parents do, and how long had his sister been missing, but what came out of his mouth was a whimper. Finding his parents was Wen Liang's wish. But the world was so big. It was easier said than done to find a single person, let alone several people. The world was so big. The vastness of hell was simply unimaginable. Wen Liang rambled on. Ningxu occasionally whimpered, indicating that he was listening. Ningxu wanted to extract some useful information from Wen Liang's words. Ningxu inhaled and exhaled spiritual energy while listening to Wen Liang. He learned that Wen Liang's father was a doctor and his mother was a cultivator. Wen Liang's father went to see a patient. On the way back, he heard that he met a devil cultivator who captured his father and one of his disciples. When Wen Liang's mother heard this, she told Wen Liang, who was only 7 years old at the time, to take good care of his sister and would be back soon. This soon had been 5 years since then. Wen Liang took care of his 5-year-old sister and waited for the family to reunite. In the end, when his sister was 8 years old, she went missing. Wen Liang was usually like a little adult, alone. Now that he had someone to talk to, he cried and talked. It made people feel particularly sad when they heard it. Now, Wen Liang still held the hope that his parents would come back. He also felt guilty for his sister. Ningxu sighed in his heart. Wen Liang's parents were already dead. It was almost a 90% thing. How could Wen Liang not know it in his heart? He was just deceiving himself. As for Wen Liang's sister, she was a girl who was abducted by others. Or she ran away because she wanted to play. Her ending was not good. Optimistic, an expert took a fancy to Wen Liang's sister's root bone and took her to enter the path of cultivation. If not, then she would have fallen into a dirty place. Moreover, Ningxu had an even worse guess in his heart. Wen Liang's mother was a cultivator. A cultivator's daughter was very likely to inherit her mother's root bone. She was the best candidate for a human furnace. Of course, a cultivator was better. The body of an ordinary woman could not withstand the ravages of a male cultivator. Moreover, the effect was not necessarily good. Ningxu saw that Wen Liang did not have any cultivation. Since his mother was a cultivator, why didn't Wen Liang's mother teach her son to cultivate? Could it be that Wen Liang did not have a spiritual root? There were many mysteries in Ningxu's mind. Wen Liang cried and fell asleep. Even in his dreams, he was sobbing. Ningxu did not sleep for the whole night. He cultivated for the whole night and used some spiritual qi to heal the wounds on his body. When the sky was about to brighten, Ningxu quietly jumped onto the bed. He saw that Wen Liang's face was tear-stained, but he was sleeping soundly. Ningxu jumped out of bed and went out through the dog hole in the courtyard's wall. He ran for a while and ran to the back of the mountain. Ningxu's gray clothes looked even darker and dirtier under the contrast of the white snow. Ningxu stepped on the snowy ground. The meaty pads under her feet made no sound as she stepped on the snow, leaving a series of tiny footprints. Ningxu wanted to hunt some game, but Wen Liang's food was unsightly. Looking at Yi Liang, it was obvious that he was malnourished. It was a little difficult for such a young child to take care of himself and fill his own stomach. Ningxu trotted on the snow and looked around. But it was winter now, and there were very few animals wandering in the forest. Ningxu walked around and didn't see any game. But she saw a porcupine. This thing had thick skin, and her claws didn't do much damage to it. At most, it would bleed a little. The porcupine huffed and puffed as it dug into the snow. Its fangs were 2 fingers long. Ningxu measured her fighting strength and realized that she couldn't kill the porcupine in one move. She couldn't use her claws, and she couldn't bite off the porcupine's neck. She didn't have a lot of spirit energy in her body, so she couldn't release her qi gene. Ningxu resentfully gave up on the porcupine. She buried herself in the snow and caught a colorful pheasant. Ningxu bit off the pheasant's neck and ran back with the pheasant in her mouth. She went through the dog hole and went straight to the kitchen. Yiliang sat in front of the stove in a daze. He looked a little sad and sighed. Ningxu put the pheasant beside Yiliang. Yiliang saw Ningxu come back and smiled. "I thought you left." Yiliang talked to Ningxu for most of the night and was already close to this fox. He didn't feel ashamed that she knew his secret. After all, she was a fox and wouldn't tell anyone. "Ningxu, are you sure?" Ningxu pushed the pheasant in front of Yiliang. Yiliang picked it up and patted Ningxu's head. "Thank you, little fox." Yiliang added some water to the pot and prepared to scald the pheasant. "By the way, I can't call you little fox in the future. People will know that you're a fox," Yiliang said as he added firewood. No matter where it was, foxes were animals that humans both desired and loathed. Her fur was worth a lot of money. Ningxu whimpered. In the past, she had always been the one to give names to others. Now, it was her turn to be at the mercy of others. Every dog has its day. This feeling was really too good. Ningxu wanted to object, but his voice came out as a whimper. "Little White." Ningxu thought, as expected, "No, you can't call me Little White. People will know that you have white hair." "Blackie." "Ningxu, I don't feel like talking." Even if her name wasn't Ningxu, she still had the name by Sanyang. Thus, Blackie's name was decided. Ningxu felt that this was a dark history that he could not bear to look at directly since he had transmigrated. "Little Black." Yiliang cleaned up the pheasant, chopped it, and threw it into the pot to stew. After stewing for more than 2 hours, the smell of chicken soup could be smelled. Yiliang was not in a hurry and continued to stew. Ningxu turned to look at Yiliang. Yiliang's face looked very solemn under the light of the fire. When heaven bestows a great responsibility on a great man, it must first torment his will and work his muscles and bones. The suffering he endured now was for him to soar to the sky in the future. 10 years to sharpen a sword. Ningxu wanted to pass on his peerless martial arts to her, but she could not speak. He did not know how to pass it to her. Moreover, Ningxu was afraid that he would reveal too much and attract unnecessary suspicion. The human heart was the most unpredictable thing. "Quick, Little Black." Yiliang filled a bowl with meat and soup and placed it in front of Ningxu. Yiliang took a bowl for himself. The two of them ate the fragrant pheasant on the pile of firewood in the kitchen. Ningxu ate the meat. Sure enough, foxes still needed to eat meat. The taste was too good. The food that he ate slowly turned into a warm current that flowed to every corner of his body. It was very comfortable. Yiliang's face was smeared with oil. His face did not look as sallow as before. The two of them finished the pheasant and even drank the soup. Yiliang tidied up the kitchen and went to the yard to pick up some herbs. He crushed it and applied it to Ningxu's leg. "Thank you." Yiliang bandaged Ningxu's wound while his eyes turned red. Ningxu did not know that this child loved to cry so much. Even when facing those people who bullied him, his eyes did not turn red. Last night he cried for most of the night. Now his eyes were red. This was a lonely and burdened child who suddenly had a companion. There was a feeling of dependence. Ningxu's throat let out a whimper. She was really a nanny. Ningxu actually wanted Yiliang to leave here. There was no point in guarding this house. Moreover, she injured Yixue and his group yesterday. They definitely would not let her go. As long as she was strong, it would be more efficient than waiting here for them to come back. Yiliang's parents were definitely dead. Perhaps she could find her sister. Why didn't Yiliang participate in the sex assessment? Even if it was a cultivation sect, they had to accept talented disciples. Ningxu's mind was filled with thoughts of how to get Yiliang out of his current predicament. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. She could not keep catching pheasants for this fella. In such a cruel world, the only way to survive was to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could one survive. Just like when Yixue threatened Liang. Yixue was so fearless because there was a foundation establishment stage cultivator in his family. That was power. Liang did not dare to resist because he was afraid of this power. Ningxu did not know if Liang had spiritual roots. Liang tied a knot. Ningxu said, "Don't run around for a while. Take care of yourself." Ningxu whimpered and lay on the ground. She closed her eyes and started to cultivate. Liang saw the little fox lying on the ground. The ground was so cold. Liang found some small clothes and old clothes from the old wardrobe. These were clothes that Liang could not wear. Liang spread the clothes on the ground and made it look like a nest. "Go sleep on the clothes. The ground is too cold." Ningxu opened her eyes and slept on the clothes. While Ningxu was cultivating, Liang was handling the herbs in the courtyard. Presumably, he had learned his knowledge of herbs from his father. Ningxu sighed in her heart. This cultivation speed was really slow. There is a demonic beast inside. Really? A demonic beast that looks like a dog. The sound of people talking outside the courtyard was mixed with chaotic footsteps. There were obviously a lot of people. Liang suddenly stood up and rushed into the house. "Hurry up and leave. Someone is here to catch you. Go through that dog hole. Hurry." Liang was so anxious that his forehead was sweating. Ningxu frowned. She had already dyed her fur black and barked like a dog. How could they tell that she was a demonic beast? Bang bang bang, the sound of the door being kicked could be heard. There was no one to open the door. The door was directly smashed open. A group of people rushed into the courtyard, making the whole courtyard seem a little crowded. Liang's herbs were trampled. The leaves of the herbs were stuck to the ground. Ningxu did not expect that the other party would come again today. After suffering a loss, they wanted to take revenge on the spot. These people blocked the courtyard and made a racket. "Find a chance to run. I'll go stop them. Don't let them catch you, okay?" Liang, Ningxu said anxiously. Liang ran out and shouted at these people, "What are you doing in our house?" Liang saw so many people, and there were a few burly men. One of them was holding a cage in his hand. Liang's heart trembled. He knew very well what this cage was. This was a magic tool used by those demon beast traffickers. This magic tool was very powerful. This cage could be big or small. As long as one was trapped in the cage, one would not be able to escape. The suppression of the demon beast was very strong. After being locked in, the demon beast would be as weak as a kitten or a puppy. "Liang, hurry up and hand over that little bastard. Don't think I don't know that it's a demon beast." "Liang, you're actually with a demon beast." Yixue's arm was hanging around his neck. Because of his anger, his face was distorted. "Little Black is not a demon beast. She's a dog," Liang said loudly. He silently prayed that Little Black would leave quickly. Whether it's a dog or a demon beast, these demon beast traffickers will know at a glance. "That little bastard injured me like this. I'm going to stew her," Yixue said viciously. There were a few deep scratches on his arm. If it was more serious, his arm would be crippled. Liang straightened his chest and said with a trembling voice, "You were the one who attacked me first. Little Black was only protecting me. That beast's demon nature has not been removed. Today, she only injured me. Tomorrow, she might hurt other people in town. Great-grandpa is in charge of this town. I can't allow something like this to happen. I'm doing this for the sake of the town." "Liang, are you trying to get others killed?" Yixue pinned the blame on Liang's head. "You're a jinx. Not only did you kill your own family, but you also want to kill the entire town?" Liang was stunned by Yixue's roar, but he still firmly said, "Little Black is a dog, not a demon beast. She's not a demon beast. Whether it's a demon beast or not, we'll know once we call her out. Are you guilty of not handing over the dog?" Liang was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He knew that Yixue was doing it on purpose, but there was nothing he could do. Looking at these demonic beast traffickers, Liang's heart was filled with despair. He didn't know if the little fox had left yet. Several people pushed Liang away. Liang fell to the ground and hurriedly stood up. Yixue sneered, associating with a demonic beast and even sharing a room with a demonic beast. Everyone rushed into the room and saw a black shadow appear in front of him. Then, they felt pain on their faces. Something sharp had cut the skin on their faces. "Ah, my face, my eyes," everyone immediately wailed and covered their faces. Ningxu jumped up and clawed at Yixue's bandaged wound again. "Aoo!" Yixue's cry was particularly shrill. Quickly capture this beast." Yixue gnashed his teeth and shouted. Ningxu, the demonic beast dealer, threw out the cage in his hand. The cage slowly grew larger. Seeing this cage, Ningxu's heart was filled with a sense of irritation. Moreover, his entire body felt weak. Ningxu dodged the magic tool. The magic tool missed and flew towards Ningxu. Ningxu jumped up, raised her claws, and clawed at the artifact. The magic tool was slammed into the wall by Ningxu's claw. With a clang, it didn't fall apart. Quickly leave. Liang could also see that their situation wasn't optimistic. Ningxu called out to Liang and used his mouth to pull on Liang's clothes. There were many of them. They had to run first. Liang anxiously said, "You leave first. They won't dare to do anything to me. Ningxu won't dare to do anything to you." Everyone's body had been scratched by him. It would be strange if they let Liang go. Especially Yixue. "Go, quickly go." Liang pushed Ningxu. How could Ningxu leave? Bai Sanyang would regret it for the rest of her life because she left. This matter was Bai Sanyang's inner demon. "Liang, you colluded with demonic beasts and wanted to harm the entire town. I will capture you and let my great-grandfather judge you." Yixue's face was very pale. His face and arms were injured. Moreover, his arms were injured twice. The blood on his face was warm. Yixue suspected that he would be disfigured. The servant beside Liang ignored the wounds on his face and hurriedly applied medicine on Yixue. I didn't hurt anyone in the town." Liang straightened his neck. The blood vessels on his neck were bulging and his neck was crimson red. "What is that?" Yixue endured the pain and asked the demonic beast dealer. "A bit like a fox." "Oh, so you were with a fox spirit. You were enchanted by the fox spirit and did such a crazy thing," Yixue said hatefully. Now everyone was treating the wounds on their faces. Some of the demonic beast dealers were blinded by Ningxu's claw and were lying on the ground wailing. A demonic beast's body was a treasure. Its bones and fur could be used to refine weapons. Its flesh contained the energy of heaven and earth. It was very valuable. Ningxu used all her strength to drag Liang towards the direction of the dog hole. The most important thing now was to stay alive. Houses and other things were just external objects. As long as one was alive, there was hope. "Chase," Yixue said ruthlessly, "I wanted to let you go, but I didn't expect you to be so vicious. Raising a demonic beast to attack people. Liang, you are dead." Liang was stunned for a moment. Seeing Ningxu dragging him, he turned over and ran quickly. He followed Ningxu through the dog hole and went towards the back of the mountain. These people chased after them, following the footprints on the snow. Liang ran breathlessly. The people behind him were getting closer and closer. Ningxu looked at these footprints. As long as there were these footprints, they would not be able to escape. Ningxu thought for a moment. He used his claws to dig a hole in the snow and let Liang lie down. Then he used the snow to cover Liang, leaving a hole for him to breathe. After burying Liang, Ningxu ran back. He wanted to fight with these people so that they would not be able to catch up. Ningxu circulated the energy in his body and rushed towards those people like a gust of wind. These people were stepping on the snow. In the blink of an eye, a black shadow appeared in front of them. Its claws danced and the sound of cloth being torn could be heard. Then he felt a chill. The wind blew on his butt and balls. He looked down and saw that his pants had fallen off. He quickly pulled up his pants. If he pulled up his pants, he would not be able to block the attack. Ningxu waved his claws. Every claw brought out traces of blood. Hurry up and kill this beast. Xianxia shouted in exasperation. A demonic beast trafficker's magic tool grew bigger and bigger. It pressed down on Ningxu, wanting to lock Ningxu in a cage. Ningxu really hated this kind of cage. As long as she was within its range, she would feel powerless. She didn't know which cultivator made this kind of magic tool. This kind of magic tool was specially made to deal with demonic beasts. Even though Ningxu's soul was that of a human, she still felt powerless. As the cage got bigger, the range of the radiation also got bigger. Ningxu was also in the radiation zone. That feeling of powerlessness became more obvious. Ningxu mobilized the energy in her body and ran away like a wisp of smoke, disappearing into the white snow. If she had the chance, she definitely had to research what the cage was made of to be able to have such an effect. This demonic beast trafficker probably had some big power behind him. Otherwise, how could a normal demonic beast trafficker have something like this, and normal people could use it too? Ningxu ran for a while. Seeing that no one was following her, she laid on the snow and panted with her tongue out. Even though she wasn't very strong now, her claws were not to be underestimated. Those people had her claw marks on their bodies. It looked like they wouldn't chase after her for now. Ningxu went to the place where Yiliang was buried. From afar, she could see the snow moving. Clearly, Yiliang was struggling. Ningxu ran over and threw the snow away. Huff huff huff. Yiliang's breathing was hurried. If you didn't come back, I would have suffocated to death. Ningxu, didn't you leave a hole for breathing? Yiliang stood up and looked at the town at the foot of the mountain. He shook his head and said, looks like we can't go back. What about the house? Ningxu knew that Yiliang didn't care about the house. It was just a thought. He felt that as long as there was a house, his family would come back. He was afraid that if he left, his family wouldn't be able to find him. Ningxu and Yiliang whimpered. They finally escaped. If they went back, they would be walking right into a trap. It's never too late to take revenge. With power, you can do anything you want. I know. I won't go back. Yiliang couldn't help but sigh. He reached out and patted Ningxu's head. From now on, we really have to rely on each other and travel to the ends of the world. Yiliang glanced at the town at the foot of the mountain, then turned around and walked away. Let's go quickly. With Xianxia's vengeful personality, he will send people after us very soon. Yiliang said. Ningxu didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he felt that Yiliang was more relaxed than before. Yiliang also knew that his chances of defending the house were slim. The other party was powerful, and they even had a foundation establishment cultivator as their backer. In the eyes of mortals, cultivators were incomparably powerful existences. They didn't even have the courage to resist. Ningxu followed beside Yiliang. The cold wind howled, gradually covering their footprints in the snow. Ningxu was somewhat familiar with this mountain ridge. Rather than saying that she was familiar with it, it should be said that Bai Sanyang was familiar with this place. Ningxu brought Yiliang to a cave. This cave was very deep and dry. It should have been the cave of some wild beast or demonic beast. Little Black, it's good to have you by my side. Yiliang said. If he was alone, it would be much more difficult. With someone to rely on and warm each other, he would have the motivation to persevere. Yiliang squatted in the corner of the cave, rubbing his body with his hands. The weather was very cold. Ningxu raised his claws and placed them on Yiliang's body. After a while, he transmitted his qi into Yiliang's body. Until now, Ningxu still didn't have the body of a fox. It was not like the body of a human, so he was familiar with the tendons and veins. When the qi was transmitted into Yiliang's body, Yiliang only felt a warm heat flowing to every corner of his body. Before, he was so cold that his body was trembling and his teeth were chattering, but now he wasn't cold at all. Yiliang looked at Ningxu with some surprise. His black eyes were full of surprise. There were fragments of light shining in them, like stars. It was like the deep night sky. Ningxu saw from Wen Liang's pupils, his own dark self. Ningxu whimpered and tried hard to speak, but the pronunciation system of humans and animals was different. Ningxu couldn't straighten his long tongue. Animals could speak. Fairy tales were all lies. With such a long tongue hanging outside and such a long mouth, how could he pronounce with his lips cracked to the neck? Xianxia felt that it was not easy for him to become a human. It was not easy to cultivate as a spiritual monster. Transcending tribulations was too difficult. Xianxia thought about it and decided to practice ventriloquism. He had to communicate with Liang. If this continued, he could only be cut by others without any strength to fight back. Xianxia went out to see if there was anything to eat. The deeper he went into the forest, the more animals there were. It was too dangerous inside. Other than cultivators with the ability to protect themselves, ordinary people like hunters would be in danger. Xianxia wanted to get some game, but he didn't have a fire. He didn't know if he could drill wood to start a fire. Moreover, it was a world of ice and snow. The firewood and grass were all wet. Xianxia could only hope that there would be some fruit. However, what fruit could there be in this world of ice and snow? Xianxia jumped into the stream in front of him and washed the dirty things on his body. It was snow white everywhere. It was best to be the same color as the surrounding environment. Xianxia went ashore and shook off the water on his body. Xianxia was speechless. This damned instinct. Xianxia wandered around but didn't see anything edible. However, he found a fiery red fruit on the edge of a cliff. In this weather, there was no snow around the fruit tree. Even if snowflakes fell, they would melt quickly. Xianxia vaguely felt heat radiating over. This was good stuff. It was obvious that this was some kind of heavenly treasure. Perhaps eating it could increase one's cultivation. Senior brother, it's here. It's a fiery fruit. Xianxia heard the sound coming from afar and hurriedly hid. He saw 3 cultivators flying on swords. They were 3 young cultivators. The 3 of them were flying on swords. It seemed that their strength wasn't weak. Xianxia stared at the thing called the flame fruit, calculating in his heart the probability of obtaining it. 10%, less than 10%. Previously, when he was dealing with some ordinary people, he was already a little powerless, let alone 3 cultivators. It's really a fiery fruit. If we get it, we can temper our spirit roots. A cultivator's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. I didn't expect that there would be a fiery fruit in this small place. Xianxia heard that it could temper one's root bone. It meant that this thing could burn the impurities in the body. This was really a good thing. Xianxia stared at the fruit and almost drooled. However, there were 4 of them. The 3 of them could share one each. Xianxia's heart was scratching. If he could give one of these fruits to Liang, if Liang had a spirit root, even if he didn't, he could burn the impurities in his body. His meridians would be unobstructed and he would be able to cultivate peerless martial arts at a flying speed. Xianxia didn't dare to go out rashly. If he really went out, he would definitely be killed. To be able to fly on swords, his strength shouldn't be weak. However, he wasn't willing to give up on the fiery fruit. Xianxia stood guard at the side, looking for a chance to pick it up. In the face of such a treasure, the 3 cultivators didn't hesitate to grab it. Such a treasure was priceless. Whether they ate it or sold it, it would be a fortune. 4 fruits. It would be great if they could grab one more. Although the 3 of them weren't fighting, their thoughts were clear. The 3 of them flew toward the flame fruit on the cliff. However, as soon as the 3 of them flew in, thumb-sized moths flew towards them. No one had noticed the moths before. These moths were attached to the cliff and the color of their bodies was similar to the color of the cliff. Now that someone was approaching, these moths swarmed over. When they flapped their wings, white powder fell down. This powder was from the moth's wings. This thing was poisonous. In a world of ice and snow, the moths should have frozen to death. But there were so many moths gathered here. They should be using the flame fruit to warm themselves. Moths were attracted to light and heat. They needed the flame fruit to warm themselves through winter. Now that they saw someone picking the fruit, these moths swarmed over. The moths surrounded the 3 people. Using a knife to cut these moths was like using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. These moths pounced on people's faces and eyes. Plus, they were poisonous and had a lot of killing power. But don't forget that these 3 people were cultivators. One of them cast a spell and released a fire dragon. In an instant, the moths in front of him were roasted and fell to the ground. The air was filled with the smell of burnt protein. But there were too many moths. They burned wave after wave. Although they didn't have much fighting power, they were very annoying. Ningxu glanced at the flame fruit on the cliff. His entire body was trembling. Then, he used his qi to step on the edge of the cliff and ran to the flame fruit. This flame fruit was only the size of the tomato sanctus fruit. Ningxu took two with his mouth and ran. Ningxu didn't dare to stay for a moment and ran away. Senior brother, a beast took two. A cultivator couldn't help but say angrily. While he was talking, a moth pounced into his mouth. The moth's wings flapped in his mouth, disgusting him. His entire mouth and lips were numb. He had been poisoned. Ningxu held the blazing flame fruit in his mouth and ran very fast. The temperature of the blazing flame fruit was very high, and Ningxu felt that his tongue was about to be scalded and blistered. The saliva in his mouth was about to boil. However, Ningxu still had to wrap his mouth properly. Otherwise, the moths would catch up. He kept two flame fruits to prevent those moths and cultivators from chasing after him. Moreover, there were 3 people in the 2 fruits. It would be great if he could kill 3 with 2 peaches. If the 3 of them didn't share equally, there would definitely be a dispute. Ningxu ran towards the cave while Yi Liang was waiting for Ningxu at the entrance. It was too cold outside. Yi Liang held his clothes tightly with both hands and kept jumping to keep warm. Seeing that Ningxu had returned, he couldn't help but laugh. Ningxu ran into the cave and hurriedly spat out the blazing flame fruit in his mouth. He stuck out his tongue and blew on it. Ningxu's tongue was scalded red. He couldn't help but sigh. The world was so big that nothing was too strange. A fruit could be so hot. Where did it absorb the heat from? Ningxu spat out the blazing flame fruit. Immediately, heat radiated out from the cave. The entire cave became much warmer. What is this? Yi Liang had a look of surprise. Because of the cold, he couldn't help but approach the fruit. Ningxu pushed a blazing flame fruit in front of Yi Liang. Yi Liang glanced at Ningxu and picked up the blazing flame fruit. Wow wow wow, it's so hot. Yi Liang tossed the blazing flame fruit back and forth with both hands. But it's very warm. Ningxu demonstrated by eating the blazing flame fruit. When he bit into the blazing flame fruit, the juice inside instantly burst out. The feeling was like eating soup dumplings in the hottest days. The juice splashed all over his mouth. It was too hot. Ningxu swallowed it expressionlessly. Yi Liang made a sound of surprise. Is this food? Ningxu nodded. It wasn't hot at all. Yi Liang gritted his teeth and threw the fruit into his mouth. He instantly wanted to spit it out. It was too hot. Ningxu raised his paw and lifted Yi Liang's chin. Yi Liang lifted his chin and swallowed the blazing flame fruit with a gulp. Yi Liang stuck out his tongue and exhaled. It was extremely uncomfortable. It was as if he had drunk a bowl of boiling oil. His throat and stomach were about to be melted. Later on, his limbs were unbearably hot. Yi Liang felt as if he was being tortured in a pot of oil. So hot, so hot. Yi Liang lay on the ground and tugged at his clothes. His face was distorted. His face was extremely distorted. His skin was bright red, like a cooked prawn, and sweat was dripping down his body. Bear with it. Ningxu said in his heart. It wasn't that easy to cleanse the muscles and marrow. Yi Liang's sweat poured down like rain. His clothes were soaked and the veins on his forehead were bulging. As time passed, Yi Liang's sweat gradually became murky. It was as if someone had brushed a layer of black charcoal ash on his body. Yi Liang was in so much pain that his consciousness became blurry. He spat out black blood in clumps with a fishy smell. This was the impurities and dirt in his veins and organs being forced out. In the end, Yi Liang lay on the ground and groaned. Only the sound of his weak breathing could be heard. He was in extreme pain. Now that it wasn't so painful, he fell into a deep sleep. Ningxu's black nose twitched. Damn, it smelled so bad. Ningxu ate the fruit. It was also hot, but it was still tolerable. Ningxu's white fur was also dyed black. The impurities in his body were expelled. Ningxu felt as light as a swallow. He could clearly feel the spiritual energy around him. Seeing that Yi Liang had fallen into a deep sleep, Ningxu also lay down beside him and started to absorb the spiritual energy. Sure enough, after opening the conception and governing meridians, Ningxu felt that the speed of absorbing spiritual energy was much faster than before. Ningxu fell into a half-asleep state. The spiritual energy around him started to gather. It was like a funnel gathering on Ningxu's body, forming a spiritual energy vortex. Of course, ordinary people couldn't see the spiritual energy. They could only feel that the surrounding air pressure was a little low. After cultivating for an unknown amount of time, Ningxu opened his eyes. He didn't see Yi Liang. The cave was still smelly, but there was no trace of Yi Liang. Ningxu's heart jumped. Where did this guy run off to? He ran out so recklessly. What if he bumped into the cultivator who snatched the flame fruit? That person was definitely deader than dead. Where did he run off to? Ningxu came out of the cave and prepared to find Yi Liang. Once out of the cave, Ningxu met Yi Liang. He was carrying a rabbit in his hand. When he ran, his body was very light. In an instant, he was in front of Ningxu. Today we are eating roasted rabbit. Yi Liang grabbed the rabbit's ear and shook it in front of Ningxu. Yi Liang probably went to take a bath. The dirt on his body was gone, revealing his snow-white skin. Previously, Yi Liang's skin was sallow due to malnutrition, but after removing the impurities from his body, his skin became clear. His skin was white with a tinge of red. His good skin made his eyebrows look much better. It was really a case of white covering up three ugly things. Ningxu stared expressionlessly at the flailing rabbit. Is there a fire? Eat it raw. Ningxu expressed that even a beast like her did not have such a strong taste. Yi Liang skinned the rabbit with difficulty and dealt with the internal organs. Ningxu dug a snow pit and buried the internal organs. The smell of blood might attract other carnivores, such as wolves. Ningxu did not know if there were any demonic beasts in this place. After dealing with the rabbit, Yi Liang found a problem, and that was that he did not bring the fire starter with him. He was in a hurry to escape and did not have a fire starter with him. Yi Liang looked at the bloody rabbit with some hesitation. Then, Yi Liang whimsically took 2 stones and hit them, wanting to make sparks. Ningxu lay on the side, staring at the panting Yi Liang. Yi Liang hit it for a while, but did not make any fire, so he threw the 2 stones away. Yi Liang stared straight at the rabbit, then pulled off the rabbit's leg and placed it in front of Ningxu. Then, he tore off a leg and put the bloody leg into his mouth. Ningxu, he really did eat it raw. Yi Liang put it into his mouth a few times, but did not have the courage to eat it. Little Black, I want to go home, go back and get something. Yi Liang said to Ningxu. Yi Liang felt that he had a hard time in the past, but now that there was no fire, it was strangely not painful. Humans really needed companionship. When Ningxu heard that Yi Liang wanted to go back, he could not help but be speechless. If he went back now, he would definitely die. He did not know when the other party would come to search the mountain, but he actually wanted to go back. Ningxu bit Yi Liang's clothes. He could not go back. If he was hungry, he would eat snow. Don't. Ningxu circulated his qi in his chest, vibrated his vocal cords, and finally threw out a word from his nose. But this word was very vague. However, Yi Liang jumped in fright and looked around. Who's talking? Ningxu saw Yi Liang's shocked expression and gave him a claw. Me. Little fox, you can talk now? Yi Liang quickly grabbed Ningxu's 2 front limbs and lifted Ningxu up. Ningxu revealed his white belly and 2 rows of little boobs. Ningxu thought, what the F***ck? Ningxu pressed his claws on Yi Liang's face and broke free from his control. Little fox, you're the one talking, right? Yi Liang had a plum blossom mark on his face as he looked excitedly at Ningxu. Ningxu nodded. Yi Liang smiled foolishly. It was good to be straightforward. Yi Liang couldn't eat the bloody rabbit, so he buried it in the snow. Then, he scooped up 2 mouthfuls of snow and swallowed it. He shivered twice and returned to the cave. Yi Liang sat down next to Ningxu. Are you a demonic beast? Yes. Ningxu's voice was very strange. Then what's your name? Ning Shu's qi circulation was very shaky, so he didn't answer him. Then are you a male fox or a female fox? Yi Liang asked curiously. Ning Shu, I didn't expect you to be such a Yi Liang. Sensing Ning Shu's disdainful gaze, Yi Liang's face turned red. He didn't talk about gender and turned to look at the vast snowy mountain outside. Yi Liang's expression was a little worried. If they continued like this without eating or drinking, they would starve to death. Ning Shu circulated his qi and familiarized himself with his ventriloquism. The sky gradually darkened and the wind outside was biting cold. Yi Liang sat close to Ning Shu and felt the heat radiating from his body. It was very warm. Little Black, when can we leave this place? Yi Liang didn't expect Ning Shu to answer and asked himself. Ning Shu had his own considerations. Not only did he have to consider Yi Shui's group, he also had to consider the 3 cultivators. He didn't know how the 3 of them were doing. With his current strength, he couldn't beat the 3 of them, not to mention Yi Liang, who was a trash. Yi Liang fell asleep next to Ning Shu. Ning Shu began to cultivate and the surrounding spirit qi gathered. The next day, Yi Liang woke up with a yawn. Then he went outside the cave and ate some snow. Yi Liang. Ning Shu called out to Yi Liang. Because it was ventriloquism, Ning Shu's voice was abnormally low. It was hard to tell if it was a man or a woman. Yi Liang threw away the snow in his hand and walked into the cave. He was gentle and intimate. You called me? I have a set of secret manuals. It's passed down. I'll pass it to you. Ning Shu stuttered, mainly because he couldn't catch his breath. Ning Shu had a cultivation manual, but he didn't know if Yi Liang had spirit roots. He wanted to go after waking up. Peerless martial arts were popular and didn't care about one's roots. Really, but I don't have spirit roots. When I was young, Mother said I didn't have spirit roots. Yi Liang seemed a little agitated. He really didn't have spirit roots. Sit cross-legged. Ning Shu said. Ning Shu slowly explained the cultivation method to Yi Liang. After talking for a while, he had to rest. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to catch his breath. Ventriloquism was really too difficult. Under Ning Shu's guidance, Yi Liang sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. It was probably because he had cleansed his muscles and marrow. There was no obstruction in his meridians and he absorbed the spirit qi very quickly. Not long after, Yi Liang felt the spirit qi enter his body. So magical. Yi Liang opened his eyes and clenched his fists. Thank you, Little Black. Ning Shu grunted, I only have the secret manual in my head. It should be passed down to me by my ancestors. Ning Shu didn't want Yi Liang to think that he was an inexhaustible treasure. He only wanted to pass down the peerless martial arts to Yi Liang. This was enough for him to protect himself. Ning Shu had been cultivating the peerless martial arts until now. Little Black, thank you. I can go find my parents and sister now. Yi Liang's eyes were a little red. I can get my house back. I want to find that demonic cultivator, Yi Liang rambled on. In the past, he didn't have enough strength. There were some things he didn't dare to think about. Now that there was a strong hope, some things were close at hand. The child who was at a loss suddenly found a goal. He began to become calm and determined. Yi Liang rubbed his eyes and began to cultivate. Ning Shu said, keep your mind calm. Yi Liang slowed down his breathing and gradually entered the best state. Yi Liang felt the pleasure of cultivating. He didn't eat or drink and began to cultivate. His body was surrounded by spirit qi. Ning Shu was relieved and began to cultivate. Take it slow, and one day she would become stronger. As he cultivated, Ning Shu's ears moved. After cultivating the peerless martial arts, her ears and eyes were very sharp. She felt that someone was coming. She could vaguely hear the sound of a dog barking. Ning Shu pushed Yi Liang, interrupting his cultivation. Yi Liang opened his eyes. Little Black, what's wrong? Someone is coming. Is it Yi Shui and the rest? Yi Liang stood up and moved his body. His bones made pa-pa-pa sounds like beans being fried. Senior brother, there are spirit qi fluctuations here. A voice sounded from the cave entrance. Senior brother, there's a spiritual energy fluctuation, there must be some treasure. I didn't expect this small place to hide so many good things. Ning Shu heard someone talking at the entrance of the cave, and his heart was in a mess. This was called misfortune never comes singly. Yishui chased over, and there were cultivators over here. Ning Shu couldn't help but look at Yi Liang. This guy wouldn't have the fate of being a jinx, right? How unlucky he was. Run. Ning Shu said to Yi Liang in a low voice, run straight out of the cave. Ning Shu and Yi Liang ran out of the cave in a flash. There were two cultivators flying on their swords above the cave, and they saw a person and a fox running out of the cave. Senior brother, she's the fox that picked the blazing flame fruit. A cultivator pointed at Ning Shu. Chase. The other cultivator said in a low voice. The two of them flew on their swords, and Ning Shu and Yi Liang flew over. Yi Liang had just started cultivating a peerless martial art, and although he was as light as a swallow and could run fast, he still couldn't compare to the cultivators flying on their swords. Soon, Yi Liang and Ning Shu were blocked by the two cultivators. Hand over the blazing flame fruit. One of the cultivators said sternly, and his voice exploded in Ning Shu and Yi Liang's ears. It made their hearts tremble, and they felt extremely uncomfortable. Yi Liang was just a child, and being surrounded by two immortals, he was a little scared, but then he thought of the fruit that Little Black gave him yesterday, and tightly pursed his lips, not saying a word. Ning Shu's body was lying on the ground, and he stared at the two cultivators with his hair standing on end. There were 3 cultivators, but now there were only 2, and he was afraid that one of them had met with a mishap. Maybe it was these 2 who did it. Cultivators seized the good fortune of heaven and earth to nourish their bodies, such as natural treasures. For these resources, they were willing to kill others and rob them of their belongings. But he didn't expect that they could even do it to their fellow disciples. Ning Shu had some doubts in his heart. Wouldn't it give birth to inner demons? Very few people walked to the end of the path of cultivation. Countless people were eliminated by their roots, and a portion of people were eliminated by their cultivation state. Everything had a cause and effect. Child, hand over the item. The cultivator looked at Yi Liang with an oppressive gaze. Yi Liang's body trembled as he clenched his fists tightly. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't take anything from you. Yi Liang, this child, liked to put on a strong front. He was obviously scared, but he still put on a strong front. It was pitiful and funny to see him like this. Ungrateful bastard. One of the cultivators with a fiery temper wanted to attack. Hey, junior martial brother. Another cultivator stopped him and took out an ingot of shiny gold. Kid, give us the fruits that the fox took away earlier and this gold ingot is yours. Although the long-browed cultivator was trying to coax Yi Liang, there was a very arrogant look on his face. Yi Liang had never seen such a large ingot of gold and was momentarily dazed. Yi Liang was from the secular world and felt that gold and silver were very precious things. However, to cultivators, gold and silver were not worth much and could only be used to refine tools occasionally. The hard currency between cultivators was spirit stones. Yi Liang looked away from the gold and said sincerely, Immortal, I really don't see any fruit. I clearly saw that the fox took it away. The short-browed cultivator with a thin face immediately said. Ning Shu's ears twitched, the people over there were also coming this way. Soon, there were dog barks mixed with human voices coming this way. Haha, the dogs are very excited, they're nearby. The fox's foxy smell can be smelled from far away. The voices were getting closer and closer and more than 10 people appeared. Immortal. The people who came to track Yi Liang saw the cultivators flying on their swords and immediately called out respectfully. A few of them were pulling a few black dogs. The black dogs seemed to know the power of the cultivators and hid behind them while whimpering. The 2 cultivators had a proud look on their faces. What are you doing? Replying to Immortal, we're here to capture this child. This child is a traitor to the clan and we're going to capture him. Wait a minute, this person has something we want. The thin-faced cultivator said with a straight face. Immortal's matter is more important. Ning Shu let out a long sigh. With the 2 families gathered together, the chances of escaping were not very high. If I say run, run, don't look back. Ning Shu said to Yi Liang in a low voice. Yi Liang's tears almost came out. Ning Shu let out a ferocious roar and told Yi Liang to run. Then, with a leap, he attacked the 2 cultivators. Insignificant demonic beast. The long-faced cultivator sneered with incomparable contempt. Liang turned around and ran quickly. Under the nourishment of the qi, his body was as light as a swallow and he ran very fast. Originally, the two cultivators had the mentality of playing cat and mouse, but seeing this child run so fast, they immediately wanted to give chase. Ningxu waved his claw and a dragon-shaped qi roared and rushed forward. The cultivator used his sword to slash at it and the qi was scattered. Ningxu's claw heavily slapped down on the sword. The thin-faced cultivator grunted. "Go catch him." The long-eyebrowed cultivator shouted to the stunned people next to him. He was currently dealing with a few transparent dragon-shaped qi. Ah, yes. It was. Only now that the onlookers reacted, pulling the black dogs to chase after Liang. Ningxu roared full of malice and killing intent, baring his fangs at the black dogs and making a ferocious face. The black dogs were so scared that they whimpered and ran away with their tails between their legs. Even the people couldn't hold them back. Instead, the people were dragged away by them, falling on the snowy ground and being dragged away. It was a complete mess. Trash, the two cultivators couldn't help but curse as they saw how chaotic the situation was. Mortals will always be mortals. Ningxu also didn't know how far Liang ran. Dealing with two cultivators was very taxing for Ningxu. Bastard, the thin-faced cultivator had a bad temper, instantly became angry. A fire dragon rushed towards Ningxu. This thin-faced cultivator cultivates a fire-type scripture, no wonder he has such a bad temper. Even though Ningxu dodged the fire dragon, there were still some sparks that hit him. His fur was burnt black, giving off a burnt smell. "Don't worry about that bastard, chase after that kid." The long-eyebrowed cultivator scattered the dragon-shaped qi, returning it to Ningxu's dantian. Ningxu was a bit tired, but he was determined not to let these two catch up to Liang. That damn mother of mine. Ningxu crazily circulated his ultimate martial art, compressing the spirit energy he absorbed into his body into liquid form. A water dragon slowly rose from behind Ningxu. The water dragon let out a soundless roar, and its huge body swept toward the two of them. The two of them blocked the water dragon together, cutting it in half with their swords. But right after that, the body that was cut in half returned to normal. Ningxu's veins all over his body were in pain, suddenly compressing spirit energy caused his veins to become twisted and twisted. Ningxu didn't want to fight to the death with these two cultivators, so while they were busy fighting the water dragon, he quickly chased after Liang. Because its master was far away, the water dragon's presence slowly weakened, finally turning into spirit energy. After Ningxu got rid of the two cultivators, she immediately chased after Liang. As he ran, he smelled the faint scent in the air, which was left behind by Liang. After the two cultivators dealt with the spiritual energy water dragon, the thin-faced cultivator could not help but curse, "Damn it, we let that beast escape. What's the hurry? I put a soul-chasing seal on that kid, he can't run away." The long-eyebrowed cultivator said lightly, not worried at all. "Senior brother is so thoughtful." The two of them flew on their swords and chased. Ningxu ran a long way before he caught up with Liang. When Liang saw Ningxu, he hugged Ningxu and tightly strangled Ningxu's neck as he wailed, "Little Black, I thought you were never coming back. You scared me to death." Liang left Ningxu alone, feeling worried and guilty. Now that he saw Ningxu, he could not help but cry. Liang's current mood was the same as by Sanyang's, he might not be as good as Shiryofu. Ningxu was now extremely tired, his whole body was aching. He said to Liang, "Let's go, I'm afraid they will chase after us." "Okay." Liang wiped his tears, seeing Ningxu's limbs trembling, he hugged Ningxu, "I'll carry you." Ningxu did not say anything, his veins were all twisted, every step he took felt like he was walking on a steel knife, so it was best if Liang carried him. Liang carried Ningxu on his shoulder and ran quickly. Up until now, she had not run far, but Ningxu's sense of urgency and crisis were getting stronger and stronger. After transmigrating so many times, he still had a sense of danger. "Stop," Ningxu said. The two of them should have been targeted, the cultivation methods were endless, it was impossible to guard against. "What's wrong?" Liang asked Ningxu. Ningxu looked inside her body and didn't see any marks. Her body was clean. Ningxu stared at Liang. His claws landed on Liang's body and he released his qi gene. A trace of qi gene traveled to every corner of Liang's body. In the end, he found something that looked like a mark on the back of his neck. His qi transformed into the shape of a dragon and swallowed the mark, isolating it. I can't sense the imprint. The long-browed cultivator, who had not gone too far after Ningxu, stopped and frowned. If one's cultivation base is not as high as mine, they will not be able to remove my imprint. The long-browed cultivator's face turned grim. Who's the one who ruined our plans? The thin-faced cultivator said irritably, so, should we chase after them or not? If that person's cultivation base is too high, we might end up offending that person if we follow him. If that person is someone with a strange disposition, we might end up in trouble. The thin-faced cultivator was somewhat concerned. No matter what, I can't give up on these two blazing fruits. Regardless of whether he consumed them himself or sold them for spirit stones, they were still worth a lot of money. The two cultivators still chased after them. On the other side, Ningxu frowned. His qi could only wrap around the imprint, but it could not completely destroy it. He could only use his spirit qi to slowly dissolve it, but he did not know when he would be able to do so. It was as if he was carrying a ticking time bomb. What's wrong? Liang touched the back of his neck. Ningxu asked. Someone planted a tracking device on us. It should be those two cultivators who did it, Ningxu said honestly. Liang's eyes widened and he quickly touched his neck. Is that true? There is no danger for the time being. Let's go. Ningxu said. Liang grunted and hurriedly carried Ningxu on his shoulder and ran. Ningxu, I don't like being carried on someone's shoulder. It makes me want to throw up. Liang carried Ningxu and ran blindly. When he could no longer run and stopped, he did not know where he was. Ningxu jumped down from Liang's shoulder and looked at the surrounding situation. In fact, their situation was the same no matter where they were. They were wandering everywhere. This was no longer the place Ningxu was familiar with. Ningxu sniffed the air, trying to analyze what kind of animals there might be in the surroundings. But now that it was snowing, many of the scents were covered. Liang was so tired that he lay on the ground and panted. He grabbed some snow and stuffed it into his mouth. Ningxu's whole body hurt. He had to cultivate now and use his spirit qi to repair his twisted meridians. We have to find a place now. I'm injured. Ningxu said. Little Black, where are you injured? Is it serious? Liang asked Ningxu nervously when he heard that he was injured. Let's slowly find a place to spend the night. In this kind of weather, if they were still outside at night, they would not be able to endure the night. Okay. Liang carried Ningxu and wandered in the forest. Finally, they found a cave. However, the cave was smelly. There was a bear hibernating inside. Liang saw the bear and turned to run. Liang did not think that he could defeat a bear. After cultivating for a night, Liang did not think that he had become stronger. Liang carried Ningxu and found a new place. They found a small cave. Ningxu and Liang squeezed inside and could not stretch out. Ningxu lay on the ground and began to slowly absorb spirit qi and cultivate. Ningxu's meridians throbbed in pain. The qi in his body began to slowly repair his twisted meridians. Liang saw that Ningxu was cultivating and also began to cultivate. The spirit qi in the surroundings gathered towards the two of them. Liang had eaten flames before, so his meridians did not have any impurities. His absorption of spirit qi was smooth and his cultivation speed was very fast. Ningxu used all his qi to repair his meridians. Although it was still twisted and stinging, it was much better. The next morning, Liang stopped cultivating. He touched his growling stomach. He felt that he had not eaten for a long time. Little Black, we have to find a place with people to eat. We will starve to death. Liang carried Ningxu and climbed out of the cave. Ningxu licked a few mouthfuls of snow. Liang also grabbed some snow and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, he carried Ningxu on his shoulder and hurried on. As he cultivated, Liang's movements became lighter and lighter. Carrying Ningxu, he ran very fast. The trees and scenery were constantly receding. Ningxu checked the back of Liang's neck. The mark was still there. It was wrapped in qi and he did not know when it would dissipate. Yi Liang was very afraid of being discovered by the two cultivators. He did not care about anything else and kept running. Heaven did not disappoint those who worked hard. Yi Liang finally found human habitation. There was a straw hut beside a pond. In winter, there were actually lush flowers blooming in the fence. As soon as he walked in, he could smell a strong fragrance of flowers. Little Black, we found a house. We finally don't have to squat in the cave. Yi Liang was only a 12-year-old child. Now that he saw a house, he was overjoyed. Ningxu was not optimistic at all. There was only one house in the mountain. There were no other people. Ningxu suspected that it was an illusion. At first glance, one could tell that this house was not normal. It was surrounded by snow, but the courtyard in front of the door was filled with flowers. We are not going. Ningxu and Yi Liang said, this place is not normal at all. Yi Liang stopped in his tracks. A house that appeared in a world of ice and snow was very attractive to Yi Liang. But when Yi Liang heard Ningxu's words, he struggled in his heart. The most important thing was that he had not eaten for a long time. His stomach was empty. Guests outside, come in. A clear voice sounded. It sounded like a woman's voice. Little Black, you see, the master has invited us. Should we go in? Yi Liang and Ningxu asked. Before Ningxu could say anything, the voice from inside rang out again, come in. Yi Liang carried Ningxu into the house. Ningxu's body tensed up. He was extremely vigilant. He had reason to suspect that the master of this house was a monster. Yi Liang opened the door and saw a woman sitting in front of a table. She was dressed in a white brocade robe. Her slender fingers were holding an elegant teacup. White smoke was rising from the teacup. This woman looked like a hibiscus. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her skin was tender and delicate. She was beautiful. From the outside, it looked like a thatched house. But inside, it was a woman's elegant room. As soon as he opened the door, he smelled an elegant fragrance. There was even an incense in the house. When Yi Liang saw such a beautiful woman, he became cautious and quickly took 2 steps back. The woman put down the teacup and looked at Yi Liang, young man, come in. The woman glanced at Ningxu who was on Yi Liang's shoulder. Her lips curled up slightly, making her look even more beautiful. Thank you. Yi Liang walked into the house. He immediately felt a warmth. He smelled the fragrance in the air. He became more cautious. Sorry to disturb you. The woman stood up and said kindly, it's okay. I am usually alone. It's not easy to have a guest. I am Hongji. I am Yi Liang. This is Little Black. Yi Liang said. When he spoke, his stomach growled. Yi Liang's face turned red. Sit down. I will prepare something for you to eat. Hongji was very understanding. Thank you. Yi Liang smiled when he heard that there was food. Ningxu stared at Hongji's back. In any case, he felt that Hongji was not a human. She could also be a Yao beast in human form. It was even possible that this was an illusion. If a demonic beast could transform, it meant that this demonic beast was quite powerful. Hongji probably saw that Yi Liang and Ningxu were very hungry, so she prepared several dishes. Ningxu sniffed the food to see if it was poisoned. Then he said to Yi Liang, eat. Hongji looked at Ningxu with an unclear expression, but she didn't say anything. She just watched Ningxu and Yi Liang eat. Yi Hao hadn't eaten anything for a few days. Now that he had something to eat, he wolfed it down and swept the table clean. After eating, he burped. Seeing Hongji staring at him, he said embarrassedly, thank you for your hospitality. I'll go and tidy up your rooms. You'll sleep here tonight. Hongji said, actually, I want to keep you here. It's mainly because it's too lonely to stay here alone. It's good to have someone to chat with. Thank you. Yi Liang kept thanking her. Hongji tidied up a small room. There was a bed in the room. It was relatively simple, but Yi Liang felt that it was like heaven. It was much better than a cave. Ningxu discreetly sized up Hongji. It was strange for a woman to live in such a deep mountain. It was not a normal kind of strange. So Ningxu suspected that she was a Yao beast. One must be up to no good. Hongji's attitude towards her and Yi Liang was very attentive. Why are you looking at me? Hongji felt Ningxu's gaze and turned to look at him. Ningxu lightly said, because you're beautiful. Hongji couldn't help but smile. Her face was like a blooming flower, brilliant and dazzling. Little mischievous, you're quite good at talking. Hongji slightly leaned over and tapped Ningxu's black nose, you're also good-looking. This white fur without any impurities is very good. Ningxu was speechless. Did this girl want to peel her skin and make a scarf? Ningxu took 2 steps back, it's quite lonely to be here alone. Why don't you go out for a walk? Hongji touched her face, if I go out with this face, I'll cause disasters wherever I go. I'll become an enchantress who brings disaster to the world. Ningxu's face was indifferent. As long as you're happy. The sky gradually darkened. Yi Liang hadn't slept for several days. He fell asleep the moment he laid on the bed. Ningxu was lying on the other side of Yi Liang. He curled up his body and cultivated while looking around. If this was an illusion, it was too realistic. If it wasn't an illusion, Hongji was definitely an old monster in the deep mountain. Her beautiful appearance could also be an illusion. Although it was a thatched hut and the cold wind was howling outside, it was very warm inside. There was no wind blowing in. But in this situation, Ningxu didn't dare to relax at all. Although the quilt was very warm, he wanted to sleep. In the middle of the night, Ningxu heard the sound of the door opening and then the door closing. There were no footsteps and no lamp. She floated to the side of the bed. Hongji leaned over and sniffed Yi Liang's body. Ningxu faintly said, what are you doing? In the darkness, Hongji smiled sweetly and said, I'm here to see if he kicked the quilt. He's still growing at this age. On such a cold day, she woke up in the middle of the night. She was really a warrior. And she was here to cover Yi Liang with a quilt. Even his own mother might not be able to do that. I'll cover him. Thank you for your concern. Ningxu lightly said. He didn't believe Hongji's words at all. Hongji turned around and left. Ningxu frowned. He had to leave at dawn tomorrow. He couldn't stay in this place any longer. He felt that there was something on Yi Liang that attracted Hongji. The direction of the plot was unknown. The plot was completely unpredictable. Because the plot between Bai Sanyang and Yi Liang came to an abrupt end when Yi Liang was separated. After that, Bai Sanyang had been cultivating. She didn't know about Yi Liang's situation. After Hongji left, Ningxu stepped up his cultivation to repair his damaged meridians. With strength, he could calmly face all kinds of things and unforeseen events. Yi Liang slept until dawn. His face was glowing. He stretched and saw Ningxu on the other side of the bed. He stretched out his hand and touched Ningxu's head. If only I could live like this forever. Yi Liang said with a sigh. It was comfortable. He didn't have to hide and sleep on a soft bed. Ningxu lightly said, don't look for your parents, don't look for your sister? Yi Liang sighed, I'm just sighing. If I want to live like this, I have to be with my family. Yi Liang came out of the room and saw the flowers in full bloom in the fence. He was amazed, but he also felt strange. Flowers bloomed according to season. With so many flowers squeezed into the fence and blooming regardless of season, it was obvious that something was wrong. Yi Liang stood at the door and stared at the flowers in the fence. The door next door opened with a creak. Hongji stood at the door, dressed in white. There were lotuses painted in ink on her white clothes. Hongji stood at the door and was a beautiful sight. She was as beautiful as a painting, making people sink into her beauty. Yi Liang glanced at her and quickly retracted his gaze. Young man, you're awake? Hongji turned around and walked towards Yi Liang. When she walked, lotus flowers bloomed with every step. She walked leisurely and was extremely beautiful. Ningxu came out of the house and stood in front of Yi Liang, between the two of them. Hongji had no choice but to stop and look at Ningxu. Finally, she said to Yi Liang, I'm going to make breakfast. What do you want to eat? As the host. Yi Liang said politely. When he spoke, his ears were red. Liang was not a person who was good at communicating with others. In the past, he was always alone. Now that there was a fairy-like woman talking to him, Liang was nervous and shy. His whole body was sweating like needles. Hongji smiled gently and turned to the kitchen. Ningxu followed behind Hongji and followed her into the kitchen. With Hongji's complicated clothes and white clothes, how could it be suitable for cooking? Hongji minded her own business and lit the fire with a fire starter. Ningxu saw the fire starter and narrowed his eyes. He thought of a way to make a fire starter. On the way to escape, she and Liang had no way to eat. It was because there was no fire starter. Hongji made meat porridge and had not eaten it yet. Just the smell of it made people salivate. Hongji scooped a bowl of meat porridge for Liang. Liang hurriedly took it. Thank you. Hongji stared at Liang, who was eating the porridge. Liang's face turned red from Hongji's stare. He said, "You eat too." "I'm not in a hurry." "You eat," Hongji said lightly. Hongji glanced at Ningxu. "Is this your pet?" Hongji smiled and asked Liang, "This fox has always been by your side?" Liang nodded. "Little Black has always been by my side. He's very good to me and has saved me several times." Ningxu was somewhat baffled. How did the topic suddenly turn to her? Seeing the inexplicable smile on Hongji's face, Ningxu felt that her heart was definitely not holding anything good. Ningxu was speechless. Along the way, they had met all kinds of people. They had finally gotten rid of the Yi clan, only to meet cultivators instead. Now that he had met Hongji, whose identity was unknown, the only thing he could be sure of was that Hongji was not an ordinary person. "Then do you know something?" Hongji's lips curled up. When she spoke, her cherry lips moved slightly, revealing her white teeth. Liang was a child, so he was naturally very curious. He asked, "What is it?" Hongji glanced at Ningxu. She propped up her chin and lazily said, "Unlike human cultivators, demon beasts need to cultivate powerful strength. It is not easy for them to transform into human form. However, the foxes of the Spirit Fox clan can transform into human form by eating human hearts." Ningxu was speechless. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ningxu coldly reprimanded Hongji. Hongji laughed softly. She stretched out her tender finger and drew circles on Liang's chest. "Especially a strong heart. It can give a fox powerful strength and a beautiful appearance." Liang took a step back in horror. "No way." Ningxu glared at Hongji. This damned demoness was deliberately trying to sow discord between her and Liang. Eating human hearts, Ningxu would not do such a thing. Humans would eat demon beasts. Demon beasts would also be interested in the bodies of cultivators. It would be beneficial to their cultivation. It would only hurt each other. But it would not be like what Hongji said. It would not allow one to obtain powerful strength and beauty. "Don't be afraid to see the world in chaos," Ningxu said in a low voice. Then he shouted at the somewhat sluggish Liang. "Liang. Little Black, do you want to eat my heart?" Liang was a little scared. His expression was a little panicked. He tried to calm himself down. Ningxu sighed in his heart. Then he said firmly, "Why would I want to eat your heart? Your heart does not have such powerful strength. Just a few words from others can shake your heart. What kind of strong heart is this? Eating human hearts and being able to transform into a human form? That's just nonsense. Power is accumulated bit by bit. What kind of power can a lump of meat have?" Ningxu's voice was getting lower and lower. Then if a human eats the meat of a powerful demon beast, would they become an expert? Ningxu was speechless. Liang's face loosened. "That's right. Little Black, I'm sorry. I actually doubted you." Hongji covered her mouth and laughed. Ningxu looked at her with disdain. "Laugh your sister." Looking at Hongji's dead face, Ningxu really wanted to *CK her to death. Her hair would be disheveled and she would not recognize anyone. Hongji's charming eyes were like silk. "Young man, I already said that this is the secret technique of the Spirit Fox clan. Only the Spirit Fox clan has this kind of secret technique. A lump of meat does not have any power. What the Spirit Fox absorbs is the essence and blood of a human. Ningxu was speechless. He looked at Hongji coldly. Are you done yet? Don't tell me that you are following this young man because of his ethereal body. This body is not bad. It has no impurities and is filled with spirit energy. Hongji said with an intoxicated look. Yi Liang was speechless. You want to eat me? Yi Liang pointed at Hongji in horror. Hongji shook her head. It's not that I want to eat you. It's that little fox that has been following you. I don't eat human flesh. This little fox is following you because it wants to get your heart and transform into a human. Hongji supported her chin and said lazily. Ningxu directly laid on the ground and silently looked at Hongji. He had an expression that said, I'll watch you continue to brag. Little black. Yi Liang and Ningxu shouted. Ningxu made a no sound. Let's hear what else she has to say. Don't tell me that you don't believe me? Hongji pouted. To tell you the truth, I am also a fox. I am a red fox. I ate a scholar's heart. This scholar was overflowing with talent. He spoke eloquently and wrote beautiful articles. I only transformed into a human because I ate his heart. Hongji's fiery red tail was revealed. Hongji touched her face. That's why I have such a beautiful face. Although this world was a world of cultivation, the number of people who could cultivate was just a drop in the ocean. Studying was still a way to bring glory to one's ancestors. When Yi Liang heard that Hongji had eaten a scholar and saw Hongji's tail wagging, he immediately fell down from the stool. You are a fox spirit. Yi Liang stammered. Hongji tilted her head and looked at Yi Liang. It's normal for me to be a fox spirit. Ningxu narrowed his eyes when he saw Hongji's tail. Did she meet her own kind? As for eating hearts, Ningxu thought it was just a story made up by people who were afraid of foxes. Ningxu absolutely did not believe that eating a heart could make one transform into a human and have power. Even if it was possible, it definitely could not reach the end. This kind of shortcut, if one was not careful during the tribulation, they would be doomed eternally. Bai Sanyang's soul was almost scattered because of her inner demon. But to go up, one must pass the tribulation. The tribulation was a test. If one passed it, they would become stronger and have a bright future. If they did not pass it, their soul would scatter, and they would not even have the chance to reincarnate. If Hongji really relied on eating hearts, the tribulation would be more severe. Without karma, one would be sinned, and the tribulation would be much stronger than ordinary ones. The heavenly Tao was more tolerant and doted on humans than other creatures. It was the first time Yi Liang saw a monster in human form, and it turned into a human form after eating a scholar's heart. He was frightened. You are a fox spirit. What do you want to do to us? Yi Liang said calmly, if one did not look at his trembling calves. Hongji tilted her head. What's wrong with me being a fox spirit? Don't you have a fox spirit with you? Xiaohei is different. Xiaohei never said that she wanted to eat his heart. Hongji smiled sweetly. Young man, you are so naive and innocent. She doesn't eat your heart now because it is not the right time. Ningxu, damn, crazy, Ningxu said expressionlessly, I don't know what benefits you can get by scaring him like this. Of course there are benefits. This person has an ethereal body. Everyone has a share. Let's divide him up. Hongji said with a smile. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Ethereal body? He just ate the flame fruit, so there were fewer impurities in his body. In addition, he cultivated peerless martial arts, so his body could absorb spiritual energy. Therefore, Hongji saw Yi Liang as a vessel that could absorb spiritual qi. Ningxu felt that Hongji was full of mysteries. Even if she wanted to eat Yi Liang, she did not have to say it out loud. What was the point of saying it out loud? He could have just swallowed Yi Liang whole. Why did he have to say so much? Ningxu had some guesses in his heart. Could it be that Hongji was not strong? Ningxu suddenly got up and rushed towards the lazy Hongji. Hongji was not slow, and with a plop, she was pressed down by Ningxu. What are you doing? Hongji wanted to throw away Ningxu, who was on top of her. Ningxu clawed at Hongji, then jumped up and smashed into Hongji's body. Puff. Hongji, who was hit in the stomach, almost vomited. Yiliang watched from the side as Ningxu continuously jumped up and pressed down on Hongji's body, not knowing what to say. Wah, you bully me, you bully me. Hongji burst into tears. Ningxu was speechless. Hongji fluttered and turned into a red fox. Ningxu bared his teeth, his eyes brimming with tears as he angrily rebuked Ningxu, "You're a bad guy." Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu saw that this little fox was even younger than him. From its voice, it seemed like it was still in its infancy stage. However, it was actually able to transform into a human. "That, little black, she's the same kind as you." Yiliang saw the little red fox and immediately felt that he was not afraid anymore. Ningxu was speechless. Didn't Hongji say that she was a fox? Did she lack a brain? "You bad guys, I'm going to tell Grandma that you bullied me." Hongji pointed at Ningxu and complained. "Why didn't you say that you were playing a prank on her?" Ningxu said angrily. She thought that this fox was very strong, but she was fooled. The surrounding illusion began to peel off inch by inch. The flowers and the fence disappeared, and the thatched cottage disappeared. Now, they were standing on the snowy ground. 2 foxes and 1 person. So mysterious. Yiliang looked around. Could it be that the things we ate just now were also fake? Of course not, I was the one who hunted it. You guys ate all my food. The little fox said in an aggrieved voice. Yiliang felt a little apologetic. "I'm sorry." The little fox gave a snort. Ningxu asked the little fox, "You're so small, how can you know illusion techniques?" "My grandma taught me, but I can only maintain it for 2 to 3 days. My grandma is the amazing one, she can create an illusion that lasts for several decades." The little fox said in a proud voice. "Our Red Fox clan is good at illusion techniques, what about you?" The little fox asked Ningxu, "What is the innate skill of your white fox?" Ningxu did not know what innate skill it was, so he just said, "I'm strong." The little fox sized up Ningxu and clicked its tongue, "So pitiful, you must be someone without a family." Ningxu saw that the little fox did not have any ill intentions. "We're leaving, thank you for your hospitality. Can you give us a match?" The little fox quickly asked, "Where are you going?" "I don't know, we're going out of this forest." Yiliang said. "I'll go with you." The little fox said on a whim. "I refuse, I refuse." Ningxu quickly said. For a fox with an innate skill like the little fox, it would cause chaos outside. If it was caught, it could use its innate skill to create an illusion. It was a great weapon. "Why? You guys ate my food, so you should take me with you." The little fox said matter-of-factly. "The people outside are unfathomable, it's best if you don't go out, you'll only be enslaved by humans." Ningxu said. The little fox sighed like an old man. Grandma said the same thing, she said that people are bad. Ningxu was too lazy to say anything to the little fox, so he said to Yiliang, "Let's go." "Okay." Yiliang followed behind Ningxu and turned back to look at the little fox. The little fox's fur was crimson red, it was exceptionally bright in the snow. "Are we really not bringing her along?" Yiliang asked. Ningxu shook his head, "Even people like me are caught by demonic beast traffickers, someone like him will definitely be caught and will be hunted down again." Yiliang wiped his face, "It's all because I'm useless. All strong people started out weak, no one is born strong. I believe that you can become a strong person." Ningxu comforted Yiliang. "Thank you, little black," Yiliang said as he quickly ran through the snow. His body was as light as a swallow, leaving only shallow footprints. Ningxu and Yiliang hurried on. Ningxu looked at the surrounding scenery, it was a vast expanse of white that he couldn't see the end. Ningxu stopped in her tracks. "Don't you think that we're going in circles after we've passed through this place?" It was hard to tell directions in the snow, so they couldn't walk out of the forest. "It can't be that little fox's illusion, right?" Yiliang was the first to think of the fox that knew illusions. Ningxu also thought that it was that fox. Ningxu felt that it was the little fox's innate talent in illusions that was truly heaven-defying. It could trap people in illusions and make them unable to differentiate between reality and illusion. Little fox, come out! Ningxu shouted. The little fox ran over from afar and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. You called for me? Have you decided to bring me along? Remove the illusions. Ningxu stared at the little fox. The little fox said in surprise, What? Illusions? I don't know. Just keep pretending. Does your granny know that you want to go out? It was obvious that the little fox's granny would not allow the little fox to wander around the human world. Especially when the little fox was so young. I don't know. That's why I asked you to bring me along, the little fox said. Ningxu stared at the little fox's mouth and asked curiously, How do you speak? She was using ventriloquism. This little fox was so small, how could it speak? That's what I said, the little fox said. Ningxu, he felt that the Red Fox clan was really blessed by nature. Your granny is doing this for your own good. You can't imagine the human world. That's not it. Hong Jin said that the human world is really fun. There's good food, fun things, exquisite houses, and many, many people, the little fox retorted Ningxu. If you don't bring me along, I won't remove the illusions. Let's see how you're going to leave, the little fox threatened. Ningxu sat on the snow and said indifferently, Anyway, your illusions can only last for 2 days. We'll leave once the 2 days are up. Ningxu turned to Yiliang and said, Sit down and cultivate. Yiliang felt that it was a problem of the two foxes' races. He did not care and sat down to cultivate. The moment he started cultivating, the surrounding spiritual energy slowly gathered. The little fox stared at Yiliang and praised, What an ethereal body. A body like his is very popular with demon beasts. It tastes mellow and crunchy, the little fox praised. Yiliang, who had been cultivating, was so frightened that he stopped cultivating. He was speechless for a long time. Ningxu snappily said, He doesn't have an ethereal physique, he just ate a flame fruit. That's not bad. I heard that when humans eat the blazing fruit, they would mix it with other spiritual herbs to reduce the effects. The energy of the blazing fruit is too strong. If one is not careful, they will be burned to ashes. Only demonic beasts can withstand it. Yiliang turned to look at Ningxu. Ningxu was speechless. I'll give you the smile of an experienced driver. In their situation at that time, how could they have other spiritual herbs to reduce the medicinal properties of the flame fruit? No matter what, he had to eat it that way. Ningxu was too lazy to talk to the little fox. He lay on the ground and began to cultivate. When the 2 days were up and the illusion disappeared, they would leave. The two of them began to cultivate and ignored the little fox. The little fox whimpered and glared at the two of them. The little fox dispelled the illusion, You guys can leave. Why isn't anyone willing to leave? Take me to the human world to see. Yiliang opened his eyes. Ningxu said, Little Black, we don't need to rush to a place with people. I'll cultivate here. I want to get the house back. And my sister. She must have been taken away by someone she knows. Yiliang grabbed the snow on the ground and took a big bite. Speaking of his family, Yiliang's mood was very low. Ningxu did not have any objections and asked, Who do you think took your sister away? It must be someone I know. Yiliang wiped his face and said, I've always suspected Yishui. Yishui was the tyrant of that town. He knew a lot of things. Yiliang even suspected that he was the one who took his sister away. Ningxu asked, Does your sister have spiritual roots? She should have. Yiliang said with uncertainty, When I was young, I occasionally heard my mother tell my father not to let my sister cultivate the ruthless method. Ruthless method, the name of this method sounded like it was to destroy the 7 emotions and sever the 6 desires. Some cultivators, in order to pursue the supreme Tao, cultivated some methods that were quite extreme. It seemed like Yiliang's sister had spiritual roots. With spiritual roots, she would not have wandered to an ordinary place. You guys are not leaving? That's good. You guys can play with me. The little fox said happily. You're so naughty. Are you a male or female fox? Ningxu asked. I'm male. I'll be the leader of the Red Fox clan in the future. The little fox said proudly with an expression that said, "Hurry up and kneel down and lick my feet." Ningxu was very disdainful. "You're male. How did you turn into a female?" "My clan members say that humans all like beautiful women. I changed my appearance according to Hongjin." "Do I look good?" the little fox asked Liang. Liang nodded a little embarrassedly, "Yes." Ningxu's disdainful face, it was originally a two-person party, but it became a three-person party. However, Ningxu and Liang became the candidates for the little fox to test its illusions on. When it tested its illusions in the clan, it would be seen through by others, so it could only find someone else to test it on. Ningxu could not be bothered with it. He cultivated on his own and occasionally gave Liang some pointers. Liang had already cultivated Qi Jin and was now in the process of transforming his Qi Jin. It required a large amount of spiritual energy. "Here. Seeing that you've been my test subject for so long, I'll give it to you." The little fox held a spirit stone in its mouth and gave it to Liang. Ningxu looked at the spirit stone. The quality was good and there were very few impurities. "What is this?" Strictly speaking, Liang had not really come into contact with cultivation, so he did not know what a spirit stone was. The little fox made a fuss about it. "A spirit stone. It's filled with spiritual energy. Don't you humans need this the most for cultivation?" "Thank you." Liang accepted the spirit stone. "Where did you get the spirit stone?" Ningxu asked. "Oh, it's from the clan. Grandma gave it to me." The little fox said nonchalantly. Ningxu said to Liang, "Hold it in your hand and channel your Qi Jin into the spirit stone." Ningxu had wanted to set up a Qi Jin gathering formation, but when he remembered that he only had secret manuals for peerless martial arts in his head, he decided not to reveal it. Liang's cultivation progress was already very fast. Liang followed Ningxu's instructions and held the spirit stone in his hand. Not long after, the spirit stone in his hand turned into powder. "His absorption speed is a little scary," the little fox said in surprise. "I heard from the clan that humans don't absorb spiritual energy that fast." "Can you shut up? You talk too much all day," Ningxu said in a huff. Whenever he encountered something, he would make a fuss about nothing. His incomparably surprised look gave Ningxu a headache. The little fox harumphed and turned to leave, wagging its tail and swaying its butt from side to side. Ningxu asked Liang, "Have you cultivated Qi Jin?" They had been in this forest for a few days now. According to Liang's cultivation speed, he should be able to form his Qi. Liang stood up, clenched his fist, and punched the tree beside him. An animal with a dragon's head, antlers, lion's eyes, and a tiger's back and a bear's waist whizzed out from his fist. Ningxu blinked. This was a qilin. The qilin leaped and fiercely crashed into a big tree. The big tree shook violently, and the accumulated snow on the branches fell down. With a creak, it fell to the ground. Liang stared blankly at the fallen tree on the ground. With just one punch, he had broken a tree. So strong. Liang looked at his fist and turned to Ningxu. He said excitedly, "Little Black, I did it. I did it. Congratulations." Ningxu's tone was filled with gratification. "But this is only the first step. After that, remember to compress the qi so that it can turn into a golden color. After that, you have to compress the spirit qi so that it can turn into a liquid state. If I do this, will I become incomparably strong?" Liang asked incomparably. Should. After all, I haven't cultivated to that level yet." Ningxu said vaguely. "I believe that I will become strong." Liang was filled with confidence. She felt that she was filled with power. She would become even stronger. "Little Black, I want to go back now. I want to go back to the town to investigate my sister's disappearance." Liang said to Ningxu. "Okay." Ningxu did not object. Liang hugged Ningxu and said in a muffled voice, Luckily, I have you by my side." Thank you." Liang's tears wetted Ningxu's fur. In the end, Liang couldn't hold back his emotions and started bawling. She had suppressed it too much in the past. This cry made Liang feel more relaxed and carefree. Ningshu moved his ears and roared in her ears. Her ears were about to go deaf. Ah, you guys are leaving? Are you going somewhere with people? Take me there, take me there. Quick, quick, quick. The little fox jumped out and said urgently. Ningshu, thank you for taking care of us all this time. We have to go now, Liang said. From the time when it was a world of ice and snow, to now when the ice water melted, the sound of flowing water could be heard, and the wild grass sprouted. Winter was over. After spending so much time with the little fox, Liang was very grateful to her. Sometimes, they would be given some food, although they were often tortured by illusions. Moreover, the little fox's illusions were becoming more and more powerful. There were some illusions that could draw out the things that people didn't want to experience the most. Liang was often reminded of the pain of the past. His parents were gone, his sister was missing. His parents had been killed by demonic cultivators, and they had mournfully begged him for help. However, there was nothing he could do. When he rushed over, he passed through the illusion. His parents' voices kept ringing in his ears. Also, when his younger sister went missing, his younger sister was somewhere and kept asking him for help. It was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. There was a period of time when Liang couldn't eat or sleep. He was so skinny that he couldn't stand. In the end, Ningshu beat the little fox up and forbade her from creating illusions for Liang. If she continued, Liang's heart demon would become more and more serious. Only then did the little fox restrain herself a little. However, she changed her target and tried to draw out Ningshu's heart demon and the things that he cared about. Then, Ningshu fell asleep in the little fox's illusions, leaving the little fox frustrated. She wanted to defeat Ningshu again and again. She even showed the world that Ningshu had experienced in front of Ningshu again and again. Ningshu looked at the world of experience in a daze. These people were passers-by in her life. To be able to see these people again, Ningshu had to thank the little fox for forming good karma with them. Ningshu's heart didn't waver at all, making the little fox want to scratch Ningshu to death. When the little fox heard that they were going to the town, she insisted on following. Liang said, "You're not suitable to go to the human world. It's better if you don't go. I can protect myself. Didn't you cry like a dog in my illusions?" The little fox stood up and pointed her claws at Liang. Liang, in the end, he still brought the little fox along. The man and the two foxes headed to the town. When they were escaping, they didn't know north, south, east, and west. It wasn't easy to find them now. Also, they didn't know if they would meet those two cultivators. It had been so long, they didn't know if they had left. The little fox was very excited about going to the human world. "Little fox, where is your tribe?" Ningshu asked the little fox. Since the red fox had a tribe, he didn't know if the white fox had a tribe. Back then, Baisanyang cultivated alone. "It's in this mountain range. I go back occasionally. If I don't, Granny will punish me," the little fox said. The mountain range was endless. They didn't know how big it was or how many monster tribes there were. After walking and stopping for about 2 months, they finally saw the shadow of the small town. Sometimes, they had to turn back when they went in the wrong direction. They took a lot of unnecessary detours. When the little fox saw the town, it jumped up and down in excitement. When Liang saw the town at the foot of the mountain, he clenched his fists with a strange expression. Due to Liang's cultivation, coupled with the fact that his food was not that bad, he had grown a lot taller. He looked like a handsome young man. His skin was sparkling and his eyes were picturesque. Ningshu suddenly felt a sense of comfort as if she had a son who had just grown up. The three of them arrived at the foot of the mountain. When they reached Liang's house, they prepared to go in through the dog hole in the yard. But the dog hole had already been sealed. Liang jumped onto the wall. Ningshu also jumped onto the wall. "Hey, carry me. Carry me up." The little fox was anxiously running around below. "Hey, Liang, carry me up. Otherwise, you'll fall for my illusions again." The little fox threatened Liang. Liang helplessly jumped down. He carried the little fox and jumped onto the wall. The house seemed to have been renovated. The walls were painted red and the previously barren yard was now planted with flowers. But it wasn't time to bloom yet. It was just a patch of green. The house looked much better. And there were even maids walking around. It had already been taken over. Liang saw that the house had changed, but he wasn't angry. He had thought of this when he escaped. Shui had always wanted this house. Now that the house had no owner, he would definitely take over. What do you want to do now? Ningxu asked Liang. I want to take back the house. Liang said in a low voice. He has a foundation establishment grandfather. Ningxu said, we have to plan thoroughly. Foundation establishment? The little fox in Liang's arms said excitedly. I have yet to cast an illusion on a foundation establishment cultivator. Granny said that if I can trap a foundation establishment cultivator in an illusion, I can go anywhere I want. When the little fox heard that there was a foundation establishment cultivator, it was very excited and wanted to use him as a stepping stone for its freedom. Ningxu felt that the little fox was really naive and innocent. A foundation establishment cultivator wasn't considered strong. There were still golden core cultivators, soul formation cultivators, Mahayana cultivators. There were many strong cultivators. Don't think that you can go to the ends of the earth just because you can deal with a foundation establishment cultivator. The little fox's granny would definitely make him defeat a golden core cultivator to gain his freedom. What a trap! Ningxu glanced at the excited little fox and looked away. Poor child. Who's there? A servant saw Liang standing on the wall and immediately shouted. I'm here to collect a debt. Liang jumped off the wall and asked the servant coldly, where's Shui? Tell him to come out. The servant sized up Liang and his gaze lingered on Ningxu and the little fox with a greedy expression. Demonic beasts were very valuable. If he sold them to a demonic beast dealer, he would definitely make a lot of money. Moreover, there were two foxes. One was red and the other was white. Their fur was too beautiful. The servant straightened his back and said arrogantly, are you here to offer your demonic beasts to my young master? You can give them to me now and I'll give you some benefits. Liang was speechless. What the hell, offering a tribute? Did he think he was an emperor? Wasn't it obvious that he was here to pick a fight? Shui's subordinates were the same as Shui. They all liked to take things by force. He even wanted to offer Little Black and the little fox to him. Liang couldn't be bothered to talk to him. He pushed the servant aside and walked into the house. Since Liang didn't come out, he went in to find him. Oh no, someone hit me. The servant was pushed to the ground and immediately cried out, attracting a few guards. Liang was surrounded by a few strong guards. This person stole young master's demonic beasts. Hurry and catch him. The servant climbed up from the ground and pointed at Liang. Liang was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. This was too shameless. Two demonic beasts suddenly became Shui's. It was the same for the house. It was said that it belonged to the clan. Now, it was the same for the demonic beasts. Whether it was right or wrong, it was all up to them. Whatever they said, it was what it was. Obediently hand over these two demonic beasts. Otherwise, young master will not let you go. The manservant fiercely spat on the ground. He stared at Liang with an unfriendly gaze. We caught him. Let me do it. The little fox looked at these people and was eager to try out its illusion technique. Xian had many things on his mind, and it was easy for him to fall into an illusion and not be able to extricate himself. As for Ningxu, he wouldn't fall into his illusions at all. The little fox wanted to test its illusions on ordinary people. Ningxu said, this is Liang's business, don't worry about it. I'll leave that foundation establishment cultivator to you. The little fox asked, that foundation establishment cultivator is also Liang's problem, right? Demonic beasts can still talk. If we catch them, young master will definitely reward us handsomely. The manservant heard the two demonic beasts talking and his eyes turned green. A few guards attacked Liang. These guards all had some martial arts skills and were abnormally fierce as they pounced on Liang. Liang nimbly dodged the attacks and punched the guards one after another. After a while, the guards were beaten to the ground and could not get up. They lay on the ground moaning in pain. You wait. The manservant was flabbergasted and ran away. Liang clenched his fists and was incomparably excited. He had really become strong. Before, he felt like he was dreaming, and when he woke up, he was alone again. Now, he easily defeated a few strong guards without panting. Only then did Liang feel that he was strong and had grasped power. The little fox jumped into Liang's arms. Liang walked into the main hall. The main hall had been renovated. There were many tables, chairs, screens, and vases. It made the old house look much more luxurious. Liang sat down and used his hand to comb the little fox's fur, waiting for Liang to come. Liang waved at the maid who was standing at the side. The maid fearfully walked in front of Liang. Young master, what orders do you have? Prepare some tea and snacks for me. Liang said gently. The maid was at a loss. He was clearly an enemy. Should she really treat him with good tea and food? The maid looked at the guards lying in the courtyard. Even the guards were not his match. It was better to prepare them for him. In any case, she could slowly stall for time. Yes. It's best if you hurry. Liang said again. The maid's face trembled and she hurried away. Ningxu looked at Liang's calm appearance and felt that this child had grown up. He was not the child who would hug her and cry. Even if she was not by Liang's side, Liang could still walk on. The path of the strong was originally lonely. Soon, the maid brewed tea and brought 2 plates of snacks. There was a plate of candied fruits and a plate of wishful cakes. Thank you. Liang thanked the maid. The maid had a strange expression and quickly retreated. When the little fox saw the snacks, it jumped from Liang's arms onto the table and held the snacks in its mouth. This is human food. The little fox curled up into a ball and ate the snacks. Liang calmly took a snack and placed it in front of Ningxu. Ningxu opened her mouth and ate a piece of wishful cake. It was so sweet. It was so delicious. Ningxu ate a piece and stopped eating. What is this? I like to eat this. The little fox pointed at the candied fruits. Candied fruits. Pack it up when you leave. Liang grunted and picked up the teacup to drink tea. There were hurried footsteps outside the door, coming closer and closer. Soon, they arrived at the door. Who dares to cause trouble here? Yishua's voice was gloomy. Young master, that person brought 2 demon beasts. The servant's voice sounded and the 2 of them arrived at the door in a flash. Yishua stepped into the hall and saw Liang leisurely drinking tea. He couldn't help but frown. Who are you? Don't you recognize me? Liang put down the teacup. It's only been a while and you already don't recognize me. You really are forgetful. Yishua frowned and carefully examined Liang. He looked familiar, but he didn't dare to recognize him. The current Liang was very different from the Liang of the past. Yishua glanced at the little fox on the table and Ningxu on the floor. His eyes narrowed slightly. You really are forgetful. Liang stood up. I'm Liang. Liang? Yishua's pupils shrank as he stared at Liang in disbelief. How can you be that mad dog? Yishua said coldly. Liang didn't want to discuss whether he was Liang or not. He said directly, I'm here to take my house back. Yishua laughed, his face full of disdain. I don't care who you are. You're very brave to ask me who I am in town. Yishua could do whatever he wanted in the town because he had a great-grandfather who was in the foundation establishment stage. Yishua had nothing to worry about. He was like an emperor in this town. So when Yishua heard that this person wanted a house from him, he smiled faintly. You're dead for this house. Before Yishua could finish, Liang's fist landed on Yishua's nose. Yishua felt a sharp pain in his nose. It was so sore that tears flowed out. There was even warm blood flowing out. His teeth were numb and several of them were missing. Pfft! Yishua spat out a few teeth. His front teeth had been knocked out. Yishua touched his nose with a trembling hand. His hand was covered in blood. You. Yishua's teeth were leaking. Liang grabbed Yishua's collar. I'll ask you again. Where did my sister go? If you don't tell me, it will be your neck next time. I will definitely break your neck. Yi Liang stared at Yi Shui indifferently. Yi Liang didn't have a ferocious expression. There was only a bone-chilling coldness. This kind of Yi Liang was terrifying. Yi Shui felt a chill on his neck. His nose and mouth were filled with the smell of blood. Yi Shui wanted to vomit. Yi Shui felt wronged. Why did he hit him without saying anything? Shouldn't he protect the house first? He didn't follow the rules. What do you mean your sister? I don't know. Yi Shui retorted. But without his front teeth, he couldn't speak clearly. Yi Liang's fist landed on Yi Shui's stomach. Yi Shui was in so much pain that his eyes popped out and his face turned red. Yi Liang let go of Yi Shui. Yi Shui fell to the ground with a plop. His body curled up like a shrimp. He was foaming at the mouth. There was a sour stench in the air. The little fox immediately cried out. What are you doing? Can't you let me eat? Yi Liang squatted down and looked down at Yi Shui. I thought of my sister, Yi Rou. Yi Shui's eyes turned. He didn't say anything. Yi Liang stood up and twisted his wrist. Seems like I went too easy on him. Wait. Are you really Yi Liang? Yi Shui said with difficulty. I am. Can you tell me where my sister went? Yi Liang looked at Yi Shui. You're the one who doesn't take good care of your sister. Why do you want a sister from me, you bastard? Yi Shui cursed. Yi Liang stomped heavily on Yi Shui's hand, crushing it with all his might, causing Yi Shui to howl in pain. I'll talk. Yi Liang raised his foot. Your sister is with my great-grandfather now. Impossible. Yi Liang immediately objected. This place was not far from the ancestral house. If his sister was still here, why hadn't she appeared yet? It's true. My great-grandfather saw that your sister had a good foundation and said that he wanted to teach your sister. You better know what's good for you. Yi Shui's voice was filled with envy. A little girl like her actually had spiritual roots. Yi Liang pursed his lips tightly, his expression fluctuating with a trace of hope. Contrary to Yi Liang, Ningxu was already prepared for the worst. If he really wanted to teach Yi Rou, there was no need to hide it from Yi Liang. If Yi Rou did not return home for a few years, she might not even be in this town anymore. If you want to find your sister, you can ask your great-grandfather. Back then, he saw that your sister had spiritual roots and wanted to teach her a lesson. Yi Shui only wanted to lure this mad dog away. It would be best if he went to his great-grandfather so that he could destroy his soul with a wave of his hand. Yi Shui wanted to kill Yi Liang, but he did not know how this bastard had suddenly become so powerful. Did he have any treasures on him, or maybe he would become powerful too? Although he was always arrogant, in front of his great-grandfather, he was really subservient. If he had great power, Yi Shui's nose was still bleeding, but his mind was already fantasizing about having great power and 2 demon beasts. All of this would be his. When the time came, tens of thousands of people would grovel at his feet and he would become the most powerful person in the world. Power, money, beauty, and a harem full of beauties. When he was awake, he would control the world, and when he was drunk, he would lie on the knees of beauties. When Ningxu saw Yi Shui's face covered in blood, she turned to look at the little fox with a dazed expression. The little fox must have cast an illusion on Yi Shui. Yi Shui's face twisted. As long as he killed the person in front of him, he would have everything. Yi Shui already hated Yi Liang in his heart. Under the bewitchment of the illusion, he suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Yi Liang as if he couldn't feel the injuries on his body. Yi Liang stretched out his fist and a qilin rushed out, piercing through Yi Shui's body. Yi Shui's body froze, his twisted face frozen. His pupils dilated and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground, dead. Yi Liang's face changed, the hands behind his back trembling uncontrollably. Let's go. Yi Liang's voice trembled imperceptibly as he turned to leave. Ningxu followed Yi Liang. The little fox looked at the candied fruits on the table. Put them away first. As soon as Yi Liang left, a heart-wrenching cry came from the room. Young master, Yi Liang walked out the door and leaned against the wall to vomit. His back was hunched as he vomited until he was dizzy. Yi Liang vomited for a long time until his stomach was empty. He leaned against the wall with one hand and wiped the tears from his eyes with the other. Little Black, I killed someone, Yi Liang said weakly to Ning Shu. He covered his face with both hands, as if he was crying. What are you crying for? You just killed someone, the little fox snapped. My granny said that people kill each other for all sorts of reasons. You just killed someone who deserved to be killed. Ning Shu remained silent. Yi Liang was only 13 years old and was still a child. Killing someone was naturally a psychological burden. Ning Shu thought for a moment. Yi Liang, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Don't hurt people. But if someone wants to hurt you, you have to fight back. Yi Liang put down his hands and looked at Ning Shu with reddened eyes. Strength is to protect yourself, not to bully others. That's because there's always someone better than you. If you bully others, you'll be bullied in return, Ning Shu said gently. Ning Shu felt that her godmother halo was shining brighter and brighter. Yes, that's right. Granny said that those who humiliate others must humiliate themselves. That person didn't look like a good person, the little fox said when she saw Ning Shu staring at her with hostility. She immediately went along with Ning Shu's words. The corner of Yi Liang's mouth twitched. His face was still as pale as ever. Yi Liang, we don't take the initiative to hurt people, but we can't let others hurt us either, Ning Shu said. I know. Yi Liang took a deep breath and smiled. Let's go to the ancestral house now. The Yi family's ancestral house was huge, it was a huge house. Yi Liang had high hopes that Yi Ro would be here. Yi Liang knocked on the door. The servant saw Yi Liang and asked impatiently, Who are you looking for? I'm looking for Xianxia, said Yi Liang. The servant dug his ears in disbelief. Who are you talking about? How dare you say the ancestor's name? Xianxia was Yi Shui's great-grandfather, a Foundation establishment cultivator. Scram. The servant slammed the door shut. As servants of an immortal, these servants were quite arrogant. Yi Liang was rebuffed. Ning Shu said coolly, try peaceful means before resorting to force. Knock again. Yi Liang knocked again. The servant opened the door and saw Yi Liang. He wanted to close the door without a second thought. Yi Liang reached out to block the door. The servant's face turned red, but he couldn't close the door. How dare you barge into the ancestor's house? You must be tired of living. The servant knew he couldn't beat Yi Liang in strength and immediately used Xianxia's name. Yi Liang felt a little speechless. Anyone who had anything to do with Xianxia would always mention his name. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. Because of his great-grandfather, who was in the Foundation establishment stage, people like Yi Shui could do whatever they wanted. You'd better report that I'm looking for Yi Ro. What Yi Ro? The ancestor is in seclusion. Can you bear the consequences of disturbing the ancestor's seclusion? There's a girl about 10 years old here. Do you know her? Yi Liang asked expectantly. No. The servant was impatient. Yi Liang didn't want to waste time with the servant. He was blocked every time. Yi Liang kicked the door open and took his sister away without a word. He was up to no good. Yi Liang gathered his chi in his dantian and shouted, Xianxia, get out here. Get out here. Get out here. The little fox looked up and whimpered. Who are you? How dare you make a ruckus here? The ancestral house was much safer than the small house. In a short while it was surrounded by people glaring at Yi Liang. Some of these people were Xianxia's disciples, while others were guards. Yi Liang said, I'm here for Xianxia. Impudent. You don't have the right to call the great ancestor by his name. Yi Liang flatly said, names are meant to be called. He is your ancestor, not mine. As Yi Liang spoke, his eyes searched for Yi Ro's figure. If Yi Ro was really here, why hadn't there been any news of her for so many years? She would have at least sent someone to deliver the news. However, his sister seemed to have vanished into thin air. There was no news of her at all. Yi Liang pursed his lips tightly and shouted, Xianxia, get the hell out here. Impudent. Capture him. The surrounding people rushed forward. Yi Liang was extremely calm and nimble. He effortlessly knocked these people down. It was a complete suppression. Since you refused to come out, I'll search the rooms one by one. Yi Liang stepped over the person lying on the ground and wanted to find Xianxia one by one. Impudent thing. A thunderous voice exploded in everyone's ears. Following which, a robust man in his 50s came out. The moment he came out, he glanced at the people on the ground and then looked at Yi Liang. His gaze then swept past Ning Shu and fixed on Little Fox. What are you doing? Xianxia stared at Yi Liang sharply and pressed a powerful pressure on Yi Liang. Yi Liang withstood the powerful pressure alone. This pressure was like a mountain pressing down on his body, causing the veins on Yi Liang's forehead to bulge. Yi Liang gritted his teeth and controlled the qi in his body. Xianxia saw that Yi Liang could withstand his pressure and couldn't help but frown. He retracted his pressure and asked lightly, "Don't you think it's rude to barge in like this?" Xianxia said this to check Yi Liang's identity. To be able to withstand his pressure, he shouldn't be weak. With Xianxia's status, how could he know Yi Liang? I'm here to find my sister. My sister, Yi Ro. Yi Liang stared at Xianxia. Xianxia was stunned at first. Then, he narrowed his eyes and sized Yi Liang up. I don't know who Yi Ro is. Yi Shui said Yi Ro was here. Yi Liang hurriedly said with a panicked expression. Why should your sister be here? Xianxia said lightly. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking like an expert. Yi Liang was clearly panicking. He found out about his sister's whereabouts from Yi Shui. Now, Xianxia said he didn't see Yi Ro. Then where did Yi Ro go? Xianxia looked at Yi Liang's young face. He was still a child. He said generously, seeing that you are young, I won't blame you for barging into the ancestral house. Yi Liang took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He asked Xianxia, is it really nothing to do with you? No. Old ancestor. A sharp and panicked voice sounded. Yi Shui's servant stumbled over. When he saw Xianxia, he hurriedly said, Old ancestor, young mastery has been killed. Who? Xianxia's eyebrows rose. Who dares to touch Yi Shui? Yi Shui was his great-grandson. It would be a huge joke if his great-grandson was killed in his territory. It's the jinx. That bastard Yi Liang, he killed young master. The servant saw Yi Liang from the corner of his eye and pointed at him in horror. He killed young master. Xianxia stared sharply at Yi Liang. Why did you kill Yi Shui? He kidnapped my sister, took over my house and wanted to kill me. Why can't I kill him? Yi Liang said calmly. My sister's disappearance must have something to do with you. My sister has spirit roots. It was you who took her away. You little bastard, you killed a member of my Yi family and now you're accusing me of something I didn't do. Is it because I haven't been out for too long that any Tom, Dick or Harry can step on me? Xianxia was furious as he took out his weapon. His Dharma weapon was a flag. When he waved the flag, black smoke billowed out. The black smoke was mixed with shrill voices. There were children's cries, women's bitter cries and men's ferocious roars. Ningshu frowned. Was this a human soul, absorbing a person's soul into a small flag and refining it with the flag? The black smoke and ferocious souls attacked a person's soul and consciousness. Such a vicious method of refining a Dharma weapon was a living example of a fiendish cultivator. The souls absorbed into the flag would never be reincarnated. As long as the Dharma weapon was not destroyed, they would be trapped in the flag forever. It was extremely painful. Xianxia was a fiendish cultivator. Who knew how many souls were gathered in the black smoke? There were even children's souls. Why would the imperial court send a fiendish cultivator to manage a town? Perhaps no one knew that he was a fiendish cultivator. There were very few cultivators in this town. Everyone knew that Xianxia was an immortal, but not a fiendish cultivator. The rolling black smoke rushed towards Yi Liang, accompanied by shrill cries. Yi Liang dodged the black smoke. Within the black smoke, there were grimacing faces of men and women, as though they were suffering from immense pain. Although Yi Liang dodged the black smoke continued to follow him. When the black smoke touched his body, it felt as though someone was biting him, chewing on his soul bit by bit. Little Black, what should we do? Yi Liang asked Ningshu. Ningshu replied, don't worry. You can withstand it with your righteous energy. Yi Liang, are you stupid? Can't you just destroy his flag? Red Fox said angrily. Why are you so stupid? Xianxia's eyes lit up when he saw that the two foxes could actually speak. His blood-soul banner did not have the souls of demonic beasts. If it had the souls of two demonic beasts, the banner would definitely be more powerful. Liang looked at the flag in Xianxia's hand. There were complicated patterns drawn on the flag. Liang released his chi form, and a qilin flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia saw an almost transparent animal pouncing towards him, and he hurriedly dodged. The blood-soul banner released even more black smoke. The entire ancestral house turned eerie, and shrill cries filled his ears. Ningxu looked at the struggling souls. Some of the souls were at a loss, while some were extremely ferocious, biting Liang's body. They were not biting the body, but the soul. They were tearing the soul apart. Ningxu sprawled on the ground, and started chanting the Taoist's incantation. Ningxu spat out word by word, and as the words hit the black smoke immediately dissipated. The blood-soul banner was Xianxia's natal magic treasure, and he immediately felt that something was amiss. However, he was now being pestered by an unknown thing. This thing could not be killed, and it kept pestering him. Now, he could clearly feel that the power of his blood-soul banner was weakening. Who is it? Xianxia shouted loudly. He looked around to see if there were any experts lying in ambush. Xianxia's face trembled. He was afraid of the person hiding in the dark. Ningxu kept chanting incantations. These incantations smashed into the black smoke, and the black smoke began to slowly dissipate. The souls within it roared sharply. It was vicious and ferocious. Some souls no longer had their own consciousness. Father, mother. Liang wailed. Two faces appeared in front of him. They were his parents. His parents' souls were in the black smoke, unable to control themselves. They were completely meaningless. No matter how he called out to them, there was no reply. It was still tearing at his soul. Ningxu turned to look at the little fox who was eating the candied fruit. Did you cast an illusion on her? Nope. Even if I had to, I'd give it to that old man. Why would I do that to Liang? The little fox rolled her eyes. Ningxu saw that Liang had sunk into great sorrow and was in a daze. He couldn't help but say, Liang, keep your mind clear. Father, mother. Liang only stared blankly at the souls biting his body. It's your turn. Ningxu said to the little fox. Liang is doing this again. When it came to his family, Liang couldn't calm down. He couldn't control his emotions. His parents and sister weighed heavily on Liang's heart. They were already his inner demons. It seemed that Liang's parents were among the souls. Could it be that the fiendish cultivator who had captured Liang's parents was Xianxia? The little fox swallowed the candied fruit and began to set up an illusion. Xianxia, who was fighting the qilin, saw that there was a shiny golden core in the qilin's stomach. Xianxia's heartbeat quickened. His throat tightened. Golden core, this was a golden core. Xianxia felt that he would never have the chance to become a golden core cultivator in this lifetime. But now, there was a golden core in front of him. Xianxia reached out and stabbed the qilin's stomach, grabbing the golden core. Without the support of the golden core, the qilin dissipated. That kid was trapped by the black smoke. Feeling the cool and powerful golden core in his hand, Xianxia's breathing quickened. Without thinking, he swallowed the golden core and wanted to fuse it with the golden core. Using someone else's golden core couldn't be considered a true golden core cultivator. It was a fake golden core. However, Xianxia didn't care. The chances of him becoming a golden core cultivator in this lifetime were very small. Now that he could become a fake golden core cultivator, it was a qualitative breakthrough. There were too many cases of human cultivators stealing golden cores and nascent souls. Some people felt that it was hopeless and chose this method. Xianxia swallowed the golden core and sat cross-legged on the ground. He began to fuse with the golden core. To the onlookers, it was strange. They were still fighting. Why did he suddenly sit cross-legged on the ground? Ningxu glanced at Xianxia and sped up his incantation. The billowing black smoke was a baleful aura. It was an evil aura. Souls would be eroded by the baleful aura. No, they wouldn't even have consciousness. They would be reduced to killing machines. Some would evolve into malicious ghosts and even devour the souls in the blood-soul flag. Yi Liang was still pulling his hair in pain. The little fox said angrily, "Why are you always like this? You know it's fake. Why are you still crying like a dog? You haven't experienced this kind of pain. How would you know the pain in Yi Liang's heart? Hurry up and get rid of Xianxia. Then you'll be free," Ningshu said. The little fox snorted. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed heartily and stood up. "I've swallowed a golden core. From now on, I'm in charge of my own life." Ningshu thought, so stupid, what was the little fox doing? Ningshu shouted at Yi Liang, "Yi Liang, Xianxia is the murderer of your parents. He's right in front of you now." Yi Liang's eyes were red as he stared at Xianxia. "You killed my parents. You mean a doctor and a disciple of the flowery sect?" "I killed them." Xianxia actually said it out loud. Xianxia's heart was filled with joy. He was now a golden core cultivator. Yi Liang's mother was a disciple of a sect. She actually married an ordinary person. Why? Yi Liang clenched his fists tightly. His whole body was trembling. Xianxia frowned. A woman who abandoned herself. She didn't dual cultivate with a cultivator. She didn't find a cultivator as her Dao partner. Instead, she found an ordinary person. What's so good about that man? He'll turn into a pile of dirt in a few decades. Ningshu. Although he was chanting, Ningshu couldn't help but imagine a love triangle when he heard Xianxia's resentful words. So what if he turned into a pile of dirt in a few decades? You even have a great-grandson. Should she marry you, then? He destroyed her family and killed her. Ningshu didn't think it was that simple. Xianxia probably didn't like the existence of a threat to him in his territory. Yi Liang did not expect his parents' death to be related to the Yi family's ancestor. Seeing Xianxia's nonchalant attitude, Yi Liang felt his blood boil. Did he know that he had destroyed his family? His family was torn apart, and his family was almost destroyed. He had killed his parents and his sister had gone missing. How could he be so nonchalant about it? Then my sister, where did you take my sister? Yi Liang asked with bloodshot eyes. Yi Liang had a bad feeling. Since he hated his parents so much, his sister Yi Ro's situation might not be good. He wondered if Yi Ro was still alive. Your sister? Don't worry, I've taken good care of her. She's living comfortably in the Yin Yang sect. Xianxia's expression was strange. He looked like he was smiling but not smiling. It was so strange that it felt fake. Ningshu narrowed his eyes at Xianxia. There was definitely something fishy about the Yin Yang sect. It was probably not the yin and yang of the black and white fish, but the yin and yang between men and women. Don't worry, your sister's foundation is very good. The Yin Yang sect will definitely nurture her well and make her the perfect disciple, Xianxia said with a smile. Yi Liang looked confused. He had never heard of the Yin Yang sect. It was normal for a young man from a small town to not have heard of it. Everyone here respected Xianxia, who was only in the foundation establishment stage, like an immortal. Yi Liang, beat him up first. Ningshu shouted at Yi Liang. The enemy was right in front of him. He had to beat him up first. Otherwise, why did he cultivate so hard? Yi Liang came back to his senses and wiped the tears off his face. He ignored the spirit that looked like his parents and bit him. Yi Liang roared. A qilin jumped out from his back and charged at Xianxia majestically. Xianxia's eyes flashed with contempt. He was using the same trick again. He was a golden core cultivator now. This kind of insignificant trick was nothing to him. Feeling the violent power in his body, Xianxia flicked his finger. However, Xianxia's expression froze. He realized that his attack was useless. An almost transparent qilin charged at him. What was going on? Xianxia was extremely puzzled in his heart. He was already a golden core stage cultivator, why couldn't he block this? There was clearly a violent and powerful energy in his body. Could it be that he had not completely fused with his Jindan? Xianxia dodged the qilin and tried his best to mobilize the power in his body to attack the qilin. Suddenly, Xianxia felt a massive wound on his back. The massive force caused Xianxia's internal organs to shift. A heart-wrenching pain caused Xianxia to cough out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia turned around and saw a young man clenching his fist and smashing it on his back. His fist was not big, but it had such great strength that it was as if he had been hit by a moving mountain. In front of him was a Qilin rushing over, behind him was a young man. He was attacked from both front and back. Xianxia used all of his strength and jumped out of the encirclement. He clutched his chest as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. How could this be? He was a golden core cultivator. How could he be defeated by a little brat? His body clearly had a powerful strength, but why did the little bastard get close to him and even injure him? Little bastard, I'll send you to see your parents today. Xianxia roared angrily and quickly shook the blood soul banner in his hand. Billowing black smoke covered the sky and the earth. The entire ancestral house was shrouded in an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Ningxu frowned. There were so many souls. What a dense baleful qi. Despair, resentment, hatred, and pain caused these souls to be even more painful and savage. The other people in the courtyard were shocked by the scene. They hugged their heads and wailed. Some people were tightly entangled by the black smoke. There were souls lying on their bodies, biting them and tearing their souls apart. Screams and painful roars filled the entire courtyard. Attacking living things had become the instinct of these souls. Was this kind of indiscriminate attack really good? Yi Liang was also entangled by the black smoke. His face was pale. Most importantly, his parents were also entangled in the black smoke. Their ferocious faces and their eyes were filled with hatred and ruthlessness. This caused Yi Liang's heart to ache. Yi Liang, only by defeating Xianxia can your parents be free. Otherwise, they will suffer endless pain and will not be able to reincarnate. Ningxu shouted at Yi Liang in a low voice. The longer you delay, the more pain they will suffer. Yi Liang clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. He roared angrily. Ignoring the black smoke entangling his body, he pounced at Xianxia. Ningxu quickly chanted an incantation. Every time the incantation hit the black smoke, there would be souls roaring in pain. Xianxia saw Yi Liang charging at him and snorted. I'll let you see the power of a golden core cultivator. Xianxia formed an incantation and a powerful attack struck at Yi Liang. It fiercely collided with the Qilin Qi. A loud sound was heard and even the air was distorted. Yi Liang did not stop. He clenched his fists and struck Xianxia's chest with lightning speed. Time seemed to have stopped. After a while, Xianxia spat out blood and flew out. Cough cough cough. Xianxia laid on the ground and could not stop coughing out blood. His face was filled with disbelief. He was a golden core cultivator. How could he be sent flying by a brat, and in such a sorry state? Yi Liang did not allow any explanation. He punched Xianxia's chest again. Pooh. Xianxia spat out another mouthful of blood. The blood splattered on Yi Liang's face. Yi Liang did not care. He did not wipe the blood off his face and punched Xianxia's chest again. If not for the fact that cultivators have a stronger body than ordinary people, Xianxia would have been beaten to death by Yi Liang. Ah, my golden core? Xianxia suddenly realized that the golden core in his dantian was gone. In an instant, he fell from heaven to hell. He had only been a golden core cultivator for less than 2 hours. Where did his golden core go? Yi Liang looked indifferently at Xianxia, who was on the verge of collapse. He stretched out his fist. A qilin roared out from his fist and pierced through Xianxia's body. With a poochie sound, Xianxia spat out a foot of blood, forming a blood mist. Xianxia's breath was weak. He stared at Yi Liang with bulging eyes. Don't kill me. I'll tell you where your sister is. I can bring her back. Xianxia's face was like gold leaf. He was like a candle in the wind. One more time and he would definitely die. Ningxu saw the scene and remained silent. It was all up to Yi Liang to deal with this. Ningxu asked the little fox for a spirit stone. The little fox was very unwilling. She gave Ningxu a spirit stone of good quality. Remember to return it to me in the future. Ningxu used the spirit stone to set up a simple yang gathering array. With this array, it could gather the surrounding yang qi to disperse the yin qi. Ningxu set up the yang gathering array and the surrounding yang qi slowly gathered towards the ancestral house. However, the surrounding yin qi was too dense. This bit of yang qi was just a drop in the bucket. Ningxu closed his eyes and started chanting. As for the matter between Yiliang and Xianxia, Ningxu did not care and let Yiliang handle it himself. If Yiliang was really tricked by Xianxia, it would be good for him to suffer. Xianxia felt the qi in his body become chaotic. Until now, he still did not understand why his golden core was gone. Xianxia's face became paler and paler. Every time his body moved, he vomited blood. Xianxia took out some pills to heal himself with difficulty. Yiliang kicked the pills away. You. Xianxia did not expect that he would be bullied by a dog. He was beaten to death by a little bastard. My death won't do you any good. Only I know where your sister is. If I die, you won't be able to find her. The only thing he could do now was to show weakness. The person in front of him was his father's murderer. Yiliang could not resist the urge to drink his blood and bite him to death. Where is my sister? Yiliang asked. I know where she is. I'll bring you there. But you can't kill me. Xianxia held his chest as he negotiated with Yiliang. Then tell me first. Is my sister in the Yin-Yang sect? Xianxia smiled mysteriously. Of course she's in the Yin-Yang sect. Then go to hell. Yiliang's fist penetrated Xianxia's body. His bloody hand was holding on to a heart. The heart was still beating twice. Xianxia's expression froze. The strange smile on his face did not disappear. It was mixed with disbelief and confusion. Clearly, he could not understand why Yiliang attacked him. If Xianxia recovered in the future, he would be in a dangerous situation. Moreover, Xianxia had killed his parents. He could not let Xianxia off. Ningxu felt gratified when he saw Yiliang kill so decisively. Indecisiveness would only bring harm. It was already a blood feud. Only the death of one party could end it. It was best to kill decisively. Xianxia didn't kill Yiliang now because he was injured. What if he recovered? The blood soul banner was Xianxia's natal magic treasure. Now that Xianxia was dead, the black smoke in the blood soul banner was no longer under his control and dispersed in all directions. Under the corrosion of the baleful yin qi, these souls only had killing in their hearts. They would attack any living person they saw. If they went out, they would probably cause a great disaster. And it would only get stronger and stronger. The purpose of the blood soul flag was to control and store these souls. Ningxu hurriedly said to Yiliang, quickly refine the blood soul banner. Hearing Ningxu's voice, Yiliang took out the flag from Xianxia's arms. What should I do? Use your heart's blood, the little fox interjected. Granny said that this is how humans refine magic treasures. Yiliang looked at Ningxu. Ningxu said, there's no need for heart blood. Ordinary blood will do. Refining the heart blood meant that the blood soul banner would become his natal magic treasure. The combination of the heart's blood and the spiritual imprint would be used to refine the natal magic treasure. Ningxu did not wish for Yiliang's natal magic treasure to be the blood soul banner. If he wanted the blood soul banner to be strong, he had to constantly gather souls and kill people. Yiliang clearly trusted Ningxu more. When he heard Ningxu's words, he cut open his palm and dripped his blood on the blood soul banner. The little fox snorted when she saw this. She was very displeased. The blood soul banner slowly absorbed Yiliang's blood. Yiliang immediately felt that he had a connection with the blood soul banner. He found it very magical. Quickly take back these souls, Ningxu said to Yiliang. Guard the soul altar and control it with your mind. When Yiliang heard Ningxu's words, he hurriedly closed his eyes. Ningxu was speechless. Why did he close his eyes? Yiliang had just refined the blood soul banner and had not fully grasped it. There was no movement for a long time. Yiliang opened his eyes. There were souls biting him on his shoulders and legs. Yiliang frowned and said, the blood soul banner is not listening to my control. He probably didn't wipe out his psyche imprint. When Ningxu saw the black smoke and baneful aura dissipate, he released his psyche power into the blood soul banner. He found a transparent soul in one spot. It was likely Xianxia's psyche imprint. When the consciousness saw Ningxu, it immediately pounced over ferociously, wanting to devour Ningxu's psyche. Ningxu released a powerful psyche power and wiped out Xianxia's psyche imprint. Ningxu retracted his psyche power and said to Yiliang, "Try again." Yiliang closed his eyes and began controlling the blood soul banner. Ningxu expressed that this was not a good habit. What if the other party launched a sneak attack by closing his eyes? Soon, the blood soul banner began to absorb the surrounding black smoke. The souls in the black smoke roared in fear and indignation. Yiliang listened to these voices and tried his best to find his parents. However, there were so many souls in the black smoke that he couldn't find them. About an hour later, the blood soul flag finally collected all the black smoke. The originally dark and gloomy ancestral house suddenly brightened up, and sunlight shone down on it. The people in the yard were lying everywhere. Some of them had ferocious expressions. Their expressions were frozen and extremely distorted, as though they had seen something extremely terrifying. Their souls had clearly been devoured by the souls in the black smoke. There were also some people who were in a daze. Their eyes were in a daze as though they had gone mad. Clearly, their souls were incomplete or they had been shaken. "Blackie, let's go quickly," Yiliang said to Ningxu. His face was pale. Clearly, controlling the blood soul banner was still difficult for him. Yiliang found some money in the ancestral house. Ningxu saw a jade slip and got Yiliang to keep it. Cultivators used jade slips to store information. Yiliang put away a few jade slips before leaving with Ningxu and the little fox. The man and 2 foxes left the ancestral house. Yiliang ignored his exhausted body and bought some basic necessities in town. Yiliang bought a few matches and wrapped them in oiled paper. Because he didn't have any matches in the past, he suffered a lot. He couldn't warm himself with fire or barbecue meat. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't easy to survive the winter. He bought a water bottle, dry food, and some medicinal powder to treat wounds and stop bleeding. Buy some candied fruits. "I like candied fruits," the little fox said immediately. Yiliang bought some more candied fruits. Candied fruits were snacks that only rich people had. Yiliang couldn't bear to eat them. "Where are we going now?" "I've already defeated a Foundation establishment cultivator. I'm free," the little fox said vaguely as she ate the candied fruits. Ningxu, haha, "I want to go to the Yin Yang sect to find Ero." Yiliang packed up. "We'll leave immediately." Ningxu wasn't surprised. Yiliang would definitely go find his sister after hearing about it. "Alright, I'll go with you," Ningxu said. "Thank you, Blackie." Yiliang's eyes glistened. Since Yiliang wanted to go, Ningxu naturally had to follow. This world's mission was to repay Yiliang. Once Yiliang was strong enough to repay the debt of saving his life, he would be able to leave this world. "Me too. I will go too." The little fox was eager to try. He was too curious about the human world. Ningxu glanced at the excited little fox. This guy didn't have any ability, but his ability to cause trouble was not small. Furthermore, there would definitely be people who knew about the red fox's innate skill. This was simply pulling aggro for Yiliang. Yiliang really didn't have it easy. Furthermore, this guy was acting like a young master and wanted to eat this and that. He didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. Only Yiliang's thoughts were pure and didn't think of using him. He reckoned that others would be able to trick him away by giving him something to eat. The man and the 2 foxes left the town. Ningxu said, "Take out the jade slip from before and see if there is any useful information." It was too inefficient for them to search for the Yin Yang sect aimlessly. "How do I use this jade slip?" Yiliang asked. Yiliang was a cultivation newbie. He had never come into contact with such things before. Ningxu said gently, "Send your consciousness into the jade slip. If you can't take it, quickly withdraw." Ningxu sent his mental energy into the jade slip. This jade slip recorded a cultivation technique. Ningxu recorded the cultivation technique in his mind. Anyway, the more the better. Who knew when it would be useful? She had always been cultivating peerless martial arts. Now, peerless martial arts had become her hope to build a world. After memorizing it, Ningxu retracted his mental energy and looked at Yiliang. Yiliang's expression was strained. He had to concentrate on looking at something. His mental energy was tense. Furthermore, the information in the jade slip was very complicated. With Yi Liang's mental energy, he seemed to be straining. This is information about the various cultivation sects and the royal family. Yi Liang said word by word. His expression was somewhat ferocious. Ningxu hacked into the jade slip. There was detailed information in it. The history of the various sects, as well as some meritorious deeds and experts from the sections. However, her guess was confirmed when she saw the Yin-Yang sect. This Yin-Yang sect was really a sect that harvested yin to nourish yang. This sect had a special method to turn women into the most suitable furnaces for cultivation. Moreover, these women basically had no intentions of their own. Whenever they saw a man, they would open their legs for the Yin-Yang sect's disciples to cultivate. Although the Yin-Yang sect was looked down upon by the other sects, it was still a sect that many men chose. Not only could he enjoy the pleasures of the fish, but he could also improve his abilities. When Yi Liang saw the Yin-Yang sect's introduction, his blood rushed to his head. Instantly, he couldn't hear anything outside. His ears were buzzing. It was unimaginable that his sister would end up in such a place. Ningxu guessed that the Yin-Yang sect must have given Xianxia some benefits, which was why Xianxia gave Yi Rou to the Yin-Yang sect. Yi Liang's eyes were red, his whole body was trembling, and his hands were pounding the ground. Ningxu comforted him, "Don't be so pessimistic. Your sister is still young, only 10 years old. Which sect wouldn't go so far as to not let off a 10-year-old child? Also, it takes a lot of time to create a perfect furnace. Your sister's situation isn't as bad as you think. You have to be strong. How are you going to save your sister like this?" Ningxu earnestly advised. He felt like he had really become an annoying mother. Yi Liang quickly adjusted his emotions. Fortunately, after so many years of tempering, Yi Liang's heart had become tenacious. The Yin-Yang sect's entrance was in the Heavenly Creek Valley. Their current destination was the Heavenly Creek Valley. Ningxu rolled around in the mud. His white fur immediately became dirty. His white fur was too eye-catching, so it was best if he was dirty like this. He was afraid he would grow lice. So ugly. The little fox looked at Ningxu's dirty body with disdain. Ningxu calmly said, "Roll him around as well." Red fur was also eye-catching. "No, I won't." The little fox struggled as it was caught by Yi Liang, but in the end it couldn't escape the fate of being covered in mud. The little fox had nothing left to live for. Ningxu suddenly asked the little fox, "Can only your Red Fox clan's people cultivate illusion techniques?" "It's not that there's only the Red Fox clan, but we are experts in illusion techniques. This is innate, so there's no point in being envious," the little fox proudly said. "Other people can also learn it?" Ningxu asked. "Of course not. You want to learn it?" "That's not possible, our clan's secret techniques are not revealed." The little fox instinctively extinguished Ningxu's little thoughts. "Illusions are the foundation of our Red Fox clan. If you know illusions, you can break them, so don't think that I'll teach you. Grandmother will kill me," the little fox said with a serious face. Ningxu gave a sigh in his heart. A technique that could create illusions made Ningxu drool. Normal formations only had the appearance, but the Red Fox's illusions were able to evoke a person's inner desires. Beautiful things that they were willing to sink into, painful things that they couldn't bear to look back on, or things that their heart desired the most. It could magnify the 7 emotions and 6 desires. But it seemed like the possibility of learning illusions was very small. She and the little fox were not close enough to each other to dig out their savings. Ningxu could only temporarily suppress the thoughts in his heart. 1 person and 2 foxes headed in the direction of the Heavenly River Valley. Only this place was quite far from the Heavenly River Valley, so even if Yi Liang bought a horse carriage, they would have to stop from time to time. They had to constantly ask for directions to prevent going in the wrong direction. Along the way, they met bandits and scrupulous stores, and sometimes they would meet some weak cultivators. Yi Liang became more determined from these encounters. He also knew how to calculate, knowing how to keep a trump card, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. In the pugilistic world, one had to be more careful. One should not have the heart to harm others, but one must have the heart to guard against others. The closer they got to the heavenly river valley, the stronger the people they met. There were quite a few Foundation establishment cultivators wandering outside. After a few months of arduous trekking through mountains and rivers, without a flying treasure, they had to rely on the horse's 4 legs to run. Sometimes, when the horse carriage was difficult to travel through, they had to rely on 2 legs. The hardships they faced were not something that outsiders could understand. Finally, they arrived at the town closest to the heavenly river valley. The moment they entered the town, Little Fox instantly felt a dense spiritual energy, which made one feel refreshed. If there wasn't a spirit vein in the surroundings, then someone had set up a formation to gather spiritual energy. It was all done with great effort. Liang brought Xianxia and the little fox to the inn, but they were chased out because they were too dirty. How clean could a travel-worn person be? Xianxia and the little fox's fur was covered in mud, their fur was stuck together, and they looked dull and gray. Just a shake of their body would cause a cloud of dust to rise, not to mention how dirty they were. Liang said that he had money, but the inn didn't let him stay. Most of the people resting in this inn were cultivators. If this dirty kid angered the immortals, their business would be ruined. Moreover, this room was paid with spirit stones, who would want something like silver. Since he could not stay in an inn, Liang could only stay in a commoner's house. A commoner's house was not good, but at least Xianxia and the rest had a place to rest. Liang only said that he wanted to join the Yin Yang sect, but he did not have enough spirit stones to stay in an inn. Only then did the owner allow Liang to stay. The house arranged for him was small, but Liang was very satisfied. Xianxia said to Liang, "Take out the blood soul flag." Liang took out the blood soul flag and put it aside. Xianxia's consciousness entered the blood soul flag. Endless black smoke was rolling in the blood soul flag, and it was filled with all kinds of dark and desperate emotions. Xianxia checked the situation inside. The black smoke souls were a killing machine. It would be a disaster no matter who got their hands on it. Xianxia wanted to purify these souls and disperse the yin qi. Most importantly, he did not want Liang to use the blood soul flag. Once he was stained with the pleasure of reaping without sowing, he would not be able to stop himself. He would be powerful as long as he killed people, and he would not be able to control his mind. However, there were many souls inside. They were filled with resentment and despair, and the yin qi was their protection and nourishment. It would then devour souls and attack people, and the yin qi would become denser. Xianxia retracted his consciousness and set up a yang gathering formation. He could only take it slow. Xianxia lay on the ground, closed his eyes, and started chanting. When a Maoshan Taoist priest succeeded in purifying the soul, a black hole would appear and suck the soul away. However, the souls in the blood soul flag were difficult to purify. The dense yin qi was the biggest problem. Liang brought the little fox out to buy some food and gather some information. The closer they got to the Yin Yang sect, the more depressed Liang became. He was filled with anticipation and a strong sense of uneasiness. He hoped that his sister was not in the Yin Yang sect and would not be used as a cultivation vessel, but he was also afraid that his sister was already a cultivation vessel. With the Yin Yang sect style, they would not care about age if they could use a woman as a cultivation vessel. Liang's heart was in torment every day since they set off. The more he heard about the sect, the more anxious he became. Liang regretted killing Xianxia so easily. He should have tortured Xianxia. He sent his younger sister to the Yin Yang sect, which was simply a hell on earth for women. Regardless of whether the woman was willing to go in or not, she would become a cultivation tool for the Yin Yang sect disciples. Liang hugged the dirty little fox and asked around in the taverns and teahouses. He wanted to know more about the Yin Yang sect and its specific location. This town was the closest to the Yin Yang sect. Liang listened for half a day, but it was all useless news. Most of the men were talking about how lucky the disciples of the Yin Yang sect were. They were strong and had beautiful women. There were also some dirty words mixed in. Liang bought some food for Xianxia and was about to go back when he saw the old beggar squatting at the corner of the street. Liang took out a piece of silver and threw it into the old beggar's broken bowl. The old beggar opened his eyes and saw the silver in the bowl. He thanked Liang profusely. "Old man, how many years have you been in this town?" Yi Liang thought for a moment and squatted beside the old beggar. The old beggar accepted the silver with a smile and said, "Quite a few years." "Then let me ask you something." Ning Shu, who was in the Blood Soul banner, heard footsteps. He opened his eyes and looked at the door. He saw Yi Liang with a dark expression. Yi Liang bought a roasted chicken for Ning Shu and placed it in front of her. Ning Shu did not eat the roasted chicken. She asked Yi Liang, "How did it go?" The little fox swallowed the candied fruit in her mouth. Ning Shu said, "The three of us entered the Yin Yang sect to find his sister. It's a little difficult." "What do you mean?" Ning Shu asked while eating the chicken. Yi Liang said, "The Skystream Valley is covered in fog all year round. It's hard to tell directions. Once you enter, you'll lose your way. Moreover, there are all kinds of poisonous creatures in the valley. Apart from the Yin Yang sect disciples, everyone else will die in the valley." Yi Liang's expression became gloomier as he spoke. "Is it possible that this fog is an illusion or an effect of a formation?" Ning Shu asked the little fox. The little fox said, "I didn't see the exact situation. I don't know if it's an illusion or not. We'll just have to slowly think of a way." Ning Shu narrowed his eyes slightly. He stared at Yi Liang and kept sizing him up. Yi Liang was very anxious. He did not notice Ning Shu sizing him up. Ning Shu asked the little fox while eating the candied fruit, "Are there any Yin Yang sect disciples here?" "No, I don't know," the little fox said vaguely. "Eat less sweet things. You'll turn into a little fatty in the future. You won't even be able to run." Ning Shu could not figure out why the little fox liked to eat sweet things so much. It was so scary. Especially the candied fruits. They were all covered in sugar. They were so sweet that it made one's teeth fall off. "There should be. The Yin Yang sect disciples will also come out," the little fox said casually. Ning Shu sized up Yi Liang. His skin was soft and tender. He did not have an Adam's apple yet. "I have a way to enter the Yin Yang sect," Ning Shu said with a smile. "What is it?" Yi Liang was still thinking about how to enter the Yin Yang sect. When he heard that Ning Shu had a way, he immediately looked at Ning Shu. "There's a type of person that the Yin Yang sect definitely welcomes. That's women. Why don't you dress up as a woman?" Ning Shu said. Yi Liang was dumbfounded. Finally, he shook his head. "I refuse. I think that's a good idea." The little fox jumped up. "Perfect." Yi Liang was speechless. "Perfect? Of course it would be perfect if these two foxes dressed up as women. Is there any other way? It's too difficult to dress up as a woman. It's too easy to be seen through." The moment he touched his lower body, he was immediately exposed. "We're going to enter the Yin Yang sect to find someone. Let's enter the sect first." "Do you still want to find your sister?" the little fox said hurriedly. Clearly, it was gloating. Although the little fox doesn't have good intentions, it makes sense. Ning Shu nodded. Yi Liang's heart ached at the thought of Yi Ro. He nodded and agreed to dress up as a woman. Yi Liang went to a clothing store to buy women's clothes. The store owner looked at him strangely. Yi Liang put on the women's clothes and combed his hair. He had good skin, red lips, and white teeth. It was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman in the women's clothes. However, the moment he spoke, he was exposed. Ning Shu asked Yi Liang to speak softly and slowly. If he could avoid speaking, he would be a beauty. Yi Liang was not used to wearing the women's clothes. He touched here and there. "Practice well," Ning Shu said seriously. Yi Liang imitated a woman's behavior. Ning Shu shyly gave him a coquettish look. Ning Shu thought, how cold, just be normal. "Wear a veil," Ning Shu said. Yi Liang put on the veil, revealing a pair of clear eyes. He drew his eyebrows slightly with an eyebrow pencil. Instead, she was a beautiful woman with clear eyes. Yi Liang, who was disguised as a woman, was either strolling on the streets or in the taverns. He was hoping that a Yin Yang sect disciple would take a fancy to him. "Yi Liang, what do you mean by take a fancy?" Ning Shu continued to purify the souls in the Blood Soul banner every day. Sometimes, he would ask Yi Liang for some blood. Yi Liang's blood was pure virgin blood and had yang energy. Yi Liang wondered why Ningxu wanted his blood. Ningxu only said that the blood soul banner was a little restless and needed the owner's blood to suppress it. Yi Liang didn't say anything. He gave his blood to Ningxu and then went out to show off. Ningxu used Yi Liang's blood to draw a talisman on the blood soul banner. When he drew the talisman, the souls in the blood soul banner were restless and even the blood soul banner was shaking. Luckily, Ningxu had learned some advanced incantations and could barely suppress the restless spirit foxes. These souls would feel terrible. After all, yang energy could hurt and destroy them. The yin energy in the blood soul banner was slowly weakening and dissipating. With the yang gathering array and Ningxu's incantations, the effects were amplified. The effect multiplied a few times, and the blood soul banner became even more agitated. Ningxu firmly suppressed it. He didn't let these souls rush out of the blood soul banner. Otherwise, it would backfire on Yi Liang. After a few days of Yi Liang swaggering through the streets, attracting the attention of bees and butterflies, holding a clean little fox in his arms, he was a proper beauty. Finally, someone came out to seduce Yi Liang. He felt that the man's gaze was constantly scanning his body, sizing him up. That gaze was as if he wanted to strip him naked. Yi Liang's heart was extremely sour. Yi Liang was invited to a tea house by a man. This man was wearing peach-pink clothes. It was hard to imagine a man wearing peach-pink clothes. Yi Liang couldn't bear to look at him. He felt like his eyes were burning. The clothes were embroidered with auspicious clouds. He heard that it was the uniform of the Yin-Yang sect disciples. Yi Liang, the Yin-Yang sect disciples' gaze was on Yi Liang. His eyes were filled with lust. How clear could his gaze be after being exposed to women for a long time? Yi Liang lowered his head shyly and stroked the little fox's fur. The little fox's mouth puffed up as it chewed on the candied fruit. Its ears perked up as it listened to their conversation. In the eyes of the Yin-Yang sect's disciples, Yi Liang was a peerless beauty. Even their breathing quickened. Full breasts, perky buttocks. It was much more beautiful than the cauldrons in the sect. When Yi Liang saw the Yin-Yang sect's disciples staring at his chest, he couldn't help but lower his head. Was there something wrong with his chest? It was flat. Why was it drooling while staring at his chest? Yi Liang felt so good. There was only one word that could describe the feeling in his heart. Rape. Miss, how old are you? Where do you want to go? Mengsu retracted his unrestrained gaze and asked Yi Liang. Yi Liang lowered his head and said in a shrill voice, "My name is Sishu. I want to go to the Yin-Yang sect." Yi Liang's voice was softened by the little fox's illusion. There was an indescribable sense of shyness in his voice, causing Mengsu's body to tremble. Yi Liang, when Mengsu heard that Yi Liang wanted to go to the Yin-Yang sect, a glint flashed across his eyes. He asked again, "Why are you going to the Yin-Yang sect?" "I'm going to look for my sister. She's in the Yin-Yang sect." Back then, the Yin-Yang sect said that they wanted to take her in as a disciple. However, she hasn't been home for a long time. "I'm here to visit her," Yi Liang said honestly. Mengsu cursed in his heart. "You want to leave after entering the Yin-Yang sect? You must be dreaming. I'm afraid your sister has already become a cauldron for thousands of men." Mengsu puffed out his chest and patted the dust off his body. He said calmly, "If you want to look for your sister, I can help you. I'm a disciple of the Yin-Yang sect." "Really?" Yi Liang asked suspiciously. "My father said that there are many bad people in this world. We can't trust strangers. Do I look like a bad person to you?" Yi Liang, bad person. Mengsu finally convinced Yi Liang to go to the Yin-Yang sect with him. Yi Liang said that he had to go back to get something. Mengsu followed behind him. "Quick, we're going to the Yin-Yang sect." Yi Liang walked into the house and put away the blood soul flag in front of Ningxu. He took the package. There were some poisons in the package, just in case. Ningxu stood up and followed Yi Liang out of the door. He saw Mengsu. Mengsu saw the dirty Ningxu. "Do I have to bring this too? This dog grew up with me. Can I bring him along?" Yi Liang requested. Mengsu's body turned numb when he heard the beauty's request. Of course, he agreed. "Okay. However, you have to look after him. Don't offend the senior brothers in the sect. Meng Su brought Yi Liang to the Sky Creek Valley. He didn't fly on his sword because there were too many people. Along the way, Meng Su was very attentive to Yi Liang. Clearly, he wanted to trick Yi Liang into going to the Yin Yang sect. Yi Liang asked Meng Su if he knew his sister. Meng Su didn't know. Women who went to the Yin Yang sect only had one name, Cauldron. In the past, no one cared about what they were called. As they got closer to the Sky Creek Valley, the fog became thicker. The white fog was very thick. People couldn't see it from a distance. The visibility was very low. There was no wind around and it couldn't disperse the fog. Ningxu thought, the fog is a little heavy. What are you doing? Yi Liang shouted in a low voice. Hee, the fog here is thicker. I'm holding you. Meng Su's voice was very wretched. He held Yi Liang's hand and rubbed his thumb against Yi Liang's skin. Yi Liang was so disgusted that he almost vomited. Ningxu sympathized with Yi Liang in his heart and grinned silently. Ningxu bit the corner of Yi Liang's clothes. He couldn't lose him in this situation. Otherwise, he would keep going in circles in the fog. Ningxu released his mental strength and checked the surroundings to see if it was an array. If it was a natural fog, it wouldn't last for so long. However, the fog could prevent people from checking the surroundings. Ningxu could only check within a radius of 5 meters around her. Any further and she couldn't do it. Ningxu retracted his mental strength. The fog should be an array. It should be the Yin Yang sect's protective array. After walking for a while, they felt like they were walking in the same place in the fog. They didn't move at all. Senior brother, are we going the wrong way? Yi Liang couldn't help but ask Meng Su. Yes, it's a little far. I have a disciple token, so I won't go the wrong way. Meng Su's hand touched Yi Liang's hand as he spoke. He touched and pinched it. Yi Liang was speechless. Yi Liang could only bear with it. Now that the arrow was on the bow, he had to release it. After walking for some time, the area in front of them suddenly widened. This was a huge courtyard built on the mountain. It was very big and had many rooms. There were all kinds of herbs growing in the mountains, and there were also some blooming flowers. Ningxu's nose twitched. There was a sweet and ambiguous smell in the air. It warmed his heart and made him restless. Be careful. Some of the herbs are poisonous. Meng Su reminded Yi Liang. Yi Liang just nodded, his body trembling slightly. Meng Su brought Yi Liang through the sect gate. The sweet smell in the air became more obvious. There were also some strange sounds. Ningxu saw a man and a woman doing something indescribable under a tree. The man had his pants down to his knees and his clothes were covering his butt. But it was obvious what he was doing. The woman's eyes were blank and she was moaning. It was Yi Liang's first time seeing such a thing. His face turned red and he quickly looked away. Ningxu looked without hesitation. But he was looking at the woman. The woman's face was red, but her expression was blank. Her eyes were blank, as if she had no consciousness of her own. The deeper they went, the more unbelievable the situation was. Beside the fake mountain, in the pavilion, on the grass, and on the beauty railing. There was no hesitation in doing such things in broad daylight. And Ningxu even saw 2 Yin Yang sect disciples getting closer. They were doing something indescribable, letting the woman hold the beauty railing and bend her body. The 2 disciples were chatting. Out of interest, they even swapped the woman under them. And these women didn't resist at all. They didn't have any emotions. Occasionally, they would moan to liven things up. The Yin Yang sect people didn't treat the women as humans. They treated them as objects. They could be exchanged or borrowed. Anyway, they were just objects. Yi Liang was embarrassed at first. Then, his face turned red with anger. When he thought about how his sister might be treated like this, his face turned paler. Meng Su turned back and said to Yi Liang, "This is heaven." Yi Liang was trembling with anger. Shameless. Ningxu looked away. He didn't want to look at the scene. Almost everywhere was this indescribable scene. Heaven, it was just a man's heaven. These women were innocent. Why were the women still in a weak position in a world that worshipped strength? To be strong, it was natural for the women to be like this? Cultivation was to defy the heavens and change one's fate. Everything could be done according to one's heart, but it couldn't be done to such an extent. Mengsu brought Yi Liang to his room and said to him, "Stay here and don't go out." "But I have to find my sister," Yi Liang said anxiously. "Wait here, I'll help you find it. You mustn't go anywhere. You've seen this situation before. If you go out, you'll be treated like that by the senior brothers," Mengsu threatened. Mengsu closed the door and locked it from the outside. Mengsu hurriedly went to find an elder and asked him to make a furnace for him. Mengsu wanted to make the beauty he brought back into his own furnace. However, Mengsu had heard from the elder that a woman's yin essence had to be given to the sect master or the elder before they would give him the furnace. Mengsu cursed in his heart. Everyone knew that a woman's primordial yin was very precious and could only be used once. However, Mengsu could only pinch his nose and accept it. After all, only a furnace would be obedient. He was the one who had tricked that woman. Now that she knew the truth, she would definitely make a fuss. Lord Chang in the sect had several furnaces. Moreover, they were all women with spiritual roots. Their cultivation effects were like flying. The effects of yin and yang dual nourishment were great. The stronger the furnace, the more power it provided. Ordinary disciples were ordinary women. Not only were their cultivation effects poor, but these women also didn't live for long. It wasn't only because of the corrosion of the medicine, but also because their bodies couldn't withstand the ravages of cultivators. Yi Liang was locked in the room. He was so anxious that he was sweating all over. He couldn't help but ask, "Will Yi Ro be treated like that?" Yi Liang tried to calm himself down. However, this matter concerned his sister. Yi Liang's heart was pounding. If his sister was treated like a toy and played with by a man, what would he do? Just thinking about it made Yi Liang's scalp tingle. Ningxu sneezed. This place was constantly filled with a sweet and ambiguous smell. This place was simply an extreme wet dream. There were scenes of intercourse everywhere. Can one obtain power like this? Ningxu saw Yi Liang's face turning white and red. He comforted him and said, "It should be fine." From what she saw, these women were about 15 or 16 years old. They were too young and would cause too much damage to the women. Moreover, they didn't have long lifespans. Mengsu soon returned. When he opened the door and saw Yi Liang sitting there obediently, he smiled. "Did you find my sister?" Yi Liang asked Mengsu. How could Mengsu find a sister? He didn't even know her name. This woman was really stupid. There are so many people in the yin-yang sect. It's not easy to find one person. Wait a little longer, Mengsu said half-heartedly. Mengsu stared at Yi Liang with a burning gaze. However, he couldn't take away Yi Liang's yin energy. This was because the yin energy in the furnace was reserved for the people above. It really made one's heart itch. Yi Liang was disgusted by Mengsu's gaze. A man was sized up by another man with a lustful gaze. It was simply creepy. Fortunately, the other party was only sizing him up with his gaze and didn't do anything. Otherwise, Yi Liang wouldn't be able to hold it in. Mengsu's body was burning from looking at the beauty. Since he couldn't move, he simply locked Yi Liang up and went out to find a furnace to cultivate. Yi Liang let out a long sigh and wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. For a moment, Ningxu even wanted Yi Liang to sacrifice himself. These people were all using yin energy to nourish their yang energy. If they did that with other men, what would happen? Would they explode and die? Ningxu immediately regretted. How could he push Yi Liang into the fire pit? Bah. However, he couldn't stop this thought. Of course, this was all Ningxu's bad taste. I'll go out and take a look. I won't attract too much attention. I can hide anywhere, Ningxu said. Yi Liang was too eye-catching. Especially when he was dressed in female clothing. Who knew if some disciple would treat him as a furnace and casually pull him over and press him down? It's too sad to just wait here, Yi Liang said. The longer he stayed here, the more his conscience sank. The women here were more pitiful than he had imagined. They were just moving tools without their own will and thoughts. What methods did they use to make these women like this? If Ero was here, what would happen to her? Why don't we pretend to be a Yin Yang sect disciple? That way, we can look for her. The little fox said. When that person comes over later, we'll knock him out, tie him up and stuff him under the bed. Then, we'll take off his clothes. Liang can wear his clothes and pretend to be a Yin Yang sect disciple. This is a good idea. Perfect. Little Fox said proudly. Ningxu said calmly, that disciple is half a head taller than Liang. His frame is also bigger than Liang's. What will he look like in the disciple's clothes? It's okay. I can use an illusion to make Liang feel that his clothes are suitable. Little Fox said seriously. Ningxu, are you trying to cover your ears? I'll go out first and find a disciple with a similar physique to Liang. I'll find a way to get the clothes. Ningxu said. Liang and Ningxu said, be careful. When it was almost evening, Mengsu brought some food to Liang. When Mengsu opened the door, Ningxu rushed out. This? Mengsu put down the food and was about to chase after Ningxu. Liang pulled Mengsu back. He's just a little bored. Let him out. Be careful. He might be beaten to death and eaten. Mengsu frowned, but the little bastard ran out again. Mengsu didn't care. If he was really beaten to death, he deserved it. Mengsu was a little anxious. When would it be his turn to make a cauldron? It wasn't easy to make a cauldron. If he wasn't careful, a woman's life would be gone. There were many people waiting in front. It would still take some time before it was his turn. Mengsu didn't care about the bastard that looked like a dog. He said to Liang gently, eat something. Thank you. Liang could only wait. Mengsu asked Liang casually, what spirit root do you have? Mengsu's expression was casual, but he was very concerned about this. If he had a spirit root, he would have profited. Everyone in the sect was working hard to find a cauldron with spirit roots. Some people took the risk and ran to kidnap some female sect disciples, eyeing them covetously. Those proud and unyielding female disciples of the Yin Yang sect were all turned into human cauldrons at the mercy of the Yin Yang sect. The Yin Yang sect was a sect that all female cultivators hated. Other than looking for women with spiritual roots, there were also women who were suitable to be used as furnaces, such as women who were born at special times. Liang saw that Mengsu was asking about his spirit roots and noticed that Mengsu was looking forward to it. He thought for a while and said, I have pentaspirit roots. Liang was disappointed for a moment. It turned out to be a mixed spirit root, but it was better than nothing. Even though she had pentaspirit veins and her cultivation speed was slow, her physique was still better than that of ordinary women. Mengsu's attitude towards Liang was much better. He even personally picked up food for Liang. Liang was worried about Ningxu, but he had to be patient and deal with Mengsu. As for Ningxu, he left the room and began to wander around. Every time he passed by a room, Ningxu would hear a strange sound. Moreover, there were some who did not have any scruples at all. They directly engaged in group sex in public. It was simply unsightly. However, these disciples didn't feel the slightest bit of shame. They smiled proudly and even compared the faces and figures of the furnaces beneath them. What kind of place was this? This was simply a *** hole. It was a completely devoid of humanity. These women couldn't feel happiness or pain. They didn't have their own thoughts and feelings at all. They were walking corpses. It was too abominable. Ningxu felt that it stung his eyes and ears. His eyes were blind and his ears were deaf. Ningxu strolled around the Yin Yang sect. He walked along the walls with his tail between his legs and hid when there were people around. Ningxu's figure was not eye-catching. Even if someone saw him, they wouldn't care about a dirty beast. The Yin Yang sect was very big. The courtyard was filled with flying pavilions and buildings. It was so complicated that Ningxu was almost dizzy. However, Ningxu memorized the route in his mind. Otherwise, it would be funny if he couldn't find the way back. Ningxu found that the life of the Yin Yang sect's disciples was basically about sex. Other than sex, there was only sex. He didn't know if it was for enjoyment or to improve their strength. Ningxu felt that the Yin Yang sect's cultivation method was very strange. He could enjoy it and improve his strength at the same time. Moreover, there was a perfect method to make cauldrons. How could such a sect exist until now? Were there no chivalrous and righteous people? Weren't these women innocent? Ningxu walked around and paid special attention to the situation of the teenage girls. However, Ningxu didn't see Yiro. Ningxu walked and smelled a strong medicinal smell. Ningxu followed the smell to a place. The plaque in the courtyard had the words Beauty Hall written on it. Ningxu narrowed his eyes. This couldn't be a cauldron-making workshop, right? The door to the courtyard was closed. Ningxu found a place and jumped over the wall. After entering the courtyard, the strong medicinal smell became even stronger. Ningxu quietly walked to the foot of the wall. He heard a commotion inside. Some women were crying and cursing. Ningxu stood up and looked at the situation inside through the gap in the window. There were quite a few women locked up inside, and all of their clothes had been stripped off. They were soaking in the bathtub. Their faces were pale as they soaked in medicinal water. Some of them were unconscious while others were awake. They were trying their best to break free from the ropes that bound them. Disciples came and went, adding all kinds of strange things into the bathtub. They added all kinds of medicinal powder. Under the effect of the hot air and medicinal water, these women's skin was steamed pink. Ningxu moved his nose. He wanted to smell the ingredients in the medicinal powder. However, the ingredients were too complicated and the medicinal smell was too strong. He couldn't smell any medicine. Ningxu walked around the house. There were many rooms in the courtyard. There were also some normal women locked in some rooms. These women were obviously just captured. Some of the women's faces were filled with confusion and fear. Some of them were filled with anger. Ningxu walked around again. He saw that in the hall, there were disciples choosing cauldrons that had already been made. These women were in a daze. Some disciples chose a woman and she left with the disciple. After a while, the cauldrons in the hall were all chosen. Ningxu was really unimaginable. These people chose women as if they were pork on the chopping board. They didn't treat these women as living beings at all. They were so indifferent and natural. Then where was Yi Liang's sister? Ningxu didn't plan to go back for the time being. He walked around every place in the Xianxia sect. He wanted to find out where Yiro was. The air was filled with a sweet and flirtatious smell, which made Ningxu very annoyed. What the hell was this place? He really wanted to burn this place down. These men really disgusted Ningxu. Ningxu walked around and met a man. He was wearing pink clothes, but he looked very elegant and handsome. The man in pink clothes was coming out of a courtyard. Ningxu quickly hid at the side and watched him leave. His back view was graceful and calm. He didn't look like a Xianxia sect disciple at all. After the man left, Ningxu came out from the dark and wanted to take a look inside the courtyard. Another man opened the door and entered the courtyard. Could it be said that it was a little strange? Was there something hidden in this courtyard? Why did another handsome man go in? Ningxu jumped over the wall and carefully entered the courtyard. The courtyard was full of flowers and there was a swing. The swing was made of cloth strips of different colors. This should be a girl's courtyard. Ningxu stuck close to the wall and didn't dare to breathe loudly. He listened to the movements in the room. The voices of a man and a woman came from inside. The woman's voice was crisp and moving. She called the man senior brother. Ningxu stuck to the corner of the wall and didn't dare to look into the room. He silently listened to the voices in the room. The man doted on the woman and gave her some gifts. The woman thanked him happily. Ningxu was a little surprised. This was the first time he saw a normal woman in the Xianxia sect who hadn't been made into a cauldron. The man talked to the woman in the room for a while and told her not to go out. She was to stay in the courtyard and not go out. The people outside would hurt her. The woman agreed readily. She asked the man to visit her often and bring fun things. Ningxu frowned. This was obviously house arrest, but the woman didn't feel it. After the man left, Ningxu leaned against the window. He saw a luxuriously decorated room. There were bead curtains, jade wares, jade screens, and fresh flowers. It was a treasure house. Gui Dianlan Palace, a maid stood in the room, guarding a girl. The girl was wearing a brocade dress and a simple but exquisite hair accessory on her head. She sat on a chair and swung a windmill in her hand. The windmill spun rapidly. Her expression was pure, and her eyes were innocent. Most importantly, she didn't look old. She even resembled Yi Liang. Ningshu's heart skipped a beat. Could this be Yi Rou? Yi Rou was really in the Yin Yang sect. However, from the looks of it, she wasn't made into a human cauldron. Instead, she was being fed well. Ningshu wanted to jump into the house, but he suddenly heard the sound of the courtyard door opening. He quickly shrank back and hid, perking up his ears to listen to the situation inside the house. A man's voice came from the room. It should be another person because the voice was different from the man from before. The man continued to address the girl as junior sister and brought her some toys. Ningshu was speechless. What was the situation now? The Yin Yang sect really taught Yi Rou seriously, but looking at Yi Rou's current situation, she was clearly a canary. The man's tone was teasing and teasing. He chatted with Yi Rou for a while before leaving. This time, Ningshu was not in a hurry to enter the house. Instead, he waited to see if anyone else came. He didn't know why Yi Rou hadn't been made into a human furnace, but this was undoubtedly the best situation. After waiting for a while, no man came. Ningshu waited until the maidservant guarding the house left before jumping into the house. The girl was shocked. When she saw the dirty Ningshu, she calmed down and asked innocently, "How did you get so dirty?" "Let me help you wash." The girl reached out to hug Ningshu. Ningshu jumped away and asked, "What's your name?" "Ah, you can talk?" The girl was surprised and raised her voice. The maidservant outside asked, "Saintus, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I want to sleep for a while." "Don't come in," the girl said to the outside. "Saintus?" The girl turned her head and looked at Ningshu. She asked, "Why are you here?" "What's your name?" Ningshu asked again. "Then tell me your name first," the girl said mischievously. "Little Black, what about you?" "Senior brothers call me Xiaorou." "What's your surname?" "I don't have a surname." "Xiaorou, Yi Rou." Ningshu looked at Xiaorou, trying to find some special mark on her body. There was an inconspicuous red mole at the corner of Xiaorou's eye. Ningshu remembered this feature. "Why haven't I seen you before?" Ningshu asked. "I've been in the Yin Yang sect for a while." Xiaorou was very happy with Ningshu's arrival. "My master and senior brothers said that we should stay in the room and cultivate." Other than seeing her master and senior brothers, there was also a maidservant who served her. This was the first time Xiaorou saw an outsider. Moreover, it was an animal that could talk. Therefore, she was very excited. "Senior brothers? How many senior brothers do you have?" Ningshu had a strange feeling in her heart. 5. "I'm the youngest disciple of my master," Xiaorou answered honestly. The strange feeling in Ningshu's heart became more intense. He asked again, "Why didn't they let you go out?" "Master said that the outside world is too dangerous." "I can only go out when I'm strong enough," Xiaorou said softly, afraid that the maidservant outside would hear. "What's your spiritual root?" "Me? I have the heavenly spiritual root." Ningshu's pupils shrank. The heavenly spiritual root was a spiritual root that was above the 5 elements spiritual roots. It was even more unique than the thunder spiritual root. No wonder the Yin Yang sect was unwilling to make her into a human cauldron. It was a waste to make someone with such a spiritual root into a human cauldron. If she didn't die, she would be a dazzling expert in the future. Ningshu asked, "Do you have other family members? Why do you have so many questions?" "Now it's my turn to ask you. What are you?" "I'm a fox." "How did you get here? How can you talk? Why are you so dirty? Do you want me to help you wash it? Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" Xiaorou picked up the dessert on the table and handed it to Ningshu. "Eat." Ningshu glanced at her and ate the dessert in her hand. Xiaorou instantly smiled. Her eyes were curved, and she looked exceptionally pure. "Do you want to go out?" Ningshu asked Xiaorou. Xiaorou shook her head. "I don't want to go out. Master and senior brother said that I can only go out when I'm strong enough." Ningxu frowned. He didn't want to give up and asked, "Don't you want to live outside?" "Not really. Master and senior brothers bring me fun and delicious things. They even tell me stories." Xiaorou pointed at a cabinet. The cabinet was stuffed with all kinds of toys. There were dolls, clay figurines, and all kinds of children's toys. Ningxu was speechless. Xiaorou probably didn't realize that her freedom was restricted. She only had one master and 5 senior brothers by her side. She wasn't made into a human cauldron, but her thoughts were also restricted. Every day, Xiaorou heard her senior brothers talk about how dangerous and dark the outside world was. Xiaorou did not have any strong desire for the outside world. Ningxu looked around the room. Here, he could have anything he wanted. Furthermore, his senior brothers cared for him in every possible way. Some were willing to be a canary, while others were willing to be a soaring eagle. In Xiaorou's situation, these people used gentle methods to bind her wings. "How are you the saintess? I have been in the Yin-Yang sect for so long. How come I didn't know there was a saintess?" Ningxu said in a half-serious manner. "Saintess is just a title. You don't have to care about it. It doesn't matter if other people know about it," Xiaorou said indifferently. Ningxu had many questions he wanted to ask her. "Do you remember the past? Do you have any relatives?" Xiaorou rubbed her head. "Master said I am an orphan. I don't have any memories of the past." Ningxu still wanted to talk to Xiaorou. However, he heard the sound of the door opening and a maid's voice. "Sect Master, the saintess is sleeping." Ningxu whispered to Xiaorou, "I will look for you to play tomorrow. Don't tell anyone about my existence." Ningxu jumped out of the window and stuck close to the wall. A man's deep voice sounded. "I can vaguely hear someone talking inside." The man in embroidered clothes quickly walked to the door and opened it. When he entered the room, he saw Xiaorou lying on the bed. "Master!" Xiaorou shouted at the man. "Xiaorou, who were you talking to?" The man's voice was cold. "Didn't Master tell you not to interact with the people outside? The people outside are very dangerous and ugly." Ningxu stuck close to the wall and hid his aura. When he heard this, he could not help but be speechless. Was there anyone more dangerous and ugly than the Yin-Yang sect in this world? Although these people did not turn Xiaorou into an ordinary cultivation furnace, they were still cultivating a cultivation furnace. A powerful cultivation furnace. A cultivation furnace that could cultivate by herself and wholeheartedly trust them. A cultivation furnace that did not know etiquette, justice, integrity, or shame. A cultivation furnace that did not know anything. Ningxu's fox face was a little twisted. So this was a cultivation plan. What kind of pea would it be? Ningxu did some mental calculations. 5 senior brothers and 1 master. He wondered if there would be other men joining them in the future. Therefore, Ningxu suspected that this world was just another world. Xiaorou is the female lead, Ningxu. Ningxu's face was expressionless, but his heart was in turmoil. When that so-called master left, Ningxu took a deep breath and jumped over the wall, hurrying back to find Yiliang. Ningxu had previously guessed that Yiliang might be the main character of this world. After all, there were so many disasters. But now, I realize that your sister is the main character. Ningxu wandered around Yin-Yang sect for a whole day. It was already dark outside. With the cover of the night, Ningxu returned very soon. Yiliang was still locked up by Mengsu. The lights in the room were still on. Ningxu stood at the door and whimpered. Yiliang immediately rushed to the door. Ningxu anxiously asked through the gap, "Little Hey, are you alright?" "I was so worried." "I'm fine." Ningxu whispered and asked, "I found someone who looks a little like your sister. Is there anything special about your sister?" Yiliang was a little excited and wanted to open the door, but it was locked. The door lock swung twice. "Where is she now? Is she okay?" Yiliang wanted to ask if his sister had been made into a cultivation furnace, but he couldn't bring himself to ask. He stared at Ningxu through the gap in the door. Ningxu said, "She's fine now. She wasn't made into a cultivation furnace. Your sister has a heavenly spirit root." "Heavenly spirit root?" Yiliang repeated. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that she's fine. Although she hadn't been made into a cultivation furnace, her situation wasn't much better. Xiaorou didn't seem to remember the past. All these years, she had been with her master and senior brothers day and night. She trusted and relied on them very much. Other cultivation furnaces had their minds destroyed by violence, but Xiaorou's mind had been destroyed mentally. Even if she had a heavenly spirit root, she could still cultivate powerful strength. However, she was a daughter flower that could be picked by these people. At the same time, she didn't have to worry about food or clothing. She also wouldn't be in any danger because these people would do their best to protect her. I saw that the girl had a mole at the corner of her eye. It was red. Do you think your sister has it? Ningxu said to Yiliang. Yes, that's right. Yiliang became more and more excited. When she was young, my mother hugged my sister and said that a girl with a mole was unlucky. She even wanted to find someone to remove that red mole. Xiaohei, thank you. Thank you. Yiliang wiped the tears off his face. The corners of Ningxu's mouth twitched. She couldn't believe that she was unlucky, but there was a red mole there, which made her look very charming. Xiaorou's face was especially pure. With such a mole, her purity was mixed with charm. She was simply a man's ideal woman. She was pure and charming. I want to see Xiaorou. Yiliang said anxiously. Ningxu said calmly, don't be anxious. We need to plan this carefully. You won't be able to leave like this. Wait for me to find a Yin-Yang sect disciple with a similar build as you. Yiliang took a deep breath. I got it. Yiliang also knew that being impulsive was not good. Not only would he fail to save his sister, but he would also implicate himself. When that happened, it would be even more impossible to save his sister. Ningxu didn't have much hope of saving Yirou because she was already used to her current lifestyle. She wouldn't want to change her lifestyle, especially since Yirou had never left the courtyard. I'll go find out more about the situation. Stay here and watch her. Ningxu instructed. Xiaohei, I think we need to hurry. That Mengsu looked at me strangely. He definitely wants to make me into a sex slave. Yiliang said. Ningxu said without thinking, if something really happens, just knock him out and tie him up. Ningxu noticed that the relationship between the Yin-Yang sect disciples was very indifferent. Even if a disciple temporarily disappeared, the others wouldn't notice it so quickly. They were all having sex all day. How could they have time to care about other people's matters? Yiliang's martial strength wasn't weak. Furthermore, he had a little fox that could use illusions. It should be easy for him to deal with Mengsu. Ningxu arrived at Xiaorou's courtyard again. However, before he entered, Ningxu stopped in his tracks. He felt that there were people guarding Xiaorou's courtyard, and there was more than one. Although she had restrained her aura, Ningxu still felt it. All the hair on her body stood up uncontrollably. Ningxu turned and left without thinking. Under the cover of the night, Ningxu tiptoed around the Yin-Yang sect. The night was a little cold, but the strange sweet and ambiguous smell in the air wasn't as strong. Ningxu had been wondering who was guarding Xiaorou's courtyard. Or were there a few of them? A strange thought popped up in Ningxu's mind. She reckoned that it was those senior brothers. They were staring at the sleeping Xiaorou as if they were looking at a rabbit to be slaughtered. That was Ningxu's feeling. Xiaorou was still young and had not reached the age to gather yin to nourish yang, so these people were waiting. No matter where Ningxu went, there was an indescribable movement. He did it during the day and at night. Why didn't these people become stronger? It was too unscientific. Ningxu took advantage of the night to walk around the Yin-Yang sect. Then, he went to a fake mountain cave and began to cultivate. The air was filled with a sweet smell, and there were also some strange sounds mixed together. It was like a charming and ambiguous dream. However, the spiritual qi here was very abundant. Ningxu practiced his peerless martial arts and the spiritual qi in his meridians began to turn into water. It flowed in his meridians like a stream. The next morning, there were footsteps and voices around the fake mountain. Ningxu stopped cultivating and looked outside. He saw a small Yin-Yang sect disciple. Ningxu made a comparison. This person was slightly taller than Yiliang. Yiliang could probably wear his clothes. Ningxu crawled in the grass and followed the disciple. When he was alone, Ningxu pounced on him and successfully knocked him out. Then, he dragged him behind the fake mountain. Ningxu ran back to find Yiliang. The door was open and Mengsu was bringing breakfast for Yiliang. Mengsu looked at Yiliang with a burning gaze. Yiliang wanted to knock him out and gouge his eyes out. "Little Hey, you're back?" Yiliang saw Ningxu and immediately stood up. "Knock him out." "I found his clothes," Ningxu said directly. Before Mengsu could be surprised that the dog could talk, a fist appeared in front of him. The fist hit his face, and then he lost consciousness. Mengsu fell to the ground with a plop. Yiliang was still angry and kicked him heavily. Mengsu groaned and his face turned pale. Yiliang tore the sheets off the bed, then tied Mengsu up and stuffed him under the bed. Before leaving, the little fox even cast a very beautiful illusion for Mengsu. In the dream, Mengsu obtained great power and everyone was trampled under his feet. Ningxu brought Yiliang to the fake mountain, where the Yin-Yang sect disciple was still unconscious. Yiliang took off the man's clothes and put them on himself. He loosened his hair, which was tied into a bun, and pulled out the jade hairpin on the man's head. She put it in her hair bun. The peach-pink clothes on Yiliang's body actually looked indescribably good. "Xiao, quickly take me to Ruru," Yiliang said anxiously. "Okay," Ningxu said straightforwardly and turned to Ruru's courtyard. Before they got close to the courtyard, Ningxu sensed if there was anyone around the courtyard. "Climb over the wall," Ningxu said. The surroundings. Before Ningxu could finish, Yiliang carried the little fox and climbed over the wall. Ningxu also hurried to catch up. Ruru was eating breakfast when a person suddenly rushed in. It was not her senior brother. At this moment, he was extremely agitated and stared at her with red eyes. Ruru put down her chopsticks and frowned. "Who are you? Why are you here?" "Ruru, I am your brother." Yiliang finally moved his feet and walked towards Ruru. Yiliang could barely control his emotions. His eyes were red and his cheeks were trembling. No one knew how much he had suffered to find his family. "I don't have a brother." Ningxu heard Ruru say this as soon as he entered the room. Compared to Yiliang's agitation, Ruru's emotions were a lot colder. She even had a feeling of rejection. Yiliang's face, which was flushed with excitement, instantly lost its color. "I am your brother," Yiliang said with difficulty. "You don't remember?" Yiliang became confused and afraid. He never thought that a brother and sister meeting would be like this. The strong Yiliang suddenly softened. "I really am your brother." Yiliang walked towards Ruru. His body was a bit wobbly and he almost tripped over his own feet. Ruru stood up and moved away from Yiliang. "Please leave." Ningxu sighed heavily in her heart. She turned to the little fox and said, "Can you jog her memory? She looks like someone has erased her memories." At that time, Ruru should be almost 6 years old. Even if she was young, she should still have some memories. "Let me try," the little fox said. Yiliang looked at the little fox with anticipation. Ningxu thought for a moment, then turned and ran out of the courtyard. He went to the beauty hall where the cauldrons were made. He arrived at the place where the women were locked up. Ningxu released a burst of qi and smashed open the window. Ningxu jumped into the room. The women locked up in the room looked at the dirty dog, in surprise. "Little thing, let us go," one of the women said to Ningxu in a half-naked manner. She clearly had never begged anyone before. Even when she did, she appeared to be half-naked. Ningxu cut the ropes binding her hands and legs with a claw. The woman's body was weak. She had clearly been drugged. "Senior sister," the other women shouted at her. The woman cut her wrist and fresh blood flowed out. She dripped the blood onto the bracelet on her other wrist. The bracelet was very simple. After absorbing the blood, it became very dazzling. The woman sat down cross-legged. Soon, Ningxu felt a wave of pressure. She had clearly recovered her strength. The woman saved her junior sisters. After thinking for a moment, she let the ordinary women go. Ningxu said, "Don't save them. They don't have any strength. They can't run far. They will be caught." If they offend the Yin Yang sect, they will lose their lives. Even if she wanted to save them, now was not the time. Hearing Ningxu's words, the woman was surprised. She gave up on saving the ordinary women. Hurried footsteps came over. The woman raised her eyebrows. She was a woman with a determined personality. "Thank you," the woman said to Ningxu. Ningxu jumped out of the window. He did not accept the woman's thanks. Everyone was mutually beneficial. Ningxu wanted to cause a commotion. Only then could Liang take Xiaorou out. But before he left, he had to make a scene. Ningxu heard the sounds of fighting behind him. He ran towards Xiaorou's courtyard. Xiaorou's courtyard was relatively remote. However, it was where the upper echelons of the Yin Yang sect lived. Ordinary disciples could not go there. Ningxu had just run to the entrance of Xiaorou's courtyard when he heard a bang. The courtyard wall was smashed by something. Cough cough. Liang coughed out blood as he lay in the ruins. Ningxu's heart skipped a beat as anger welled up in his heart. Liang was his disciple and was under his protection. How could he be beaten up so badly? Ningxu ran over and saw 6 people standing in the yard. The leader was a mature and steady man. He was wearing a brocade robe with complicated patterns embroidered on it. Beside him stood 5 men, all of whom were people of great repute. All of them were extremely handsome. Ningxu's heart was once again confirmed with her previous guess. This was definitely the case. One of the men was holding on to the fur on the little fox's neck and swinging it back and forth. The little fox was so scared that it was about to cry. When the little fox saw Ningxu, it cried out, "Little Black, save me." Liang clutched his chest and stood up. His eyes were tightly shut as he stared at these people with hatred. "Here comes another one. But this one is dirty," the man holding on to the little fox's neck lazily said. Ningxu immediately released a spirit chi water dragon. The water dragon roared out from behind Ningxu and charged towards the man holding on to the little fox. The man narrowed his eyes and threw the little fox in his hand at the water dragon. The little fox cried out in fear. She hated this man to death. He was clearly using her to block the attack. The water dragon opened its mouth and bit onto the little fox. It then turned around and threw the little fox towards Ningxu. Ningxu was shocked. The dragon form she cultivated was becoming more and more spiritual. Although Ningxu was controlling it, it was still beyond Ningxu's expectations. The little fox spun in the air and smashed towards Ningxu. Ningxu dodged in a flash. The little fox fell heavily onto the ground and cried out in pain. In the end, it crawled up and hid behind Ningxu. The spirit chi water dragon attacked the 6 people. Ningxu released the spirit chi in his body, causing the spirit chi water dragon to become even bigger. Dealing with 6 people was not a problem at all. Liang was shocked by the quietness of the battle in the air. Little Black was much stronger than he had imagined. Ningxu walked to Liang's side. "Take some medicine." Liang opened the package and took some medicine. Ningxu asked, "Do you remember Iro?" "I triggered Iro's hidden memory, but these people came and injured Liang. Iro called Liang Big Brother. These people are saying that I used an illusion and that what they saw wasn't real." "In all honesty, I only evoked Iro's memories," the little foxes said indignantly. "Her memories were sealed by someone." The little fox stuck close to Ningxu. "You have to protect me. From now on, you are a member of my Red Fox clan. I will protect you." The little fox was afraid that Ningxu would not care about her, so she quickly promised. After the memories were sealed, these people still wanted to nurture Iro. Liang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at the room. Iro was locked in the room. The commotion quickly attracted the disciples. Many disciples gathered together. They were wearing pink clothes and the visual effect was quite eye-piercing. "Sect Master?" The Yin Yang sect master stared at the sky. The sect master and 5 senior brothers were fighting with something that looked like a dragon. "Capture these people." The Yin Yang sect master shouted to the disciples below. "Yes." Ningxu and the others rushed over. The little fox quickly set up an illusion. If Liang and Little Black were captured, he would not be able to get away with it. He could not die. He was the future leader of the Red Fox clan. How could a person who relied on women have a strong will? He quickly fell into the little fox's illusion. However, the little fox's strength was not enough and the illusion could not last long. Ningxu raised his claws and clawed at the disciples' crotches. Blood immediately spurted out. Let's see how you can bully women now that I've destroyed your manhood. Screams rose and fell. All the disciples who had their manhood destroyed by Ningxu fell to the ground with their hands covering their manhood. They were covered in blood and looked terrified. The manhood was more important than their lives to the Yin-Yang sect disciples. Without it, they would not be able to become strong. The Yin-Yang sect disciples would not fight for resources like other cultivators. They would not go into seclusion all year round to fight against their inner demons. What they needed to do was to have sex with their cauldrons every day. The Yin-Yang sect disciples could not reach the end, but they were not weak. Most importantly, their cultivation method was easy. The disciples who had their manhood destroyed by Ningxu were terrified and in despair. To reconstruct their bodies, they had to reach a certain level of strength or consume spiritual herbs. The spiritual herbs that could reconstruct the body were extremely precious. How much luck would one need to obtain them? When Liang saw Ningxu's fierce actions, he could not help but feel a chill between his legs. Liang looked away and directly slit these people's necks. Those who had not woken up from the illusion would end up like this. Liang's body was cold and ruthless. Ningxu could not help but look at Liang. Liang touched the blood on his face and said, "These people deserve to die. How many rich families have met with a situation like mine? Deceiving women. This is a sinful place." Liang's family was almost destroyed. Perhaps the Yin-Yang sect was involved in this and the executor was Xianxia. Ero had a heavenly spiritual root. Such a root bone would be a treasure in any sect. Ningxu thought for a moment. Wasn't the Yin-Yang sect a human trafficker in the cultivation world? They used all kinds of methods to get women and used them as cauldrons. Ningxu continued to destroy the manhood of these disciples. Everything was because of this thing. In a short while, the surrounding was filled with the smell of blood. It even covered the sweet and flirtatious smell. When the sect leader who was fighting with the spiritual energy water dragon saw his disciples being slaughtered, he immediately shouted angrily, "Bastard, how dare you hurt my disciples?" The Yin-Yang sect leader's voice was like thunder exploding in Liang's ears. Liang's ears went deaf for a moment. Liang did not stop. Another Yin-Yang sect disciple died in his hands. His expression became more and more determined. "I might not be able to defeat an old monster like you, but I might be able to defeat these ordinary disciples." Ningxu injected more spirit qi into the water dragon. The water dragon's body became more solid, and its strength increased. It blocked the sect master who was about to rush towards Liang. The water dragon was fighting with 6 people. The main thing was that it was too difficult to deal with. Even if they cut the dragon in half with their swords, the water would quickly merge back together. Spells were also useless. Water was something that could contain and nurture all things. It was simply an unkillable monster. The girl who was released by Ningxu also flew over. She was a little surprised. Then, she joined the group that was killing the Yin-Yang sect disciples. The Yin-Yang sect disciples were soon covered in corpses. Even if they weren't dead, they were lying on the ground, unable to move. Towards the end, the disciples who saw Ningxu ran away. Because Ningxu always attacked the lower body of the men. The penis was the most important thing to the Yin-Yang sect disciples. The few women that Ningxu saved were especially ruthless. They were practically killing people while gnashing their teeth. These women not only cut off the penis, they also slit their throats. The smell of blood was getting thicker and thicker. It was so thick that it made it difficult to breathe. Towards the end, the old monsters of the Yin-Yang sect were alarmed. "Stop!" A voice exploded. A person was floating in the air. "Stop!" The Yin-Yang sect disciples stopped attacking. They stood together and stared at Ningxu's group. A few women flew over and stood together with Ningxu and Liang. Ningxu retracted the water dragon and stared at the person floating in the air. The atmosphere was so tense that people couldn't help but hold their breaths. "What is this?" A Yin-Yang sect elder asked. His hair was white but his face was ruddy. There were no wrinkles on his face. He had white hair and a youthful face. Supreme Elder, this person sneaked into the Yin-Yang sect and killed our disciples. The sect master said. Nonsense. The woman beside Ningxu raised her eyebrows. Your Yin-Yang sect is so shameless. You captured me and my junior sisters here. My Green Rainbow sect won't let this go. The missing disciples of the Green Rainbow sect were all turned into cultivation furnaces by you. What cultivation furnaces? It's so unpleasant to hear. Why do you have to belittle yourself? We're just going to walk the path together. A man said rudely. Your Green Rainbow sect is made up of female disciples. Our Yin-Yang sect is made up of male disciples. Why don't your Green Rainbow sect's disciples marry our Yin-Yang sect's disciples? The woman from the Green Rainbow sect was furious. She pointed her sword at the man who spoke. Wolf, if you talk nonsense again, I'll rip your mouth off. Then why don't you come? The man called Wolf stretched his head towards the girl's direction and said mischievously. The woman took a deep breath. Anyway, my Green Rainbow sect won't let this go. The white-haired Grand Supreme Elder furrowed his white brows. What's going on? Liang said loudly, the Yin-Yang sect kidnapped my sister. I'm going to take her back now. The sect master sneered, what proof do you have that my disciple is your sister? Xiao Rou has a heavenly spiritual root. Are you trying to deceive her? Which sect are you from? The sect. Leader scolded Liang. Rou is my sister, Liang shouted loudly. His face was ashen, clearly angered. Just because you say so? Wolf sneered, Xiao Rou is our beloved junior sister. Just because you say she's your sister, does that make her your sister? Ningxu stared at Wolf, shut up. Since when was it your turn to speak? If you speak again, I'll beat you up. Wolf looked at Ningxu's eyes with an incomparably cold expression. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll beat you up. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Junior brother, there's no need to bicker with a beast. A man beside Wolf said indifferently. He looked at Ningxu without any fluctuation in his eyes, as if he was looking at a dead object. Wolf didn't speak again. No one dares to behave atrociously in the Yin-Yang sect. Sect leader, quickly deal with these people. The Grand Supreme Elder said indifferently. The sect leader grunted. Suddenly, with a ping sound, the locked door was violently kicked open. The door fell to the ground, causing dust to fly up. The one who opened the door was Xiao Rou. Xiao Rou raised her head and begged the sect leader, Master, please let my brother go. The sect leader said unhappily, Xiao Rou, he's not your brother. You're an orphan that I picked up. But he's my brother. Xiao Rou said hesitantly. The sect leader pointed at the little fox. The little fox's fur immediately stood up and she hid behind Ningxu. You saw that little red fox. He knows illusions. Everything you saw was just an illusion created by him. The sect leader said. Junior sister, is it because master and senior brothers didn't treat you well? They asked you to trust an outsider instead of us. Wolf looked at Xiao Rou with heartbroken eyes. Xiao Rou's expression became guilty, senior brother, that's not what I meant. I didn't suspect you. Maybe I have a family? Wolf shook his head, if you have family, why didn't they come to find you before? Only after so many years have passed did they come to find you. Liang immediately shouted, that's because I didn't know that Xiao Rou was brought to the Yin-Yang sect. Liang looked at Xiao Rou with anticipation, Xiao Rou, come with me and leave this devil's den. You can't stay here. The people here will hurt you. Xiao Rou shook her head, they won't. Master and senior brothers have never hurt me. How can that be? They make women into cultivation furnaces. They treat you well because they want to nurture you into a furnace. Xiao Rou, trust your brother. Liang said until the end. He was almost crying blood. Xiao Rou shook her head, senior brothers won't hurt me. Ningxu sighed in his heart. People won't learn if they haven't suffered before. In Xiao Rou's heart, her master and 5 senior brothers treated her very well. She trusted them very much. Even if she knew about the miserable state of other women, she would feel lucky and think that she was an exception. She was different and wouldn't fall to such a state. Xiao Rou, come with your brother. Liang shouted at Xiao Rou, when you're a little older, you'll become their furnace. You won't be a man's furnace. Many men will share you. Xiao Rou's expression was a little dazed. She immediately asked, share what? Ning Shu, a child who doesn't know anything. She doesn't know etiquette, justice, integrity, or shame. She doesn't know the basic situation. She doesn't know the difference between men and women. A caged canary will really become a furnace. As long as it's her master and senior brothers, everything they say will be right. Then she will happily become a furnace and won't feel that there's anything wrong with it. Especially when her body is so beautiful. Ningshu could almost imagine what would happen in the future. Xiao Rou's naive words immediately choked Liang. How should he answer his sister? At this time, Liang realized that his sister was really too naive. She was deliberately raised like this. Liang stared at Xiao Rou's master and 5 senior brothers with hatred. The female disciple of the Qinghong sect was also stunned. Seeing Liang clench his fist, she pondered for a moment and said, people are divided into men and women. Men and women are different. Men and women, the woman didn't know what to say and simply shut her mouth. Xiao Rou, don't believe this liar. Master told you that the people outside are very dangerous. They will hurt you and lie to you. This person is a bad person. Liang watched as the Yin Yang sect master inverted right and wrong. Ruru had been raised to be like this. Liang's voice came out from between his teeth, Ruru, believe your brother. Ningxu was watching from the side, who cares if she believes me or not? Drag her away first. You'll know everything once you're outside, Ningxu said straightforwardly. Iro was like this because she was forbidden from coming into contact with the outside world. Ruru, look. They're just up to no good, the sect master said. Ruru's expression was blank and helpless. She didn't know who to believe. She said to Liang, brother, I'm doing pretty well in the Yin Yang sect. Leave this place. I don't want you to fight. Liang was so anxious that he almost vomited blood. However, there were so many of them, and they were in their territory. The chances of them taking Iro away were too small. However, if this dragged on, Liang was afraid that Ruru would be killed. Iro was now 11 years old. What do we do now? The female disciple of the Qinghong sect asked softly. It wasn't easy to get out. There were so many people in the Yin Yang sect, and the fog in the Sky Creek Valley was a headache. Ningxu looked at Liang, what do you think? Liang stared straight at Ruru, if I don't save Ruru this time, I won't be able to find her again. Ningxu nodded. After this incident, these people would definitely hide Ruru. Moreover, it would be much more difficult to enter the Yin Yang sect again. Therefore, they could only advance and not retreat. I'll do whatever you want. You saved my life, so I'll repay you, Ningxu said in a low voice. Thank you. I saved you out of convenience, but you did so much for me, Liang said softly. Ruru, come with me. Liang reached out his hand to Ruru. After deciding what to do, Liang calmed down. He felt like he was going to cut off all means of retreat. Ruru looked hesitant. She couldn't help but look at her original master and senior brothers. Ruru was a girl who didn't know how to make a choice. She didn't think much because there were people who did everything for her. Xiao Rou had a faint intuition that if she really left with her brother, her life would be different. So conflicted. Xiao Rou, you choose. Although he gave the choice to Xiao Rou, his expression was incomparably calm. Victory or defeat was within his grasp. Xiao Rou looked at her master and then at Liang. Her pretty face twisted together as she said in a panic, can I not choose? Ningxu, why give the choice to Ruru? Ningxu transmitted to Liang, let's just snatch it. How long was this confrontation going to last? Did they not see that Xiao Rou was clearly biased towards her master and senior brothers? She was closer to them than her brother, who had appeared out of nowhere. Liang pursed his lips tightly. He took a deep breath and arrived in front of Xiao Rou in a flash. Stop. The Grandmaster bellowed and released an attack towards Liang. Yi Liang grabbed his sister's arm and instantly returned to Ning Shu's side. Put Xiao down. Xiao's 5 senior brothers began to get restless. Xiao felt a little pain from Yi Liang's grip on her arm. She could not help but carefully shout, "Brother!" The Grandmaster and the 5 senior brothers all attacked Yi Liang. The water dragon roared silently and rushed towards the 6 people. These 6 people were clearly serious. Ning Shu almost used all the spiritual energy in his body to barely block them. You guys go first and capture a Yin Yang sect disciple. Ning Shu said. Only Yin Yang sect disciples could walk out of the white fog of the heavenly river valley. Little Black. Yi Liang was stunned. Ning Shu felt a little pain in his meridians. Let's go. Yi Liang gritted his teeth and quickly ran with Xiao on his back. The little fox quickly jumped onto Yi Liang's shoulder. The female disciple of the Qinghong sect also followed Yi Liang and helped Yi Liang kill the Yin Yang sect disciples. The water dragon was fighting with the 6 people. When the Grandmaster saw his disciple being taken away, he quickly shouted to the Grand Elder who had nothing to do with it, "Elder, that girl has a heavenly spirit root." The Grand Elder's eyes widened when he heard about the heavenly spirit root. He immediately chased after Yi Liang and the others. The water dragon seemed to feel Ning Shu's anxious mood. It raised its head and roared silently. It swung its tail and spat out water from its mouth. Although it was called water, it was actually spiritual energy. The Grandmaster of the Yin Yang sect was hit by the rapid flow of water. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was one of disbelief. Ning Shu, 0, how could this be? Ning Shu felt an inexplicable joy in his heart. If the water dragon really became a living thing, she would have another companion by her side. A companion that would never leave her side. The water dragon swept its tail at these people, causing them to retreat a great distance. Ning Shu jumped onto the water dragon's back. The water dragon chased after Yi Liang. Seeing the Grand Elder flying in front, the water dragon spat out a stream of water from its mouth. The stream of water was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it was behind the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder quickly dodged the stream of water. He turned around and looked at Ning Shu who was on the dragon's back. The Grand Elder stared at the water dragon. What was this? It didn't look like a living thing. The water dragon was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the Grand Elder. It swung its tail at the Grand Elder. However, it didn't entangle with the Grand Elder. It just ran away. Ning Shu chased it all the way to the entrance of the Yin Yang sect. Yi Liang shouted to Ning Shu, "Little Black." Ning Shu jumped down and put away the water dragon. Let's go. Xiao Rou, who was on Yi Liang's back, had already fainted. Ning Shu was a little surprised. Yi Liang sighed and said, "She doesn't want to go. Let's go quickly. They're chasing after us." The Qinghong sect disciple said. She was holding a Yin Yang sect disciple hostage. Her sword was pressed against the Yin Yang sect disciple's neck. The Yin Yang sect disciple was covered in cold sweat and trembling all over. Ning Shu turned around and saw the Grand Elder getting closer. He gritted his teeth and said, "There's no other way now. We can only go out." This white fog was an array formation. It was the Yin Yang sect's protective array formation. Once they entered, they would be caught like a turtle in a jar. However, there was no other way now. The group of people left the sect. In front of them was a vast expanse of white. They couldn't see anything further. "Everyone, hold on to each other," Yi Liang said. The Qinghong sect disciple pressed her sword against the Yin Yang sect disciple's neck and said, "Take us out quickly." "Okay, let go of your sword." The group of people walked under the lead of the disciple. However, after walking for a while, it seemed like they were walking in place. "Wait a minute. The route doesn't seem right," Ning Shu said. Everyone stopped. The woman's sword slit the Yin Yang sect disciple's neck. "You're playing with us." The Yin Yang sect disciple felt wronged. "I followed the route. Maybe the route changed. I think the array formation was changed by someone," Ning Shu said. He bent down and listened to the sounds on the ground. Ning Shu lay on the ground and heard the faint sound of the wind. Entering the fog was like entering another world. They were completely isolated. The faint sound of the wind indicated that this was an array formation. What should we do now? The woman frowned. The Yin-Yang sect is disgusting. Ningxu raised her head and looked at the sky. Since they couldn't leave, they could only fly. Ningxu released the water dragon and said to everyone, "Come up. We'll leave from the sky." Everyone looked at the water-like dragon and carefully stepped on it. Surprisingly, it was very soft and supported everyone. The water dragon kept rising higher and higher. The fog became thinner and thinner. The water dragon hit a barrier. Ningxu guessed that this was a barrier. If they could break this barrier, they would be able to leave. There was a complicated array formation above their heads. Ningxu stared at the array formation and studied it. On the other side, the Yin-Yang sect master and Xiao's 5 senior brothers had caught up. There was also a white-haired grand elder with a youthful face. At this moment, they were floating in front of them. The sect master's face darkened as he stared at Xiao, who was sleeping on Liang's back. His expression was extremely cold. "Hand Xiao over. In your dreams." Liang nudged his sister up. Ningxu kept staring at the array formation above their heads. This array formation was very complicated. Ningxu, who knew a little about array formations, was dazzled. Liang released a qilin. The qilin majestically stepped on the air and charged towards the other party. Liang's qilin wasn't as powerful as Ningxu's dragon. It was scattered after a few rounds. Liang had almost exhausted all the spirit energy in his body when another qilin appeared. Liang patted his chest and spat out his blood on the qilin. The qilin's body instantly became much more solid. With the qilin delaying, Ningxu intensified her study of the array formation. She demonstrated the array formation in her mind over and over again. However, the qilin couldn't resist and dissipated in the end. Liang gritted his teeth and took out the blood soul flag. He released black smoke that blotted out the sky. The surroundings became eerie and terrifying. Ningxu was stunned. She didn't agree with Liang using the blood soul flag. But now the situation was urgent. When she got out, she had to quickly purify the souls in the blood soul banner. She couldn't give Liang a second chance to use the blood soul banner. "You're a devil cultivator?" The female disciples of the Green Rainbow sect looked at Liang in astonishment, while the other girls looked at Liang with vigilance. Liang didn't say anything. Ningxu closed his eyes and demonstrated the array formation in his mind. Finally, he found a way to break the array formation. The water dragon slammed into a corner of the array. Its tail slammed into the array several times, but it still couldn't break the array. The person standing on the water dragon swayed left and right, trying hard to stabilize his body. "Quickly change the formation, they are about to break the formation," the sect leader shouted. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud boom as the formation broke. Liang hurriedly retracted the black smoke back into the blood soul banner. The female disciple of the Green Rainbow sect immediately killed the kidnapped Yin-Yang sect disciple and pushed him down. "Sit tight." Ningxu's voice carried a hint of a smile. The water dragon was extremely fast, shuttling through the clouds. When he turned back, the heavenly stream valley was already a small black dot. Everyone heaved a heavy sigh of relief. After running for a while, the water dragon stopped and slowly sank down. Everyone jumped off the water dragon, and Ningxu retracted the water dragon back into his body. "Thank you for this time." The Green Rainbow sect disciple cupped his hands and said. Ningxu grunted. "Farewell." The Green Rainbow sect disciple thought for a moment, then took out a jade token and gave it to Liang. "If you have any problems in the future, you can come to the Green Rainbow sect to find me. I will try my best to help." Liang took the jade token. "Thank you. Also, I don't think you are a devil cultivator. It's best not to keep that flag by your side, otherwise you might be chased by some sections," the female disciple said to Liang. Liang nodded. Then, the girls disappeared into the forest. I thought I wouldn't be able to come out." The little fox sat on the ground and said with lingering fear. "If I knew it was so dangerous, I wouldn't have come." Liang put down Ero on his back, took off his clothes, and carefully laid Yi-Ro down. Ningxu placed his claws on Yi-Ro's body to see if there were any tracking marks. See if there are any marks on her clothes, Ningxu said to Yiliang. Yiliang quickly checked her clothes, but it was not easy for Yiliang to check her undergarments. Ningxu checked her body, but there were no marks on her body. He just didn't know if there were any marks on her clothes. Yiliang finished checking Yi-Ro's outer clothes, but it was not easy for even his sister to check her undergarments. Let me do it, Ningxu said. Yiliang? Aren't you a male fox? Men and women should not touch, Yiliang said. Because Ningxu was using ventriloquism, it was impossible to tell if his voice was male or female. It was very low and sounded more like a man. Ningxu said calmly, in my eyes, there is no difference between men and women. Yiliang was skeptical, but in the end, he turned around. Ningxu opened Yi-Ro's belt and checked it carefully. There were no marks, but Ningxu was amazed by Yi-Ro's fair and flawless skin. Yi-Ro was really well raised by the Yin-Yang sect. He wondered if Yi-Ro, who was always pampered, was used to an ordinary life. It's done, Ningxu said. Yiliang turned around and tied Yi-Ro's belt. Let's go. Ningxu released the water dragon, and Yiliang jumped onto it with Yi-Ro on his back. The water dragon flew through the clouds. The people on the ground inadvertently looked up and saw the dragon flying through the clouds, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It felt like an illusion. The water dragon ran tirelessly for a day and night, and returned to the familiar mountain range. Stepping back onto the ground, Yiliang smiled. He had finally found his sister. Little fox, go get something to eat, Ningxu said to the little red fox. My legs are still shaking. Let me rest first, the little fox said angrily. Ningxu said to Yiliang, give me the blood soul banner. Yiliang was hesitant. He remembered that the blood soul banner had blocked the Yin-Yang sect's people. It was a trump card after all. Ningxu said calmly, don't forget, your parents are still inside. Do you want your parents to suffer in the blood soul banner and not be able to reincarnate? Boom. Yiliang felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his heart. When he thought of his parents' hideous and painful faces, his thoughts became clear. Little Black, I was wrong. Yiliang took out the blood soul banner. He only saw the power of the blood soul banner, but forgot that his parents were still inside. Ningxu took the blood soul banner with his mouth and went to the side to convert the souls inside. Ningxu made a simple yang gathering array. When the sunlight shone on the blood soul banner, black smoke came out. Ningxu closed his eyes and chanted. He hoped that he could convert the souls inside before he left this world. Although Ningxu wasn't as caring as Huiji, Ningxu would do anything that was within his power. It wasn't just to appease the souls in pain, but also to prevent Yiliang from being addicted to this power. Yiliang had hesitated when Ningxu asked him to hand over the blood soul banner. Yi-Ro, who had been unconscious, woke up with a groan. Yiliang stared at Yi-Ro. Yi-Ro opened her eyes and used her hand to block the strong light. Then, she looked around. Yi-Ro was stunned by this unfamiliar environment. Ro, you're awake? Yiliang hurriedly supported Yi-Ro. What is this place? Yi-Ro asked in confusion. She had never left the yard before. This was the first time she saw such a huge mountain range. Ro, we left the Yin-Yang sect, Yiliang said happily. Yi-Ro's expression became even more confused. It was mixed with panic. I want to go back to the Yin-Yang sect. Yi-Ro stood up but didn't know where to go. Sister, you can't go back to that demon cave. You can't. Yiliang grabbed Yi-Ro's arm tightly. Those people have bad intentions towards you. You really can't go back. Maybe the Yin-Yang sect is really like what you said. But Master and Senior Brother are very good to me. I don't care if they are good or bad because they are good to me, said Yi-Ro. Yiliang was speechless. What should he do when his sister was like this? Ningxu was speechless when he heard Yi-Ro's words. Yi-Ro was confused and afraid of the future. Not everyone was willing to change their lifestyle. Yi-Ro was used to the Yin-Yang sect's life. This was the wisdom of Yi-Ro's master and senior brother. They had raised Yi-Ro to be someone without her own opinions. She was used to being dependent and being surrounded by people. The little fox dragged a rabbit back. She put it down and said, "Make something to eat. I'm starving." Liang glanced at Ro carefully. "I'll go prepare something to eat. Ro, big brother will take good care of you." Ro's expression was dazed. She didn't seem to hear Liang. Liang cleaned the rabbit and started a fire to roast it. After they were done, Liang gave 2 rabbit legs to Ro. "Little sister, eat something." Ro took the rabbit leg and ate slowly. When the little fox saw that Liang had given the most meaty leg to someone else, she grumbled, "What about me? What am I supposed to eat? I was the one who caught this rabbit." Liang broke the rabbit into 2 halves, giving one half to the little fox and the other half to Ningxu. "I'll go hunting again." Liang stood up. Ro passed a rabbit leg to Liang. "You can have it." "Thank you, little sister." Liang smiled like a blooming flower as he nibbled on his thigh. Ro's taste was very small, or perhaps it was not to her taste. She did not even finish a small rabbit leg. Ningxu glanced at Ro and saw Liang. He was so anxious that he could not speak. Ningxu continued to purify the souls in the blood-soul flag. As for the stiff relationship between Liang and Ro, Ningxu did not care. The blood-soul flag slowly emitted black smoke. Ningxu asked Liang for some fresh blood to draw a talisman. Thick black smoke came out of the blood-soul flag. After eating something, Liang brought Ro back to the small town. The house where they used to live. "Little sister, this is our house." Liang stood at the door and said to Ro. Ro looked at the shabby door and said, "This house is so old." Liang choked. He touched his nose and went to open the door. The door opened with a creak. The yard was quiet and empty. It seemed that after he killed Shui, no one would dare to occupy this house. The yard was a little deserted. It was summer and weeds grew everywhere. The house had been renovated by Shui. It was not so shabby. Otherwise, it would be a haunted house. Liang fetched water from the well and wiped the house clean. Ningxu looked at the motionless Ro and asked, "Why don't you help?" Ro bit her lips and said softly, "I don't know how to. Little Chui usually does these things." "It's okay. I'll clean it," Liang said. Liang always lacked confidence in front of Ro. Ningxu did not think that Liang had done anything wrong to Ro. Ever since his sister went missing, Liang had lived without food. He felt guilty for his sister and stayed in the house, hoping to reunite with his family. Although he had met Ningxu, he had also suffered a lot and experienced a lot of torture. He traveled thousands of miles to the Yin-Yang sect to save her. Ro lived the life of a princess. However, this kind of life came with a price. Ever since she left the Yin-Yang sect, Ro wanted to go back. She did not even ask her parents. Sometimes, naivety was a kind of cruelty. The worst was the Yin-Yang sect. They deliberately raised Ro so that she would see them as her spiritual support. Now that Ro had left them, she was at a loss. "Brother, can you bring me back to the Yin-Yang sect? I want to say goodbye to Master and Senior brothers." Ro looked at Liang with watery eyes. Liang gripped the rag tightly and was speechless for a long time. "Brother, I beg you. After all, Master has raised me for so long. I can't just leave like this. Also, Senior brothers are very good to me." Ro begged. The little fox said unhappily, "You almost lost your life to escape. Now you want to go back? Are you tired of living?" After going around the Yin-Yang sect, the little fox was so scared that she almost peed her pants. Only then did she know that her illusion was useless against people who were slightly stronger. Therefore, the little fox did not want to hear the words Yin-Yang sect. "Your brother saved you and you want to go back. What are you thinking?" The little fox nibbled on her candied fruit and stared at Ro. Ro said anxiously, "I didn't ask brother to save me. I am living well." Liang's body shook when he heard Ro's words. His expression was complicated. "Don't you want to live with me?" Liang asked. Ro lowered her head and did not say anything. The atmosphere became awkward and tense. Liang turned and went out to buy food. After returning with the vegetables and meat, he went back to the kitchen to cook without saying a word. Liang made a table full of dishes and placed a bowl of rice in front of Ro. He said warmly, Ro, I know that you're not used to life now. You'll get better in the future. Liang took a bowl of rice and placed it in front of Ningxu and the little fox. Ningxu and the little fox ate on their own and did not care about the siblings. Ro had a small appetite and stopped eating before she finished half a bowl of rice. She was in a bad mood. Liang sighed and cleared the table. Ningxu walked in front of Ro and asked, what cultivation technique did you cultivate in the Yin-Yang sect? Ningxu wanted to know what cultivation technique Ro was cultivating in the Yin-Yang sect. After thinking for a bit, he realized that it was not an offensive technique. Although she did not know why this fox was asking about her cultivation technique, Ro wanted him to take her back to the Yin-Yang sect, so she answered honestly. It's flower hypnosis. Ningxu, what the hell was that? There were all kinds of cultivation techniques, such as the Heartless Mantra, the Sword Mantra, but he had never heard of this cultivation technique. Master said this cultivation technique is suitable for women. Ro could not see the complicated expression on Ningxu's furry face. It seemed that this cultivation technique was convenient for men to harvest and provide them with strength. Ningxu asked again, do you know how to attack? Ro shook her head. Master said this cultivation technique is for self-cultivation, not for fighting and killing. That's why Master and senior brothers did not let me go out. Ningxu, this cultivation technique was really good. Ro still thought that her master and senior brothers were good people. Ro squatted down and looked at Ningxu at eye level. She begged, can you take me back to the Yin-Yang sect? I will say goodbye to my senior brothers and master. After that, I will live a good life with my brother. Ningxu asked, do you think they will let you go back and let you live with your brother? They might even kill your brother. Ro was speechless. My brother is my family, but master and senior brothers are also my family. Ro covered her face and said, I can't leave them. Ningxu also felt quite tired. She had been running all over the place without stopping. This was a world of cultivation, but Ningxu did not find any treasures. Other than 2 fiery fruits, he was also chased by 2 cultivators. Every time something happened, she was the last to leave. Ningxu was not complaining. After all, this was what he should do. However, he felt helpless in front of Ro. Ro's master and senior brothers had a deep influence on her. Ningxu, an outsider, felt a pain in the ass. Liang probably felt a pain in the ass. So, I'm begging you, can you take me to the Yin-Yang sect? I'll come back after that. Ningxu rejected her outright. I'm not going to help you. Your brother saved me and I'm always thinking for him. But you have nothing to do with me. Why should I help you? Ro's mouth was agape and her eyes were misty. She had probably never been treated like this before and was momentarily stunned. Liang stood at the door and asked through gritted teeth, why do you want to go back? They don't have good intentions towards you. They want to use you as a furnace. A furnace, do you understand? Liang walked into the room and grabbed Ro's arm. He shook Ro as if trying to wake her up. Ro pushed Liang away. But master and senior brothers are still very good to me. Even if they don't have good intentions, they have never harmed me. Ningxu, Liang grabbed his hair in a frenzy and roared angrily, if you want to leave, then leave. Ro bit her lip with her pearly white teeth. Gone, really, gone. Ro opened the door and left. Liang was speechless. He had only said those words out of anger. Why did she really leave? Liang hurriedly chased after her. Ningxu also followed. The little fox was very displeased and shouted, what are you doing? Running away again. Are you crazy? The little fox also ran out. With the little fox's temperament, she completely did not understand the complex emotions of humans. Ningxu caught up with Liang. Liang was about to stop Ro, who was running for her life. If she wants to leave, then let her go. Her heart isn't here, Ningxu said mildly. But. How dangerous was that? We'll just follow behind her. It's very far from the Yin-Yang sect and she might not find the way there, Ningxu said. Some things had to be experienced by oneself. Only after experiencing the joys and sorrows of life would one know the joys and sorrows of life. Ningxu asked Yi Liang to buy some dry rations. She followed behind Yi Rou at a leisurely pace. Yi Rou ran with all her might. When she finally stopped, she had no idea where she was. Yi Liang followed and wanted to see Yi Rou, but Ningxu stopped him. We'll just follow behind her and protect her. Let your sister see the world. Perhaps she won't miss her master and seniors so much. Perhaps she'll become independent, Ningxu said. Since she was not his sister, he did not feel any heartache. Yi Rou was not independent. Her thoughts were not independent. Her soul was not independent. Her money was not independent. No, there was no such thing as money in Yi Rou's heart. She had no sense of survival. Yi Liang nodded with difficulty. Heavens, what a busy life. The little fox on Yi Liang's shoulder whimpered. I'm not even out of breath and now I have to run around again. Can't I rest for a while? Yi Rou did not know where she was and could only find a random path. Yi Liang and the rest followed behind her. Yi Liang's heart ached as he looked at the helpless Yi Rou. Yi Rou met passers-by and asked if they knew how to get to the Yin-Yang sect. Ordinary people would not know where the Yin-Yang sect was. Yi Rou asked a few more people and received the same answer. Yi Rou could only walk forward. She held her stomach. She did not eat much at home. After walking for half a day, she was thirsty and tired. It was not that cultivators did not eat. Most of the time, they used fasting pills to prevent their bodies from being contaminated by mortal food. But with Yi Rou's strength, it was impossible for her to not eat. Yi Liang wanted to go forward, but Ningxu stopped him. Let her be. But Yi Liang could not bear to see his sister suffer like this. No matter how bad the situation is, can it be worse than this? Ningxu asked. Yi Liang sighed and put down the rations in his hand. Yi Rou walked with difficulty. She had never left the courtyard before. She had never walked so far. Yi Rou hammered her legs and came across a small stream. Yi Rou's mouth was dry and the sun was scorching hot. Yi Rou felt dizzy and did not care when she saw the water. She immediately scooped up some water and drank it. After drinking her fill, Yi Rou leaned against a tree and sat down. Yi Rou rested for a while and continued on her journey. She could not find a place to rest even when the sky was dark. Yi Rou could only curl up and lean against the tree. Yi Rou couldn't sleep at all because of the rustling and the cries of the strange birds. She was hungry and scared. Yi Liang watched from a distance. He watched Yi Rou and Ningxu cleanse the souls in the blood-soul banner step by step. Occasionally, he would walk around to see if there were any treasures. Ever since he entered this world, he had been running around every day. Ningxu hoped to find the world's origin. After wandering around, he only found a few spirit herbs that were tasteless but could not be discarded. Finally, the sun rose. Yi Rou hurried on her journey. Although Yi Rou did not rest well, she was not attacked by wild beasts. Yi Liang had taken care of all the wild beasts that attacked Yi Rou. Otherwise, how could there be no wild beasts attacking Yi Rou when she smelled so human, especially since Yi Rou was a cultivator, her scent and spirit chi were things that demon beasts liked. Yi Rou hadn't eaten for almost a day and night. If it wasn't for the spirit chi in her body, she would have collapsed. Yi Rou continued walking. Even she didn't know where to go. She could only walk forward because she couldn't find the way back. Yi Rou was lucky and came across a small town. Yi Rou hurried into the town and saw the steaming buns at the stall. Yi Rou's eyes turned green when she saw the buns. Without thinking, she grabbed a bun and stuffed it into her mouth. What are you doing? Are you robbing me? Pay up, pay up. The stall owner grabbed Yi Rou's clothes. Yi Rou was really hungry. Even though she was grabbed by the collar, she still stuffed the bun into her mouth. Yi Liang was trembling all over. He couldn't help but walk over to Yi Rou. The little fox said, "Let your sister deal with it herself. Your sister can't even compare to a demon beast like me." Yi Liang closed his eyes and breathed heavily. He decided not to watch. Pay up, pay up. Iro stuffed the bun into her mouth with difficulty. She was confused. What money? In the Yin Yang sect, she could eat whatever she wanted. No one had ever asked her for money. Besides, the buns didn't taste good. Pay up. You can't leave today if you don't pay up. The stall owner held Iro tightly. Iro was confused and helpless. She kept apologizing. I'm sorry. I can't afford it. Let go of me. What are you sorry for? Pay up. Just then, a ruffian passed by. His eyes lit up when he saw Iro. He swaggered over. How much? I'll pay. The ruffian spat and asked the stall owner. 5 copper coins. I thought it was a lot. The ruffian threw 4 copper coins to the stall owner and pulled Iro away. Liang followed with an ashen face. Iro thanked the ruffian profusely. The ruffian rubbed his chin and sized Iro up. The ruffian's gaze was full of malice. Iro couldn't help but pull her close together. Iro was scared and helpless. She missed her master and senior brothers even more. He missed the days in the Yin Yang sect, swinging on the swing under the bright sunshine. The courtyard was filled with flowers, and the breeze carried the fragrance of the flowers. Time passed peacefully. You must be hungry. I'll bring you to eat something, little ruffian said to Iro. Iro's eyes lit up. Thank you. So gullible, the little ruffian really wanted to whistle proudly. The little ruffian brought Iro to the brothel, ordered a table of dishes, and went to the side to ask the brothel keeper how much it would cost. The ruffian sold Iro for 20 taels of silver. After the ruffian left the brothel, the tendons in his arms and legs were severed by Liang. Liang squatted on the wall of the brothel and looked at his sister. He really wanted to rush in. But Liang held it in. For a moment, Liang felt a chill run down his spine. Iro had suffered so much, but she still insisted on returning to the Yin Yang sect. This made Liang angry and hateful, but he could not ignore her. Iro was still in a daze when she was locked up by the brothel keeper. She even checked Iro's body. Seeing that Iro was still a virgin, she was even happier. The brothel madam saw that Iro was delicate and pretty, so she decided to auction off her virginity with some other girls 2 days later. On the day of the auction, Iro was dressed up beautifully. She was pushed onto the stage and auctioned off like an item. From the beginning to the end, Iro was dumbfounded. She looked at the crazy men below the stage in shock. These people were extremely ugly. Even though Iro did not know what was going on, these people made her feel disgusted. Iro's innocent look made the men like her even more. They bid even more crazily. This world was just as her master and senior brothers had said. It was extremely sinister. Iro would rather stay in a small courtyard and live a simple life. Occasionally, she would talk to her senior brothers. She did not have to face so many people. Iro looked at the men below the stage. Their faces were oily and their saliva was flying everywhere. These people could not even compare to her brother's looks, let alone her senior brothers. Even her master was a handsome middle-aged man. Liang leaned on the roof beam. He lifted the roof tile and looked at his sister being auctioned off. He clenched his fists so tightly that they made creaking sounds. Ningxu could not help but click his tongue. The female lead's fate was so unlucky. While the auction was going on, someone whispered something into the brothel keeper's ear. The brothel keeper's expression changed. She immediately said that the girl was not going to be auctioned and pulled Iro away. The brothel keeper ignored the protests of the people below the stage and pulled Iro to a room. A man in a brocade robe stood in the room. The man turned around and looked at Iro. Junior sister. Senior brother. Iro's tears fell immediately. She hugged Wolf. Wolf smirked and patted Iro's back. Didn't you leave with your brother? Why are you here? I wanted to say goodbye to my master and all of you, so I ran out. Iro's voice was sobbing. Senior brother, why are you here? Iro withdrew from Wolf's embrace and asked while wiping her tears. I came to look for you. This brothel belongs to the Yin Yang sect. I was resting here. Master and senior brothers went out to look for you. I did not expect to meet you first. Yi Liang, who was on the roof, was speechless. Ningxu was speechless. This plot was really F***ed by Xiao Tianquan. This place was so far away from the Yin-Yang sect. How did Wolf appear here? Was it because of the attraction between the male and female leads? They could even meet each other like this. Ningxu looked at Yi Liang, whose face was as dark as the night sky. He silently felt sorry for Yi Liang. Xiao Rou, do you want to go back to the Yin-Yang sect with me? Master is very worried about you. Wolf asked and pinched Yi Rou's face. It's only been a few days. How did you lose so much weight? Yi Rou felt a lump in her throat. When she heard her senior brother's words, she felt very wronged. No, Rou cannot go back to the Yin-Yang sect with you. Yi Liang could not help but jump into the room through the window. Little Wolf shielded Yi Rou behind him. When he saw Yi Liang, he sneered, "You keep saying that we don't have good intentions towards little Rou. What about you? You watched as your sister was sold in a brothel and you didn't even show up. How good are you as her brother? I will not let Rou get hurt." Yi Liang said angrily. Wolf sneered and turned his head. Your brother has been following you all this time. I watched you suffer, watched you get bullied, didn't have enough to eat, didn't have warm clothes, and was always worried. You don't distort the truth. Yi Liang was so angry that he wanted to die. Yi Rou asked Yi Liang, "Brother, have you been following me all this time?" Of course I was following you. Otherwise, I would not have suddenly appeared in front of you. Wolf smirked. He lifted his chin and looked at Yi Liang provocatively. This was clearly a meeting between brother-in-law and brother-in-law, but it was so tense. No, Yi Liang would have many brothers-in-law. Although the atmosphere wasn't right, Ningxu still wanted to light a candle for Yi Liang. It seemed that Yi Liang was about to walk the path of a villain, the destroyer of his sisters' and brothers-in-law's blissful sex life. This plot? Yi Liang's heart was incomparably irritable. He followed behind Yi Rou, but he wasn't like what Wolf had said. He wasn't someone who would watch his sister suffer. But how could he explain this? Ruru is our beloved junior sister, but how did you treat her? You made her travel through mountains and rivers alone, and she was even tricked into going to a brothel. Is this your responsibility as a brother? Love her in every way. Ningxu's heart wasn't pure anymore. Yi Rou had only traveled a short distance, and Yi Liang had to find her. How could he explain the pain and suffering he had to go through? So Yi Liang opened his mouth a few times, but couldn't say a word. Wolf sneered. He grabbed Yi Rou's waist and flew out of the room. He then took out a magic tool and stepped on it to fly far away. Ningxu released the water dragon and said to the stunned Yi Liang, "Get on, they've run far away." Yi Liang hurriedly jumped on the water dragon. The night wind blew by their ears, and it was a bit cold. Ningxu heard Yi Liang sigh behind him. Is it because I can't give Rou the life she wants? Is that why she's like this? Ningxu was silent for a moment, then said, Yi Liang, you are you. Your sister and you are two different individuals. Besides having the same blood, you are two completely different individuals. You don't need to do anything for your sister. Everyone has their own destiny. Obviously, your interference changed your sister's life, and your sister doesn't like this change. Ningxu said bluntly. But I can't just watch her jump into a fire pit. Yi Liang said firmly. But your sister doesn't think it's a fire pit. Ningxu said lightly. His indifferent voice was like a knife that stabbed into Yi Liang's heart. The biggest weakness of humans was that they couldn't hear the truth. He always felt that he was right and staked everything on a single throw, completely ignoring the opposition and advice of the people around him. Those who were luckier might have a good life, but most of them would end in tragedy. Especially when she was staking everything on a single throw. Take Yi Rou for example. The water dragon's speed was very fast. Soon, it was in front of the two of them. The two of them were suspended in the air. Rou, come home with me. You can't stay with these people. Yi Liang shouted at Yi Rou. The night wind carried Yi Rou's voice far away, drifting through the forest. Yi Rou lowered her head and said nothing. Yi Liang suddenly let out a long sigh. The tone of his sigh was so complex that Ningxu almost laughed out loud. He didn't know why, but he just wanted to laugh. Yi Rou, do you really want to go with him? Yi Liang looked at Yi Ro. Yi Ro didn't notice how Yi Liang addressed her. In the past, he used to call her Ro Ro, little sister. Now, he was calling her by her full name. Yi Ro stuttered. She couldn't say anything for a long time, but she clutched Wolf's clothes tightly. Her choice was obvious. Wolf's lips curled into a smile. Yi Liang said, "Whether you want to go back with me or not, I will take you with me. Father and mother gave you a heavenly spirit root. They didn't give you to be someone's human cauldron." "Brother." Yi Ro couldn't help but shout. Yi Liang's face was indifferent. "Even if you hate me, I won't allow you to go to the Yin Yang sect. I will definitely kill you." Yi Liang looked at Wolf. "If I don't destroy the Yin Yang sect, I'm not human." "Ningxu, swear not to be human." Isn't Wolf a human now? But Yi Liang's villainous aura was getting stronger. Wolf's expression was sarcastic, but he was still nervous. His gaze swept over Ningxu. Clearly, he was thinking of Ningxu's water dragon. "Brother, don't be like this. I beg you." Yi Ro stood in front of Wolf. "They don't want to make me into a human cauldron. They are really good to me." Yi Liang didn't say a word. He released the mighty Qilin and pounced on Wolf. Wolf pushed Yi Ro away and started fighting with the Qilin. Yi Ro was pushed to the ground. Seeing her brother fighting with Wolf, she was very worried. Ningxu walked to Yi Ro's side. Yi Ro hurriedly said to Ningxu, "Hurry up and stop them." Ningxu was very curious about what Yi Ro was thinking. He asked, "Do you like Wolf?" "I do. Master and senior brothers all like him." Yi Ro said, "They are like brother. They are all my family." Ningxu felt a little stupid. Why did he have to look for logic in this world? Everything was for the sake of flesh. It was only lust. Senior brothers and sisters, master and disciple, there was no etiquette, only lust. Ningxu outlined a fiery scene in his mind. "Your brother is doing this for your own good. The Yin Yang sect isn't as beautiful as it seems. The reason you can stay here until now is because of your bone structure." Ningxu said calmly. Yi Ro didn't say anything. She stared nervously at the two people fighting. Ningxu suddenly grew a claw and slapped it on Yi Ro's stomach. Yi Ro's stomach made a soft sound. Yi Ro frowned. Her stomach hurt a little, but it was still bearable. The feeling came and went quickly. Yi Ro didn't pay much attention to her stomach. She asked, "What are you doing?" Ningxu said calmly, "Nothing. I wanted to knock you out, but I didn't succeed." Yi Ro immediately distanced herself from Ningxu. The little fox slowly walked to Ningxu's side. "Even if you wanted to knock her out, why didn't you hit her head? Why did you hit her stomach? Eat your candied fruit." Ningxu stared at Yi Liang and Little Wolf who were fighting. As the direct disciple of the Yin Yang sect master, Little Wolf naturally had a lot of magic tools on him. He had already taken out a few magic tools. Yi Liang, on the other hand, was fighting Little Wolf with his bare hands and a qilin. Yi Liang's expression was cold. His attacks were especially fierce. He fought without any regard for his life. He wanted nothing more than to perish together with his opponent. Yi Liang didn't care whether he was injured or not. This caused Little Wolf to be at a disadvantage. Yi Liang's heart was filled with anger. He couldn't vent it on Yi Ro, so he could only vent it on the culprit. Yi Liang hated the Yin Yang sect for destroying his family. His sister still believed in the Yin Yang sect. She didn't care about anything he said. Yi Liang's heart was filled with anger. He desperately needed to vent it. He even started to doubt his efforts these days. In other words, Yi Liang started to doubt everything. Ningxu stared at Yi Liang. His eyes were red and his face was trembling. His expression was fierce and painful. He hit Little Wolf so hard that he spat out blood. Yi Ro saw Wolf spit out blood and immediately rushed over to support him. "Brother, stop." Yi Ro reached out her hand to Yi Liang. Yi Liang stopped in his tracks. He was a bit out of breath and couldn't catch his breath. Ningxu deeply felt that moral values weren't important. What was important was one's facial features. The little fox chewed on her candied fruit and impatiently shouted at Yi Liang, "If you don't listen, then hit her. If you don't hit her, she'll really think she's a fairy." Ning Shu, that makes sense. Yi Liang walked over to Yi Ro and really raised his hand to slap Yi Ro's face. Yi Ro was stunned by the slap. "Little fox, I was just casually saying." Even Wolf, who was holding his chest and spitting out blood, was stunned. "Brother." Yi Ro widened her eyes at the emotionless Yi Liang. Yi Ro felt wronged. "Mom and Dad died early and couldn't educate you. An elder brother is like a father, so I had to fulfill my responsibility as a parent." Wolf saw that Yi Ro's mouth was bleeding and hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe it off. Yi Ro forced a smile at Wolf. What a pair of lovers. One was a cold and emotionless brother, the other was a sweet senior brother. Yi Liang and Yi Ro didn't have a deep relationship. Apart from blood ties, they were strangers. It went without saying who they favored. Every lie was wrapped in a sweet coating. Wolf hugged Yi Ro and gritted his teeth. He jumped onto the flying magic tool and activated a secret technique. In the blink of an eye, they were far away, becoming a small black dot. Yi Liang stared in the direction they disappeared. Ning Shu walked to Yi Liang's side and said, "You have your life, she has hers. Everyone has to pay the price for their own choices. You don't have to carry this responsibility. You want to carry her but she's not grateful. I don't understand why Yi Ro is like this." Yi Liang frowned. "Yin Yang sect, Yin Yang sect." Yi Liang muttered the 3 words. Ning Shu said, "You spend too little time with your sister. You can't ask her to do anything, and you can't interfere with her decisions in life." Ning Shu said, "Don't feel depressed. Even if the whole world let you down and betrayed you, you still have to smile and say to fate, it's nothing." Yi Liang turned around and looked at Ning Shu silently without saying a word. "You don't like chicken soup for the soul?" Ning Shu asked, "Then give me a bowl of poisonous chicken soup." Cough, how can you welcome the storm without experiencing the storm? You must work very, very hard to believe that you are truly powerless. As long as you work hard, there's nothing you can't mess up. Yi Liang, you can't wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep, but your sister will definitely wake up. Ning Shu said, "What you need to do is to calm down and cultivate. Only when you're strong can you do what you want. With your current strength, going against the Yin Yang sect is like throwing an egg against a rock. Also, I can't be by your side forever." The little fox said, "I also need to return to the clan to cultivate. I don't have time to wander around outside. I'm too weak." "What do you plan to do now?" Ning Shu asked. Yi Liang stared in the direction the two disappeared. He turned around and said, "Go home." Yi Liang's conscience thought that Yi Ro was only 11 years old. He shouldn't be able to turn her into a furnace so quickly. He had to fight for 2 years. He had to become strong before going to the Yin Yang sect. He had to fight the Yin Yang sect to the end. The Yin Yang sect was Yi Liang's first goal in life. However, things often exceeded Yi Liang's expectations. Little Wolf used a secret technique to escape. However, this secret technique overdrew on Little Wolf's lifespan and cultivation future. After escaping for a while, Little Wolf couldn't take it anymore. He collapsed, scaring Yi Ro. Little Wolf looked at Yi Ro with a pale face. He said weakly, "I can't take it anymore." Yi Ro's tears rolled down like a curtain of beads. She sobbed and said, "Senior brother, you'll be fine." "You won't." Yi Ro never thought that one of her senior brothers would leave her. She panicked and said, "Is there a way to save you?" "What way?" Little Wolf was only suffering from the after effects of using a secret technique. His body was weak, but he wasn't dying. Seeing Yi Ro cry and worry, his eyes flashed. Little Wolf clutched his chest. He was so weak that he looked like he was about to die. "There is a way to save me." "You can save me." "What way?" Yi Ro quickly asked. "Little Ro, do you trust me?" Little Wolf held Yi Ro's hand. Yi Ro nodded with tears in her eyes. "I trust you. Trust me. I won't hurt you." Little Wolf pressed down on Yi Ro's body. His pale face flushed red. Yi Ro instinctively felt that something was wrong with being pressed down by Little Wolf, but she chose to trust him. Little Wolf endured the pain in his meridians and slowly undid Ro's clothes. His eyes were filled with eagerness. Little Ro's primordial een was something that his master and several senior brothers coveted. Since Ro was still young, they didn't mention it, but they all thought about it. If he took advantage of this opportunity to steal Little Ro's primordial een, even if his master and senior brothers blamed him in the future, what's done can't be undone. Moreover, Little Ro was willing to do it. Little Wolf's heart was filled with wishful thinking as he continued to tease Ro. Ro felt very strange. She felt comfortable and uncomfortable at the same time. She felt an inexplicable sense of shame, but her body was soft. In the end, she melted into a pool of water. Ro innocently and confusedly asked Little Wolf, "Senior brother, what did you do to me?" "Be good. Senior brother will make you very, very comfortable." Little Wolf's voice was low and hoarse. He felt that it was about time, so he went straight to the point. Little Wolf's main goal was to steal Ro's primordial een. This time, Ro's face twisted in pain. Her body was still very young. Ro felt as if her body was about to be pierced. "Senior brother, senior brother." Ro cried out. "Bear with it. Just bear with it." Little Wolf comforted Ro carelessly. He minded his own business and began to move. Although there was some pain, Ro gradually felt less uncomfortable. Instead, there was a strange feeling of numbness. This feeling spread throughout her limbs and bones. Little Wolf looked at the aroused Ro and couldn't help but smile. Although Ro wasn't made into a human cauldron, she was still given some medicinal pills to make her body more sensitive. That place was very tight. Although it was cultivation, she still had to enjoy extreme pleasure. Therefore, although Ro was only 11 or 12 years old, her body was ready to be taken at any time. Ro's body was red. Her body rose and fell. She had fallen into an indescribable bliss. Little Wolf, who was lying on top of Ro, had a strange expression. He frowned. Why was there no power flowing into his body? His injuries hadn't healed. It was even worse than an ordinary human cauldron. Using an ordinary human cauldron, he could still steal power. Wolf had already overdrawn his body in hopes of obtaining Ro's essence. In the end, he didn't gain any power. He didn't gain any essence either. Wolf, who had slept with countless women, naturally knew that Ro was a virgin. However, why didn't she gain any essence? Why didn't she gain any essence? Wolf endured the exhaustion and pain in his body and plowed the ground for a long time. In the end, he still didn't gain any power. Wolf angrily stopped plowing. Ro had already fainted and her face was extremely red. Wolf was puzzled. What was going on? Could it be that someone had sealed Ro's power? He didn't gain any power and was instead exhausted to death. Wolf grabbed Ro's collar and returned to the Yin-Yang sect. After returning home, Liang began to cultivate seriously. The little fox suffered in the Yin-Yang sect and began to cultivate seriously. Sometimes, she would run back to the clan, but she was often nowhere to be seen. Ningxu worked day and night to disperse the Yin essence in the blood-soul flag. The days were unprecedentedly peaceful. Liang was slowly growing taller. He was different from the thin and weak Liang that Ningxu first met. Liang was growing up into a man. Knowing that Ningxu was a fox, Liang would prepare some meat for Ningxu every meal. Ningxu was sick of eating meat every meal. He told Liang not to waste money and that he would eat whatever Liang ate. Liang would occasionally buy some candied fruits and leave them at home. The little fox would have snacks when she returned. Although the days were peaceful, Ningxu could tell that Liang was not at peace. He was clearly worried about Ro. Liang continued to cultivate without stopping. He cultivated again and again, almost without stopping. "What's wrong? Why are you so tired?" During the meal, Ningxu saw that Liang was restless. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he hadn't rested well. The other possibility was that he had gone berserk. Liang drank a mouthful of porridge and rubbed his forehead. "I don't feel good. My heart is pounding. I keep feeling that something has happened to Ruru. It's been 3 months and there's still no news from Ruru. In the end, I became more and more restless. I keep feeling that something has happened to her. Now, even my cultivation has stagnated. I don't know if it's an illusion or what, but I keep hearing Ruru calling me, asking me to save her. What do you want to do? Ningxu asked. Go to the Yin-Yang sect? Yiliang couldn't help but clutch his chest. His heart began to beat uncontrollably like a drum, only returning to normal after a long while. Ningxu had no objections. If you want to go, then go. But can the two of us really go? Although he wanted to save his sister, he also knew that it would be difficult for the two of them to break into the Yin-Yang sect. Ningxu felt that Yiliang should go and save them. Then let's go. If we don't go, it's useless for you to be anxious here, Ningxu said. Yiliang nodded and tidied up. He bought some food, water, and a weapon. After tidying up, Ningxu released the water dragon. Yiliang jumped onto the water dragon and disappeared in a flash. The distance from the small town to the Yin-Yang sect was not short. Even the fast water dragon took about 2 days to arrive. The Skystream Valley was still shrouded in white fog. Yiliang was a little worried. How do we get in? Last time, they had entered because of a Yin-Yang sect disciple. It would not be easy to do the same thing again. Ningxu said calmly, there's no need. We'll charge in with brute force. The water dragon flew to the top of the barrier. Its body grew larger and more solid. Then, it slammed its tail on the array formation's barrier. The barrier trembled twice, but it didn't break. The water dragon continued to smash the barrier. Ningxu injected a lot of spirit chi into the water dragon. The spirit chi flowed into the water dragon's body like water. The water dragon's body became more solid, and its strength increased. With a loud bang, it slammed on the barrier. The barrier broke with a loud bang. How dare you? Who is it? A loud shout was heard. The Yin-Yang sect master's pupils constricted when he saw the water dragon. Ningxu ignored him and rushed straight into the Yin-Yang sect. Ruru, where are you? Yiliang leaned on the water dragon and shouted. Bastard. The Yin-Yang sect master was so angry that his face turned pale. Anyone who saw someone barging into their sect so brazenly would be furious. Yiliang ignored the Yin-Yang sect master's warning and attack. He released the Qilin. The Qilin was so huge that it destroyed an entire house. There was also the water dragon. Wherever the water dragon passed, the houses were swept into ruins by its tail. The Yin-Yang sect disciples saw that the water dragon had surrounded them. Such a big commotion alarmed all the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect. They floated in the air and surrounded Ningxu and Yiliang. You keep coming to the Yin-Yang sect to cause trouble again and again. Do you think the Yin-Yang sect is a pushover? The Yin-Yang sect master's face was ashen. Hand over my sister. Yiliang roared. Your sister isn't even in the Yin-Yang sect, Songhan sneered. What do you mean? Yiliang asked with an ugly expression. Ningxu closed his eyes and sensed. Then, he opened his eyes and said, don't worry about them. I know where she is. The water dragon under his feet dashed in a direction. The Yin-Yang sect master's face darkened. Stop them. The Qilin knocked these people away. Ningxu arrived at the top of a house. She should be inside. Let's go look for her. Yiliang jumped off the water dragon and followed behind Ningxu. Ningxu felt that his senses were getting stronger and stronger. When he arrived at a room, he was blocked by a wall. Yiliang didn't say anything. He punched the stone wall open. This was a secret room. In the secret room, there was a cage made of fine iron. A girl was sleeping in the cage. Her body was in a mess. Her clothes were stained with dried black and red blood. Row, 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 Yiliang shouted from outside the cage. Yiro opened her eyes weakly. When she saw Yiliang, her lips moved. Brother. Yiro was very weak. She lay on the ground without moving. Yiliang lifted the heavy cage and carried Yiro out of the secret room. The moment they came out, they were surrounded. Yiliang was already angry that his sister was treated like this. When he saw Yiro's master and senior brothers, his eyes turned red. Ningxu released the water dragon. The water dragon swung its tail and swept away some of the weaker people. We're leaving soon. Liang quickly jumped on the water dragon. The water dragon flew towards the door and rushed to the barrier. The water dragon kept hitting the barrier. This barrier was much stronger than before. The water dragon hit the barrier for a while but couldn't break it. The Yin-Yang sect people had already caught up. Ningxu inspected the array formation. This array formation had already changed. It was different from the previous one. Ningxu looked for a way to break the array. Then, the water dragon hit the array. Liang released the Qilin to fight with these people. In the end, the barrier was broken. The water dragon carried Ningxu and Liang and left the Yin-Yang sect at an extremely fast speed. They didn't stop for a rest along the way. They flew all the way back to the town. Upon returning home, Liang checked Ro's body and found that the tendons in her hands and feet had been severed. Liang found it hard to accept. His sister had suddenly become like this. Did the Yin-Yang sect vent their anger on his sister because of him? Ningxu pressed his hand on Ro's stomach. Her yin essence was still there, so her spirit root should also be there. A woman's body had something called a pubis. It was said to be a woman's strength. Ro's pubis had been shattered by Ningxu. Spirit qi wrapped around the fragments, sealing her strength and yin essence. Ro's current situation was what Ningxu had expected. Ro's value was to provide these people with strength, but she was no longer useful. However, he did not expect her tendons to be severed. However, her body had spirit qi. If she cultivated slowly, her tendons and meridians could be rebuilt. Liang saw his sister's injuries. Her fair skin was bruised. These bruises looked very intimate. As a man, Liang's eyes turned red. Tears almost fell out of his eyes. Liang wiped Ro's body with water. After he was done, he cooked some porridge. When Ro woke up, she was a little confused. When she saw Liang beside the bed, her tears immediately fell. Ro, don't cry. Eat something. Liang helped Ro up and let her lean on his body. He fed her spoonful by spoonful. Ro's tendons in her hands and feet were severed. Her limbs were soft. If you cultivate well, your meridians can be rebuilt, Ningxu said. Ro clearly had not recovered from the shock. Her eyes were blank, and her soul had left her body. Liang helped Ro lie down. When he went out, he heard soft sobbing. Liang sighed. He could not help but say worriedly, "What should we do now? There's always a way out. After this incident, perhaps your sister won't be cheated by the Yin-Yang sect anymore." Ningxu comforted him. That's right. You're right. But she was taken away by the Yin-Yang sect at such a young age. Liang rubbed his brows. Ningxu sneered and said, "So what if she was defiled by the Yin-Yang school's people? Your sister has heavenly spirit roots. Once she changes her cultivation method, your sister will become the heavens Jiao. The matter of the Yang school is just a hurdle in her life. When your sister is strong, she won't need to rely on men. Why would she be afraid of men disliking her? She could live a good life, so why should she care about men? Since it had already happened, there was no need to care about the man who despised her." Liang scratched his head. "I was thinking too much. Now that I think about it, it's not a big deal. It's good enough that my sister is back by my side. I will definitely find Ruru a husband who loves her in the future." Ningxu, why was she so obsessed with men? Was there no other way for a woman to survive other than marrying? Liang did his best to take care of Ro. Ro's body was much better, but her limbs were still weak. Ningxu sat cross-legged at the foot of the bed. He removed the Yin Qi from the blood soul flag while looking after Ro. Sometimes Ro would talk to Ningxu. Her expression was lost and helpless. Ro didn't understand. Her master and senior brothers seemed to have changed into different people. Each of them took turns to violate her body. Of course, Ro didn't realize that they were violating her. When they knew it was over, their expressions were unusually angry and disappointed. The way they looked at her was no longer as gentle as before. Later, these people violated her again and again. Their expressions became more and more unfriendly. They fed her all kinds of medicine and checked her body. In the end, they locked her up and broke her limbs. Ningshu's expression was calm. This was within his expectations. If nothing unexpected happened, Ero would always be in their hands. But if she had no value, she could only be discarded. Ningshu passed on a cultivation method to Ero and told her to cultivate it well. She would definitely be able to stand up again soon. However, Ero still washed her face with tears every day. She couldn't accept such a blow. Ningshu felt impatient. What was the point of being so pretentious in the face of survival? Liang made a wheelchair. When he had nothing to do, he would push Ero into the courtyard. Liang planted some flowers in the courtyard. They bloomed beautifully. Clearly, they were planted especially for Ero. Ero was still depressed. Ningshu released the water dragon and said to Liang, "Take your sister. We're going out for a stroll. There's no point in strolling in the courtyard. If we want to stroll, let's go further." Liang jumped onto the water dragon with Ero on his back. The water dragon slowly shuttled through the clouds and landed on the street. This was the market next to the small town. It was much more prosperous than the small town. Liang walked on the street with Ero on his back. "Look." Ningshu lifted his chin and looked at the corner of the street. There was an old woman. She was covered in dirt and had a broken bowl in front of her. "If it weren't for your brother, you would be like this. Tortured to death by the Yin-Yang sect." Ningshu said faintly, "Only when you have food to eat, clothes to wear, and people to serve you will you have the heart to be sad. Your brother doesn't owe you anything. You have no right to accept your brother's care so naturally." There was a limit to a person's kindness and patience when it came to taking advantage of other people's kindness in large amounts. "Your brother is like that child." A child ran past Liang. He was skinny and didn't have enough to eat. Liang looked at the child. "He used to be like that. It was Blackie who changed him." Ero's tears fell. "I feel terrible. Leave her here. She'll have to worry about her next meal every day. Then she won't think so much," Ningshu said casually. "Liang, brother, don't." Ero was afraid that Liang would really leave her at the corner of the street. She immediately begged. "I won't." Liang comforted her. Liang took Ero to walk around. He bought all kinds of toys to make Ero happy. Ero looked at these toys and thought of her senior brothers. They also liked to bring her all kinds of toys. Ero's eyes were filled with tears again. She turned and saw the fox staring at her. She forced her tears back. She didn't know why, but she was a little afraid of this fox. She could be willful in front of her brother. But this fox's cold attitude made Ero feel uncomfortable. Because the fox's words were unpleasant and he wouldn't tolerate her. People were righteous in front of people who loved them. After walking around, the group went back. After Ero went back, she started to cultivate according to the cultivation method Ningshu taught her. Because the meridians in her hands and feet were broken, her cultivation speed was very slow. But fortunately, she had a celestial spirit root. Although the speed was slow, it was stable. It was faster than the average person with a mixed spirit root. Ningshu saw that Ero had started to cultivate and heaved a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for Liang, she wouldn't have put in so much effort. Since it was to repay Liang, she couldn't make Liang's sister look like a ghost. Ningshu was doing all this for Liang's sake. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered. If she could reunite Liang and his sister, she might be able to accumulate some benefits. A celestial spirit root was a favorite for cultivation. The heavens had given her such a good resource, but she wasted it. It was too wasteful. On the contrary, those who were determined and wanted to go against the heavens and fight for their lives did not have such unique conditions. He felt that Ero only had such good conditions to show that she was different. She was just giving the Yin-Yang sect a ladder. She had to have the reason and conditions to indulge in sex. Ningshu peacefully purified the souls in the blood-soul banner. After Ningshu's persistent exorcism, the baleful Yin Qi inside was greatly reduced. Without the nourishment of the baleful Yin Qi, the soul was exposed. Some of the souls were thin, while others were solid. As long as the last bit of Yin energy was resolved, these souls could be purified. In his free time, Ningshu asked Ero, "Do you hate them?" No, but I hate them. I just don't know why they did this to me, Iro said in confusion. Alright, a pure person's mind was pure. She didn't even hate them. You will understand in the future, Ningxu said lightly. Such a personality was suitable to be a canary. After a period of purification, the yin energy in the blood-soul banner was completely gone. Ningxu said to Yiliang, release the souls inside. You can see your parents. Yiliang took the blood-soul banner and released the souls. Some of the souls were dull, while others were so thin that they almost disappeared. A black hole slowly appeared. These souls instinctively floated towards the black hole. Yiliang tried his best to find his parents, but there were too many souls. Yiliang couldn't find them at all. He could only keep calling for his parents. These souls passed through Yiliang's body. Yiliang still couldn't find his parents' souls. Give me a strand of your hair, Ningxu said to Yiliang. Yiliang plucked the hair without thinking. Ningxu chanted an incantation, and the hair floated up. Ningxu said, your parents are your closest kin. Follow the hair. Yiliang stared at the hair without blinking and found the two souls holding hands. It was a man and a woman. The woman's soul was stronger than the man's. The man's soul was so transparent that it almost disappeared. Father, mother. Yiliang immediately called out. The woman turned her head in astonishment and looked at Yiliang, speechless. As for the man's soul, his expression was sluggish as he relied on the woman to protect him. Liang. The woman opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Hurry up and let her go. The passageway is about to close, Ningxu said. The black hole was getting smaller and smaller. Without entering the passageway, one would not be able to reincarnate. Until now, Ningxu still hadn't figured out what the other half of the black hole was. Could it be hell? Mother, I will take good care of sister. Yiliang said with tears in his eyes. The woman smiled at Yiliang and led the man away, entering the black hole. The black hole became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared as if it had never appeared. Yiliang squatted on the ground, buried his head and cried for a long time. Then, he prepared memorial tablets for his parents and burned 3 sticks of incense every day. The days were peaceful and quiet. Apart from taking care of his sister, Yiliang cultivated and improved his strength. Ningxu guessed that Yiliang wanted to destroy the Yin-Yang sect. However, Ningxu recently had a strange feeling in his heart. He felt like something was staring at him. It was a dangerous and yearning feeling. Was she about to transcend the tribulation? She was not weak now. It was time for her to transcend the tribulation. Ningxu bid farewell to Yiliang. When Yiliang heard that Ningxu was leaving, he was stunned. He hurriedly asked, will you come back? Maybe, maybe not, Ningxu said ambiguously. Little Black, I hope you can come back, Yiliang said to Ningxu. Ningxu nodded. Maybe I will come back when I'm free. Cultivate well. In the future, you will definitely become incomparably strong. You will be able to protect the things you want to protect. Don't get involved in karma. Ningxu jumped over the courtyard wall and ran into the forest. Ningxu felt that he had done enough. He had repaid the favor of saving his life. Giving himself to him was pure nonsense. Ningxu ran deep into the mountain. Tribulation clouds came from the horizon and floated above Ningxu. Sure enough, he was about to transcend the tribulation. With a rumbling sound, a bolt of lightning struck Ningxu. Ningxu hurriedly dodged. However, the lightning seemed to have locked onto Ningxu, making it impossible for her to dodge. A bolt of lightning struck Ningxu. Ningxu immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain. Her muscles and bones felt like they had been shattered. The fur on his body was charred, leaving behind a clump of black. Moreover, the lightning was getting stronger each time. Although the spirit chi in her body could alleviate her injuries, the lightning was too dense and showed no signs of stopping. Ningxu did not know how other fays went through their tribulations. However, her lightning tribulation really came wave after wave. It did not stop at all. No wonder Bai Sanyang was smashed to pieces in the thunder tribulation, and her soul almost dissipated. Moreover, Ningxu's heart could not help but think of the world she had experienced. There were also her biological parents and brother. Those were things that were very distant. Was this to draw out her inner demon? Ningxu gritted her teeth to keep her emotions stable. After experiencing so many worlds, this was the first time she had gone through a tribulation. The lightning struck Ningxu's body. Ningxu's cells were wailing in pain. Ningxu released the water dragon and let it temporarily block the lightning. She really could not breathe. With a loud bang, the lightning tribulation draped over the water dragon's body and split it into water droplets. Soon, these water droplets gathered and formed the water dragon to block the lightning tribulation again. One after another, the lightning tribulation struck the water dragon's body. The water dragon was split into water droplets again and again. However, it seemed that the water dragon was also getting stronger. Previously, it was split into water droplets, but now, it was only split in half and quickly merged back together. The thunder rumbled for a long time before the tribulation clouds finally dissipated. Ningxu felt a powerful force enter her body, and her limbs slowly grew out of her body. Ningxu was not wearing any clothes, her body was naked. Then, white clothes appeared on her body. These clothes should be made of her own fur. The feeling of transforming into a human form was really quite strange. Ningxu was used to running on 4 legs. Walking on 2 legs, she felt that her center of gravity was not stable. Ningxu looked at the water dragon that had blocked the lightning tribulation for her for a period of time. The water dragon's body was becoming more solid, and its eyes were becoming more spirited. After being baptized by the lightning tribulation, the water dragon became more spirited than before. She hoped that one day, the water dragon would be able to form its own intelligence. Ningxu let out a long breath. She had finally survived this tribulation. In the face of the power of heaven and earth, human strength was so small. It was really frightening. End of chapter 12:10. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.